we're starting to stream. Going live. And of course, as you can imagine, rather be back where I was. Okay, let's see what we can do. We'll start that call. Okay, first person we call is our man, Yíngxùrì. And he takes it from there. There we are, my good man. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. So, take over.
Now that I've recovered from the shock of the sound, because I have fainting goat syndrome, which is called myotonic.
What? Whoa! You glitched out there. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I audible?
You are now. Yes. Okay.
Okay. I don't know what the hell happened there.
That's probably the NSA joining in, the third party.
Oh,
right?
okay.
But go on. They have to wait till I
well,
start the call before they can jump on the Skype. That's what that is. Oh, God.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. I come with the greetings of peace and love for you, Brother Jamo, Daniel, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team D, with peace and love.
Wonderful. We love you in return. And thank you so much for joining us. And of course, Jameson makes certain to try and call Pac 1. I doubt he'll respond, but his father figure died, so.
I understand, and I want to publicly give my condolences to him for that. I can't imagine what he's going through as far as the pain is concerned, because I don't think we can really compare pain when it comes to things like loss.
Yes. Thank you. That's beautiful. Go on.
And oddly enough, it's like each loss has a different toll that it takes on different aspects of yourself. So it's kind of strange.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the best way I know how to articulate it.
Yes. Yeah. And certainly this individual was kind of like his George Dietrich, a humble individual who was there when his father was not, and his biological father, of course, is like a nightmare and a soap opera all his own. But definitely, he's welcome to come on and speak about it if he wishes. But I think he's probably dealing with his grief otherwise. And glad to see that he has 2 children up there on his banner. His family is his responsibility and what keeps him focused, I'm sure. And with Salman, of course, it's his exercises in the by the way, the 2 of you gentlemen are welcome to take over as you usually do. Obviously, I would rather be where I was than be here. But such being said, glad to be here as much as I can be, and I'll bring up whatever issues my listeners can help with, and I do have many wonderful people who have been helping, and I'll be giving them a shout out later in the evening. I think one of them wants to remain anonymous, but some people have pitched in monetarily. I will ask our listeners, of course, to pitch in otherwise as well. I'll need some people to send me electric blankets, and don't worry about there being redundancy. I use 2 electric blankets at a time, and I won't be home that much throughout Asian Lunar New Year, so we've got through till Valentine's Day, about 14 nights in which people have time to respond to this, but hopefully by the end of that time I can get 2 new electric blankets, because the electric blankets that I've noticed have died in the home. It's not like I leave them burning all the time. You can't do that because they have timers. But when I am resettled in the home more towards the mid of the month, mid-February, then I'll be this place will be unlivable. So it always is, but it just gets worse. And so with that having been said, everybody pitch in with the conversation, and certainly I'll join in as much as I can while I get myself together. I noticed that Jameson was waxing loquacious yesterday. There was a period of time during the most important meal of the year where it was taking a long time for the caterers to set up over at the estates, and that was fine. And my son and I actually checked back into Facebook, which was how we found out about the death of Pac 1's grandfather. and Jameson Reese was hitting both the cell phone, and I'll review his messages later.
Oh, please. I don't even know what the hell I sent you.
Oh, you said a lot on the cell phone. It was very poetic. I figured your check came in and you were binging.
Yes. Yeah, you pretty much got that. Yeah, that's the only thing that causes to really be that chatty, honestly.
Yes, there we are. Well, that's understandable. That's fine. And okay, so let me shut up now and try and get my voice back. And you two gentlemen, take the stage, please. Thank you.
All right. Well, I am banned from making posts on Facebook, of course.
For how long?
29 days. At this point, I probably did deserve it. I'm not really going to even try to justify what I said. If it's that bad, I can admit it's that bad. So I tried to appeal to the decision all the same, just to go through the motions. But for what it's worth, it's not something I want to talk about. We'll just say that I'm done messing around with dating sites.
Okay, dating sites. Are there dating sites on Facebook? I'm not quite sure there's a connection.
No. It's not on Facebook. This was a site called Seeking.
Oh, that's where you're banned for 29 days?
No, I'm banned on Facebook because my comment was about that.
Oh.
And what I said is something like, you could understand where I'm coming from, but I'm sure that it would take a lot of work to try to qualify it to the listeners. It's not a face of mine that I like to see myself.
Understood.
And so there's a lot of parts work that needs to be done with this.
Right. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a look here at and you don't need to read this out loud or even respond to it. I mean, this is directed at me. This is directed at you. So in terms of this individual, which is fine, they're not saying anything that I trip off of, but go easy on them. But basically, I'll read this because these comments are not hidden by me. They're not hidden by me.
Okay.
And but they get hidden by YouTube. So,
all right, well, you can read the comment. Yeah.
Okay, so Blue Alien commented, did Jameson say he wants the black race to disappear from the planet? Did I hear that statement right? The black race, the first people to disappear and die out? 3 question marks. Seriously?
I think he all right, to qualify that question, he misheard because I said black and white race.
There we are.
Yeah. To annihilate one race wouldn't do justice to this planet as far as the most annoying peoples on the planet that I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis.
There we are.
In my travels, as far as gang stalkers, they're always black and white. They're never any other ethnicity.
There you are. Yeah. There you
so
go.
Yeah, it's like one hand washes the other. So get rid of both of them, and that gets rid of half my problem.
Right. But by the way, Blue Alien is wrong here. He says, Douglas, stop using the N-word. It's insulting and abusive to your listeners of color. I don't hear you using other derogatory words like chink, sand niggers, or towel heads, or wetbacks. What's, and then I have to extend that, see if there's more to read here. Okay. Let's all who are searching for the light stop using all off-putting, degrading, and racist words, please. But what I can say right away is there's selective hearing here because people...
Yeah, it's very selective because you've used gook, you've used...
Jap,
I've used cracker, almost like religiously, because I just love slapping it back to the slave masters.
Yes.
In their kin. The only thing that really insults me about this is the idea that we're all searching for the light, because I myself am not. I am seeking to corrupt myself with darkness.
Yeah, so just so Blue Alien understands, there's that factor, and there's the factor that yes, I've used many other derogatory terms for other ethnicities.
You've used every term. We've used every term
under
of
the sun,
every ethnicity that's ever existed.
Yes. truly have. And but I do notice that it is difficult for a lot of people to pick that up because certain words, they're just indoctrinated to hear more than others.
In the beginning, that was one of my initial difficulties, but, getting into fights with Daniel Arola changed that. And he eventually started to show me that, you know what? He's got a point. Who gives a shit about these words?
Thanks. Yes, it's true. It's one of those things where, besides that, we shouldn't deprive ourselves of certain forms of expression when we've earned the right, so to speak. It's one of those things where,
we should be able to have a get together where, like, a black dude, a Chinese dude, Asian dude, and maybe some women get together, and then they're like, "Hey, what's up, nigger? What's up, cracker? What's up, gook? What's up, bitch? What's up, bastard?"
I'm not quite sure how therapeutic that would be. Don't forget to include the gay people so you can use the term faggot. It's a terror.
What's up, let's just put it all out there, because it's when you don't express these things and when you pin it up. When it gets pent up, that you become a fucking Republican. And then instead of speaking words, you're doing racist shit.
Yes. It's very true. It's you don't want to get to the point where you're actually taking action against other people.
And this is the reason why people frown upon the usage of that speech, is because they know that once you take that away, action follows.
Yes. Oh, by the way, so I want to thank James Forsyth. James Forsyth is the only person in the chat room thus far. And he says, "Good evening, Douglas, Peter, and all." And thank you. Good evening to you as well, sir. And James Forsyth, hopefully I don't, miss you all too often. I know I miss him all too often in terms of he's there and I don't acknowledge him. I do remind everyone that the first thing that happens when we launch live stream is the same people who break in on the call, which you actually heard earlier when you heard Jameson glitch. As soon as the call was established with Jameson, Solomon wasn't on yet, but then there was this momentary glitch. And that was the individual who gets on and then heavy breathes later and keyboards and, does weird shit throughout the squeaks his metal chair and all the rest of that.
I think that, well, hearing the individual's breathing patterns, I think they need a CPAP machine. I'm going to assume that the person has very labored breathing. It seems like they... I would almost assume that the person might have a bit of issue with weight.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they squeak their chair like they weigh a lot, yes. So this is what they do, right? They're people who are NSA cultists or whatever, and I use that term pointedly. And they just kind of sit down all day and listen to other people. It's like, and they get paid to do this while jacking off. It's disgusting.
And cramming the Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
I know they used to have crave cases in White Castle, but for them it would be like a crave case of donuts.
Yes. Oh my god. Yeah.
Imagine someone cramming 30 donuts.
Oh my god. So and of course, so I'll leave you two gentlemen to talk, but I do remind everyone, yes, hit the likes, because what happens is the bots hit us first to prevent distribution of the program. YouTube is retarded, and YouTube uses this aggregate system where the more upvotes a show gets, the more it's likely to appear on searches. And so when you get a large amount of downvotes, what they're trying to do is stop people from being able to search for this as soon as the transmission starts. So the live stream is the important time when it commences that they hit it. And then what happens is the YouTube filtration system actually takes away the majority of the dislikes throughout the program. And so they get whittled down. But at the beginning, it's important to just use as many IP addresses as you have. Your laptop, your iPhone, whatever has a different IP address, your PC. Just use that to give as many likes as possible, because this is what we need to override all of the downvotes so that we show up on searches. And this is why, actually, we have like a start with very few people who are on at the beginning, comparatively speaking, and then more people are at it later because nobody can find it on the search and they don't get notifications. So that is, of course, the whole purpose of the bots providing the downvotes. So everybody just use as many IP addresses as you can and hit an upvote. With that, of course, when we were talking about the donuts being hit, of course, Mr. Salman Sheikh has his balance system, and it seems to work out for him so far. But of course, I do worry about his future. He goes through a bucket of ice cream a day, and I'd hate to see one of those posts coming from some hospital admission where he's lying there in the bed saying, "Just out from under the knife. Life is beautiful." Yes, after enough buckets of ice cream. Take him to that point.
I don't think we're going to have to worry about Salman Sheikh becoming Derek Talley.
No, not worried about that. No, that would take a lifetime of self-abuse, which is like, you remember Derek Talley saying, "Yeah, I had a lot of weight, but I wear it well." And I said, "Yeah, well, we know somebody has a funhouse mirror in their home." That was just
yeah, I mean, that is like you would have to be eating five gallons of ice cream every day to get to the point where he was.
My landlady's father lived upstairs, and he was at the point before he died. They moved him away before he died, I think, to another home where they could just basically not have the stairs. But when they were younger, they took the upper home because it was where the sun is. The sun is upstairs. There is no sun that comes down to this lower level. It truly is a crypt. But when they took the upstairs place, then the problem that they dealt with as older people, which fucked them over, was the stairs. And so we're talking about in San Francisco, people just don't get this. There are places where for senior citizens, these are unlivable places because you can't go up the stairs and there's no elevators. And unless you install like one of those machines that goes up and down, which they never did, he just spent all his time up there eating bucket after bucket of ice cream. And ultimately, they had to put a tube in his stomach before he died. But that was, that, of course, that's nowhere near what Salman's doing. It's just, he does his exercises, he rewards himself. So it's a different system, but you get my point. It's one of those things.
I mean, it's like what I do sometimes with the beer. It's just I wish I would shut the fuck up when I do that, because I say stuff that's just out there, man. I'm glad you took it well, though.
Oh, of course. I understand what happened. The check came in and you went on a binge. Yeah.
My mind becomes psychodramatic, especially when I'm like alone and pondering in the park. And so, I'm sitting there in the park and some lady's walking by with her dog. I'm saying, "These humans," I'm speaking to myself like I'm some kind of diabolical villain. Like, why don't they just disappear? And then at that point, I didn't notice that somebody was walking by with their dog, and I'm like, "Oh, you blew that chance, buddy."
Oh my god! At least you didn't do what I did at one point. At one point, I was really drunk in a park, and I pulled out a gun and just started plinking at cans. Don't ever get to that point. There's by the way, just so people understand how bad it is in San Francisco because of the stairs, there's 40,458 vacant homes and condominiums in San Francisco because nobody can get up the stairs. That's how bad it is. Just so people understand that this is truly an issue. San Francisco is built on a city of hills, and this led to a whole stair culture that there's no other place like it other than something like Hong Kong or Japan. In Japan, it's one of the reasons why people stay healthy is because there's a lot of mountains and everybody walks upstairs all the time. But, Korea, maybe, a lot of places in Asia are like that. China, many hilly regions, even the Philippines as well, many places. But San Francisco, this is a place where if you don't have seniors here paying rent, you just don't have an economy. And so the Americans are not the same way. They can't get up those stairs. So just so people have a hint about this, but there was a report commissioned by Supervisor Dean Preston, who wanted to take a real look at the scope of the residential vacancies in San Francisco. And I really think what they need to do is establish what they've done in Vancouver, British Columbia, which is they imposed an empty home tax. So there should be a vacancy tax, and that way all these landlords who are demanding, hundreds of thousands of dollars for these units, they just let it go empty just so they can take it as a tax write-off. Yeah, it's killing San Francisco's economy. Nobody can afford to live here because of that, and so many other. It's just one of the most expensive cities in the world.
That's the same thing they're doing with New York with these with these properties that are these properties aren't even fit to zone laws, and they're popping up all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. So Peter sent us a message. He'll be here when we call him at the top of the hour. I'll let you guys to it, and love you both. I'm going to go mute now, and thank you so much, both of you, for saving my ass. I don't know what it's like in Philadelphia. I think that's where Salman is at, right?
Oh yes, brother Douglas. It's the same over here, especially with the last 5 to 7 years with the gentrification getting higher and higher. So the property taxes here and the rents is just like New York and getting close to the equivalent of San Francisco, where you can't even get an apartment or a house for rent, at least a minimum $2,000 a month. So that's how it's going here ever since the gentrification started getting higher. Just like what JMO was saying about New York, that some of these properties, they're not even fit to pass some of the the OSHA laws or the aspect of the zoning laws, but you have a lot of these landlords which are greedy, which are using it for tax write-offs, and it's hurting a lot of the major cities across America. You are absolutely right about that.
Oh my God! Thank you for sharing that, and then tell people again. See, what Salman Sheikh does is a form of terrorism in terms of what he does in the park as well. He may not be screaming about the human race disappearing, or may not be taking out a firearm and plinking at cans. But what he does do is he basically shames people. He goes up there and he fat shames them because he gets on the handlebars there and does those infinite set of pull-ups, and everybody just feels disgusted with their bodies and ashamed of themselves. So it's a form of bullying, really.
Yeah. And then the ice cream is to rub it in their faces.
Yeah, that's right. There, yes.
And it's to say, see, not only could I do these pull-ups, I could eat this whole thing of ice cream.
Yes.
You can't.
Yes, definitely. The first thing I want to do is condemn all the Pakistani men who are messaging Brother Douglas and tell them to stop calling and messaging Brother Douglas. And second, I want to encourage everyone, please send a check, money order, PayPal. I just sent my donation in the mail, and everyone, please support our brother. And as for the third thing, it's interesting. Brother Douglas mentions China and Japan in terms of like those that are healthier in their weights. In Pakistan, it's the same thing. I remember visiting a city in Karachi, and one of my relatives, you had to climb up a 5-story building without any elevator. You had to go up the stairs to get up to his home.
And how old was he?
He's basically like in his late 60s.
And he does this every day, I presume. He goes up and down, keeps himself healthy, right?
Yeah, every day. And those in our Asian cultures, like in Southeast Asia, East Asia, there are super healthy people. Even when I go to my local park, there's a lot of elderly Chinese gentlemen, Vietnamese gentlemen, and I'm walking around the park. You usually probably saw in my videos in the background, you usually see a Oriental man in the back that's always walking around. So, Americans don't have that concept of discipline or exercise or maintaining any kind of dignity about their bodies. So I'm
glad you brought that up. I see the Asian people in my community, they seem to like go on walks where they'll walk around the community. Mm-hmm. I never see the Black, Hispanic, and some of the brothers in the hood, they're really cool guys, but they'll get in their car just to drive up to the mailbox.
Oh yeah. Oh God.
And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me?
Oh, it's sad. It's so sad.
It's not only that, we're malnourished in America because the food is stripped of anything that you can freaking that anything that you can freaking get any nourishment from, vitamins and everything, because of the hydrogenated oils and all this other shit. So I mean, it's like how you're expected to lose your mobility by the time you're 50 here in America. Meanwhile, you watch those martial arts films, and you see some seafood dude who's like 80 and he's like doing backflips and shit, and it's like, yeah, and they're telling and then I have all these old people saying, "Oh, age sucks," and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't seem to be affecting that guy for some reason.
Oh my God, so true, so true. By the way, that dude, 873210 says loud and clear, Doug and Team Dietrich. So thank you so much, sir. Deeply appreciate it. Hugs. And with that, we return to Salman and Jameson. And of course, Salman could probably share some more about ethnic food. I mean, like, where do you find it in Philadelphia? There must be, I would say, only probably 2 or 3, or are there more outlets where you could find actual Pakistani or South Asian food?
Oh, definitely. When I first came to this area, Brother Douglas, in late 1999, there was barely any halal spot or like restaurant or any halal food grocery store. But as time went on and as the population increased in this area, you had a lot of these amenities that started popping up. So now it's not hard to find halal meat or to find halal grocery stores, halal eating spots. So everything is locally now, and it's so easy to find these places. But in the beginning, especially growing up in the post 9/11 world in this part of the country, it was very difficult. But over time, things have gotten better, and it's just like New York City now, where you could find all types of ethnic foods available, because of the community will always reflect the population that it inhibits. And, as for that, the blue alien guy that is talking about the N-word, I mean, I'm Pakistani, and I condemn Pakistanis on this show all the time.
Yeah.
and I'm always saying Abu.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Oh my God. Thank you. And yes, there's no point in being too oversensitive, and that's what Daniel Arola is there to teach people, really. It's just
because Daniel Arola will basically break every taboo right then and there in one post.
Yes.
In one post with a meme. And in doing so, get himself perma-banned.
Yes.
Hey, where the white women at?
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh
I do miss his presence there, though, without a doubt, because it was really nice seeing him shake up some of these. Oh my gosh!
Well, everybody, he shook up everybody. Really, it was. It's what can you say? It's what he got off on. Let's just put it that way, or at least that's how I see it. So. Okay, again, I'll go mute for now. You two gentlemen are handling it well. I'll get some of these hyperlinks up and then try and breathe and oxygenate my brain. Caffeinate, have my big bucket of green tea here, this crock thereof, and oh my God, I may have to resort to alcohol to supplement that. And,
oh man, well, I am somewhat envious, of that aspect, at least.
Why did you blow? Did you blow your check in one day? I mean,
no. It's that I've been really pretty much. How do we say? I've been trying to show restraint.
Good. No, I'm proud of you.
Sort of type of self-discipline.
Yes.
Of course, there's no end to madness going on here in New York, but Salman, how are things going on in Philly?
In Philly, Brother JMO, it's the same. Just the violent crime rate is getting higher and higher. People are getting more crazier and crazier. But as time goes on, I think we are facing an issue, and I see how COVID-19 has affected our local area, where even a hospital has to shut down because of the staff shortage. Schools are having big problems here. A lot of the people are having trouble finding people to work. So the entire infrastructure here in the Philly area is collapsing, in the city and the suburban area, for the hospital, education, the workforce. and the situation is just getting chaotic by the day. Things are getting more expensive by the day. So, as time goes on, Brother JMO, I mean, I guess only time will answer that question, honestly, to see where all of this chaos is going to lead. How about you in New York?
Well, we are on the precipice of civil war around the country. In New York, as hate crimes are rising, we've got a NYPD officer facing hate crime charges for using slurs and beating a man until he lost consciousness. I mean, these things are popping up. We've got all these people. We've got all these people with guns. For some reason, I've become a little more unsettled seeing the cops popping up everywhere because they're like dressed differently than regular cops who are on duty, and it's like, okay, but it is what it is. I mean, New York's a police state anyway, but it's very apparent that my mom was like watching something on the news with like Whoopi Goldberg and whatnot and all this other stuff, and she's like. And she's in shock, and I'm like, Mom, be shocked that we're not shooting each other with fucking muskets and shit.
Yeah,
because we are literally, we've been here for a long time.
Yes.
It's what Brother Douglas says, that every time you look out the window and people are not rioting and killing, then that means it's a good day.
Yes. And Whoopi Goldberg, yes, let's hear something about that. Yeah.
Well,
they took her off The View. They took her off The View now because
they took her off The View. Basically, she was pretty much talking about white privilege, and I guess the audience did not want to hear it. She, basically. If it's okay to be a Jew who's suffering from the genocide of the Holocaust, and everyone will like bow and curtsy for you. But the problem is, like, if you're black, nobody wants to hear it. And so ABC suspended Goldberg over her comments because she. I guess this is all right. The context of what she said was. All right. Goldberg's comment in a nutshell was that the Holocaust was not about race. She saw the Holocaust as evil white people who hated Jews, killing 6 million Jewish white people. That's it. No Holocaust denial, no mocking questions or the magnitude of anti-Semitism. Now, they basically took everything out of context. She wasn't playing ball with the Nazis were racist, basically, and that's why they fired her.
Interesting. Thank you. No, I deeply appreciate that perspective. And what makes this so tragically ironic is that I always felt, and correct me if I'm wrong on this or if you feel differently, but I always suspected that one of the reasons she got as far as she did in Hollywood was because she took on a Jewish as hell name. It was almost like Sammy Davis Jr. converting to Judaism before he figured that wasn't working for him, and so he just became an out-and-out Satanist and converted to Anton Szandor LaVey's Church of Satan. But when it came to Whoopi Goldberg, the name, the very name was, if you didn't see a black woman when she first came out, you would have assumed that was someone like Barbara Streisand. You would have assumed it was just a Jewish actress. And so I always thought that made things easier for her. And it just involved with the stereotype of nepotism. And yes, that is a racist stereotype. And but stereotypes, of course, exist for a reason. And as I said, you have a good point, because I didn't know that her name was originally Karen Elaine Johnson. Thank you. That was it was like she took on this name almost like a persona, and I don't know if she ever said she had converted to Judaism like Sammy Davis Jr. did. He was big on that, and he made he promoted that, and he felt it wasn't getting him anywhere, and he got all bitter, and then just basically went Satanist. It was very bizarre, but when it came to Whoopi Goldberg, we'll see if she becomes Satanist now. after what happened.
Oh, well, I think she was Jewish, basically. Well, no, wait. All right, okay. About her stage name, surname, she claimed in 2001. My mother did not name me Whoopi, but Goldberg is my name. It's part of my family, part of my heritage, just like being black. I just know I am Jewish. I practice nothing. I don't go to a temple, but I do remember the holidays. And she has stated people would say, come on, are you Jewish? And I would always say, would you ask me that if I was white? I bet not. Which is a good point.
There's also another point. During the time of the Confederate States of America, there were many Jewish slave owners who were part of the Confederate elite. And this is actually pointed out by Spike Lee in his film about the, I forget the title of it, but it's a satire on the Confederate States of America, but it's an educational satire. So he points out that the points that he presents comedically throughout the documentary are based on fact, which they are, and up to the point where he projects it into the future, of course. But when it comes to the Confederacy's objectives, etc., he points them out quite adequately. And fairly responsibly, I would say. But when it comes to the fact that there are Jewish heroes of the Confederate States of America, to the point where there were many Jewish Confederate statues, what the first thing I would think of was that in her family, her family was basically purchased by Jewish slave owners. That's the first thing I would think, and that they just gave her the name. And so that's where that would come in. Of course, that would mean there'd have to be some Jewish blood, because so many of the white slave owners were having sex with...
All of them were.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
All of them were. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, effectively. Yes. Yeah.
Because, they didn't consider black people humans, and they like to fuck animals. So they were like, okay, this is an animal. I'll fuck it.
Oh, my God.
That just seems to be how white people think for some reason. I'll never understand that.
The original founding fathers were like that, but by the time I would say that the Deep South had their period of secession, I think it was just, how do I say this? It was in a sense worse. It was in a sense worse at that point, because there was this whole feeling that if you were to ask the slave owners, the plantation owners, about their slaves, they would talk about how we're all one extended family, albeit, there were classes to the family, because of in other words, they had kind of, in their eyes, elevated it from the sheer animal status the founding fathers had, but to the extent where there would never be an equality, but you get what I'm saying. In other words...
Oh my gosh, that's worse.
That makes it more incestuous.
Well, that's worse than fucking animals.
More worse than bestiality.
yeah, because now it's just incest.
Yes, it was a form.
And some of these crackers are wondering why niggas are so crazy.
Yeah,
I said them both.
Thank you.
I said them both. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. There we go. That's how, so there we are. But, what can I say? Whoopi Goldberg's at that point in her career where, it's kind of like, what does it matter, right? I mean, she got this far,
She could juggle it, and she could probably bounce back from it and turn it into something like a counter movement to counter this this white sensitivity butthurt bullshit that seems to be going on. And what the fuck are they so butthurt about? I mean, it's like, dude, you have the fucking country by the balls.
Well, I hope she has that much energy. I mean, that would be a lot of energy to invest, and money.
That's a good point. And if I were in her position, I would say, fuck the world. I'm done.
Yeah, and just kind of retreat into the... but some of these people, they're addicted to the attention, and, she's had it for so long. What I don't get is she used to be on those Jewish fundraisers. They'd have her on Shabbat, which would be twice a year. They would have what was called Shabbat. I know because it interrupted the Japanese programming. The Japanese programming was on the weekends, and so my family would sit down to watch the Japanese programming, and then twice a year that would be interrupted, and it would be just, blow our whole schedule, because then you'd get this Jewish fundraiser that would come on. And she would often be on the Jewish fundraiser. So I think she felt at the level of comfort where she felt she had earned, kind of like what I say about using the term nigger as I apply it, and she wasn't in that zone. Obviously, there's this unbreakable barrier of race that does exist. So that was just proven by what happened.
And unfortunately, they were like they were basically. There's also the fact that she's countering the World War II narrative.
Thank you.
That's that I think was probably even more unforgivable than the sort of white hierarchy of Judaism.
Yes.
I think they would have overlooked it if it wasn't, in reference to World War II.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you're questioning the narrative. Oh, fuck this shit. Get rid of that bitch.
I agree. Oh, and by the way,
they would just be going nuts.
Yeah. By the way, I want everyone to know this. What Samuel Romero says, and unfortunately he's not with us tonight. But one of the things that he had said was, he constantly emphasizes that the elite listens to my program. We know that for a fact now because it was just with the latest transmission that I was bringing up the China Act, where they're inspecting anybody who's affiliated with Chinese science research and condemning them and persecuting them, and how this is basically ruining America's economy and its future and its technological edge. And that's when Christopher Wray of the FBI basically got on the mic and said, "I'm blown away by how much Chinese espionage there is in the United States." So he made this official statement basically to counter what I said. I mean, he had never said anything about that before. And I pointed out how the China Act was leading to just a crash in our technological edge, and that this was nothing but the stupidest form of investment of energy into something that
it's auto-destructive. If you want them to not defect to China, stop saying that they're spying for China.
Yes.
Let them just fucking live. Let them live. Let them make names let them make their contributions here in the United States. The minute you say something like that and you turn the back of some of the most innovative people in America these days, you're going to suffer for it horribly.
Thank you. But he got up there and he started saying his bullshit about, I'm blown away by all the Chinese espionage in the U.S. And it's
what what Chinese espionage?
Thank you.
like the old lady doing qigong in the park.
Yeah.
I mean, what is she doing? Like sending texting Winnie the Pooh. Yes, there are 5 swings in this park. This is a target of importance. I mean, seriously.
Oh my God! Yes, it's true. It's true. So okay, so let me try and get my head together, get it out of my ass. You two gentlemen take over for the remaining quarter of the hour. Take us up to the top of the hour. Thank you both. Hugs.
Right.
Brother JMO, it's so interesting you bring that up about the question of the white Jewish establishment, because I hear so many stories. If it was really about treating those people fairly, I hear all these stories in Israel where how do you say it, the Sephardic Jews and those that are African Jews, they get treated horribly by the white establishment, and they're known as the Ashkenazi class. So, I mean, if it's a question about treating people fairly, that's not being there. But see, it's like what you said. You're questioning the official narrative and you're challenging their power. And they run all of the major industries in America. So that's why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, and the Ashkenazi Jews are, their cult of Judaism, which is what I'm going to call it, are more or less taking on the same mantle that the American whites are taking on, which is we're supreme, and anything that challenges us is going to get kicked to the curb, and we're going to destroy it. And because we're all about, maintaining our own supremacy, control, and power. So, yeah, that's all it is. It's white supremacy. It's
Yeah.
white supremacy in a nutshell.
That's exactly true. And, I even heard stories because how in Israel they have this mandatory service that you have to do for the military. So what they do is that the children of those that are, let's say, Sephardic Jews or basically that are non-white Jews who are the original people of that land anyway, they push them further up when it comes to like battle and warfare, while the Ashkenazi kids, they put them in the back so they don't get hurt or killed. So it's the same aspect here. I mean, it's just very unfortunate, and it just shows you the aspect of the power and this form of supremacy, that if you don't play along like a good little slave, then they'll put you in your place.
And yeah, and again, this is a open war. People can't let what they thought America was supposed to be based on what they see on TV influence the reality of it, because what you see on TV is not reality. What you see, what we're seeing here, as far as the news is concerned and things like that, the reality is probably worse than what we're being told, as far as the race and the sort of this pretty heated civil war going on within states.
Yeah, that's right, Brother JMO. And that's why when you mention critical race theory, they all go crazy about it. So that's basically it. I mean, if they're saying, especially a lot of these conservative people, that facts don't care about your feelings, then why do you get so butthurt when the educational conversation of critical race theory is brought up?
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, it's not even a theory. It's insulting that they have to even call it a theory rather than calling it a fact.
It's a fact.
The very fact that they don't want critical race theory is proving in and of itself that America is founded on genocide and is founded on racism. So they're pretty much reinforcing the fact that they're trying to prevent their kids from learning, which all in all is either going to lead to some serious cognitive dissonance, or hopefully the kids will be smart and see through the bullshit and say, you fucking suck.
Yeah, and I think going into like the rest of 2022 and 2023, it'll be interesting to see like just how we're seeing the Civil War situation brew. It's breaking at the illusionary foundations of this country, where they claim all men are equal, whether it's in any organization or the foundation of this country. But you and I know that's not true. And we're seeing this chaos unfold, whether it's on the New York side or it's on the Philadelphia side. We're seeing these illusions kind of fade away day by day as people kind of really question the reality around them.
Yeah, and it has to. It has to break down. I mean, this is people are like, what have you done for your country? I did this for my country. And it's like, it's your country now? First, that's question number one. Second of all, why would anyone want to do anything for a nation that doesn't see you as a citizen?
Yeah, that is true.
If you're not seen as a human being, what the hell do you owe your country?
Yeah.
If you're not treated like a human being, what the hell do you owe your country?
It's interesting, Brother JMO, you mentioned this because I was looking at the 1858 definition of the word American in the Webster Dictionary. Now, this is like the 1858 edition before they removed it. And the definition of the word American, noun, is basically a person, a copper color person who is an original descendant of the Americas. But now the term applies to descendants of European settlers. That says that in the dictionary. So that concept of going back where you come from, or you don't like it, leave it. I mean, it's all BS. And, this facade is breaking down day by day. So I thank you for addressing that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is part of me that is the diabolical aspect of myself is amused to see all this bullshit break down, because at least now it's in everyone's face and no one can deny it. Mm-hmm. That I find is important. As much as I might despise the human race, I am an ally of truth nonetheless.
Yes.
And that truth needs to be put out there to the point where no one can say, that's not true, that's not true. Because once we've passed that point, we're in the point of action. And once we're in the point of action, we just get this shit over with and, move on with life. Move on with whatever remains of life. Let me choose my words carefully.
It's interesting because looking at this from the Sufi point of view, what you mentioned, from whether you're following the left-hand path or the right-hand path, as long as you're standing on the path of truth and justice, no matter what path you're on, under the eyes of God, you're seen as a righteous individual, and you have more merit, Brother Jamo, than the religious hypocrites that I see, who are basically committing more evil but are masking it with the religious identity or that hubris or the ego. So, from that Sufi esoteric perspective, you are seen as a righteous individual no matter what path you follow, as long as you, stand for the truth and justice rather than be somebody that's doing something else but using the name of God. So that's very honorable.
No, I thank you for that. And, although, I rather consider myself wicked than consider myself righteous, I'll take the title righteous because, it's whatever, all I know is that the correct thing to do is to work with what is, not with what isn't, and if one is playing illusions with one's own mind, you're just going to wind up being deceived. You're just going to wind up being deluded.
Yeah,
that's
true.
Nothing good comes from that. The problem is that we have a whole population here now that is deluded, and the weaponized internet has not helped. It's actually caused these echo chambers to deepen. It's because what happens is now you're whatever interest or whatever you're looking for, you're now stuck within a niche, yes, which you're not going to be allowed to look outside of. Or if you try to look outside of it, it's going to take a lot more effort. So your average user isn't going to spend the time to take the effort to look outside those niches that are suggested by the bot algorithms.
Yes, yeah. That's a horror. It in other words, there's a mutual, how would I call that? A feedback loop. There's a feedback loop. Now
it's a positive feedback, where one thing pushes the other thing, and that thing pushes it even further and further and further and further.
Well, use the term negative feedback loop anyway, otherwise people will think that you're approving of it.
No. Well, that's the thing. A negative feedback loop is more like a stabilization system.
Understood. Yeah. You're using actual engineering terms.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain this so that the listener can understand where I'm coming from. With a negative feedback, usually if you push something, there's a opposite force that pushes back and pushes things back into stabilization. With the internet, there's nothing stable about this. Yeah. It's like a magnifying effect. Yes. That's a better way. It's like a magnifying glass.
Yeah. And so the other thing I want to point out is looking into the chat room. Sarah Thomas sends us 3 pink pulsating hearts. Hey, honey, love you dearly. So glad you're here. And Daniel Arola says, Whoopi was suspended from The View for a couple of weeks, according to headline tweets earlier today. Whoopi pointed out white on white killing. Whoopi was wise in avoiding using her birth name, especially her first name. The only thing valid about critical race theory is that it's only a name. It doesn't exist any more than just that, basically. And names always get fussed over. So what he's pointing out, of course, is that critical race theory is a boogeyman created by the radicalized right to basically attack history. This is Black History Month, basically to attack any Black history from being taught or any history.
And what this is doing is this is causing states such as Florida to completely start firing teachers who go into real history.
Yes.
So, and I was telling my father, once they start, once they write you out of the history, the next stop is a plantation.
Yes. Yeah. No. You're lucky if it's that. I would say the next stop would be a death camp myself. But
with the way things are today, they'll probably just go. They'll probably just round everyone up and release all the AR-15s and see what comes out.
Yes, and
the
anyone
other
who thinks
side.
that's not possible, all you have to do is look at the internment camps of World War II and then conflate that with the so-called China Act today, where they're trying to investigate anybody who has any dealings with mainland China in particular. But this is the
I mean the China Act. I mean, could you be any more racist than that?
Thank you.
And not only that, if you're going to call it the China Act and investigate people who have dealings with China, why don't you start with fucking Donald Trump and his family?
Yes, or Biden, if any of them have any business connections, or any of these politicians. It just goes on and on. It's of course disgusting. It's so there we have that. And in the meantime, tell us, Salman, about the people you've been interviewing lately. You've been conducting a lot of interviews lately. Tell us about where people can access them and what your latest ones are about, and some of your messages that you've been giving people.
Oh, yes, Brother Douglas. It's the same message, that the aspect of reiterating world unity and breaking through the lies and the illusions. And I think about this. I was thinking about it this morning as well when I was sitting at the park. And I'm thinking, what about all the genocide the British committed against the Chinese, or what happened here with the Native Americans, what King Leopold did to those Africans? I was seeing this story where it was a picture of a man who was crying and holding his daughter's arms or something, and because the daughter wasn't picking the rubber or cotton fast enough, and the king's men had basically severed her arms and legs off.
Yes.
So why don't we hear about these things, about King Leopold's genocide, the British against the Chinese, British against the Indians, the 100 million Indians? It's so disgusting that we don't get the true history. And that's what I've been doing. I've been associating with different communities like the Moorish Science Temple, getting the true history about the African American peoples and their struggles in this country, and just talking with a Sufi sheikh from Australia, getting the truth about what's been going on in many aspects. This Saturday, I'll have my brother here from Philadelphia, Chinatown, who's going to talk about Chinese Freemasonry and how what you know as the white man's Freemasonry, they kind of stole everything from like Confucian philosophy. And what Brother Douglas was teaching in the Confucian philosophy, that it is a teaching of self-mastery, self-improvement, the right morals. And even if you look at the gods Nuwa and Fuxi, you see them holding the square and compasses, recreating the world. So a lot of this knowledge comes from the East, especially Confucian philosophy in China. But again, we live in a Western-oriented world where they're not going to give the proper sources credit. And that's why, I love Brother Douglas Dietrich and the truth that he's fighting for. And I stand with him against the enemy to make sure that the truth is out there, whether it's getting in contact with these different communities, such as my brother from Philadelphia, Chinatown, or these other places with the Moorish community or with the 5%ers. Whoever is standing for the truth, I stand with them against this enemy, because the enemy is relentless. And just look at what they've done. If you look at this country in its present condition and the last 200, 300 years since its inception, and even what Brother Douglas shared about Benjamin Franklin. I mean, I as a Mason, I condemn him, and I hope Allah burns him in hell. So we need more of this truth that's out there and not being taught anywhere. That's why that FBI guy said what he did, because they listened to Brother Douglas. Sammy is right. They listened to him, and ever since the book came out, they're releasing all of this BS stuff about disclosure. I mean, if you need the disclosure.
Maybe that's the same guy who's like on the other side of the line. So now we know who's trolling us, who's tailing us on the other end with their squeaky chair.
That's Dickie Cole Jr., and I use my Sufi energies to expel all of Brother Douglas's enemy from this call, and I pray Allah destroys them on the day of judgment.
Blessed be. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciated. And,
I did share something interesting with you, Douglas. There was this video of when what is it? Celebrity couples go wrong, and among one of them was Alex Jones, whose wife beat the living shit out of him.
Cool.
So here's Mr. Oh, you're gonna be all Mr. Manly. They want to kill our testosterone. He's literally getting his ass handed to him by his wife.
Oh, good. About fucking time. Is that the same one who tried to sue so that the children, so that he wouldn't have visiting rights to the children because she wanted him to have nothing to do with the children? Okay. Good.
Yep. She probably found him in bed with that guy from what is it, Megadeth?
Yes, Dave Mustaine. Yes, that's right.
There we go.
Yes, who everyone claims. Go on. Yeah.
Because it's obvious that Mr. Jones has a Putin fetish.
There we are. It's true. And Dave Mustaine, they say, looks like his lost twin brother. So. I take it, Peter, has he joined us or?
Let me add him. I didn't even, the time flew by fast tonight. Maybe it's just me.
No worries. All for the best. Honestly, it's good when time flies. It's not good when people are laboring on the discussion. Much better it's flying. Oh my God. And so let's see if our favorite moon man answers the challenge.
I'm here.
There we are, Peter. So thank you for joining us, and very glad to have you. And so I can't confess to being in, shall I say, consciously all here yet. So certainly I will count on you to help hold a good deal of the stage. And I hope everything's been going well with you. Happy Asian Lunar New Year, and I hope that that so far the Year of the Tiger is treating you well.
Well, yeah, we had a nice picture on my Facebook timeline by Garrett Campbell Wilson. Garrett Campbell Wilson is an incredible artist in Vancouver, and his life was saved by my teacher. Mm-hmm. And of course, I met him at the park one day in Brooklyn, and we talk now and then. He's a great artist, and he just did a thing of the water tiger.
Okay, great, wonderful.
He's well aware.
So let me take a look on Peter's timeline there and see what I find.
Garrett Campbell Wilson. Yeah. He's got the Wilson name.
Great.
He's a great artist.
Okay, and let me see. Here we are. I'm just kind of scrolling down. You don't need to wait for me to find this.
Well, okay. Who else is with us tonight? Just so I know.
Oh, just Salman and Jameson, the two stalwarts who hold either end of the pillars.
Well, usually they're the ones talking when I come on now. And I want to so I want to remind everybody who's coming on now. Or who has already come on, to go to on the YouTube that you're listening to. I'm going to turn it on here, and I'm going to make sure the sound doesn't come on. Okay, there, I got it. And click a like.
Oh, thank you, deeply appreciate it.
Click a like. Remember to do that. So what I want to do to start off is start off with a pickup from where we left off with the vampire thread and the Christianity thread, and specifically to a response, a pretty lengthy response I got, and I told this person that I would, address it on the air with you, and you can put your 2 cents into what he said, to what his response was. But because it's rather lengthy, but and then if we get through this, I have an update on Chocolate Bean the Cave,
wonderful,
which is very interesting. But to me, it's interesting. Yes. Anyway, so this is from he's a good friend of mine, and he's a great supporter of your work, Douglas.
Wonderful.
He has not only read the Roswell deception and liked it and believes in it. He's bought handful of copies to give out to people as well.
Bless him.
So he's a great supporter, and you want to make it clear that what he has to say here is not an attack on you.
Right.
But he has studied theology quite deeply, and Hebrew and Greek, and he said in his day he challenged the Bible mainstream thumping interpretation. This goes back 21 years. He was at a seminar with the greatest Hebrew and Christian theologians in one room, and they all agreed that there was not any historical or archaeological evidence to prove the existence of Jesus or the crucifixion except through written stories. I think if he found enough of them, he probably could have found, pieces of the cross. There's probably more wood that are claimed to be pieces of the cross than could possibly fill up a cross. I don't know. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of relics, but I'm not, but obviously these people were great theologians, and this is what they came up with. Mm-hmm. And of course, he's mentioning any construct you come up with about this. Anybody, it doesn't mean it's accurate. Of course, I'm not going to disagree with that because it's just a construct. We're dealing with information here. In fact, we're dealing with and that's what scholarship is. You're dealing with information that's written on informations and ibits and opsits, and you're dealing on thousands of years of reliability on reports. It's a chain of information, like you need blockchain, where it's verifiable. Anyway, he has a big issue with the position on Christianity, and I have a response to this. He says, God being a blood sacrifice for human redemption is a strange dichotomy for a sage to be entangled in such false paradigms. Blood sacrifice and its associated entities are satanic distortions. It is absurd and primitive to consider the divine source had to kill himself to redeem humans, and that Adam was created so that God could relate to the human experience. There is, he believes this is a false construct, and I would respond to that by saying, blood sacrifice is very old with humankind.
Yes.
It's I don't know, to blame it on the devil or Satan. Mm-hmm. It's something that's gone on for ages and ages and ages, and whether it's satanic or not, whatever you want to attribute you want to put to it, it is part and parcel of Judaism and Christianity. He will later say that the Old Testament Yahweh and his cohorts were and are demonic, bloodthirsty Anunnaki gods that use energetic siphoning and vamping of blood, sacrificing 22,000 cattle, 120,000 sheep and goats for the purpose to feed off the blood energy. One smeared bloody pages of see smeared bloody pages of the Bible for references, and to see genetic warfare galore. Yeah, he's right. It's loaded with bloodshed, and this is. But to me, he's only validating what you're saying about Christianity.
Thank you.
Being it goes hand in hand with vampirism. The difference is he's calling it satanic, and I know where he's coming from when he says that, but I'm saying is that this blood sacrifice is it's not something I like. It's something that'll get you a result if you're doing magic. I don't recommend it. It is part and parcel of magic, because the blood is the life energy. And it's like, if you want to, make your face prettier, you put blood into it. You massage your face, any part of your body, you get blood to circulate in it. Where it becomes different in a case of vampirism, you're taking the blood direct. In a case of eating meat, there's blood in that meat. When you cook it, it goes into, transmutes into a different form. But you're eating the meat, you're eating the protein, you're eating the DNA of the dead cow, fish, or whatever it is you're eating.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, this is consumption. Nature is full of blood sacrifice. Tyrannosaurus Rex culling whatever they culled, whatever they ate. All of these dinosaurs, mammals, man-eating mammals, these, I wouldn't call them satanic. They're often culling the population, like the lions will go after the zebras that are lame.
Mm-hmm.
And I even learned that the zebra can kick a lion and really hurt it.
Yes.
Possibly even kill it. But they're actually a predator, in quotes, of a lion. But it's often the wounded antelope or the old antelope or zebra that gets culled out and provides food for the other predators. And of course, there's lots of, you can go on YouTube and see all sorts of fun and games between animals. It's amazing what nature plays out. So when, in my take, when we call blood sacrifice satanic, he's calling it satanic distortion, and certainly there's plenty of that's done with blood sacrifice. I don't disagree. All sorts of madness that's done with that, but it's sort of what nature. It's a part and parcel of nature, and then, of course, it gets exacerbated, and it grows out of this. When we get to the vampire issue, we're talking about a predatory species that is, and this is from my perspective, Douglas can elaborate on that. We're talking about a predator that is there to cull humanity. Of course, this is what we're accepting at face value. And then the value, and it gets a little more nuanced, or a lot more nuanced, when we go into the idea that this religion that is being passed down through Seth to the vampires is recognizable to them as a program for the redemption of mankind, and one that doesn't necessarily apply to them, but I think if you have a redeemed mankind, you don't have the need for the vampire. It's like he can go back like the overlords in Childhood's End and kind of relax, and he's done with his job.
Yes.
That's just an opinion. But when you're talking about where it becomes very nuanced is this idea that does humankind, does this blood sacrifice have to take place for the human being? Does the sacrifice of the Christ have to be done either as it's been laid out and is commonly believed, or as it is construable with a metaphor of, God coming down and, seeing how bad it is down here, and so that he can, feel the pain. As Bill Clinton would say, I feel your pain.
Yeah.
Feel your pain. And this goes into my my operations training in under L. Ron Hubbard in Scientology and the Sea Org. It's like, you have to understand when you're doing an operation, what's out in the field. You've got to have field reports from the man, in the organization, out in the field, in the battlefield, or whatever it is. You've got to know if your operation's back at headquarters, you've got to know if you don't know what's going on out there and you can't feel what those guys are going through and you can't be in rhythm with it, you're a jerk. Headquarters is a jerk. And it's up to that person to relay and communicate back. And I learned to be very sharp at this, and there's certain laws that you respect and whatnot. This is just from an operation standpoint. And it's kind of like, if you want to apply it to the game of football, you've got these guys up in these skyboxes, telling them what to do, looking at the field. If they don't have any sense of what the players are and what the players need to do and what they have to deal with, like, don't put some little guy on some big guy and expect him to block him. It's not going to work. So when you have this paradigm of Christianity where you're trying to save mankind, and you have God, the big spirit, Yahweh, whatever you want to call him, if you want to take this paradigm, because it's just a paradigm, it's patriarchal paradigm in the vernacular I'm using, and he has all these splintered units of life force, which are, sometimes you can call it the stellar mind, the original stellar mind from the stars that fragmented into all these little bitty individuals and evolved through the solar system, just like in the Kabbalah, from Pluto down into all of these planets, Neptune, Uranus, Jupiter, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, all the way down to, before it gets to the sun, it's Mercury. Mercury is the mind. Once it has a mind, it's an individual, which is the sun, the ego. This is all astrology. So you're going into the realm of the earth and what they call Malkuth in the Kabbalah. So you're coming all the way down and seeing all these little splintered shards of life force that are all representative of the creator with a capital C. And it's like, oh, my children, what has happened to you? What has happened to you, you poor children? Cain has killed Abel, and it's and then to bring the magic of the Christ, or to give his only begotten Son, as they like to say in the Bible, to go and experience and redeem humanity. This is my great sacrifice to you. I am coming down amongst you, and I see your pain, I feel your pain, but you have to give up your sin, where you have separated from me. Now, this is all nicely put together in this book with the revelation of the Magi, because they're talking about this Christ energy, which is the redemptive energy that accompanies you in the paradisical realm of the Garden of Eden. And when that Christ energy leaves, you descend into Malkuth or into earth, and Adam is lost. He's got his experience, he's got his knowledge, he knows where he screwed up. He gave it to Seth, and then you've got this, messed up situation and a doctrine that is, all about. I mean, and Eve is portrayed as a negative thing in that book. Eve is the troublemaker. But the most fascinating thing about this book, the revelation of the Magi, and the author, or I should say the interpreter, translator, is confused. He equates Eve to time. Eve is time, like Kali is time, where we get the word calendar. In Kali Yuga, units of time. So Eve is positioned as time, and this would make time as the great evil. I'm not trying to, what do you call it?
Endorse misogyny here.
on Eve. I could give you a matriarchal interpretation of all this. And Eve, by the way, in the book that Salman Sheikh has read, the Montauk Book of the Living, it shows that the original concept of Yod He Vod He Yahweh was actually Eve. God was Eve. That's another interpretation, where the original Yahweh was Eve. And you could also construe, and I've said this many times before, the blood of Christ is a patriarchal rendition of what was originally a matriarchal bleeding of the feminine, where the female menstruates with the moon, with time, very related to time, and the women would get together. And by the way, the original word for women is mon, men, as in moon, with menses, and it was later changed to man. Co-op took the name of away from woman and made it themselves, and then you have woman had to be, was a new word. So what you have with the woman is when they're menstruating, they're detoxifying the morphogenetic field of all the beings in the tribe. You know, the kids are having problems, the men are having problems, the other people are having problems. They're detoxifying energetically what goes on. So they're basically cleansing or redeeming the energy of the tribe. So when you have the Christian story of the Christ bleeding, it's like he's bleeding, he's doing what women would do. He's doing it, but he's doing it on a universal macrocosmic level, or this is the idea. So when you have this process of cleansing, it's kind of a natural process. But when we talk about eschatology and the end times, which seems to excite everybody, and has excited people for thousands of years, it's not just now. It's like this big enchilada happening where, you know, everybody's going to be redeemed, or the last judgment will happen and everybody, you know, meets the maker, and it's like you redeem yourself through the blood. And if we redeem in the sense of morphogenetic clearing and cleansing of the blood, this is it's an emotional detoxification that's happening with the woman, and it parallels through her physicality. And there's also issues where the energetic energy of, if we get very, I guess we could say astrophysical, also metaphysical, where the auric part of the woman and the morphogenetic field of the tribe and everything she's part of, it's going to influence the physicality. And here we're dealing in an area that is very, this is not commonly how people look at things. So you have, but this is a process that is a natural process. It just that it gets so, polarizing when you put it into a Bible and make it a belief system, and it is believed to be a certain way, and people have had it beat into their heads, and they're looking outside of nature and what's really happening. And kind of covered in the last broadcast the paradigm of the Christ and how it's inside of all of us in the Kabbalistic tree of life. But there's another interesting aspect, because I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Well, it doesn't. I talked to a geomancer last night, who I know, and this is a result of my Choclavina investigation. I said, I went to a geophysicist and I ended up with a geomancer, both that I know, because my investigations, I got to talk to these people. And I told him that I was going to Shasta, and I've decided I'm going to go to Shasta and just, go there and take in Shasta. I'm not going to necessarily worry about going to the gold country. I'll just take in because that's a big metaphysical center, Shasta. It's a big sacred center. It's sacred to the natives. It's, I'll just go there and, do my due diligence there. And he said that he met somebody. I was telling him about my books for the Radu's books, and I also told him that I sent him all the books today because he doesn't really make any money off of what he's doing. He's doing it he's quite an interesting guy. But his name is Peter Shampoo. I would prefer to call him Shampoo or Shampoo, Champous. He's from, I think Massachusetts. And I would imagine he's got some French Canadian in him. But he's a great geomancer, and he totally agreed with me that Romania is the center point. And he's saying this independently of me. But what he said is that he met this guy who'd been into the inner earth in Shasta. He went down and he met these beings, and they talked to him, and it all sounded at face value very credible. The problem is the guy gets up and he says, this and that's going to happen. And when he starts saying this is going to happen, the credibility goes out the window because it doesn't happen. And I don't begrudge the person his experiences. He probably did. But there is a big disconnect when you talk to the astral heroes, whether they be off kilter or on kilter. There's this huge disconnect between the physical realm and the non-physical realm. And consequently, you have people looking silly or non-credible. And this is the missing, what's missing in this picture. It's called non-delivery. It's non-delivery. The word Messiah is definable etymologically as the deliverer. So what you have is a non-delivery. You have governments that don't deliver. And when they do deliver, it often comes out as a little weak sometimes, or very often it comes out like, oh yeah, you need a whole meal to feed your family. You're on welfare, and they spit out a nickel. This is the sad truth. I remember Dick Gregory's book that I read. Dick Gregory was the famous comedian who really broke ground racially, and he wrote his book Nigger, it was called. And I read that, and he talks about growing up in the slums, and the meat truck would come and they'd be giving out meat, and your mom had to be there to get the meat. It wasn't like they went to each house and make sure so-and-so has their food and so-and-so. The guy shows up with a meat truck, everybody goes out and gets the meat, and you better hope your mom was, knew how to use her elbows. This is, it's like there's an effort. Somebody's trying to feed the ghetto, but it ends up as, survival of the fittest or most aware. And, it was amazing that he could overcome that.
Well, in a sense, you never really do, but you go on.
It was one of my regrets is that I didn't get to meet him because he had actually referred a woman to me about the Montauk Project. He read the Montauk Project, and he referred her to me. She was the one who met Amado Crowley. So, and then he was at the church where we used to do Qigong. He came there one night. I think I just missed it, or I had to go to class, and he was making it said Dick Gregory on the outside. He was making an appearance there because, a black person had been shot right around the corner, and it was innocent. He was just in a deli, and the cop came and saw him and thought he was robbing it, and the cop shot him. It was a tragedy. It was quite a turnout that night, and De Gregory came to speak to the congregation. But anyway, I was talking about how, what the government delivers, that this non-delivery. So we have a lot of issues of non-delivery, of messianic don't deliver. Michael Aquino was a pretty good deliverer, but he wasn't delivering the Messiah. He was delivering the opposite.
Yes.
But he delivered a lot. He came through with a lot of his antics, as did Henry Wallace, the Vice President of the United States.
That's right.
He delivered. And I also want to contextualize this with L. Ron Hubbard, because he had a big button on delivery. He said, you have to deliver to the public. You must deliver. And what he meant by deliver is, if somebody pays for a service, which meant auditing or counseling or training, you better damn well deliver that service to them. Well, the thing he didn't want is collecting all this money and not providing the commensurate service. Mm-hmm. So if we ever got a letter saying, my auditing is all screwed up, I've been so confused, you would send out these alerts to fix it, fix it and don't charge them, fix what they came for, and correct the people who screwed it up. He was very adamant about that. And delivery is very important. Now, he's talking about delivering bits and pieces of salvation in the context in which he was operating. When we're talking about Christ, we're talking about sort of all at once. Then again, in the context of Christianity, there's people who are saved. Their life is in ruins, it's in misery, and they saw the light, they saw the Lord, and they are saved because they've changed they've arrested the behavior pattern that was not working for them. So they accept, the first step of addiction is accept a higher power, something beyond yourself. And that could work for them. They accept the higher power, and then they learn, unless they backslide or whatnot. So it's all about this word delivery, which is part and parcel of the word Messiah. Now, I was just giving a Scientology example, which is it's in its own context. But when we apply it to what people think of when they think of revelation or ascension, it's what is the delivery quotient. The delivery quotient. We have an intelligence quotient. We have an emotional intelligence quotient. We also have a delivery quotient. How much can you give somebody? Now, I can deliver Qigong to somebody, but more often than not, the person's going to brush it off because they know it works. And what works doesn't really work. And this doesn't, and that's to fix the body or the problem. Do it every day, and do it. And you're basically teaching them how to breathe and to move and to do it in a specific way. And it takes patience. And by the way, patience is a very important word. And I was talking about the Choclovina project, which takes a long time. It takes a long time. It's taken me 8 years. I've been working on it. And long time requires patience. People want it, and they want it now. This is a particular problem in society right now. Everything is instant. You want instant coffee. You want instant microwave meals. Instant. And there's something, but now look at wine. I'm not a wine drinker. Occasionally drink wine, rarely, but I'm not a connoisseur by any stretch of the imagination. And wine is something that the longer it ages, the better it is. the more patience you can have to wait for the process to go on. And and of course it's funny because wine is positioned as blood in the Christian religion. But patience is a virtue. And you also have the paradigm of God the Father being patient, looking over his children. Oh, I must be patient with this and patient with that. And that's really what happens. People are patient with you when you're young, and you in turn are patient with them when they're young. But the word patience, and I looked this up etymologically, completely and utterly tied to the passion. That's the passion of the Christ as was experienced in the Garden of Gethsemane, on the Mount of Olives, when he went through all of this suffering, empathic suffering for mankind. And so it's passion and patience. And it's very interesting because you have, we must be passionate, we must be patient. He has to endure all of this pain and suffering. All of this pain and suffering. And pain and suffering inevitably includes loss of blood. Not always, but it includes bleeding often. So this is, and we're talking about delivering freedom, salvation, basically going back to that Garden of Eden paradigm where you have this energy, which is identified as the Christ child in this book, Revelation of the Magi. And it's the Garden of Eden. You're going back to the garden. Preston Nichols identified with this, only he had it in the context of time. He says Christ is the original timeline. So in his own way, and we're on a false timeline. Here again, Eve, if we define Eve as time, it's a false timeline. L. Ron Hubbard said time was the basic aberration, the basic deviation, the basic cause for suffering in the world. Time. Time is also the platform on which we play and enjoy. So it's, as they say, it's nuanced and it's tricky. So the game from this perspective is getting back to the Garden of Eden, metaphorically or otherwise. I like Shambhala. I like it as a better metaphor. It's more appealing to me. And that's a whole another frame of reference. But because we're talking about the history of man and the relationship between Christianity and vampires, it's also sticks to put this New Testament angle on it. It's know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And we have a religion that is, as my friend was alluding to, there's a lot of negativity involved with it. And the one thing I think it might help where blood comes into my life. Mm-hmm. When blood comes, I don't have a lot of bloody incidents in my life. I remember Preston Nichols had an accident, and he had hit his head really bad. Ooh. It was an accident in a car, and it was like blood on this Hagstrom map, and it was like, he said, this is what do you call it? It was like a blood ritual. He would, convolute it or conflate it in his mind, and he had where the blood, I forget where the blood happened, where it was on the map, but he had it all figured out. Meanwhile, he had to go into the hospital and get a plate put in his head.
Jesus.
He got a plate put in his head, and then it was all sorts of resonances and stories about that. I wrote him in my newsletter. It might even appear in one of the books, either Music of Time or Encountering the Pleiades, but he had, and I remember he was so worried. He wanted me to go to the hospital and stand guard outside the hospital so that it was me and another guy, John Nicholson, I think his name was.
Neither of whom were trained in security, but go on.
Well, it didn't matter because, as you hear, it didn't matter because, and it was all about, I don't know what it was about, whether they were going to take him out in an ambulance or it had something to do with watching the back door or the ambulance.
He was definitely afraid that they were going to take advantage of this moment to take him out or something. Yes, obviously.
Oh, yeah. And basically, I forget what it was, but I stood guard out there. I stood guard.
That's very touching, by the way. I appreciate that you did that. Go on.
It was a gesture.
Yeah.
And I did it, and John did. And his father was there, Preston's father, and he knew what we were doing. And the thing is that it was impossible to control it because all you can do is stand outside and look. I remember there was, I think, an incinerator. I saw the incinerator there, where they must burn the
bodies,
the body parts and stuff. So, but the way the ambulance could go in, and you could not follow it. I would have had to have broken security or violated their security to be able to do the watchdog guard he wanted me to. And it was impossible without becoming obnoxious or putting myself at risk. And Preston, we told him what happened, and he was extremely appreciative of what we did.
Well, it should be, yes.
Yeah. Well, we were just, look, it was more psychological reinforcement just to make him feel good, and of course, he had an elaborate scenario about this plate that was put in his head, and it was anything that would happen with him that was dramatic. It was, his Gemini mind would be creating a mile a minute, and he'd have all these scenarios. And as Duncan Cameron said about him, he says, Preston, he sounds like he's completely off the wall, but over time you'll find that he's dead on right. And that he's so compulsively creating with his mind that it will all kind of come out. So I don't even remember the details of that particular instance, but Preston had a good, but I was talking about blood in my own life. That was in Preston's life. And I seldom have blood things happen. But when they do, it's kind of very symbolic. Like for example, when my daughter, she was having problems with her boyfriend and the one who eventually killed himself, and I said, this was years before that, and she didn't have any place. I said, well, why don't you move back here? So she did. She moved back in, and I had to clear out a bedroom for her, and I put in a floor for her, and all three of us, myself, my daughter, and Paula, were working on the floor, and I think it was Paula that didn't look where my finger was, and you're having to hammer these not vinyl, I think this was vinyl planking or wood planking, and it ended up really nice, but it hit my finger. My finger was in the thing, and it bled.
Oof.
The finger bled. I smashed my little bit of my finger and got it to bleed, and I said, wow, this is so symbolic. This is my daughter moving back in the house. Right. It was like I was giving blood
yes.
to have her come back.
Literally.
And, yeah, and it was very symbolic, and there ended up with a lot of emotional stuff over all of that. But that's where blood will come up in my own life sometimes, and you feel that it's like, oh, what went on here? It's there was another instance with I'd been doing a workshop with my friend Ken Arthur. There was a group of us, and I guess we were doing dream work, trying to open up the pineal gland, and my daughter, or it wasn't my daughter, it was my wife, wanted me to get some herbs up on the top shelf of this shelf in the house, and it was a little high, so I got on my daughter's chair. It was like a little baby chair, that she had. We had a little chair and table for her in the kitchen where she could, have her own little table and eat food and stuff. Mm-hmm. And it was cute. And so I'm standing on her little chair, and it was, I shouldn't have been doing it. I was too big for it. And then the pot comes down and bashes me on the head. And it just hit me on the head. I mean, it didn't hurt so much, but it drew blood. And it was like a crescent. It was like a crescent of blood. And, I didn't have a doctor. We realized we didn't have a doctor. I didn't have a doctor. I didn't go to doctors. So we went to the doctor who had to do some test on my daughter when she was born. My daughter was born with a midwife, but so we had to go get some sort of medical thing done where he scratched her and made her bleed. Mm-hmm. And so we went back to that doctor and we said, hey, can you please give me a few stitches? Mm-hmm. And he did. It was, but it blood. And then it was this whole third eye dream I had. I had a lucid dream that night. And Ken said, oh, wow, I was trying to get you to open your third eye. And I had this big crescent moon on my forehead. It's gone now.
Thank God.
And then I showed it to Preston, and then he had to show me his, like he felt I was being competitive with him or something. so he had to show me where he had a scar on the forehead.
That's so male. Yeah, go.
It was silly, but So in blood in my own life it's been symbolic, at least in my adult life. But when you have your scrapes when you're a kid, it's not such a there's not necessarily so much context. So. Blood is significant, but it doesn't have to be, you don't have to transmute your energy with blood. It doesn't have to be that way. It can be that way. There's all sorts of stories of that. And then we have thousands upon thousands of years of sacrifices. I was talking about in Romania, mm-hmm. The Aztecs were sacrificing like wildfire. I was with my Mexican friends tonight, and they were talking of the most important holiday there is the Day of the Dead, when they honor the dead. And people think it's horrific and whatnot. No, it's not horrific. It's a positive thing to them because they're honoring. I asked them, I said, where does this come from? Is this Aztec? They weren't really sure, but basically they said, yeah, Aztec. The more we talked about it, because it's Mexico City is where it all happens. Mm-hmm. So they've honored the dead for a long time in Mexico. And the trick it doesn't have to be so bad. It doesn't have to be intense. You don't have to go through the passion of the Christ when you die. You don't have to do this. And even in a Christian context, which I'm only kind of being an imposter here, I'm not, I guess what you'd say, disrespecting it. I'm not giving, it's not necessarily my belief system. I'm trying to give a contextualization from that, which so many people are stuck in, and because we're talking about Christianity. And you have this, in the Christian paradigm, Jesus does all the hard work for you. You just have to accept it. Accept redemption. Accept the fact that you have sinned, that you have done something wrong. I found this in my first Scientology or auditing session. I looked at, what I recognized as past lives, and I said, we've all done a lot of stupid things. And it was very, I guess, forgiving. Like, you have to forgive yourself and you have to forgive other people. And as long as everybody is in a mode of forgiveness, everything is fine. But as long as you're not still doing it, as long as you're still not, cutting people's heads off with swords or whatever you were doing, and still committing the sins, we still have the prejudice in the world. And it's one thing to think about somebody another way, but it's another thing to act it out. So, all you have to do is say, okay, I was wrong. And it's not always that easy, though, because you might find that the people, although you've admitted you're wrong, yeah, you're wrong, and you're going to suffer for it. So that takes another, takes you in another realm of atonement where you have to make up and convince the people going after you. That's like purgatory, because you might have forgiven yourself and admitted you're wrong, like a criminal, but you've got to do your penance, and that's reconciling the energy. And you see sometimes people will do that. They will do nice things towards the end of their life where they never would, or they'll reverse their energy. There was that horrible human being. What was his name? He was the campaign manager for George, or for the original George Bush.
Oh my God!
Was his name Lee Rittenhour?
I don't remember.
It was Lee. That was something. Atwater. I think it was Atwater. Lee Rittenhour was a guitar player. I think Lee Atwater was a guitar player. He was a guitar player. He wasn't the famous. Rittenhour is, I think, more an older guitar player. I think his name was Lee Atwater, and he was like the campaign manager, and he was a picker, a Tennessee picker on a guitar. And he did that campaign against Michael Dukakis, the one that showed him George Bush with all the pollution in Michael Dukakis's backyard.
He probably
it was
did
one of the most effective campaign commercials ever done, because Dukakis is claiming this, that, and the other thing, and they have George Bush in Dukakis' own backyard in Massachusetts showing all this pollution. Well, why doesn't he clean up this? And of course, I couldn't stand Michael Dukakis personally. I couldn't stand him, and it was just like as I repeatedly say, there's nothing worse than a Republican, but the only thing worse is a Democrat. And I just don't care for them. But in any case, this Lee Atwater, I believe his name was, as he got on his deathbed, because he got cancer, not that long, he apologized to Michael Dukakis because he was such an asshole in the way that he behaved. Although it was very effective. I don't necessarily agree that he should have apologized, because he did such an effective blow to his enemy.
I was about to say, it's just basically a job in that sense. I don't think anyone...
And I didn't care for Michael Dukakis, but that's beside the point. But the point is that he probably was a Christian in his own mind, and he atoned for his, and he was doing it out of probably hatred and enmity, rather than just as a job. He probably had that inside of him. So you see people, trying to soften their vindictiveness or whatnot, or doing good acts, and that's a natural progression of for people who think there's something to forgiveness and to atone for their sins or whatnot. So to get back to the thread of what we're talking about here with the vampires and the being predators of human beings, and human beings are the ones who are on the outs of the Garden of Eden. I can't speak, for the vampire race. I can't speak for why they were created. I can easily see that the tradition of Catholicism is a very, I guess what you'd say, blood sport. And to work through Christianity is like working through great evil. It's great evil, and I think, it seems like most people get consumed by it, and they're very far away from what could, would, or should be intended. So that's what I have to say. I don't know if you can address any of these things with greater clarification with regards to the relationship between the vampire race and the Christianity. So over to you, Douglas, for this. If you have anything to say on it, or I can proceed with the other stuff.
Oh no! Of course I have. I have to respond to that. That's obligatory. So let's just say I'll do my best. In the interim, I certainly want to tell everybody in the chat room how much I appreciate their input throughout this. So going into the chat room for a few moments, definitely want to acknowledge those that have joined us. Ballistic Bupa was joining us, saying Happy New Year, and shout out to her. Love you dearly, Jojo. Thank you so much, Jojo, for your help. And certainly I've been getting help from some other people, like Dennis Marshall sent me a very large care package. I have no idea what's inside of it. I haven't had a chance to open it yet. I don't believe it's anything that's perishable, but it does say fragile. So I'll take a look at it as soon as I get an opportunity, probably before my son takes me back to the estate for the ongoing celebrations. And aside from that, Shane Bridges says greetings to everyone. And Vicky Johnson says a happy Lunar New Year with a 2 red hearts. God love you, honey. I love you too. And Clarice Claudette, honey, I owe my life to you. So she says, hi, Douglas, please let us know how you are doing and feeling these days. Well, honey, I want you to know that your vitamin C saved my ass. So the other day when I was coming down with what I'm convinced were the COVID symptoms finally manifesting, taking about 2 weeks in my case, after exposure, then I dumped 3 of those packets of vitamin C that you sent, and that saved my ass. So that took care of it, along with everything else I mixed it with in creation of a liquid lozenge. And right now I do want to remind people, before I get into responding to Peter Moon's friend here, that my electric blankets have died. And fortunately, I won't be in the house much for the next 2 weeks, but the only thing keeping me alive right now is the heating pad sent to me by Clarice Claudette under my ass, and because it's large enough where it stretches to my feet. And the other thing keeping me alive is, of course, the back warmer that was sent by Amanda Ute, who got sick as a dog and said she's feeling better and then kind of disappeared. So let's all pray for her. Everybody maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. And other than that, do send me...
What is it, a back warmer, like a heating pad, or what is it?
Oh, it's like a heating pad meant for the back that goes around the neck. And I had originally asked for this sort of thing from... it goes over your shoulders, over your back, shoulders, and neck. Yeah.
Sounds like a very nice piece of
equipment. Oh God, yes, it's a survival piece of equipment. Lena Shea was kind enough to send me a neck warmer at one point, which did it, just a kind of moderate job. But this was what I had been seeking, and Amanda Ute was kind enough to send it. And honestly, someone like myself absolutely needs it to continue functioning in an environment like this where there's no heat. So definitely, all of these ladies have been lifesavers. I couldn't do it without these angels over my shoulder. And as well, I'll give shout outs later to other people who have been helping, but in the meantime, to address what this one individual is saying. And it's important to realize that, of course, I've come across this before, and there's a real sense of several things here that I would respond to as a Christian. And one of them is, of course, the fact that I notice, and he might do this, this isn't a challenge to him, it's not an issue to me, but I do notice that there are very few scholars who dare to attack say, someone like the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to find out if there really was a historical Muhammad. Say, for instance, attack that concept, saying this might all be some great myth that might be manufactured and thereby creates a faith. In the end, what does it matter when it comes to a faith? Because a faith is based on faith as opposed to facts. Yet at the same time, faith without facts is a faith that really cannot exist. That's the kind of, shall we say, the kind of paradox of the way the human mind works. We really can't exist without something beyond the material. And yet when we have something that is only material, then we no longer have the faith in it that we do in something that is immaterial. But it brings us to two questions here when he's talking mostly about, of course, the concept of Christ and blood sacrifice, and how you yourself have kind of taken the stance that this isn't needed. In a sense, one can appreciate what you're saying, but no, the blood is needed. The blood is needed because in order for something to live just within the nature of material existence, material incarnation, corporeal embodiment, for anything to live and thrive, many other things have to die. It's just the way things are. We can't stop killing at some point either. When it comes to bacteria, where do we stop with, say, for instance, protecting ourselves? We can take this kind of what I feel is a rather ridiculous kind of attitude towards vegetarianism. And of course, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was a vegetarian, but he was thinking in kind of a different term. But many people take this to a militant degree. And at that point, say you go to the extreme of the Jainists and the Jainist philosophy of India, where they don't eat any meat or any living thing, including plants, and they only eat dead fruits that are ripe enough to fall off of the tree. So the tree is kind of disposed with them, and therefore they pick those off the ground and eat of those. These people must be incredibly malnourished, and it's just something that obviously that cannot exist beyond the level of a cult, because there's no way a larger society could take up that lifestyle. Very definitely, the majority of us need some kind of meat protein. And in myself, it just comes to a greater degree of extreme. And I've had people sending me wonderful things. Again, with the shout out that I'll provide, somebody sent me copper supplements for my blood, and another person sent me something that I'll have to look up. Not even quite sure how to utilize it, but a supplement that I'll look up before I, shall we say, administer it. But in terms of bringing us back to the point at hand, and we'll start with kind of, shall we say, the Christ, and then go on to humanity. Understand that when it comes to a great example to start with, you could start with Heracles. Heracles, of course, is, like Jesus Christ, half human, half divine. And just as Jesus traveled the land helping mankind by performing miracles, so did Heracles. And his name is, of course, vulgarized into the English as Hercules. So the real name is Heracles. And Jesus died and rose to heaven, whereas Heracles died and rose to Mount Olympus and became a god. So he has far more secular evidence behind him than Jesus ever did in terms of writ, or shall we say scripture. So Heracles, in that regard, you can prove that he was the son of Zeus on earth. And I'm not being sarcastic here at all. This is not satire or some extension of, shall we say, ironic parallelism. Rather, you can go to Flavius Josephus and in Antiquities, chapter 1, verse 15, that from Surim was the land of Assyria denominated, and that the other two, Aphor and Jabran, the country of Africa, took its name, because these men were auxiliaries to Hercules when he fought against Libya and Antaeus, and that Hercules married Aphra's daughter, and of her he begat a son, Diodorus, and that Sophon was his son, from whom that barbarous people called Sophacians were denominated. Or his book of Antiquities, book 10, chapter 11, verse 1. Megasthenes also, in his fourth book of his accounts of India, makest mention of these things, and thereby endeavors to show that this king, Nebuchadnezzar, exceeded Heracles in fortitude, and in the greatness of his actions, for he saith that he conquered a great part of Libya and Iberia. And Cornelius Tacitus, in his Annals, chapter 15, verse 40, those with the oldest ceremonial, as that dedicated by Servius Tullius to Luna, the great altar and shrine raised by the Arcadian Evander to the visibly appearing Heracles, the temple of Jupiter the Stayer, which was vowed by Romulus. Numa's royal palace and the sanctuary of Vesta, with the tutelary deities of the Roman people, were burnt. Or in his book of Annals, chapter 2, verse 60. I'm just flipping the pages here. Spartans founded the place because Canopus, pilot of one of her ships, had been buried there when Menelaus, on his return to Greece, was driven into a distant sea and to the shores of Libya. Thence he went to the river's nearest mouth, dedicated it to a Heracles, who, the natives say, was born in the country and was the original hero, others who afterwards showed like valor, having received his name. Aesop, of Aesop's Fables, told of Heracles and the wagoner. A carter was driving a wagon along a country lane when the wheels sank down deep into a rut. The rustic driver, stupefied and aghast, stood looking at the wagon and did nothing but utter loud cries to Heracles to come and help him. Heracles, it is said, appeared and thus addressed him, "Put your shoulders to the wheels, my man. Goad on your bullocks, and never more pray to me for help, until you have done your best to help yourself, or depend upon it, you will henceforth pray in vain." And then Plato, of Atlantean fame, said in his book of Phaedo, the 89th verse, or they call them Catos, he said, "If I were you and the argument escaped me, I would take us an oath, like the Argives, not to let my hair grow until I had renewed the fight and won a victory over the argument of Samias and Cebes." "But," I replied, "they say that even Heracles is not a match for two." "Well," said he, "call me to help you as your Lolaus while there is still light." "I call you to help then," said I, "not as Heracles calling Lolaus, but as Lolaus calling Heracles." "That is all one," said he, "but first let us guard against a danger." "Of what sort?" I asked. And, well, by Euthydemus 29, I think this would be the 7th line, 297th line by the time I'm looking down here, he says, "And he brought him effective relief. But if my Lolaus were to come, he would do more harm than good." "Well, answer this," said Dionysiodorus. "Now you have done your descanting. Was Lolaus more Heracles' nephew than yours?" "I see I had best answer you, Dionysiodorus," I said, "for you will never cease putting questions. I think I may say I am sure of this, in a grudging obstructing spirit, so that Euthydemus may not teach me that bit of cleverness." "The answer," he said. "Well," I answer, "I said that Lolaus was Heracles' nephew, but not mine." And of course there's more. There's a list of a few others and their work in which they mention historical Heracles, Apollodorus in his Epitome, Aristotle in Eudemion, Diodorus Siculus in his library, Herodotus in the Histories, Plato's Symposium, Appion's Mithridatic Wars. My point being, of course, that aside from all this, there are notable historical figures from Aristophanes to Thucydides to Hippocrates of medical fame. All of these people speaketh of Hercules as a historical figure. So we have eminent historical proof that Heracles existed. As a matter of fact, it's so voluminous as to be undeniable. So the fact that you have to come to grips with is that Heracles was real. And that alone means, well, is he your Lord and Savior? It depends upon what you take as your faith. There's at least 250 people that produced 63 books mentioning the historical Heracles. And all of these sources are completely secular. So when it comes to the evidence for a historical Jesus, we know one thing. When people are questioning, why would God appear in that form? That would be a kind of separate question that I'll tend to. But the point is, what they say is he even historically real? And they come to this conclusion, many people, that he's not. But all you need to realize is that Herod knew he was real, because Herod killed every fucking firstborn son in Israel to make certain that Jesus did not survive. And the reason Herod did this, went that far, to the point of the slaughter of the firstborn sons, is because Mary is the daughter of St. Anne. And she was related to King David. And in the Jewish bloodline, you inherit your title matriarchally, matrilineally, through the female bloodline. She was in a childless marriage, and in return for being given a child, agreed that the child would be dedicated to the service of God. Mary was born and became as a virgin servant of the temple. Now Joseph was a widower who later agreed to take her in marriage, but to leave her a virgin. Now Joseph was quite old, because he was obviously not alive when Christ was crucified, as Christ assigned a disciple to care for his mother. Now there are numerous documents going as far back as nearly 1900 years to support the story of St. Anne. So understand that it is Scripture that tells you the whole story. It's not in the Bible, and the Bible is very incomplete. All you get are some high points, and those high points are enough to tell you, well, if the man on the spot said, this fucker Jesus can take my throne because he's got the legitimate claim, I'd better kill every firstborn son in the goddamn land so that doesn't happen. Nobody acts like that unless they're dead certain the enemy is in sight. And the reason he knew, of course, the Magi. And the Magi, of course, were the people who baptized the Christ, made him the Savior, recognized him as such, gave him the very title. Christ, of course, is not a name, it's a title. And I believe it's illegal to name a child Christ. As a matter of fact, it has been taken to court where people have attempted that, and the court has said no, simply because it's a title that can only be gifted to the divine, the Redeemer. So, say that the Magi...
You can name your kid Christian.
I'm sorry?
You can name your kid Christian.
Yeah, totally different thing, but there you go. We're all Christians, right? If you follow the faith. So, yes, that would make sense. So, in terms of Christianity itself, which brings us to that point, so it's a great historic movement that one could argue was bound to come in one way or another, because obviously Jesus is not the founder of Christianity. That is the most important thing to realize. Obviously, there had to be a title before there was a Jesus. So where did the title come from? This is what brings us back to the son of Adam named Seth. Understand, of course, that when it comes to Adam himself, one of the things that Peter Moon brought up was that almost as if God had manifested in Adam. But that's not really so much the case. God manifested as Christ, but not as Adam. Adam is often considered the father of men as an honorary because, again, the real historical aspect here of what had happened when white skin actually developed. The epidermis of the Caucasoids in the Caucasian mountains, and south of them where you had the Garden of Eden in today's South Azerbaijan, which is currently occupied by Iran. In that area where you have the mullahs in control and they allow no one to visit, you have that original Eden geographically. And that's where white skin first manifested and where man first began to be able to tolerate drinking milk, because all of this had to do with agriculture. The study of ancient human bones has proven that early Europeans are Europoids. The early Caucasians, the first whites, had difficulties digesting milk just as Chinese people did. And it took around 5,000 years after the introduction of farming until their genes evolved lactose tolerance so they could actually utilize this waste product, what the Chinese today still throw away as if it were piss or shit. but whites can take nourishment from it. This is what disambiguates them from all other human beings. And so, as well, Adam's very name means blood in the face, because he means red, because he was rud. It actually transliterates as rud. He's ruddy, meaning that he can blush. And as I've mentioned before, no other ethnicity can do that. This is where the blood also comes in. So only whites have blood in the face where they blush. And when they blush, if they're naked, it's a bodily effect. They blush all over. It's not just in the face. But of course, people notice their faces more than anything else. So it was fitting, of course, that a white man and an agriculturalist carry the seed of that technology to China. And that's what changed their civilization, which until then had been very much in thrall to the vampire mage kings. And the vampire mage kings took this well. Understand, of course, the very fact that Adam's name means red, as in rud, as in also working with the red earth of the Hහැ, which is the Garden of Eden regional zone, where those four rivers converged into. You had, of course, the very term Edom. And Edom, as in the kings of Edom and the Edomites, that also means red. Here we have another potential for satanic inversion. So when your friend speaks of satanic inversions, think of the challenges that we deal with trying to share this wisdom with your average brainwashed, indoctrinated Westerner. Your average brainwashed, indoctrinated rescuer or Westerner, they recoil in horror at the very name of Seth. And the first thing they think of is Temple of Set and Sethin, whereas they never think of the righteous third son of Adam. When they think of Edom, well, very few Westerners are even educated enough to know that means red. And those were the red-sanded peoples, the people who dwelt in the red sands south of Judah and Israel. And so these Edomites, which God said were the least like people on earth, they were also red, but they were disambiguated from Adam as opposed to Edom. And yet they both mean technically the same thing. Again, all the potential for satanic inversion is here because that's the trick of the game, so to speak. It can easily all be perceived as such. So when it comes to what the Aztecs were doing across the Atlantic, then obviously it's the easiest thing in the world for the average person who encounters them to say that, well, all of this is just a perversion of the sacrament. In other words, these are imitations, shallow. They tend to vice rather than virtue. They would say that the demons are able to see the outward appearance of the church, but are deprived of any understanding of the mysteries of the faith because of their disobedience. So when it comes to the transubstantiation of wine into the blood of Christ, then Bacchus, or the rites of Bacchanal, the priesthood of the Greeks, which was based on hedonism and drinking, they would be revealed to the priesthood as a mystery cult of evil spirits, just wishing to imitate the transubstantiation of wine into the blood of Christ by instituting a cult of wine and drunkenness. And if they went across the Atlantic, then they would say that all of those gods of the sacrificial kings in the Americas are simply a demonic imitation of the Passion. But of course, none of this is further from the truth. It is the God of the Jews, which is after the Christians. And understand this. This is something that your average Western Christian is basically a Satanist. Your average Western Christian is destined for hell itself by their own definition because they have no understanding of their culture or of their God. Christianity is Aryan, and the dawn of Aryan culture in the Garden of Eden, from which evolved the Iranian or Persian. The very term Iran is simply the Greek word for Aryan. And the Asian Indian Vedic tradition, then also the earliest Greek religions, all come from that dawn of Aryan culture 7,500 years agone, when white skin first appeared on Earth, because in the northern climes, you needed a lighter shade of skin to absorb enough vitamin D from the sun in order to survive. So as mankind moved north into Europe, and what they used to know as the Aryan migrations, what they now call Indo-European to avoid what they feel is a Nazi term, that was when the white man conquered the superpeninsula of Northwest Asia, what you know as Europe today. And of course, this Aryan culture is what gifted the earth agriculture. And we know that because they developed the white skin to do it, because they had to spend all day out in the sun and therefore had to tolerate the absorption of enough sun in those colder climes where the sun didn't really shine that much at all. And as a result, developed a much whiter skin so they could absorb enough vitamin D not to die of malnutrition. Now, the Jews didn't come for thousands of years. So it wasn't until 1000 BC, just a few centuries before then, that you had the appearance of Moses adopting the Kenite Yahweh as God of Israel and issuing the Ten Commandments of Exodus 34, showing, of course, the influence of Egyptian and Mesopotamian religious ideas. So you had Moses, potentially one of the pharaohs, or he certainly could have become one, who just goes rogue and takes a tribe with him, and basically you start developing this Jewish God that is no different and actually far more psychotic than the Aztec gods, demanding the extermination of entire races. The Christians, of course, that were introducing their faith to the Chinese, we're talking about 6000 BC. This was the dawn of Aryan culture. This was after the Great Thaw, after the Age of Ice and the floods of the Hebrew and Chaldean literature, when you had the destruction of the Akkadian city of Ur. Ur was the cosmopolis. Was so much the central city of planet Earth that it very term "you are" means basic. You can look that up, as in.
I can also define it as cat, as in Erie as in Iroquois.
There we are.
It's
yeah.
Phonetically connected to cat, which you said base.
Yeah, well, basic as in, the progenitor, the original.
And that's it. We can go into the cats as the generator, but carry on. That was just a digression. Go ahead.
Thank you. And this was the early Neolithic period in Europe. So understand, this was the real Christianity. The Christianity is pre-Judaic. So understand that Christianity predates Judaism by thousands of years, as does, of course, the Chinese culture. So when you have this attempt to understand Christianity through the Jews, that's insanity. It's madness. That will lead some soul seeking salvation to no road but damnation. And this is where all Christians are headed and have been for thousands of years until, of course, they accept the revelation of the Magi. And thus it was when the Mage Kings invaded Israel from China with the largest army scene in the world at that time, because not only, of course, did they have their support, even to the point of entertainers for the army with them, but their provisions were miraculously replenished. That's in the revelation of the Magi. But nevertheless, you have this concept that intercourse with demons is requiring this kind of blood sacrifice. But in reality, that's the way of all gods. All gods need blood. It's simply, what do you get in return? When it comes to the Aztecs, they gave their people fertility of field and body, and they gave them victories on the battlefield. This is why the Aztecs were so successful. But they encountered another blood god, the blood god of the Judaized Christians, who demanded the sacrifice of entire nations for their bloodthirsty god. All of this is what Christ came to stop, because this was basically the sheep killing each other on an appalling level. And the vampires, of course, sought to consecrate the individual who could help bring a stop to that. So if people take Christ's sacrifice seriously, then the bloodshed becomes, shall we say, a bit less genocidal. And of course, understand that while the fathers and the doctors of the church have always pointed out that Jesus Christ perfectly fulfilled not only the divinely revealed prophecies of the Old Testament, but he also fulfilled the messianic expectations of the pagans, who did not prophesy under inspiration, but nevertheless grasped something of the necessity of the messiahs. This is accounted for in two ways. The first would be by way of natural reason, that even though the pagans did not have knowledge of Genesis or the fall, meaning simply that man grew conscious of time, and therefore time binding is what drove man from the innocence or the Edenic existence of hunting and gathering, and therefore created the kind of consciousness now that truly made Adam the father of all men, because in general, unless we're aborigines in the Amazon rainforest or on those islands in the Andaman or Nicobar chain of islands in the Indian Ocean, or places like that, we all live by time binding. But most thought, in terms of the pagans of his time, most of them thought that the world had no beginning in time. Nevertheless, they had a vague understanding of quote-unquote original sin. This is where the West comes in, this kind of westernization, inasmuch as they were aware of its effects and could infer the existence of a proportionate cause. So meditation on these things leads to the hope of a Savior to come, because in spite of the sufferings and inadequacies present in the world, there are also excellences, which implies the existence of a most excellent being, or God, who in his infinite justice might bring forth a Savior to judge the world and purge it of its wickedness. So the Zoroastrians had a beautiful myth about the end of the world that expresses all these ideas. Of course, someone who just was trying to sever the connection between religions and cultures would say that would be the product not of divine revelation, but of human reason and poetic genius. But when it comes to the reality of what did happen, honestly, one would have to say, what if Christ was not baptized by the Magi? What if Christ was killed by Herod? Then one could argue that Christianity is a great historic movement, which was bound to come in one way or another, that everything that I expose proves that Jesus is not the founder of Christianity, but he has been adopted by Christians as their Christ. He became the Christ in whom his followers saw all the prophecies fulfilled. While the emperor is on the throne, the successors of Augustus, the Caesars in Rome, had sorely disappointed the people's hopes and expectations. Now, Christianity, or a religion such as Christianity, without Christ, without Jesus, it could be argued would have originated even if Jesus had never existed. And also if this growing faith of a God-man that would be worshipped as the savior of mankind had been linked to some other personality than Jesus, to the mythical person of Mithras, who was very strong at that time in the Roman Empire, or to some Brahman avatar like Krishna, or to the sage of India, Buddha, or Apollonius of Tyana, the representative of an idealized paganism. It would have made a difference in many details if another than Christ had been chosen as the Christ. In place of a retrospect upon Judaism with its Hebrew literature as the mother of westernized Christianity, we'd all be looking upon some other sacred canon, perhaps upon the Gathas of the Avesta. But in all essentials, it could be argued that in doctrine, as well as in moral ideals, we would have had the same religion. And probably, too, we would have passed through the same aberrations, a dualistic interpretation of the soul, belief in supernaturalism and miracles, the establishment of a priestly hierarchy with its seat in Rome, the medieval struggle between the secular and the ecclesiastical powers, and even the horrors of the Inquisition and witch persecution. But it could be argued that the final result would have been the same, that science would at last have dispersed the fog of superstition, and any other kind of Christianity would also have liberated itself from the shackles of dogmatism. Now, all accidentals are transient, but the ideal, so far as it is founded on truth, is eternal. But what manifests that eternal nature? It's the vampires, who have always been here, feeding off the human sheep. and understand your place as a human being. If you seek humility, which I, of course, was proving that all of those mad scientists, who none of them had a goddamn degree, either from Darwin or Marx, Freud was the only one who ever got a formal education. The others were autodidacts and basically learned everything they learned in public or private libraries, public for Karl Marx and private for Charles Darwin. But understand all this. You thought that you were no longer the center of the universe. You thought that you were just this mote of dust and all these great aliens were going to come and save you because they've replaced God when you accept the ravings of these mad scientists. Understand your humility belongs in your place upon the food chain. You're not at the top. You're in the middle, at a level similar to pigs and anchovies. I mean, it's a platitude that you have all heard dozens of times, whether to justify your treatment of other species or simply to celebrate a carnivorous lifestyle, that humans are at the top of the food chain. What madness! You people make me sick! Any ecologists who have statistically calculated your species' trophic level, its level or rank in a food chain, well, predictably enough, no one's ever tried to rigorously apply this method to see exactly where humans fall, until a group of French researchers decided to use the food supply data from the UNFAO, the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, the UNFAO, to calculate the HTL, the human tropic level, for the first time in history. And their findings were published in the Proceedings of the Natural Academy of Sciences. And that ought to deflate anyone who's taken false pride in occupying the top position. On a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being the score of a primary producer, a plant, and 5 being a pure apex predator, like my late and sainted mother, an animal that eats only meat and has few or no predators of its own, like a tiger, a crocodile, or a boa constrictor, or a vampire. Anything based on diet, humans score a 2.21, equal to an anchovy or a pig. And of course, that's just common sense. You're omnivores, eating a mix of plants and animals. You're not top-level predators that only consume meat or blood. So be clear. You may not be middle level in the sense that you routinely get eaten by higher-level predators other than vampires or werewolves. Now, in modern society, that's still not a common concern, but it's mostly based on your numbers and your ability to deny reality. But to be truly at the top of the food chain, in scientific terms, you have to strictly consume the meat of animals that are predators themselves. So obviously, as frequent consumers of rice, salad, bread, broccoli, and cranberry sauce, among other plant products, you simply do not fit that description. You'll never be in a league with me, and the idea of competition is absurd because we're a different species. Now, those researchers were led by Sylvain Bonhomieux of the French Research Institute for the Exploitation of the Sea, who was using FAO data to construct models of people's diets in different countries over time, and used this to calculate the HTL in 176 countries from 1961, a year before even I or my sister was born, to 2009. And calculating HTL is fairly straightforward. If a personal diet is made up of half plant products and half meat, then his or her trophic levels are 2.5. More meat, and the score increases. More plants, and it decreases. And with the FAO data, they found that while the worldwide HTL is 2.21, of course it varies widely. The country with the lowest score, Burundi, was 2.04, representing a diet that was 96.7% plant-based. And look at those people. Burundi, this is genocide country. This is where people slaughter each other by the millions, with no high technology, simply machetes. This is Rwanda country, where you had the Hutus and the Tutsis slaughtering each other face to face. So, obviously, the sheep need guidance. whereas the country with the highest trophic level among humans was Iceland at 2.54, reflecting a diet that contained slightly more meats than plants. But on the whole, since 1961, the decade into which I was born, your species' overall HTL has increased just slightly, from 2.15 to 2.21. But this averaged number obscures several important regional trends. You've got about a group of 30 developing nations in Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, including Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Nigeria, for example, that have had HTLs below 2.1 during the entire period because they're so poor. But a second group of developing countries that includes India and China having slightly higher HTL measures that have consistently risen over time, going from around 2.18 to over 2.2 because they could finally afford some meat, and the HTLs of a third group that would include Brazil, Chile, South Africa, and several countries in Southern Europe that have risen further from around 2.28 to 2.33. But by contrast, the HTL in the world's wealthiest countries, including North America, Northern Europe, and Australia, is extremely high for most of the study, but decreases slightly during the 1990s as everybody goes under the knife and has various double, triple, and quadruple bypasses. So it goes then from around 2.42 to 2.4. And you've got a fifth group. I think these are small island countries, mostly islands, with limited access to agricultural products, like Iceland and Mauritania, that have seen more dramatic declines from over 2.6 to less than 2.5. There's no land on which to house any cattle. So all of these trends closely correlate. The term is correlate. They all, converge with a number of World Bank development indicators, such as gross domestic product, urbanization, and educational level. So the basic trend, in other words, is that as people become wealthier, they eat more meat and fewer vegetable products until they start choking on the meat and dying from too much of it, and then they start trying to go vegetarian in some overcompensation. But all of this massive increase in meat consumption and all these developing countries with astronomical populations, China, India, Brazil, and South Africa, well, the meat consumption's leveled off in the world's richest countries other than them, as all the gains in wealth leveled off as well, because everyone in the northern countries is now getting poorer, and therefore all the trends in meat consumption also correlate with the observed and projected trends in trash production. Data indicating that more wealth means more meat consumption and more garbage. But the environmental impacts of eating meat, of course, go way beyond the trash thrown away afterwards because of the quantities of water used, the greenhouse gases emitted, the pollution generated during the meat production process. It's not a big leap to speculate that the transition of huge proportions of the world's population from a plant-based diet to a meat-centric one could have dire consequences for the environment. But unfortunately, like the garbage problem, the meat problem doesn't hit at any obvious solution. You've got billions of people getting wealthier and having more choice over the diet they eat on a basic level. And you've got to figure out ways to make that transition less damaging while still feeding huge populations. But of course, there's the solution for you. Humanity kills itself with all of its pollution. You don't even need war. The coming climate changes are going to take out the majority of you. And then again, who will be left here to guide you sheep? The vampires. We've always been here, and we're the only ones fit to guide you, because none of you know anything even how to save your own souls. You're people who are perverted by your limitations, and as a lesser species, you just have to recognize that some people understand almost intrinsically or intuitively more than you. I, of course, represent that kind of sheepdog, a hybrid between the vampire and the human being. Human enough, of course, to be vulnerable to any number of things that my mother never was. But the end result was what killed her, of course, was not being able to hunt anymore. And when she went under our care, like a shark dying in confinement, there's no shark that can live in an aquarium. She ultimately died, and it was tragic. But she taught me enough that I can share that, what I do share, with yourselves. So understand what gifts you get from me are merely hers, that I carry on to you. And when it comes to what enlightenment mankind can reach, is when they finally integrate the revelation of the Magi into the Bible and take the Jewish bite out of Christianity, not by censoring the Old Testament, but simply by putting it in context. As for that blood sacrifice, when Christ manifested and what happened, all of that was, yes, God feeling your pain, and the pain that he felt, as I shared in our transmission after Peter Moon took his leave. And of course, I timestamped it for him so he could hear it if he hasn't heard it yet. I spoke of the great earthquakes and the great darkness that befell the world, where people could see the stars at high noon. That, of course, was no eclipse. Eclipses don't work like that. The heavens themselves were sundered at the death of Christ. The reason Christ was taken so seriously is because when he died on the cross, entire cities collapsed, as was written of by the sages of his day. For that not to be understood by modern man is beyond me. And instead, they try to concentrate on just one man. That's, of course, ignoring the fact that the earth was sundered and rent, as well as the heavens, when he died. Something far more was going on than the death of a single man. And it was the death of something supernatural, God himself. Of course.
Let me ask you a question on this. With regard to the calendar, to me it seems such an absurdity that we have the whole calendar reference to Christ, but it's not consistent with, I mean, even admittedly, it's not consistent with the birth of Christ. It doesn't even particularly say, oh, it's 4 BC or whatever they say it is. What is the deal with the calendar? How come that's so screwed up?
Well, that, of course, has to do with trying to take into account the rotation of the Earth, and then trying to squeeze in an event in which to build your calendar around. This is where, of course, you have the imperfections of people trying their best. In terms of the original calendar, the Julian calendar, as I pointed out before, it's actually much more accurate. But the Gregorian calendar was switched to simply because they had all kinds of politics going on at the time. There was a logic to it. I honestly can't remember consciously exactly what the logic was, but it's easy enough to look up. But in terms of what had happened, there was an amount of time that was lost. Of course, the rumor is that several months that were lost was the span of time in which mankind was saved. And that was a popular rumor throughout the Middle Ages. And that's something worth investigating as well. Nevertheless, what happened is that we developed a imperfect but workable time that is not used by, say, for instance, astronomers, not astrologers, astronomers who are studying the cosmos usually tend to use the Julian calendar because that's been around longer, and it also is, in the long run, a bit more accurate. So they tend to stick with the Julian calendar in that regard for these very long measurements. But the Gregorian calendar suffices to a degree. Ultimately, I would hope that we switch, not universally, but maybe as a universal reference where all the cultures of Islam and Asia and the West can refer to it, a kind of metric time in the background. I certainly think I certainly know for a fact we've got to switch the time zoning and the latitude and longitude so that it reflects the reality of the Earth. If you actually use metric latitude and latitude in particular, longitude is fine as it is now, but the latitude in particular has to go through a different zone other than Greenwich time. That was simply based on British imperial rule, and it had nothing to do with anything logical. The real metric time moves it over to the Italian peninsula as the Greenwich Mean Time, and that fits because, of course, of the Roman tradition. It's much more accurate, and
let me say this though: we have no dispute about, say, many things of Caesar dying in 44 BC, Augustus Caesar dying in 14 AD. We have many references, and Christ. The subject of Christ is probably one of the most voluminous subjects. I know it was in the Library of Congress, and going back into ancient history, the Gnostic texts, the texts of that time period are just so abundant with this story. Yet it's not linked to time. I mean, it's like the events, there is so much confusion as to events, debates, and even amongst all the debates, it just doesn't, it's like the information is being hidden, or it's something really wrong. There was one very fascinating horoscope that was offered by this Giampaolo character, but I think it was a false horoscope. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful horoscope that was all hexagonal. Said that the birth of Christ, he said, was in 28 AD on the Julian calendar. When I started to look it up on my own, I could not replicate that chart he found. And then his horoscope has been removed from the internet. He claims conspiracy. It might have just been proven to be wrong. But God, it was a beautiful, beautiful horoscope. It was all hexagonal. Everything was 28 degrees. He had him being born on the 28th of, I think it was the 28th of March, 28 AD in the Julian calendar.
Well, if it had been proven wrong, nobody would have scrubbed it from the internet, because there's all kinds of things that are wrong that are all over the internet. So.
Well, but I mean, this was he claims it's wrong because it was for his own protection, not because of somebody else doing it. He's saying it was taken off. I believe he took it off, but I don't really know. I mean, I could not verify. I tried to emulate that horoscope based upon memory. I wish I would have taken a screenshot of it. I didn't, because I didn't think he was going to go by the boards. But I think somebody disproved him and he took it off. But I'm saying is that he had it occurring late in 28 AD, which is completely out of sync with common thought. It's not out of sync with the scholarship of Ralph Ellis, though. It fits in perfectly with that. But yeah, it just seems to me that with all of the voluminous literature, that it would be, it's either obfuscated deliberately, or there's something very, very wrong about the whole calendar, because it's just so, even the 4 BC thing doesn't really hold up. I mean, it's debatable.
Well, the way to look at this is, of course, other cultures have their own calendars, and certainly the Chinese calendar, what's so bizarre to me is that under the communists, they haven't ever tried to even produce a lunar watch. By that I mean a watch based on the lunation, the time cycles of the lunar cycle, as opposed to the solar cycle. It's this complete westernization, a brute westernization, because they were westernized through the Western heresy of Marxism. Marxism is nothing but a Western heresy, so communization was simply part of the westernization of the world. This is why the communists must be removed from China. The Chinese people need to, of course, on the mainland, be made aware of the fact about the fact that communism is just another alien faith. And the gods of atheism are Darwin and Marx and Freud, as well as, to a degree, Copernicus. But when it comes to the time, The thing about Gene Roddenberry and his understanding was that if any alien extraterrestrial race exists, that's the most important thing that humanity would ever encounter in the human experience. That would be in his equivalent of the coming of the Christ. And therefore, in Gene Roddenberry's universe, he made the Vulcan contact the beginning of a brand new calendar. That was year one of the Federation calendar, is the Vulcan contact. And this leads to the Vulcan intervention that saves mankind from himself. All he was doing was extraterrestrializing the Asian Mage King vampire phenomenon. And he even told myself as much. He basically served in Asia. He was on one of the few bombing raids to bomb Taiwan. And he, like everyone else who had attempted, saw that their bombs were being caught in the air by what looked like a woman flying through the sky. After that, all of the men were essentially withdrawn from service, and basically said that they were too psychologically unstable to continue on such missions, but they never tried to bomb Taiwan again throughout World War II, even though the entire focus of Japanese air power was based out of Taiwan. So when it comes to Matsu, the guardian goddess, the mistress of Taiwan, certainly the white men saw her. And Gene Roddenberry was never the same after that, nor was anyone who had served on those missions. They were all sworn to silence, and they all knew that even if they even spoke of it, they'd be considered insane. But it was at that moment Gene Roddenberry lost his faith in a Christian God. At that time, he became a humanist, and this is why people argued for him to have a chaplain on the Enterprise. But he made certain, with the kind of control he had over the set, that there was never a chaplain on the Enterprise. The closest you had to that was Spock. And of course, when it comes to Mr. Spock, he's simply the resident Chinese liaison, is basically what he represents. Specifically, the Taiwanese.
Excuse me, yeah. He played in the Marco Polo. He played a representative in the Marco Polo documentary. Leonard Nimoy did.
There we are. Yes.
He might have turned out a little bad too.
I'm sure these things don't always work out for the best. Yes. After all, you see, that's what he got stuck with. He got stuck with that because of the whole pseudo-Asian thematic of Star Trek. So he was kind of like David Carradine. Ever since the Gung Fu series, everything David Carradine starred in, they'd usually give him some pseudo-Oriental role. It was pathetic, but they kept him employed. Both those individuals. And this is what happens. Well, hopefully I put into some perspective some of the questions that this individual had, but understand the blood is absolutely necessary, because this is what vitalizes all gods. This is what they take, and in exchange, if they're benevolent, then blessings are returned. And this is otherwise the very concept of blood sacrifice and the very concept of the blooding would have died off. In the sense of true Christianity, Christians need to accept the fact that the vampire in particular are here to cull their populations, that there should be no hatred for them any more than one hates the earthquake or tornado or natural disaster that claims any of one's relations. But of course, humans can kill vampires. It's just like humans can kill sharks. But the end result is you're destroying nature itself. You wind up, of course, destroying the highest apex predator of the food chain. Then the rest of the food chain goes to shit. This is what has happened in the world with the mass slaughter of the vampires. And to the point where humans can afford to deny their existence. So all of that needs to be taken into account. And of course, Jameson brings up Lilith, and no, Seth was not born of Lilith. Seth was born of Eve, and Lilith was, of course, created independently from Adam, not of Adam, and Lilith would have nothing to do with Adam. And basically that's why she's become the anti-heroine of the feminists, because she simply took off. And it said that she found the animals to be more of a man than Adam was, by her interpretation, and that she made it with them and produced such offspring as the satyr and the centaurs. And so in that sense, she was the mother of monsters, or different species that man found terrifying. Eve was made from Adam and gave birth to a baseline humanity in that sense. But again, we're speaking metaphorically here. Obviously, man had existed long before Adam, and Adam was one of these evolved men in the sense of a lighter skin tone where his blood was visible beneath his skin, which must have been frightening to any other man who had existed before that kind of phenomenon had developed over generations, and simply had become a farmer who was cognizant of the passage of time. This is why you had people like Brett Landau identifying Eve with time. Though I find that a bizarre abstraction of Eve, I could understand why he would say that, because
it's not him saying it, he's reading
into
what they're saying.
Yeah, okay, he's reading into what they're saying. What they're talking about. Then what the Magi are saying, if he's saying that this is what they're saying, reading into their interpretation, or shall we say, translating it in such a way that modern man can understand it, then what they're really saying is that her menstrual cycle was the way that Adam could keep track of the passage of the months, so he knew when to plant, when to sow, when to harvest, when to reap. And that, of course, would be based on his wife's menstrual cycle. That was the original calendar, was 13 months based on a woman's menses. And that's where we're all fucked up by this Gregorian calendrical system, and why it needs to be superseded and turned by something that a 13-month calendrical system, ultimately. But of course, we'll probably go there anyway, because the Earth is wobbling out of its orbit thanks to the Three Gorges Dam putting so much weight on the planet that we might have a pole reversal. So these are not really far-fetched ideas in certain cases. They're quite possible. And in which case, the passage of time will definitely change, and we'll probably have to add an extra month anyway. So these changes are ultimately coming. Basically, year one in our true human universe will be when people recognize the reality of vampires, or relic populations, or other species other than humanity still populating the Earth. When they finally recognize the alien on Earth and stop looking for it in the heavens, that will be year one.
This is a big point, because all this stuff is hidden. It's occulted. There's plenty of instances, you hear stories. But again, it comes down to this concept of deliver, and not necessarily in the messianic sense, but certainly in this, it is a messianic sense to the degree that it's deliver the truth. The censors of society or reality keep this stuff under wraps. It's not going to be talked about. You've got a rarefied knowledge of Emperor Hirohito and Hitler, and perhaps, and certainly people like Roosevelt or people of his ilk, knowing certain truths that are never going to be discussed with the common person.
Yes.
And they're going to be kept away from the common person. So this is what we're living in this world. And then in the meantime, you've got all this propaganda for aliens, ancient aliens, stuff like this. So it's kind of like they're not about to. I mean, the stuff you're talking about would be just incredible fodder for ratings, but they don't want. They
don't want that. No, it's like, there you have it. It's like the way that whenever I was being interviewed by John B. Wells, it drew his ratings much higher than that of George Norrie's, and he himself claimed that I was the reason he got fired, and why he was able to branch off into his own little fucking network, making all kinds of money with people paying to subscribe to him. just to hear the son of a bitch.
I don't know, but I don't think he's making money anymore.
I hope not. Jesus Christ. That's I mean, he's rich enough. Like I said, we're talking about a guy who has a private collection of planes, and they're not just like biplanes or, shall we say, Piper Cubs and shit. We're not talking about rotary, prop-driven, reciprocating engine. He's got a collection of fucking jet planes, decommissioned military jet planes. So the son of a bitch is obviously wealthy beyond most people's wildest dreams. But all of that being said, the other thing to point out is that because this is hidden right now and no one wants to touch this, everyone's afraid to interview Peter Moon about this subject, the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. They'll only interview him about anything but that. But then make certain that you spread the word of the Roswell deception.
Stopped, Douglas. Yeah. The interviews have stopped.
Yeah, there we are. The interviews have stopped.
We had this one with Carrie. Yeah. Carrie Kiristar. Yeah. We had that, and that's been about it. Now I do have an interview scheduled. Let me see here. Let's see if I can find it. It won't take me long. Interview scheduled. See here. I got the file. I just can't. Okay.
Don't worry. Take your time. I'll just tell people that I'm getting some questions about the electric blankets. Understand, I can't sleep under what Clarice Claudette gave me because it's just too small. It's a heating pad. I can sit on it and it stretches to my legs when I'm sitting on top of it, but I can't use it as a blanket. So to understand, that's keeping me alive right now. But, in the very near future, I'm going to have some electric blankets. So do send them. Don't worry about sending. If I wind up getting two of them, I'll be using them both. You need a layer of two of them in San Francisco. Okay, we'll turn it back to Peter with that. He's probably found what he needs.
I have something coming up on February 10th. Boy, that's not very far away. Thursday, a week from tomorrow.
Great.
With Matt HඈNIÁNCHÖNJIÉ.
Okay, great.
Podcast interview. Now, he told me what he does. I think I've been on with him before. Let me see. Director, case manager at HඈNIÁNCHÖNJIÉ Paranormal. He's right here on Long Island. Let me see here. What did he say? I mean, I'm only realizing right now that, everything's kind of stopped with this.
Oh, absolutely. Well, as I said, now that you're affiliated with Douglas Dietrich, they're going to be scared to death of you. They're going to say, "Oh my fucking God!" Any word of this? Don't think the word hasn't gone out. It's like Sammy Romero was saying how the elites listen to me, and with my latest episode, I was talking about the China Act, where they were basically trying to prevent all affiliation with mainland China and trying to exile all Chinese scientists. And they even arrested one individual, prosecuted him, who was white, who was simply a scientist who was dealing with scientists on the mainland. The message being, don't deal with any scientists from China at all, and how this was destroying America's technological edge and innovation, because the best thing to do is allow them all here and allow them to defect. And that's what will keep America on par and advanced. The whites aren't producing anything. But as soon as I said that, just the very next day, Christopher Wray, running the FBI, came out and said, "I'm blown away," his terms, "I'm blown away by all the Chinese spying in the United States." Though where all these Chinese are running around, I have no idea. As Jameson Reese says, he must be looking at the ones doing Tai Chi in the Central Park and say they're all spying on the number of homeless that are occupying America. And I guess that embarrasses America when they report that back to the Communist High Command. But there you have that. So with that level.
I found it. And basically, it's a podcast called Strange Oddities. He says it's been pretty widely recognized. He interviews big TV personalities and best-selling authors. he's familiar with Montauk, Preston Nichols, and he's really interested in the South Haven UFO crash of 1992.
So he's trying to keep it away. He's trying to keep it away from Roswell. Yeah.
No, I don't even know that he even knows about it. Because people don't necessarily know about it. They know about me. Now, and I said, I'm only good for about 5 minutes on the South Haven Park crash. I really don't know that much about it. I was around when it happened. It was John Ford's whole thing. It wasn't, was never a UFO hunter or, part of the Long Island UFO network. It's just what, there was a, I guess what you'd say, indirect interest in it. And certainly something crashed out there for sure. And he says, I would love to do Montauk Project and time travel, which is fine. But because he's into, UFOs, it's, I can only, slant it towards there as much as I can without being disingenuous to what he wants. He's not, I just don't think he's informed. And then it's, we'll see. And when he mentioned celebrities, this is nothing to do with him. I recently came across a website with Tom Hanks, good old Tom Hanks, and he's shilling for cannabis oil. It's all about CBD.
Oh God!
Like he's this is the solution to everything.
Yeah, they want everyone to become a pothead. Everything stops at that point.
It's basically a dope pusher. Is what revealing himself to be. It's just very weird. Like, why? Look at this guy. He doesn't need money. He doesn't need money at all.
No.
And why would he be shilling for cannabis? Because he believes in it?
Why does John B. Wells have his own stupid show when he's able to collect jet planes, for Christ's sakes? He doesn't need whatever pittance he makes.
Oh, no, that's easy to explain.
Ego.
It's ego. Yeah. I mean, Tom Hanks doesn't get any ego for cannabis. He's got fame. He's got plenty of ego. He doesn't need to. I'm sure he's ego stroked beyond belief. He's a guy who can walk into a place and get admiration because he's famous. If he wants it, I don't know. He's and then I've also heard these stars they play so many different roles, and they're so disingenuous by the nature of their career that they become very confused.
Yeah, they just start fooling themselves. It's true. They think they're doing some social good or something. God knows. But take a look at I forgot the guy who murdered that poor woman on the set now. Who was that idiot who used to play Trump?
Alec Baldwin, he's being sued for $52 million. And then there's what was it? William Shatner looks like a model human being compared to Tom Hanks. I mean, like the epitome of virtue in comparison. In comparison to Alec Baldwin too. And I don't mean to put William Shatner on a pedestal. He's just some guy who got the most out of his career.
Yes.
He maxed out, and I think even despite his incredible fame and popularity, I think he really struggled. In the 70s, before that Star Trek the motion picture came. I don't really know his details, but I think
it's true.
Struggled a lot. And that's why he appeared in that stupid movie Devil's Reign.
Yes. He was in a number of awful films. Devil's Reign just stands out among them, but he played a serial killer at one point. This
is earning your paycheck.
Yeah.
In Hollywood, and it's unfortunate. To get back to the blood, what I was trying to say was not that blood is not necessary. Well, obviously, as I've said it, blood is inevitable in the course of human survival and existence. What I'm talking about is the individual. The individual doesn't have to get up on the cross or go through the stations of the cross or, have his head cut off by Abraham or something to reach, wherever he's going, to transcend. I mean, you die.
Peter, actually, that if you look up like some of the stuff from, I mean, I'm sure you're already familiar with it, of Joseph Campbell. If for some reason with human beings this does seem to be necessary, we seem to have to go through the symbolic process of the underworld and back up, and I don't know why.
You can die a peaceful death. You can die a peaceful death. I mean, people die.
All right, granted,
all the time.
You can die a peaceful death, but what I'm saying is, granted, we might not experience the sort of sacrifice of blood in a literal 3D sense but there's a sort of allegory to what we go through on a daily basis with certain cycles of things going wrong, things lifting back up, things going, it's a continuous flow of going in and out of the underworld.
Yeah, but I'm talking about blood. I'm talking about
as opposed to a metaphorical.
Well, even when it comes to that, though, every all of humankind's progress has been made off of the sacrifice of human lives. It's a necessary catalyst.
Yeah.
For everything.
I mean, in other words, no matter how peaceful one's life is, what Jameson is saying is, in the greater context, our society is a blood-based society in the sense that we have an industrialized farming and meat production, and the overwhelming majority of us who are living, peaceful lives may never see a chicken slaughtered, but go through thousands of chickens in our lifetime.
Well, yes, and I would say that was a very, I guess what you'd say, striking experience I had at Choclavina when I went to meet the man who saw this, who had seen this light beam, flow from the cave. We went to see him. And when we got to, we had a hard time, finding the exact way to enter the property, because there was one complete house that was just not occupied. It used to be a schoolhouse. And then he came and he saw us and he says, "Don't go this way." He wanted us to walk around and back. He says, and when we saw him, he said, the reason for it, he says, "We just had a sacrifice. We just performed a sacrifice." And what he meant was he just slaughtered a pig.
Yeah.
And you could kind of feel the slaughtered pig in the air.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't real strong, but you could tell that he had cleaned himself up and the place had been a bloody mess. Yes. Some part of it, I don't know which. I really wasn't focusing on that because I was looking forward to talking to him. And when they sacrificed the pig, it's a great act. It's a great act of. It's taken very seriously.
Yes.
In fact, David Anderson told me on my first trip to Romania, he said there were for Romania to enter, what was it called? Not NATO, but what's the European
Union?
He said there were two big issues, and he said that they if they wanted to join the European Union, they had to accept homosexuality. They had to accept it as a norm, and they also had to stop slaughtering the pig, and specifically for Christmas. And the Romanians compromised. They said, "Okay, we'll take the homosexuality," which they didn't want to, because the Orthodox Church is very down on homosexuality.
Yeah.
One of my tour operators was gay. Really nice guy. He did a really good job. And I even got to meet his boyfriend on the last night. I wouldn't have known this guy was gay. The boyfriend, you could tell, was gay, but I wouldn't have known the guy was gay. We had an interesting experience together too with him. But but they would not recant on slaughtering the Christmas pig because it is so important to their tradition.
Yes.
It is so important. and they wouldn't do it. So, and of course, the slaughtering of the pig is very symbolic of the Christ,
Yes.
because you even see if the name, I think in Italian, the name Gesù, the name for Gesù or Jesus is phonetically means earth pig.
Mm-hmm.
It's earth pig.
Yeah.
And of course, pig is very close to the human blood. And even somebody got their heart replaced with a pig heart. That was recent news.
Yes, that's
that
right.
happened.
Yeah.
And but also,
Pakistani doctor, by the way.
yes, and you see the symbolic eating of the pig is you put the apple in the pig's mouth, and when you do that's symbolic of slicing the apple, the transverse cut of the apple, and you have the pentagram. You have the fruit apple shows a pentagram, and that's your pentagrammaton. So it's very interesting how the energy of what we call the Christ is so woven into the rituals and the fabric of everything. Now, I also, when we're on the subject of the pentagram, it's very interesting that the pentacles in the tarot, also known as coins in the Crowley deck, you see here you have the pentagram, and the pentacles represent earth. Wands are fire, swords are air, cups are water, and pentacles or coins, used as coins, are the earth. So you have the pentacle, meaning the spirit, is now moving through all the elements of earth, air, fire, water. But you have the coin of the realm is how you interchange and interact with the earth. And here is a website that says, what is the spiritual meaning of pentacles? It is a feminine element that is receptive. It takes in nutrients and sun rays and then uses this energy to sustain the life that grows out of it. It's very, it's a receptive element. So it's like the earth is receptive. It's taking in the spirit. And the real challenge of working with this energy is the harmony between the earth and the heavens, between these realms. How do you harmonize the day in and day out grind of the earth, and all the sacrifice and stuff that does occur on a biological and living level with the higher elements. And when you cut off the lower elements, you're screwed. You're screwed. And then you have a big problem with the, as they say, the UFO messiahs.
Yes.
They never deliver. And they're living in a world that is cut off. It's cut off. They've sometimes been criticized for cutting off the lower chakras. And it's all, I wouldn't call it unicorns and rainbows. It's not in that context, but it's delusional. And sometimes it's even accurate information they're tapping into, but it ends up delusional because they can't mix it into the physical plane. And they're just out there flapping their wings. And this is, as I say, it goes back to the delivery issue.
Right. And go on. Yeah.
Well, but from there,
yes.
Well, I still have some time. I can transition into Choklavina.
Yes.
And I will transition from Choklavina in revisiting, first of all, the dream I had, because see, I've done so much work with this idea of the pentagrammaton and the shin, and it's the dream is the connector of the worlds. It's the connector of the world. So I'm having this dream of the big light going through the staff of Ra, which I'm holding, and then I wake up the next morning to be told of this great oriflamme that's coming from in front of the cave and going up into the heavens. Now, I have just recently completed a paper, which maybe I have a tiny paragraph on that, but it's all about the the scientific reference points to the cave with regards to David Anderson's work, and I'm trying to locate a certain spot. It's too wordy, it's too verbose. Nevertheless, it's long enough and official enough to put people to sleep. Some people would be interested to read it. I'm sure all the people going with me will be interested to read it. But I'm also hoping to get a response out of David Anderson to give me more information about the cave. But in the process of reporting, and this is the magic of writing, once I write it, it takes on a life of its own, and I begin to ask questions about other things. Now, what I realized, the owner of the camp only told me that. I wake up in the morning after having this dream, and then somehow I'm mentioning about the gold of the area underneath the mountain where we are. And I say, two of my friends, my empathic friends, were so moved in the museum when they saw the gold. Now, I was underemphasizing the empathic qualities of these two women, who I'm very close to both of them. And I'm talking about them because they had such profound reactions. They both almost fell over when looking at the gold from this general area. So I tell him this, and then he tells me about the gold from the cave going up. And it's right like I had my dream the night before. This is the energy that is, if it's not the same, it's very akin to the energy or the star they're talking about over the Garden of Eden. Okay, it's in sympathy within that. I can't say it's the same energy, but it's in sympathy with that because, at least in the way I dreamt of it and the way it's presented to me. Now, as I begin to think about this more, I begin to think about lightning. I begin to think about, why does it only occur on certain days? I begin to think of the geyser of Yellowstone, Old Faithful, which repeats it, every 44 minutes or hour or whatever it is. There's a certain range that it appears in. There's also a geyser called Old Faithful in Calistoga, the northern part of Napa Valley. And this regularity of a geological phenomena, I said, well, why can't gas do that? Now, lightning can come up from the ground. This could be lightning. It's definitely a discharge. And what is this stuff? And lightning occurs when there's gas in the air. So I'm saying, is this gas coming out of the mountain? Is it gas that was in the cave? Because gas there's a certain gas that ignites the time reactor. That's how it gets started, with a gas. And that's which I deem to be a noble gas. And when I asked David if it was one of the noble gas or exotic elements, he says no comment, which tells me it is. So is there gas emitting in the cave at certain times which could cause this, or is there gas emitting outside the, so is it a geothermal question? So I called up a friend of mine who's a geophysicist who worked at Brookhaven Labs. He's also an attorney. And he used to come to the meetings that we used to have. And Preston, got very upset one time, not to his face, but he says, that guy shouldn't be talking about what he's talking. He shouldn't be talking about what he's talking about. Meaning he was spilling out confidential information, which to Preston, it was confidential. To him, he did a lot of projects as a geophysicist. So I asked him, and he told me, he said, there is, he says, what happens in a human body? He says, in a human body, you will see subtle energies go into the body and out of the body. It's usually a blue or white light that will go into an area near the solar plexus of the heart, and it will go out, sometimes at death, sometimes during deep states of meditation or whatnot. And it's all been filmed. He offered to put me in touch with somebody who's, I think, has studied Russian work of Kirlian photography and even stuff that goes beyond Kirlian photography, if I want to get more into that angle. So he was talking about corona discharges, and it was causing me to look into more fundamental geophysical stuff that is in the area that could explain this stuff, whether it's lightning, whether it's something that is akin to lightning or whatnot. The odd thing was the guy who sacrificed the pig said that as you approach this light, as you see it happening, you want to go towards it, but then it disappears as you go towards it. So it's almost like the perception, when you begin to use the human element into it, it disappears. In other words, it doesn't deliver. As the human state tends to, the human objectivity will tend to defy the paranormal, much in the same way you'll see in the standard horror movie or the UFO movie where you have, oh, no, that couldn't be, no, these things don't exist. You have the great denier in the beginning of the movie, usually by adults that aren't willing to admit that there is an alien or a vampire or whatever it is that's paranormal in the movie. So then as I went through all of these different geophysical paradigms and started thinking more with what it could be, then I realized I had my geomancer friend. I said, God, I got to talk to him. And he had a falling out with my friend Mary Hardy, who has the pyramid in Michigan. And it was built for her son. She wrote the book with a few other authors called Pyramid Energy. And after a trip to Egypt, she built the pyramid. I think they had some of the Native Americans check it out, and they were very impressed at how correct it was. I met the guy she hired to consult on the pyramid. I've been inside the pyramid in Michigan more than once. Because they make it very accessible. And she believes she's controlling the Great Pyramid from her pyramid in Michigan. And he took umbrage with it. And he's working as a geomancer. He's not, and he's also living at her place. So, it was in his interest to agree with her, because when they had the falling out, he had to leave. But the falling out was, he said that there was negative energy coming out of the Great Pyramid. There was a direct flow from one of the corners to Mecca. And then if you go around Mecca and draw a circle around it, it went through the genocidal area of Armenia, also went through Baghdad, and I think Constantinople, and came around to these genocidal areas that occurred in Africa. And he said, and then, she's broadcasting peace and love. And he's saying, look at the world. We're not. And so there was some sort of collision of viewpoints. I really don't know anymore. They're both my friends. I don't have any issue, but I said, wow, and he works in Arizona as basically doing his work. And I said, well, what do you do when because he'll show you a grid pattern, and he'll show you a whole line where there's all these churches built on a grid line, or there might be a bunch of hospitals. It's fascinating when he does this stuff. It's undeniable. And I've been to Montauk with him. I've been to Shelburne Falls in Massachusetts, which is where the the eddies in the Shelbourne Falls, instead of going clockwise, they go counterclockwise. That's a great oddity. But he said, when I asked him about all this stuff, he says, the gold is a discharge. With all the gold under the mountain, of course, we know copper is a conductor of energy, silver is better, and gold is yet better. So with all that gold, it creates a superconductivity, and it's tied to this. They kind of told me that they believe it's connected to the gold. They don't really know, but it's like, so there's some sort of charge coming out of the mountain that boom, that is right in front of the cave. So it looks like there's a associated hotspots. Now, I'm thinking about the fact that these two empathic ladies, I'm talking about these empathic ladies, and he tells me about this flash of light. So I'm thinking, like, I've got to contact them. I've got to talk to them about this. So, and then I realized that I'm actually talking to the cave now. The cave is coming alive. It's coming alive, and it's far away. It's thousands of miles away. But as I write this report, I'm getting in touch with it. And one of one of them was Romanian, and one of them is American. And the American lady, she called me today. She says, "What's going on with you? What's going on with you? I feel something's going on." I said, "I'm at Target buying water. I got to call you back." So I call her back, and then I say, "Yeah, I've been thinking about you, Choclavina." And so she talked about just the strange feeling that overcame her when she was in the museum. And I actually had to hold her coming down the steps, leaving, and she was going to pass out. At which point I got somebody to kind of sit there and spot her as if she was on a trampoline, and I walked down to the corner store to get her some water. And she was okay, but she needed to be stabilized. And so did the other woman, but to a lesser extent. And then later, she told me that woman asked her, what happened there? What happened there? And as I say, they're both very empathic. They're both healers. And they both had profound experiences with me at the cave. When she reminded me of when we were approaching the cave for the first time, she was with another young lady, and they started talking about these energies or these orbs. And I said, "If you want to see the orbs," I pointed straight up. "They're right there. Take a picture, somebody." I didn't even see them. I just knew they were there. And they're these three orbs, and blue orbs. So it's a highly energetic place. There's no question of this. What's more relevant is that I'm starting to communicate with the energy of the place. It's very interesting. From, as they say, thousands of miles away. I've written to the Romanian woman because she's been with me there maybe just once. I think just once. And I was afraid that I was going to have to spend the whole night in the cave with her, and just because of the rain. And I say afraid because, you don't want to be spending the night in the cave just because of the cold.
Yeah,
understood. It's not pleasant, even if you're holding on to each other just to keep warm. It's not fun.
No, that's survival level situation. Go on.
Yeah, and then I was envisioning us having to, walk back to the closest town, Bosarad, which isn't a town; it's a bunch of houses, and we would have been lucky to, get any help. You don't even know if they have phones there. In her talking in Romanian, "Hey, we need some help. Does anybody in the town have a car? Can we pay them to go back to the next town? And what about our friends that are lost?" They showed up, fortunately. So that was a very profound experience for both of us. She had been with me to Sarmasejatusa as well the previous year. So she's been on 2 trips with me. And it's almost like I've got to get her, get her input on all of this, because, and then I kind of have a feeling like when I go back there, I want to talk to a speleologist, which means a cave explorer who lives over the cave. When I say over the cave, he's not right on top of it, but you can see his house. He's up in the mountain over the cave. I asked who lives in that house, and they told me. I said, oh, I'm going to see him. He's not here right now. And there's a place called Redstone, which is an ancient castle. I think somebody, I think it was, I don't know if it was American or it might have been a Romanian. Somebody bought it. Very expensive. Well, I say very expensive, hundreds of thousands of dollars, not over 200,000 euros. And I think they're an archaeologist or a researcher, and they bought it. And it's interesting. So it's like the people associated with the cave are coming alive, and probably the neatest thing is if David Anderson comes to the plate and gives me more information, because if it wasn't for him telling me about this cave, I would have no interest in it. It would not have commanded my interest. And as I've written, my greatest synchronicity in all of my synchronicities is this cave. And it's synchronicity is largely subjective. It ties to events that are outside of the reference frame you're in. It's connecting reference frames, but it's also, according to David Anderson's work, is an objective scientific site that indicates time anomalies. So you have the right brain, which is the creative side, nonlinear side mixing with the linear side. And this is the corpus callosum, which connects the 2 halves of the brains, which is symbolized as Phil Dick had said in his work, Valis. It's the shin. It's the middle letter of the name of God, shin. It's the integration of the 2. It's the heart. So this is like this. It's like I have no doubt that this is going to be like this huge synchronicity, revelation, monumental experience in my career. It's kind of like, wow, I'll be 70 years old and this biorhythm will not occur for another 20 years. So I don't know if I'll be up for the biorhythm of 2043, or if I'll be in a rest home playing checkers with Tom Brady, who'd be 20 years my junior. Maybe not 20 years, I think more like 25 years. I think he's 44. He just retired. So, but in other words, this event is going to be, it's like, if nothing happens, I don't lose anything. It's not like, wow, it's like I'm wrong, but it's like I feel that everything I've been working for is going to be manifest, and it ties to the energy we're talking about with the I don't know what to call it. They call it the Christ child. They call it in the book. I forget what they call it in Landau's translation, but it's the energy that was over the Garden of Eden that robbed, or when it left, when Adam sinned, ate from the tree, he got taken away from there. So it harkens back to the original timeline. Yes. So this is the energy, and when I have the energy in the dream of holding the staff of Ra, which is again the sun god, and I've got this light going right into this diorama, just like they had in the movie, and people are starting to take the stuff and take it like treasures, and I say, stop it, don't. We don't have the time yet. It's not the time. I'm focusing on the time. And also the stealing of the stuff. There's been a lot of treasure stolen from that cave. It's a tremendous resource of treasure that has been taken and sold on the black market or otherwise. So a lot of pottery was found in it. A lot of glass is ranging from far away as Egypt to Sweden and the Mideast as well. So it was a bit of a crossroads in its own right, going back thousands of years. Now, when I go into this cave, or when I return to this cave, it's like I feel that I'm going to ask these questions, and I'm going to run into somebody who's just going to know it. He said, "Oh yeah, well this. My reaction will be, "Well, why didn't you tell me before?" Well, probably didn't know the person before, but there's going to be revelation. Now, because it's this highly concentrated energy, what happened in the dream after I admonished my friends for trying to steal the artifacts or whatnot, because they're obviously valuable, but it's like ridiculous. It's like going after, quarters and dollars when there's, the Hope Diamond. What are you doing going after the dollars and quarters? In the dream, after I busted up the stealing, I was then chased by the three ruffians of Freemasonry, which are ignorance, superstition, and what's the other one? Can't think. Ignorance, superstition. You know the third one? Fear. And these are the three ruffians that ultimately kill Hjourd Abiff, who has the secret of the temple. And the secret of the temple is Shin, the middle initial of Yod-Heh Shin, the middle letter of Yod-Heh Shin Bao-He, symbolizing the capstone of the Great Pyramid, the rejected stone. And only nobody could resurrect Hjourd Abiff, so he's resurrected by King Solomon himself with the five-fingered lion's grip, lion's paw, which resurrects him. And then we have me in the dream. I'm being chased by the ruffians, and I escape into a schoolhouse. And the schoolhouse is where all the students are. They're the scouts that that are sleeping in the same building that I am. And I'm escaped and I'm safe and they're safe. And the ruffians, the enemies of Hjourd Abiff, the builder of the temple, have been neutralized. So that's the dream I have. And this tells me that the energies of that cave, and by the way, the geomancer said, I said something about this is like a high concentration point on the planet of the most, from my research is telling me it's the most important spot on the planet from what David Anderson has said. And he says, "Oh, I totally agree." He totally agreed, not because, he's read my work, because he hasn't, because of his own geomancy, is basically saying that this is in the most important part on the planet. So whether it is or not, it's certainly an important spot. So it's like I'm dealing with this energy that, just by reason of the conversation, that I have to associate with this energy that lingers over the Garden of Eden. It's I think of it more in the context of God. And then if I go back to that picture in the Raiders of the Lost Ark, when they open the Ark of the Covenant, and the energy is like flying all around, and then it absorbs the people, it kills them, because it's dichotomous. It looks like an angel, then it turns into absolute horror. It's because they can't handle it. They're as Douglas was saying, the human beings are not ready for that initiation. And as I often say when I talk about magic, it's you enter at your own peril. And it's not necessarily that the information's so dangerous, because it's not. It's pretty straightforward and matter of fact. The problem is what's inside of people. What is their redemptible quotient? Because they react poorly to it. Often, not always. Neurologically, they'll get sucked in. So, this is the adventure. So it's like you want to talk to that energy, but at the same time, if you get too close to it, it's like putting your hand on the third rail of a railroad. That powers the railroad, but it's going to scorch you if you touch that rail. And people are routinely injured or killed by falling on the third rail or unfortunately contacting it. So I guess one has to know their P's and Q's and whatnot, and it'll be very interesting to see. So this is like my big revelation for the day, is that I'm actually, quote unquote, talking to the cave. And everything you've said tonight, I mean, Romania is known as the land of the vampires, or it's perceived that way. I certainly have not experienced it when I'm there. And I don't resonate with that energy. However, I can't, dismiss the legends, and it was a dream of a redemptive aspect of Dracula that brought me there.
Yes.
So anyway, that's my talk on the cave for tonight, and I'm really looking forward to finishing the paper and sending it to the duly constituted authority of the World Genesis Foundation and David Anderson to see if I can get I don't expect them to say anything, because what are they going to say? If they have the time to read it, it's written not exclusively for David. It's also written for people who can help me find certain things and to inform the people I'm traveling with, but also written for David in hopes that he can throw me a few more bones, what he can offer. So that's what I have to say for tonight. If there's any questions from you or from the chat room.
Let's take a look at the chat room. And certainly I really always enjoy the fact that you share these things with us. They're so important. And so definitely, of course, I can't resist this as well. Just en route to the chat room, taking a look at what Penny Bradley had to say. She left a little comment on our promotional banner for tonight. And she said, "Thank you for actually knowing and spelling correctly the name of my people. Most F it up." So thank you, honey. I definitely appreciate that. Gave her a heart in response to that. And with that, we go into the chat room. Let's take a look at live stream. And so Shane Bridges was saying, "I'm about 95% vegetarian, or mostly fruits myself. Just a lot easier to stay clear with doing healing work." And Land of No Name says, "The lodges leaked that there were two Christs. The one that was the revolutionary and one created for the public. The real one is referenced mostly in the Dead Sea Scrolls, with much withheld." And Shane Bridges says, "Yes, the Holy Megillah explains a lot of hidden stuff. It appears to be a more truthful interpretation of Christ and Lady Christ." And then Land of No Name says, "The Ben stone that came to Earth, shown in the movie 2001. The black slab stone, one at the holy site Mecca, and many other locations to hold the control grid. Douglas can expound on the Ben." She puts a lot of faith in me in that regard. No.
Ben, isn't the Ben isn't that the name of the water spring in Mecca?
Salmon?
I think it is. No, wait. Well, I think it is. Let me double check that. It's been a long time, and I don't know if
I think that's the Zemzem water.
Oh, Zemzem. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's
Okay,
the
Ben,
water when
Yeah, Zemzem. That's it. But there is a Ben stone.
Oh yeah, and by the way, about the Shin being the Christ, Land of No Name brings up Shin is the Christ, the earth pig. So just so people understand it, when Christ was tortured to death upon the cross, or en route to the cross, he was bled like a pig. And Christians, again, get so offended over that, and they'll say, he bled like a lamb. Okay, you don't bleed lambs, all right? You bleed pigs. So that's just the only accurate analogy there is. Again, we are very close to human beings. And Salman, while I look through the chat room here, I don't know if you know anything about the Pakistani doctor who operated on this individual, and perhaps Peter can look this up while we're talking about it. But the guy who had the heart replaced by a pig's heart was some kind of violent past he had. I know that much. And so apparently, when you look at the guy's face, and he's there in the hospital bed, he looks like a mob hitman. He looks like one of the Goodfellas, or what was that stupid? The Sopranos. He looks like one of the Sopranos. And I have no doubt he, anyhow. Jameson says, hope he doesn't start getting boners for pigs. Well, there you go. I mean, any port in the storm. You definitely, it'll be interesting. But a lot of, I understand, a lot of controversy in Pakistan. Many people, of course, are very proud of this Pakistani doctor. Then, of course, you get a number of assholes who are saying that, oh, what he did is against the will of Allah, and he's violated this human. I mean, so, let us know where you stand on this and how you feel about it, or maybe if you don't know enough about it.
Look at. Yeah. Who cares where he stands on it? I don't understand that question. I mean, why is that important to you?
I guess it's just one of those things.
Usually when people want you to take a stand on it, it's so they can attack you.
I guess.
And I think it's like, I mean, you can offer an opinion. It's your opinion. What the hell? Maybe you have something really enlightening to say about it. But
by the way, Phenomenal says, awesome, Peter. Great to hear. So he's very glad that you came on. And so Shane Bridges says Yahshua, or Yahshua in the Essenes, is the Christ. Miriam, Mary Magdalene, and Lady Christ. It's amazing the different perspectives, and also who is attached and using the person. And Land of No Name says Douglas is correct. The transitory man, the Christ, the bridge which allow humans to change, not by religion but by the non-nature of him. Nothing comes to the Father save through the Christ. And then Shane Bridges says, great conversations and topics. And then there we are. So, oh God, Land of No Name says, the Ben is hardened black goo and is used that way.
Oh, black goo. No, it's the stone. It's the top of the pyramid. It's the capstone to a pyramid. Not the Great Pyramid, but, it's basically what it is. Sacred stone in the Temple of Ra at Heliopolis. It was the location on which the first rays of the sun fell. Okay, yeah.
Thank you. By the way, Daniel Larola reminds us that Shin... I'm sorry?
The black goo.
There we are, yes. So Daniel Larola reminds us that Shin is also the Japanese word for spirit, as in Shinto, the kami, the way of the gods.
Yes.
And so when it comes to one thing that I do remind everyone, with Adam keeping track of the time through his wife's periods, it all goes back to the blood again. So there we have it. Again, the blood is central to the experience.
I have a question. It's for Daniel, if he's listening and it's still in the chat room. As I went by a restaurant, not too many miles from my house, I was shocked. It said Filipino cuisine. I never heard of a Filipino cuisine. I never thought about it.
Oh, God. Oh, man. You ain't missing shit. I mean,
what does Daniel have to? Daniel can put
Oh, God. He can come on, but I'll tell you, all you need to know about are ballots, all right? I mean, it's like, oh, my God. We made a joke. Beaver was making a joke one time about this one guy I knew. He was this white guy. He had this Filipino girlfriend, and, he wanted to become a cop. And, of course, he was an alcoholic. That never happened. And then, so Daniel was saying, that's Beaver, my gang brother. He was like saying, yeah, I can imagine him talking to other cops about coming home from the beat, and all the rest of them are going home to a steak, and he'd be saying something like, yeah, I can't wait to go home to have that sticky starch rice and that grease fried fish with large heapings of sour sauce. That's Filipino cuisine. And then balutes. Oh my God. That's like a challenge they had in the Navy where my dad was like, if you get me drunk enough, I'll try a balut, because that was like the initiation for sailors and shit. And then, the balutes are where the Filipinos go out in the backyard and they take this egg. And of course, it's not sterilized. It's an organic, fertile egg, and then they'll like bury it like in a 6-inch hole in the ground covered with human shit. And then that like bakes it in all that fecal matter under the sun so that, it fertilizes and starts to embryonically grow and shit. And then when they got enough where it's developed to the point where the claws you can pick your teeth with, that's when the Filipinos crack open that shell. They use these forks, these wooden forks that they scrape the shit off with. So they leave these streaks of human shit on the shell. Then they crack open the shell. And the stench alone when that, chicken comes out is just enough to make people vomit on sight. And then, they'll eat that and pick their teeth with those chicken claws. I'm not making any of this up. And, this is like a delicacy to them. And so sailors would be like, let's try some balutes and shit. And so when my dad went through that drunk challenge, they poured him full of all these barrels of beer and shit. And then by the time he could smell the balutes, when they were coming like within, I don't know, half a mile of the marketplace or something, then he dug his toes into the ground so they literally couldn't even drag him into the town. It was like, no matter how drunk he was, the wild horses couldn't drag him to eat that shit. And it was like, after that, whenever he heard that challenge, let's go try some balutes, he'd like be, to hell with you, I'm not going to eat any of those balutes. And but there you have it. It's just something.
Well, it sounds like, if one's in Manila, one's going to have to head for Kentucky Fried Chicken or McDonald's.
Oh God, yeah. Oh my God, there was that food guy, that foodie, that big fat bald guy who went around eating food. I can't remember his name, but he was like in Manila, and they were like their idea of ice cream. He was like, he was gonna throw up. He said, I can't eat this. It's like, he said, it's like margarine. He said, this isn't ice cream. This is like some kind of like, it was like margarine. He said, and but he gave it to the local Filipinos, and they were just eating that up. It's like,
well, it's different, but what it says here, it's so many different ethnicities, ranging from Australia, indigenous Australia, to Chinese, and the different island people. But the real kicker here to me is the Spanish. But it says here, fish curry, salted fish and rice, chicken curry, complex, paellas, cozidos of Iberian origin, whole roasted pig, sausage, cured beef. It doesn't have it. Whatever it has, it's going to be very distinct. And then what Daniel says, he says it's basically bullshit. He says Filipino cuisine is bullshit. That's just to sucker new customers. So he says, I myself enjoy all that nasty Filipino food, but I won't promote it because it's an ethnic taste. Filipino men, when they hang out in the evening at the bar, they eat balut and down it with beer. It's a typical Pinoy custom. So yeah, but it's like he knows it because he's lived it, but then he also knows it's an ethnic taste. It's unique. But the one thing that I bring up here is Spanish cuisine. Spanish cuisine is, I almost feel like Spaniards have no cuisine. Beef, chicken, fish. I don't know.
If you want to know a place without any cuisine, it's Britain. Oh my God, they're infamous.
Well, no, they do have a cuisine. It's what you call an inversion. it's and I think I feel it. Boiled cabbage, boiled potatoes, and beef. What is it? Mutton.
Oh God.
Mutton, boiled potatoes, and cabbage. And when I told that I was in Romania, this English girl in England came over to meet me, and boy, we were in stitches because I started. I was first very happy to see her because she was the only one that spoke English, you know. I mean, even though she wasn't American English, I could, you know, I've been 2, you know, weeks without talking in Americans. So it was very nice to talk to her because I was talking to Romanians all the time who spoke English, but it was different.
Yeah.
So we had a good rapport. And then I started telling her about, you know, the cuisine of English is, you know, mutton, boiled potatoes and cabbage. And she started laughing. She said, right? You're right. And she used to argue with her mother, why can't you put something on the potatoes? Why can't you put something on the cabbage? Why does it just have to be cabbage? Why does it just have to be potatoes? It's like
disgusting. Yes.
Now, there is also, of course, shepherd's pie, which is kind of their ultimate in dessert, or it's not even a dessert. But the one thing that everybody completely lost it when I said this, and I said, and what about the spotted dick? And everybody laughed because they all knew what that meant. But spotted dick is a dessert. It's a pudding in England. Yeah. Spotted dick.
Yeah, horrible names, and there's just oh well, there you go. And
but it's a spotted dick it says also known as spotted dog. Spotted dog or railway cake is a traditional British steamed pudding, historically made with suet and dried fruit, usually currants or raisins. So you're taking suet, and suet is like it's the white
what you
stuff
scrape from out of your chimney, right?
No. Suet is like the stringy part of a piece of meat.
Oh God!
It usually served with raisin or currants, often served with custard. Non-traditional.
That's not so bad.
Non-traditional variants include recipes that replaces suet with other fats, such as butter, or that includes eggs to make something similar to sponge pudding or cake. It sounds disgusting. It doesn't look so bad. You see the pictures, but it's not something that sounds very appetizing. But then again, one thing, we have such a refined diet in America that is so, I guess what you'd say, refined, because when you go to countries like Italy or Romania, Germany is more refined.
Thank you.
But even there, it's the sausages. They take every part of the animal, and they make use of it. And that was raw survival. And those traditions carry forward. Whereas in America, you know, you'll have Oscar Mayer bologna or Oscar Mayer salami. It won't be very good.
Yes.
But, you know, you want the real good salamis or whatnot, you get Italian ones. Or even better is Romanian, because they've been doing making the same salami for 4,000 years. So it's like in Italy, maybe not quite as long, but it's like, and in Germany, it's all this tradition. I'm not a salami person, but yes, so that's Filipino cuisine. What the hell? Thank you, Daniel. I'm almost curious to go over there.
You'll regret it. First off, you'd be hot, you'd be sweltering. It's not like in Romania. It's like taking a shower outside just by putting your clothes on. You'll get that internal shower between the clothing and yourself. That'll keep you wet throughout the day. You'll be all kinds of other things. It's just
Douglas. That's how Marcus Grix just described Australia. he said you get sweat on your sweat.
Is he talking about that? Is he talking about the food or what?
No, the temperature.
Yeah, the temperature.
It's hot. It's summer there.
Yeah.
It's always summer there.
Yeah, I was there during winter, admittedly, so it was very different experience for me. And but summer in Australia, yeah, that can be rough.
It could be in the tropic zone too.
Yeah.
It's always hot because they do have it all reaches up to New Guinea, so it's
Yeah, it's only closer to the Antarctic. Those two cities down deep south of Australia that are like, you take a boat to the Antarctic.
Adelaide is south, and,
Yeah.
and Tasmania
Yeah.
is in the southern part.
Yes, it's
But
yeah, that's where people are a bit more active. Otherwise, the term you would use to describe most Australians would be phlegmatic. They basically they think Americans are hard workers. By the way, Americans are hard workers. It's like I mentioned before. Your average American male spends 60 hours a week doing work. It's awful. But so there we have that, and but it's definitely. What brought us to what brought up the Filipino cuisine again?
I don't know. We were talking about something, and I just had to throw that one in because you mentioned Daniel, and you were reading Daniel's comment, and so I said, "Oh, if he's here, let me ask about that."
Oh, okay.
And that's what.
Yeah, with Daniel, because you saw the restaurant. That's right. You saw the restaurant the other day. And
Yeah, I was just trying. I'd never seen in my life a sign that said Filipino cuisine. It just. Never.
Well, now you know why. I mean, oh my fucking god! But there we have that. And if they're serving any ballots there, they wouldn't be serving the traditional kind like I described. But in terms of you have you been interviewed by Salman Sheikh? You've been interviewed by Salman Sheikh.
Yes.
Okay, I was just wondering about that because. That's there goes someone who at least won't be hiding what you're saying about the Roswell deception, thank God. And we'll see what you can get through with this other guy and look forward to the results there. Let's take a look back in the chat room and see if anyone else is responding to what's going on. And there we are. Filipinos like when white people show up at the restaurants. They like to risk talking shit about white people in their presence, hoping they don't understand them. Yeah, that sounds about right. And so
that's a very high-minded activity.
Yes. So Salman Sheikh is saying he could do a part 2 interview with you focusing on Roswell. So perhaps
he says he's done an interview with you, but it's not about Roswell.
No, he hasn't done an interview with me about Roswell yet. We could go there, I suppose. And he wants to focus on the Chochoa and Vampire Hunter D. I might bring up a little bit about that with people tonight since we started off on the vampire theme. And
they're not stealing any of your Chochoa themes or.
I would say no. The Japanese, I think, are paying respect to all of this. I don't consider.
I'm not talking about the Japanese. I'm talking about the American film industry because I don't know how much Americans watch the Japanese stuff.
I don't think the Americans even know where to go with that material.
They'll rip off anything. Rip off anything. But then vampire movies have been done to death, so it's almost anathema to even bring up the subject in some circles. Yet, because they've just exhausted the theme. They haven't truly exhausted it.
Well, they've exhausted a stupid trope.
They did the Vampire Hunter, and it's kind of like when they did the Vampire Hunter. I think it kind of stopped. It kind of stopped because they hunted down the vampires. There was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Remember that?
Well, that went in all directions. Later.
I watched it a little bit when my daughter was young, and she says, I don't want to watch this. I'm going to get scared. Because I just sometimes watch TV with her.
That was the healthiest. That was the healthiest attitude for her. Besides, the guy who made that was Josh Whedon, who turned. His name is spelled Whedon, and he's a total fucking misogynist. And they finally started outing him on that. He's turned out to be a piece of shit. And so there you have that. And by the way, Sammy Romero's on with us. Do say hello to Peter, Sammy. Let Peter know that you're here. Thank you. Somehow
his machine is on, but he's not there. It's time for last time. I think he was saying hello, and he was saying goodbye, and I was saying hello. Now I have to say goodbye.
All right. Okay.
It's time for me to go, but. Anyway, thank you very much for...
Well, that was wonderful, Peter, and I was so excited by what you had to share about Jacques Lavina, and also some of those adventures that you get into, and I'm sure you're going to have some more. And yes, well, I can't resist asking this before you go. Certainly, with the retirement in football of Barry, do tell us a bit about
Tom Brady retired. Yes.
yeah, Tom Brady. So do tell us a bit about how you feel about that.
Well, I really admired Tom Brady for extending his age and not buying into the fact that, he should have been done. And he performed it. I think he was either the MVP or the second MVP this year. But I predict that he will, there's a good chance he will come out of retirement in maybe October when his team is, if his team is, worthy of making the playoffs, because he'll sit around with his family for the next 6 months. And after 6 months, it's like he'll stay in shape because he thinks that way. He'll stay in shape. And it's real good for him to just, instead of playing 17 games, play 6 or 8. It won't be such wear on his body. That's what I think he'll do. I think he'll come back. Because I also think somebody like that, what else is he going to do? Run his athletic company, run his clothing line? It's kind of silly. What's he going to do? Sit around with the kids all day? He'll sit around with the kids for the next few months, but that can't. He can't do that all the time. And I predict he'll come back because he won't have a life. He's got a beautiful wife, but they've kind of been together for like a long, long time. So, and then they got to manage the kid. It's like, yeah. That's what I have to say about Tom Brady.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. I'm sure. I'm sure you're right. It's one of those things where his wife will understand when he needs, when he feels the need to just answer that call to battle again. Yeah.
I will say this: he might end up playing with me because I tell you, if he likes to play that much, because these old guys, they don't play football anymore. Yeah. They might go to the gym, but they don't do what I'm doing.
Right.
There's nobody. In fact, we realized this. There's hardly anybody that's as old as we are. When I was playing with the old guys, we don't have too many more left that are playing in their 50s, let alone their 60s, let alone now with 20-year-olds. So it's like, if he's interested in playing a game, maybe he'll start reading books. And Aaron Rodgers, his rival, he watches Ancient Aliens.
Oh God.
And so he I don't know if he does much reading. I don't know if he's discovered me yet. But
there you go. You can send him copies of our book.
I could.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it would get to him. Tom Brady is a really smart guy. He's very smart. But as they say, I wrote a story when I was in high school. It started off with football player. And of course the football player realizes how limited he is playing football, and he has to start, it was called the ladder. He's got to start climbing up. Football was at the low, although it's a game I love, it's at the lowest end of the scale. It's all physical. It's all, can be very cerebral, but in other words, it's like, okay, we got to get beyond this. Because although I enjoyed athletics and watched it, I never really admired the athletes at all, beyond their ability to play. Never interested in them.
Right.
Sometimes I'd be interested in their stories, but I never really wanted to meet them.
Right.
Never wanted to meet them because it's like, what do I want to meet them for? So it's like, we'll see we'll see if he's worthy of redemption, if he can learn from the vampires. he can, God knows. But anyway, I hope we stop hearing about him, because I'm getting tired of hearing about him. No offense to him, he deserves. He's accomplished a lot, but so much for that. And we have the Super Bowl, which I'll probably when we transmit. Was it this? Is it? No, it's a Sunday from now.
Yeah.
I'll have the end of the game on while I'll transmit with you during the Super Bowl.
Sounds good. I love it.
I'll watch probably the first half. I will not watch the halftime. It's got Eminem in it. I think they're going to be doing an 11th degree dance on each other.
Yes. So this is be Sunday the 13th is the Super Bowl, or is it the 6th?
That's correct. It's the 13th.
Okay.
And it'll be I predict the game will pretty much be over by halftime. Could not be. And then I can see the last quarter while I'm talking to you.
Yes.
I'll have it on the big screen. So in any case,
so it'll be just before Valentine's Day. It'll be Valentine's Day Eve Day, Super Bowl Sunday. We'll be transmitting, and before you know it, our man's going to be going over to Shasta, where he'll meet up with the man of the mountain over there, and then he can come back. Or it'd be nice if he could broadcast from there. Bring a laptop with you, and let's see if we can get you on Skype. That'd be interesting.
Possible. I have an iPad, and it's possible, but it would be a Sunday. It depends when I'm talking and when. Well, then I'll be on. You know what? I'll be on Pacific time then.
Yeah, you'll be on my time.
Early, so we'll see how it all pans out.
Yes. Well, love you dearly. Share our love with Paula, and you have a blessed night. And Sammy does say hello. He says,
"Okay, Sammy. Good night.
Good night for now. Speak soon."
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And that was Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. And so if Sammy's able to come on and talk, or was Jameson trying to tell us that Sammy couldn't talk or something? What was going on?
Oh, no. I was going to say, if maybe Peter, when he goes to Mount Shasta, he could broadcast the show that he could be on the show, and he could broadcast the show at the same time simultaneously as a big fuck you to the guy who didn't invite you.
Right. There we are. That'd be funny as fuck. Yeah. And oh my God, because Sammy has little time with us. Oh my God, he's already over time. Sammy, are you there? Say goodnight to us, of course. And now you can tell us your opinion on what went on with the Pakistani doctor.
Yes, Brother Douglas. First, I would like to make an emergency announcement for all of the Pakistani men. Please stop messaging Brother Douglas on the Sora AOA timeline. Also, I would like to encourage everyone, please donate to Brother Douglas, whether it's weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, through the check, through the money order, through the PayPal, and whichever method you can support Brother Douglas Dietrich, because right now we're in a pivotal spiritual war, and it's important that we support him. And it's important what he's basically educating mankind on, because even from the Sufi tradition, they teach us that beings such as the vampire, jinn, and other non-human beings have been here before the existence of mankind. So this planet and its vast knowledge and resources, we're dealing with such a complex and beautiful creation of God that it's basically what Peter says. Also, it's about the heart, and what Brother Douglas Dietrich also teaches us is that there's the aspect of the heart. If you are a true initiate of the heart, then everything will be good for you, and that's why a lot of these Sufi masters are able to live these places and are able to be in harmony with these other beings. Right now, the vast majority of the human population is not in that frequency. So we need to continue to elevate our hearts and love one another. As for the Pakistani doctor that transplanted the pig's heart, whatever he could do to save that man's life, I mean, that's acceptable. So I have no issue with him. But I'm sure the fundamentalists that might be condemning him because he dealt with the aspect of the pig. But everything on this earth is God's creation. Yeah, and that's the way it is. So, everyone, please support Brother Douglas Dietrich. I love all of my brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich, and I pray for all of you, Brother Douglas, Jameson Reese, Daniel Arola, Peter Moon, all of our brothers and sisters of Team D on this fight. And again, I encourage all the Pakistani men, please stop messaging Brother Douglas, and I encourage everyone else to please donate to him. May Allah always protect my brother and keep him safe. And I expel all of the NSA interlopers, including Dickie Cunt Cole and everyone else that is on this call. So, yeah, besides that, I also give my love to all of the white women listening. Me and Jameson are single and ready to mingle. And once we settle down, the kids can grow up and call me Abu. Yes. And I give my love to Brother Daniel Arola. Hey, where the white women at?
Shit, they're waiting on you, man, here in Texas.
Yep, me and JMO are coming down, and we're ready to settle down.
Yes, beautiful. Love you dearly, brother.
Yes, I gotta teach the white women about some black goo.
Oh, that's right. Yes, he's got some black goo to share. Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
You know, Brother Douglas, before I go, when you brought up the Jains, it reminded me of when Brendan asked you about if the escorts were vegetarian.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry. What reminded you of when Brendan asked if the escorts were vegetarian? What was it that reminded you of that?
Oh, when you were mentioning the Jain people because of how strict that they are.
Right. Okay. Got it. Yes. Yes, that's right. It's something like that. It's just taking it just too far. Anyhow, we love you dearly. You have a blessed night and sweet.
Much love, Brother Douglas, and I give you all farewell with the greetings of Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you and yours. Much love to Brother Douglas and all of Team D and all of the beautiful white women. And with that, I bid you farewell.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Good night for now. And we also have Daniel Arola with us, along with. Yes, so glad to have you, dear brother, and thank you for tolerating what I said about Filipino cuisine. I'm just sorry, but it's just like.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's nasty, but you know I grew up around it. I like it, but I know it's nasty.
I mean, it's, just an acquired taste. I mean, the Koreans have kimchi, and I could handle that. But I could even I've acquired a taste for it even. But some things like, there's also like, oh God, there's that tofu. They have this tofu that's also just too spiced or flavored, and it's just awful, and it reeks to high heaven. Like, oh God, there's just different things that are out there that mankind should not be eating. That
explains why stomach cancer is so common in those places.
I don't know. Yeah, is that true?
And heart problems too.
Oh my God,
they eat a lot. They eat a lot of pork.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know if that's all that bad for you, but yeah. So what was the deal with Sammy Romero? Is he unable to talk, or what? Is he here?
I could see if I can add him. I thought he
must
seemed
have been
like
added if he's able to put in text into the message box. So he was putting text into the message box, which I thought was yours, but then
Maybe he's got a mamacita with him.
Yeah, there we are. Oh, that's right. That's right. He says,
okay.
Yeah, he was talking about.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he goes.
Yes, Sammy.
Hey.
How are you this evening? So,
I'm good. Forgive me if it sounds like shit. I'm in the airport. I'm in near the tarmac. So, hold on.
You're fine.
Sorry.
It doesn't sound that bad.
I'm back at work. I'm back at work.
Good.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, great.
Okay, I'm on my break, so I can talk for a little bit.
Okay, wonderful. And so I don't know how much of that you heard tonight, but I thought that was interesting when we brought up. I was asking about. So what do you think? About the Muslim stuffed salmon, the pork heart, and all that, and then Peter was just, "Who cares what he thinks?" I was like, "Oh wow, gee,
That's just Peter, though. Come on, that's a white man's privilege. He can deny what he wants.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It is what it is.
Oh my God. And with Brandon Young the other day. Yeah. Okay, go on. Yeah, it's Daniel. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I just said Peter's family.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, he's our resident cracker. He's a cracker in our soup.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. And so aside from that, let me see if I can answer Penny here. I'm not quite sure what Penny is referring to when it comes to quote unquote her people that she says I'm pronouncing their name correctly, but I'll just roll with it.
No,
Maybe I could
you,
see
you
if I could add her. She's available.
Yeah, I mean, let
Yeah,
me
why
see.
not?
Yeah,
Let's
well,
just.
I'll have to tell her we won't be able to, talk too long tonight,
Okay.
but yeah.
She's unavailable at the moment.
Oh,
So,
okay.
all right.
Yeah, and
a lot of times when Peter talks, I and of course for the reason why I don't come on air while he's on is because I'm also working out and even practicing some qigong at the same time. Because while he's talking, he's promoting the value of breathing and all that, and I believe in that shit, on that part.
Yes.
And so I find it very useful. Plus, it also makes him a lot easier to listen to. Also.
Yes. I notice he tends to multitask while he's watching films, and that's why he doesn't catch half of what the films are about. I noticed that.
Yeah, I did too, because I was able to sit through Battle Angel Alita, and it was pretty cool for an anime at the time. I did not see what was so unwatchable about it.
Yeah, you mean the film, right? You sat through the film.
The anime.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. But he was sitting through the film. I mean, but he wasn't sitting through it. He was just like, going all over the place and driving his wife nuts. Yeah.
Because he's like doing like 100 things at once. Yeah, I used to have that problem while I was when I watch movies, I'm usually drawing at the same time. I just can't help it. So I could kind of understand that.
Mm-hmm. But I think that, certainly his wife found that an issue, and that's because, it can be maddening. So we've only got a few minutes with Sammy, so let's have Sammy kind of dominate the situation. Do share with us, Sammy, what you're willing to share. I take it that your situation now feels a lot better now that you're back at work?
It's a little bit. It's stabilizing. We had to get a direct competitor to Cathay Pacific, and they're kind of like not happy about it.
Okay,
but it's just part of business, and I was talking to one of the airline reps, and I said, "Look, this is America, man. We have no loyalty. We're all about the dollar here." So.
Yeah.
And they're telling me that's a lot of uncertainty right now when it comes to their airline because of politics, what's going on in mainland China and Hong Kong, and one of the airline reps was actually looking to work in Taiwan. He was actually looking at that. He was telling me. I found that very interesting.
Well, he may be considering defecting. I mean, or escaping.
Well, and that's one of the things where, he's actually one of the cool Asians. No disrespect, Doug, but he wasn't. He's not a. What I mean by that is he's not robotic. He's actually can articulate it.
Right.
As far as American, talking to us Americans, which is he said that he's looking at changing sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because. It's right now it's kind of hectic, and I said, hey, do what you got to do. But besides that, here in Los Angeles, we've had a little controversy with our mayor, Mayor Newsom, and the whole mask thing, where in the last football game, I guess they took pictures with Magic Johnson and all the local LA celebrities, and there was backlash where they asked him why wasn't he wearing a mask, which I found it interesting. And in a sense, I'm not surprised. But then again, when you look at the scope of things of normal Americans or just Americans that actually care that, about their jobs, working Americans, that, how much we value entertainment and how stupid it is, in a sense that even me as an American, that I love my entertainment, but seeing people that are in need around the city and how hypocritical Americans are, and I know it sounds like like I'm beating dead horse, but the COVID cases are going to go up because of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's a given. And we're fucked.
Yeah.
In the sense that we're going to have to start all over again. And even our own governor, I was surprised Governor Newsom even showed his face. I don't know. Maybe he knows something we don't know. And I know I like Governor Newsom. I do. Yeah. But to me, I think he still has to praise the almighty dollar. Unfortunately, this is what the subculture is we love our entertainment and we're willing to die for it.
Yes.
It is what it is, but then again, I like my I like my Disney Plus. I hate to admit it. I'm watching the little bullshit shows, the little fantasy, but I won't die for it, but it's still, sometimes I make time for it. And as an American, it just foreshadows our bullshit, and even as a person with the bullshit that I've gone through, especially over the holidays. And I will make time for you, Doug. I hope we can make time. I know you're celebrating, your New Year, and I respect that. But when I saw our governor there at that football game, it's disappointing because, I hope he knows something we don't know, and I hope it's good news, but more than likely no. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm audible, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And it's just you shake your head because, it's gonna hit the fan. You see it, the crime here in Los Angeles. It's a war zone, man. People are getting beat up, especially a lot of tourists. They're getting beat up. They're getting mugged. People's dogs are getting stolen. Although I guess those bulldogs, those boutique bulldogs, are getting stolen. And maybe it's not just here, but to the fact that people are stealing puppies, it's it's very it's just a sign of the times,
Yes.
And you take it. It is what it is. It's not a surprise, but I didn't like the fact that our governor was there. But he has to politic. I'm sure he has to rub shoulders with them, with celebrities, and he has to show his face. But then again, Los Angeles has his hierarchy and has his the entertainment business. The entertainment business is its own mafia as well, and it's part of, I know people that are in the entertainment industry. My brother Isaac works with a lot of them, and I also know people. I think everybody has somebody in a different walk of life when it comes to, entertainment industry. It's just, it goes everywhere, but here in Los Angeles, especially, it's one of those where I hope he knows something we don't know, because it's the crime here is getting bad, and it's not really my area. It's mostly the tourist area, the West Side, Santa Monica. All those areas are pretty much a war zone right now. It's hilarious at the same time because they're to me, I find it kind of funny that it's people with money, people that have money, and people don't care. They're seeing them as an opportunity to get robbed, and I think this is one of the reasons why we're having a Super Bowl in our city, because they really want to make Los Angeles. They're already gentrifying some parts of Los Angeles, but having the Super Bowl here brings in a lot of revenue, and they want to bring back the chic of, and it's just, to me, it's just bad timing.
Yeah.
It's bad timing.
Yeah. And what about Garcetti?
Yeah.
What's he saying about this?
Garcetti is, he's a true politician. I give him that. He's very, he knows his shit. He's very good. He's very fluent in Spanish. His Spanish is really good. He comes from his political background. He comes from, a political family, and he's very good at playing his role, playing politics. He's a true politician. He's somebody that if I worked with him, and I'm sure Governor Newsom keeps him close because Garcetti is very he's a sneaky bastard, you know. He's one of those where you gotta watch out for him because he's very good, very articulate. He can bullshit himself. He can bullshit with the best of them, and I'm sure, and I know Newsom keeps him real close, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's his running mate. I think Newsom's he's gonna go for the White House. I really do see it, and I think he's going to be as polarizing as Trump to a certain extent to the progressive, right, and really hit to the minorities. And I think that might cause a rift with, you know, the good old boys and you know, the good old US of A, all the wasteland that's outside of California.
Yes.
But, you know, we're going to see that. And, you know, it's just inevitable. And when you see someone mobilizing people of color and people of different sexual orientation, you know, it's very dangerous because it scares, you know, the good old boys and you know, people that in the electoral college that doesn't really represent the majority. It represents people like in Iowa. Like, I remember hearing about the Iowa caucus. Like, who gives a shit about Iowa?
Thank you.
Ain't nothing but cornfields out there.
Thank you.
No one gives a shit. Okay, I mean, no one cares. But like I said, you know, people want to get jerked off too. You know, it is what it is. But you know, like I said, I have to. You have to know how to navigate and how not to. I work with people that live in those areas. You know, they're contractors that come through companies that I work with, and they don't like to wear masks. And they're arrogant, and we have to tell them, put your mask on, or I have to call airport police to escort you out. And they don't like it, but it's the rules. And you know, they shit on California that we're backwards. And you look at them, and it's like, you know, I just give them a look like, you know, I'm not even going to waste my breath, you know, because it's the future. And, you know, I heard you mention my name to Peter as far as, you know, the elites listening to you, but it makes sense. You know, I was listening to you know, YouTube channel I subscribe to, and they were talking about the JFK assassination and how the United States hired a Navy doctor to do the autopsy, which he had no business to. And I thought to myself, well, how appropriate to hire a military doctor, you know?
Yes.
To do the autopsy. He's the perfect one. Like, why would they not? That's just standard operating procedure, you know, and how fucked up that investigation is. But to this day, the government denies it. And it's like, you know, and, you know, I saw the comments on people like, well, the government's not telling us the truth. And I was thinking to myself, well, moron, if you only knew what I've learned these last 10 years listening to Doug, the JFK assassination is really, it's not even.
Oh shit, they cut him off. Shit. Oh my God. Or did they cut me off? Okay. Can anybody hear me? I'll need a response. Okay, we back.
Well,
there we are.
Yes.
You're cut off. They got you. Oh my fuck. They cut you off when you started talking about Kennedy. Go on.
The JFK assassination is, you might as well be watching The Simpsons, okay?
Yeah.
Because that's how fucked up this country is, but it makes total sense. And, you know, to a certain degree, it gives me, the information that you relayed, Doug, it gives me a little bit of comfort knowing that that's just the tip of the turd of how much this country tries to focus on maybe a little conspiracy theory, but that's the JFK assassination is one of those where it's just all there, and there's no need to explain that debacle. But yeah, apologies if I'm all over the place.
No worries,
but,
no worries. I think it's
my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think you're doing fine. And go on. Yeah, by all means.
And to segue a little bit on what's going on with me in my personal life, I've had the opportunity to visit a brother that I haven't talked to in 10 years.
Wow.
And it's very interesting to connect with people that you don't necessarily talk to, but find out that how important it is to reconnect and start off on a new page, and cut the bullshit. And especially what I've been seeing in this country as far as politics, I'm like, I'm not going to play politics with my family. I'm going to really show this person how much I care about them by going to them. And there's a big event that happened in my life, even through this time, that I'll share with you, Doug, later. But it's one of those where you start. I'm trying to lay the foundation of positivity and love, and maybe change what I can control, and not worry so much about America burning down, because it's going to burn anyways.
Yeah. And
it's just we have to control what we need to control, and understand that it is a war of information. But what I've taken from you is that you spend time with your son, and you're not always on this bullshit, because it's not healthy. And we all need to, like you were talking about last transmission, find a third space.
Yes.
that makes us healthy, and that way we don't end up like the Capitol rioters, because
that's all they had. It was just nonstop politics. All they ate all fucking day. Go on.
Exactly. And I have a girl. I have a girl, and she needs my attention. And Doug, I'm like, I'm sure women change your life. Women bring a certain je ne sais quoi, to say French. Women change your life for the good and also for the bad, but it's just different. Women's touch in your life.
Oh, did you hear that? Mm-hmm. Did Jameson hear that? By the way,
That's me.
Oh, thank God.
That was me.
Okay, there you are. Yeah.
I was agreeing.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So go on, Sammy. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, they bring a certain element to your life, and sometimes my girl, sometimes, she doesn't quite understand the American culture. She is from she's a true Mexican woman, but it does make her think.
Yeah. May I ask which state of Mexico she's from?
She's from Baja.
All right. Yeah.
She's from Baja, which is very Americanized. Like, there's a lot of retirees there, a lot of white.
Oh, Baja. Yeah, for people who don't know, Baja, they hold races down there. The white folks, they go down there in these big races. There's all kinds of college kids go down there to party. Yeah, it's California. It's basically California South. But go on. Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's a good California girl. Yeah, go on.
Right. There's a big Asian community there too. She says, a lot of what you say makes a lot of sense, but it's hard to understand because I'm not really plugged into American society like that. And it's very problematic, but at the same time too, I'm glad I'm not invested the way you have to be. Right. And I said, well, that's a burden that any self-aware American, but even then it's not really my makeup. It's just, I'm stuck here.
Yes.
We're stuck here.
Stranded. We're stranded.
We're stranded here. Yes, we're stranded here. It is what it is. But I've been learning to find that third space, and
I really liked that. She was very wise in saying that, because that was her discernment that she gave you.
Yes.
Right. You're right, Daniel. Because as far that's one thing that I can even take from you is that. You take Doug's information, but you can also It doesn't eat you. You know, you're not online researching Johnny Gosch because, you know, it's not healthy, you know, or you're not here like that one investigator said. He's a college investigator investigating, you know, child abuse. Like what college student has the time to investigate, you know, child abuse?
Thank you.
The last time I ever actually researched anything was in high school in science class doing a research paper, and I hated every bit of it. Even though I completed it, but I still hated it.
Right. And it's not that. It's just, you know, I'm my goal, and it's not really my goal, but, you know, I want to be portrayed as not as normal, but, you know, you have to be multi-layered. And that's one thing I do appreciate about you, Doug, and you know, for most of these guys is the people on the panels is we're multi-layered. You know, we're not investigators. You know, we're not a little club trying to, you know,
root out the evil.
Yeah, we're not some Harry Potter cult. You know, we got fucking lives. You know, Doug, you know, has a life. He has a social life. You party. You know, you have your escort arrangement, your companionship. You know, you can appreciate a woman's companionship. You know, and that, to me, that gives you more credibility in my eyes, because
thank you.
This shit will fuck you up. You know, just putting the shit together fucks you up. So, you know, in that sense, I can it just, to me, validates you more. It really does, because Alex Jones is not a normal person. He is a homosexually repressed white man who has a lot of rage issues. You know, he needs to just, you know, go in a corner and, you know, and just stay there, because, you know, he's a cancer to anything involving alternative news. He's a inversion of it, because he panders to, you know, the white victimhood, that for some reason white people want to be victims so bad when you've always been the bully. You know, any white American is the Euro trash of Europe. You're the rejects.
Yes, thank you.
You know, you're the rejects.
I think they're trying to make a head start before they get called out on their past.
Yeah,
right.
By playing victim.
Yeah,
you know, they're the rejects. They were not good enough for Europe. They weren't sophisticated Europe. They couldn't adapt to Europe. So I want to be victimhood, and you know, I want to put on this camouflage and be a tough guy and be around all these men. Like, and the one thing I do want, I guess the audience understand is, I don't like being around a lot of men. Okay, I don't.
Good.
Because there is a lot of, there's that weird gay, that repressed gay vibe, that it's stupid, because most gays that I know aren't like that. A lot of my friends that are gay are not like that. But they always get hit on by these macho guys. It's annoying. One of my friends who's gay, he's very gay, and he's very flaming gay. Or what would be the appropriate term for that? He's very effeminate.
Yeah,
but he's.
Go on.
But he's not, you know, he's not crazy. He's a very effeminate, but he knows when to switch it off. But he's still a feminine man.
Let's put it this way: he's not a slut. Go on.
No, he's not. But he always gets hit on by these, you know, these men that quote unquote are man's man, and he thought it's not. Most of these guys are very closet homo guys, and most of these guys, when they're done doing their homoerotic escapades, they cry because they can't be themselves.
It's so fucking sad. That is so fucking sad.
When he told me that, he's like, yeah, that's annoying. No real gay guy likes to date these guys because they're fucking posers. Yeah. No. They're more pussy than the gay
man who has courage to come out of the closet. The gay man
himself, because exactly. So, you know, it's one of those where, you know, one of the things that I've been introduced to is the world through you, Doug. And part of it is because of our dysfunctions, you know. and how much it's there in our face, but how much we have to mask it, and how much as Americans we have to lie to ourselves. You know, we live a big lie in America, and that lie is deteriorating. You see it, and even in our politics, they have to play along to a certain extent, and you know, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, but you know, I want to wish you happy Lunar New Year.
Thank you. Yeah.
And to you and your family, you know, to your stepson and everybody around you, and you know, I'll keep supporting you, you know, and hopefully we can make time after these celebrations, and yeah, so you know, everybody, please get the Rob's of Deception, you know, the demystification of World War II, because it's going to really coincide to what's going on now. It really opens your eyes to the, you know, America's bullshit, and that we're still living today. But that's all I really have to say. And I want to say hi to Daniel and JMO, you know, and Salmon Shake. And yeah, I'll say goodnight now.
Yeah, that was beautiful. We love you dearly. And hugs, dear brother.
Good night, Sam.
And, so that was wonderful. And with that, of course, both of you gentlemen now, I will count on to kind of hold the stage. But first, we'll have our man, you know, Daniel Arola brought up, of course, that... wait a second. Did you say John Belushi was growing his own pot? You mean when he was alive, right?
No. Jim Belushi.
Oh.
Right now, today.
Okay.
Yeah, his brother Jim.
Okay.
He's an active cannabis farmer.
Okay. And when you were talking about that and someone else, then JMO gave this big hearty laugh he put inside of the text box. And I was just wondering, you thought that was funny because of it was just like these guys got nothing else to do or something, Jameson? What was the...
Wait.
Was that you that put the big laugh there in the Skype box, or somebody else when Daniel Arola was talking about that? Let me see if I can look this up.
I don't... Did I put a laugh at somebody?
I don't know. You might have.
I think that was Shane Bridges.
Oh, well, maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
He was the text box. It wasn't the chat box. It was a text box. So it was one of us.
Oh! It was one of us.
Yeah.
Where is this?
I don't know. I can't.
Shit. I am. Oh, that was Salmon Shake with the big laugh tear thingy.
Yeah. That was him.
And that was where I was talking about Tom Hanks pushing the pot because he just wants to make money because he's probably got his own business. All these rich guys become like these all these celebrities. You know, they get their own businesses and they're like, oh yeah. I think the world needs to have weed. The world needs to have this and that, just so that they can fill their own pockets with money.
But you did put the laugh when Daniel said it though. You appended it to his comment. Jim Belushi and Mike Tyson own cannabis.
Oh yeah. I think that was me.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I found it funny.
Okay.
You know, even Gene Simmons in the band Kiss owns a cannabis corporation, and he doesn't even consume.
Yeah, that figures. Yeah, it's because the money coming in from that shit.
Yeah.
God, if I had money.
The thing is, for people who are starting up their own businesses, who are like low middle class, it's damn near impossible. So these rich ass motherfuckers just knock you out of the water.
It's awful. Yeah, it's fucking awful. And there you go. It's just not just. It's not justice. So definitely.
My own shit.
Yeah. So Daniel grows his own stuff, which is, you know, potent, I'm assuming. And actually, Daniel's not afraid to experiment. I mean, he blends that shit with acid and everything else. Isn't that right?
Well, no, not all together. I don't party hard like I used to. And now I'm very moderate.
Okay.
Very, very moderate in my consuming of substances.
Okay, I gotta ask. Have you ever done DXM, Daniel?
No.
No.
Oh
my gosh!
I did the old party stuff, you know, just the LSD, shrooms, you know, of the hallucinogenics. I did my share of powder drugs, you know, here and there, but I didn't really party on them much because I was selling them, so you know I don't often get high off my own supply, so that's why I'm very moderate in my consummation of drugs.
So you two guys are both virgins.
For DXM, yes. But don't forget,
Holy
it's like
schmoly.
Brendan Zogit, who's obviously does a lot of drugs, and Brendan Zogit tried DXM. I mean, he like was with a bunch of cheap white boys, and they were like real poor, and they had nothing else to do, so they went for the DXM shit. And that's when Brendan Zogit, when he couldn't feel his limbs anymore, realized that it stops now because for him when it came to that particular drug, that particular experience.
Hell, even for a while, DMT was trending. Now people stop talking about that shit.
Yeah, and that's right. That's right. Which is too bad, actually. But
well, the sad part is that that's the good part. The not feeling anything. That's the good part. How the fuck does someone just? Why the fuck am I hooked on this shit?
Yes, well, there you go. At any rate, you're hooked on it because it's cheap and it was available. And
not only that, but it's like, I have money now. I could buy weed.
Okay. Well, we know the weed doesn't work for you and I in the same way it does for others. We don't have that kind of chemistry.
It's anxiety inducing. I don't understand it. It's like being a rat. Yeah. Pumped on adrenaline or some shit.
It's definitely not our type of drug, but it was like what Brendan was laughing about whenever you were trying to convince me to go the cough syrup direction was the fact that, as Brendan was saying, I got the good shit. Why would I want to investigate that cheap shit? But there you have that. What I'm going to do now is
but here's the thing. You don't have to get the cheap stuff. You probably have the money to get the pure powder.
I think I know I've experimented with it probably sometime in the past where it got slipped to me or something. I mean, angel dust was slipped to me at one point. I mean,
okay. You've had the equivalent.
Yeah.
That's just bad news.
Yeah.
What was it like? What was it like for you guys?
Well, tell us first, Daniel. What was like you said, it's bad news. So it wasn't.
Experiences are different. Yeah. For me, it would be I would be one dangerous motherfucker if I was easily irritated and easily triggered. I mean, I would really fight everybody in the whole place.
Right.
But that's why I don't touch it.
I get it.
Even though I have smoked it on accident, that was lacing some weed one time with some of my Mexican friends, bastards. Anyway, I got them back later.
How did you get them back?
I stole one of their girlfriends.
Okay, there you go.
For the night.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And your trip report, Douglas?
Oh, it was more like, let's just put it this way. I developed a deep and intensive understanding of the concept of the Lieshk. For those of you who don't know what that is, most people attribute that as a purely fictitious concept, something completely created by Tolkien, and I've never been a Tolkien fan, so it's not something that I've read up on or read from Tolkien, or I wasn't introduced to the topic through him, but certainly developed a very intensive understanding of what can happen to someone who has, by their sheer willpower and of course a necromantic kind of, shall we call it, just kind of. You'd call it kind of like a time block. You're basically retaining your soul in an increasingly defunct and disintegrating body, but you don't see that. You look in a mirror and you'll see a reflection of what you expect to see or what you project of yourself, which is at your best, whereas the body continues to disintegrate and within a relatively short period of time is basically a skeleton. So the concept of the Lieshk as this skeleton, but not a mindless horde skeleton like you would see in Jason and the Argonauts, but instead this intelligent and sentient skeleton with an essence that is upholding.
Oh, I'm familiar with that. That's necromancers talk about that a lot.
Yes, the Lieshk, and so it was just definitely had a very intensive, intimate feel of that experience.
So you know exactly why I am hooked on this feeling then.
I suppose, yeah. Well, you can have it. I mean,
wait a minute. You mean you didn't like it?
No, I didn't particularly like it. No, I'm sorry, Daniel. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that I don't even like partying on drugs. When I'm on them, I actually have a purpose. Either to focus or to do some work, or do other weird random stuff like what you were just describing about Tolkien.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, love both of you.
Something where I can behave myself all by myself,
Yes. No, I understand. And where you won't go wild and start barking at the moon or something. Yes. That's, oh God. That one poor son of a bitch I knew that I was talking about, who was the guy who had the Filipina girlfriend, and he was this white guy. And, like most of these white guys who get these ethnic girlfriends is because they're socially retarded among their own. And because they're socially retarded among their own, then they start dipping into these ethnic communities. So you see a lot of these white guys who are just malfunctioning when they do that. And by the way, it's not like I'm preaching racial purity. I hope people understand.
It's that most of those white guys are abusive.
Yeah. And in his case,
they haven't been acculturated to women.
Yeah, and in his case, he was just self-abusive. But it was like, he was too incapacitated to be a threat to, some female. But
probably got a little dick too.
Yeah, probably. God knows. That's
why they like them Asian girls.
They were getting something out of him, I guess. But whatever it was, it couldn't have been worth much. In terms of, what was it though? He smoked some fucking pot, and it was just like pot. But whatever it was, might have been laced with something. But still, I mean, it's just pot, and he stripped off all his clothes and ran naked across the highway. And he would do this, just take, and the horror of watching this individual was that he could not stop himself. So it's not just like, hey, grab this and, in some casual kind of recklessness. It was like compulsive, like, oh, hey, got some weed. Give me that! And he'd suck it all up with, and then before you know it, he's just insane, behaving insanely, stripping off all his clothes and running across the highway.
I didn't know. Today's also Sammy Romero's birthday, so I have to wish him a happy birthday.
Oh shit! Why didn't he tell us? Oh my God, he was so humble. He's probably afraid we'd start singing.
Hey, birthday, Sammy.
Yes, happy birthday, Sammy Romero. Happy birthday. Yes. How do I say that?
Don't expect us to sing it.
Yes.
Doug hates music.
Yes. Thank you. Oh my God. Well, there we are. And Sammy Romero. I don't even get these notifications. I'm supposed to get these notifications on fucking Facebook. I'm not even getting notifications. How's that work? Did you know this because you got the notification, right, Jameson?
Yeah, because it's on the. Well, that's because you have like a billion Pakistani guys.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably
that's
have. Right. It's Manuka's birthday.
Yeah, you're right.
Shit, can't even pronounce it.
I gotta start purging these people, but that would take too much time. I don't want to invest the time into, even purging these fuckers.
Purge like one a day, but even if you were to purge one a day, you'd probably have like a million.
Yeah,
left.
I know. Oh God, it's awful. It'd take me only 5,000 days before I get down to, oh God, it's just pathetic. And oh well, there you go. And For those of you who don't know, of course, I have the Sora Ayoy Facebook timeline that was gifted to me, and that was actually run for her by a bunch of Filipinos in the Philippines. And so they were just juicing a bunch of these Pakistanis, which was their main sucker kind of I don't know, pool, their sucker pool. And of course, one of them was Pavel Edward. So Pavel Edward was still writing like fucking lust letters to Sora Ayoy by the time I took over the timeline.
Oh my God, that is so lame.
Oh, it's so fucking sad. It is so, that's right up there with Abdul Kadim Haq and his bidet. It's like, I understand the bidet's this great gift to mankind and all that shit. But I mean, let's put this into perspective so that people understand the enormity of toilet technology. When John Crapper, and that was the fucker's name, when John Crapper invented the toilet seat, the population of mankind like sextupled. It like multiplied by 6 within a generation. That's how important toiletry is to the human health.
So that proves that most people were dropping dead because they were getting sick when they were taking the shit.
Well, it was because in England in particular, you would have like these runnels, like okay, we have what's called a sidewalk, and then what you'd have is the horse walk, where you would have like the bike lanes. That is where the English would have the horses, and this is why the man would always walk on the right side of the woman, because he's facing the horses, so that when the horses come by and gallop through all that shit, and it would be literally shit, then it would fling onto the man instead of the woman. So he's supposed to face the runnel side of the street. So this is why the men always walk on the right side of the woman. I think that's how it's supposed to be, or the left, or whatever the fuck it is, but it's the right.
How does Europe still even fucking exist after going through that shit?
Oh God! Oh, I haven't even got
very unsanitary.
Yeah, I haven't even got through the worst of it yet. So just so people understand, so basically you had where there's bike lanes, you had the horse lanes, and then between that you had the runnel, which is this V-shaped wedge. So this V-shaped wedge was in the center of every London street, and that was the open sewer. So what would happen was everybody who took a shit or a piss in multi-story buildings had their shit and piss bucket, and because, there was no plumbing, there's no toilets. So then they'd throw it out the window into the runnel in the middle of the street. So the middle of the street would literally be loaded with human shit. And so everybody the educated people thought it was the odor was killing people. They said so many people are dying, by the hundreds every day, that this was in the time of Charles Dickens. And they said that it must be the odor. And so they were like taking odor maps, and they were trying to measure odor levels, this weird kind of, based on what they knew. But then what happened was that when John Crapper invented the toilet seat and all of that disappeared, then you basically, that's what the problem was. It was just all that shit in the middle of every street was making everybody sick. It wasn't the odor. It was all the germs that were swimming in that sewer shit. Yeah, but the horrible story was that there was this one horrible story where, of course, where do all the runnels go? So all the runnels went towards genuine septic sewer pits, and these actually had bridges built over them, and that was so people wouldn't fall into them. And these were like, areas that I think just ultimately pumped into the Thames River. And but that was when Spring Heel Jack, this which they've kind of turned. You can find, if you look online, you can find Spring Heel Jack like comic books and from the days of the Victorian.
Yeah. I want to see if has anyone ever caught an image of this thing though?
I believe so.
Life?
There was one. I believe so. Yes, you'd have to look for it. But in terms of,
I wonder if that's where the term "the runs" come from.
I don't think so, but maybe.
No. The runs comes from the fact that you have to run to the fucking toilet.
Yeah, to the toilet. Yes.
all over the damn place.
Yeah. But there was this one horrible murder committed. But this is why I was bringing up the stupid comic book aspect. They made this guy into kind of like this Disney fantasy figure. But he committed a horrible murder where he took a young female child and threw her into one of those septic tanks, so she literally drowned in a puddle of shit in this huge septic tank of shit. That's how vicious this creature was, or man in the iron suit. And so there you have that horror. And
I don't think that was his only victim either. I think he might have killed more than that.
Oh yes, guaranteed.
Way more
that
than
stood
that.
out. That stood out for that reason. You understand what I'm saying? It's
what was incredible about the guy was that this dude was able to leap almost these almost insane levels.
Yes, that's right. That's right. He was
It was one of those. He was one of those anomalies that John Keel, had spoken about,
That's
which
correct.
is why I knew so much about it, and that's actually led to the fascination with the interdimensionals, because that's what I think the guy was.
Well, he was somebody who had technology ahead of its time. He was obviously certainly in a suit, like an Iron Man type suit. But
Yeah, he maybe a time traveler just got caught in the wrong fucking time and just decided, oh fuck, I'm just gonna go ape shit and ape crazy because I can't go home.
yeah, something like that. But the other element of those times, when Dickens was writing about all those ragamuffins and street urchins, is that all the wealthy had shoes, but think of those poor children, what they called the Fagin brats, which would be like basically feral gangs of children that would be taken advantage of by predatory adults who would send them to pickpocket the wealthy. The Fagin brats would be running along these streets barefooted. So they'd be like barefoot on the street where they would be contracting, no doubt, all kinds of ringworm and hookworm from the horrors that are going through the runnels, because I'm sure all that shit was splashed all over the streets by the horses constantly galloping by. And so there you have all that. And with that, what I'm going to do is leave you two gentlemen to hold the stage for a few minutes while I refresh myself, get some calories in myself. I'll be back soon enough, and then I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room and give us another night after I, give shout outs to all these wonderful people who have helped me. And Bizarre HD, who is George Knight, says, much love, Douglas. Much love unto you, sir. And of course, thinking about you and 5G. And one of these days we'll get him on to explain that. And of course, our man, both Isaac and Sammy Romero, can also explain 5G as it impacts the United States with what they see in the airports, because obviously it caused all kinds of fuck-ups with the flight system somehow, where they're trying to install the installation thereof of the 5G.
See, this is the problem with them. Well, yeah, you go. It's just you can go.
I do what I need to. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be back.
But yeah, this is the problem with American infrastructure, is that it's never updated until something dies or until enough people have died, in which it's like, okay, maybe we need to upgrade this system. It's fucking archaic as shit for what's supposed to be an advanced first world nation. I mean, it's totally absurd. So how have things been going on your end, Daniel?
Oh, it's going all right. I'm preparing for this weekend. There's supposed to be a major cold front coming.
Oh, shit.
So of course, yeah, the usual horror story about the likelihood of power outage might be taking place, but I'm bracing for it.
Are you guys still managed by just one power company? Does that same company still have the monopoly on things?
I don't know anything about that part. I don't take care of that part of the household. As far as all the bills go there.
Oh, okay, yeah, because that I can imagine. Oh man, well. Here we go. We're going to start. Well, I suspect the future is going to be people throwing shit out of their windows and kids running around with no shoes and stealing from people and shit, because that's pretty much where we're headed. Which is fine by me. I mean, hell, it's entertaining enough to watch people destroy each other.
People always find ways to fling shit at each other. If it's not literal, then it's going to be cyber, or one way or another.
Yeah. I although it was kind of more amusing when people did it literally, because cyber, it's just like everybody's doing it now, and there's just too many people. I mean,
oh man, there's also always going to be real shit flinging everywhere too, and it's always going to be flung by the closet fascists. Like Julian Assange and the Capitol insurrectionists. They did all that shit on the walls.
Oh yeah, the fucking autocrats. I wonder how many people actually pissed and pooped during that raid.
Like Don't be surprised. Actually, speaking of that shit, I remember reading a piece of English history that during the war, the British bowmen, they were positioned at a post where they wore no pants, and they didn't have any pants so that they could take a shit because they were panicking during the war. So a lot of people, they shit on themselves.
Ugh, geez.
Either before they die and after they die.
Well, that's not uncommon for people to void their bowels and and urinate.
Yeah,
And
in the event of war. Yep.
And there have also been people who have experienced, well, at least in terms of men, I'm not sure how often this happens with women, but there have also been people who have died, and the corpses would have erections and shit. It's really weird.
Yeah, that's also been known to happen too. Actually, a friend of mine whose father was a paramedic for a time, he had taken this. He had a DOA with him from the ambulance, so the blanket was over the body, and he ran it up the elevator, and the corpse went ahead and just sat up on its own, scared the shit out of him while in the elevator. Like, damn.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time. All those gases just build up in the corpse, and it's not unusual. And the problem is, after because the muscle tissue can't produce, myosin, tropomyosin, and actin and all those things that cause muscles to work. After the person sits up, they'll be sitting up for like a good hour until the muscles finally relax and go back down.
Well, my friend's paramedic dad, he also it literally scared the shit out of him too.
Oh my gosh, he shit his pants.
Yeah, he had to run to the toilet right after he dropped the corpse off.
Oh my gosh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Oh man, that must have been a bad day. I couldn't imagine what it would be like. Not making fun of this for people who this happens to, but just the idea of walking around in one's own shit for a long time.
Hell,
I don't even see how babies do it.
Shit, Donald Trump, he wears a diaper. He's been wearing one even during the seasons of the filming of The Apprentice. Because of all the drugs he was taking, a lot of the powder drugs.
Oh,
the thing is, at a long term, they'll eventually you start developing loose bowel movements, and he sharts blatantly, and stinks up the place.
Damn, man.
Yeah, and then he has other people changing him too.
And knowing all that, people would still vote for him. I don't get it. And
that's because they're stupid enough.
And this is the shit that they were accusing Hillary Clinton of doing, but the reality of is that was all Trump that had that going on.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that was him.
Oh man, that is just that is awful, man. Cocaine's a hell of a drug. I would not want to do that. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, shit. That was. I mean, I was. Actually, yeah, that was the main product that I was selling mostly. Back when I was younger. Not anymore. That's way long ago. But yeah, my way through the party scene was I was dealing. That was mainly the kind of dope I was dealing for the most part. Yeah, I didn't sell weed, but I sold the powdered drugs. Sometimes the pills, but I didn't care about those. But just mainly the powdered drugs because they were a consistent buy.
Ah, yeah, and people could just snort it, and there'll be no trace of it. What?
Yeah.
Does it give you hallucinations?
No. For the most part, if it's pretty good, and at the right time, you'll definitely have a good shit. Yep.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yep. But see, the excessive use of those kind of drugs, methamphetamines especially, yes, it does eventually cause the body to be easier for loose bowel movements. You know,
Yeah,
you'll
that
shit on yourself a lot.
that does not sound very cool at all. That sounds like,
Yeah.
I mean, is to not be able to know that you're going or not be able to feel it like that. That sounds horrible.
See, I think, okay, here's the reason I think that cocaine sells so much and often is because it's the closest synthetic version it can get to the chemical effects of love in the brain.
Of love.
Yes. See,
What?
and that could also explain why Don Jr. always, you know, is always notorious for snorting cocaine. You know, he's got to make up for the love he's not getting from his dad.
So how does that work? What chemicals does love produce in the brain?
I don't know. I don't know enough science to explain that to you.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Who are most of the people who bought from you when you were like into that?
Oh,
I mean,
mostly the party scene. A lot of old white Republicans. Yeah, because they had a lot of money, and of course, you know, they also had a lot of the strippers with them, and I knew many of them too.
that
Well,
explains a lot.
Yep. And of course, the strippers, you know, they were very useful because they were the one that put the word out. You know, they were the ones they were pretty much like the middle contact. You know, enough for me to trust them because, you know, I had enough to break them off a piece too.
Nice. I mean, that definitely sounds like a win-win for them. You know, they get the politicians' money and they get themselves a little midnight snack.
Oh yeah, I mean, they love that shit. You know, I mean, well, see the thing, not all strippers, but a good number of these girls, and you know, I've gotten pretty close enough to be able to read some of these other girls that I haven't met, but I still get a good idea about some of them. Is a lot of them usually have they grew up to be sluts because they were, you know, molested by an adult male in their family. If it's not their father, it's either an uncle, grandpa, or brother, and that's something that they grew up with. And I guess in a way, it's not so much to cover up their shame, but it's something that they believe, that they feel that makes the guy love them, is because they got to please them by sharing their body with them.
I see. So that becomes the association of how love is given, because the person who, they're someone who they loved or was family took advantage of. That is so fucked up, man.
Yeah, see, that's how they grew up to please the male. You know, it begins in the household, and you know, so some of these girls, yeah, they come from that background. Not all of them, but a lot of them do.
I see.
And the rest of them, they're all sluts in their own way.
Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, I can understand, but at least it's at least it has its value. I mean, they're getting paid for it. I mean, so there is some compensation being had.
Oh yeah.
And I can kind of understand it from that perspective. But if there was just no compensation, it'd be like, what would be the point? But then again, you know, I'm not one who really understands human sexuality. I rather not understand sexuality, honestly speaking. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have any sexual desires whatsoever. And
I don't understand sexuality. I just enjoy it.
Well, I don't even do that. I hate it. I loathe it, man. I can't stand it. It's I mean, how do you enjoy something that you don't have control over? You know, it's like the impulse, you know, you get what I'm saying? It's like nature now dictates who you're attracted to. So, you know, I see an attractive woman and it's like you know, granted, it's not like I have to say anything or do anything, but it's like, you know, the fact that there's even the desire that bothers me, because that's not, because it's not under your conscious control. You get what I'm saying?
the best answer I can give you on that is I enjoy women because I do not have to understand them. Not only that, I don't have to fix anything for them when all I have to do is listen to them without trying to interrupt them. I just let them talk.
Well, I can see how that approach works. I can't grasp. I hate the fact that the need even exists. It's if I could biologically neuter that aspect of my mind, I would, and I'd never use it ever again, and I'd be okay with it. Fuck it. I see it as more of a liability rather than an asset.
Well, male and female, they're the same creature, but they still operate on different primary instincts. Us guys, we got, we go along with our understanding, in the world. While women, they're more dominant in the feeling and the emotions department, the nurturing side. The shit that we don't understand is men, especially when there's something we want from that we're not getting yet.
Yeah, I would rather just keep my entire life in my intellect and head and never have to venture into even the emotional realm, man. It's such a burden.
You get enough of it talking about it on the show.
Huh?
You get enough of the emotional realm by talking about shit on the show anyway.
That's a good point. I wouldn't have even seen that. But I've recently gone the way of you, so I'm banned from Facebook now for the 30 days. I can't even unfriend people who just have like annoying ass posts. It's just
I've been getting messages on Twitter through old friends on Facebook where there's other people that hated me and they're talking about me missing me.
Wow, someone really has nothing better to do in your life when someone who struck a nerve that long ago is still thinking about you.
Yeah. They're like, where'd he go?
Yeah, I could just see them like spending all this time writing this shit out, thinking about what they're gonna write out to you, and not even knowing that your account's been gone for like forever.
Yeah. I still get the occasional screenshot now and then.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah, you guys are knuckleheads. They need to let it go. I don't even remember more than half of these guys.
Man, I can't even remember what happened the other day. So, let alone that. Man, that's insane.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man. Well, what I can say is, dude, you need that sexual. All right. So this is Troy Bellamy. Don't disdain your innate nature. I would rather not activate sexual feeling at all if I could help it. If I could help it, I would rather just throw it away and just focus on power and more in acquiring more power in the occult, so that I can eventually break free from this prison we call a universe and say fuck you to the creator, because I fucking hate that piece of shit that created me.
Well, sex is its own power as well because it's linked to creation and procreation.
That is precisely why I loathe it so much, because I only want to destroy this world. If you want to destroy the world and you have an impulse in you that's antithetical to destruction.
Destruction is also a process of creation as well. It's just an opening the door to more creating.
To an extent.
Yes.
When you reach a point where you're working with the anti-gods that are caustic to regeneration of life, that means that whatever opening you cause, whatever rift you cause, nothing is going to grow on it. You get what I'm saying? So, like, if you were to curse a field to destruction, it would burn down or whatever, and then new life would grow from it. But if you're dealing with something like you're operating with entities that are completely antithetical to existence itself, and you were to curse a field with that, nothing would grow on it. It would become a barren wasteland, which nothing's possible to grow on it. And that's the entire point: is to reach that level of power, to just wipe everything the fuck out, man.
Well, Columbus did eliminate the Taino people, but the land still exists, though.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things that made me really, excited when I was a kid about nuclear weapons, because I saw finally something that could not only just wipe out life, but something that can prevent any growth or anything from even ever coming back. And oddly enough, there are things that seem to still somehow survive the radiation and still grow, oddly enough. But I mean, I suspect I'll never have the secrets that Douglas has, as far as contacting these things or trying to bring them into this realm to some degree. But I'll see what I could dredge up.
The destruction's part of the infinity of existence because it has its place in it.
Well, yeah, it is, but it depends on. It's all a question of what your goal is, and if your goal is to destroy the God that created you, then obviously you would use something outside of that being to destroy it, which is the whole logic behind it. But I guess that's the reason why I'm a single male who will never probably know those relations and will always have to struggle with this. If I could somehow magically find a way to use it to other things, I would. But
when I was 10 years old, I purposely learned how to play the guitar because I knew it was the one quick way to attract female attention without me having to talk much, or show off in a stylish jacket with some trendy emblem on it or whatever. As long as I knew how to play guitar and play some music, it always gets the pretty girls around, and everyone else. But my purpose was to attract the girls.
Yeah. Well,
and music is the magic that attaches those feelings.
I don't think I never thought about girls until I was 15. It took a long time.
I was born a pervert. I love the ladies.
Yeah, I didn't even know what when people would say, when I was a kid, I didn't even know what jerking off meant, and kids would be saying it as an insult. I'm like, what's that?
No, I didn't even know what that was either until I was like 15, when some girl was doing it to me and telling me that's what it is. Like, oh really? Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's well.
I was getting laid a lot too, though, so no, I didn't really think about it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I'll ever be spending my money to get laid anymore. I don't even think I'm not even interested in spending money on this fucking dating site, because it's like, why would you charge someone for just 30 days? It's like,
okay,
it's ridiculous.
Here we are. Now let's take a look at the chat room, and thank you, gentlemen. You see, it sounds like both of you have been doing well. Lost some of the numbers, but I guess we could do worse. As always, they try their best, but they're not exactly trained for this, nor am I. But still, it's one of those things where, people are. Well, hopefully they come back.
Yeah,
they'll check back in.
I did get a compliment. Whoever's talking, you sound like you were definitely very imbalanced in your mind. Thank you.
Who said that? Who said that?
Just someone in the chat. I take that as a compliment. I don't belong here.
Yeah.
See,
This
all
universe.
the thing is, all three of us are very different from each other. We're different people, but we still get to talk shit, and we're cool about it.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Thank you. And that's the way it should be. I mean, after all, we've got, Peter Moon sits here and talks about, yeah, nothing worse than a Republican, but a Democrat. And I just roll my eyes. Nobody can see it, but I roll my eyes whenever he goes through
Well,
that. And
But then
Well,
again, I don't see why one would be so excited to play a sport where you're touching other males into your
I can say this. Peter's my favorite conservative because I grew up around conservatives my whole life,
Yeah.
and compared to them, he's actually more of a left leaning
Yes,
conservative
yes, he's as
compared to.
yeah. No, your point is well taken. Yes, he's as liberal as you can get for a conservative.
Yep.
Now, my earbuds fell out. Excuse me there for a second while I finish choking on this. Let me suck some tea down, and then I'll read Troy Bellamy and some of the other people what they said. Shane Bridges said goodnight, Peter Moon, etc. And anyhow, you guys take over again for a few minutes while I drink some tea. And shout out to Kathleen True Love Presser. Hey, honey. And yes, everybody's unbalanced in one way or another on this show. And so let me drink this tea and go mute. And you guys take it from here for a few minutes. Yeah.
It's odd enough. We imbalanced people seem to be drawn to you for some reason. It's just a blessing you have.
And plus, it's also a good thing for Facebook too. That I'm gone, so that they can get a little grounding back.
Okay, so we have. Oh well, this is interesting. The U.S. Special Ops has launched a raid in northwest Syria. Well, okay, that sounds interesting. Who knows where that's going to go? But I did see this article. Okay, here's one for thinking. They're saying now that they're definitely going to start cutting out U.S. Armed Forces members who are not accepting the vaccine. And I was thinking to myself, that is going to be the last thing this country needs. So not only are these people like militarized and just fucking out of their minds, they're anti-vax too and probably leaning to the right. Yeah, that's going to increase. That's going to be a national security threat.
Yeah, I read about that. And I think one thing I got from it, I think it was like about somewhere close to 1 to 3% of them in the military known that are unvaxxed. I mean, and I'm hoping it's not any more than that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I'm hoping that in reality it's less than that, because that in and of itself, that's a national security threat right there, because the biggest threat to the security of people within the United States are ex-military or military people who are disgruntled and get cut out of the military and wind up doing crazy shit like shooting up shopping malls, which I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of in the coming months. Because these things,
I guess we can look forward to the time after income tax season, after some of these poor white trash folk cash their checks, and go to the gun store.
yeah, it's strange because these are the same people who talk about how little they have and how little the government is supplying, is helping and all, and is saying, oh, I work hard, I work this, I work that. It's like, dude, well, if you stop buying guns and bullets, maybe you'll have something to actually live with.
I mean, someone needs to remind them about how people before them were doing the same thing that they're doing now, and it still didn't work out.
Well, this is what Sammy Romero was telling us earlier, how the Americans, especially the white Americans, are the rejects of Europe, so they didn't even get being European right.
Yeah. pretty much.
So these are people that, yeah, I can only assume, biologically speaking, cannot learn from the past. They cannot learn from examples that didn't work because it's just there's something genetically wrong with them.
Well, at least today, I'm glad more white people bathe and shower.
Why is that?
Oh, way before then, they had a phobia of it until the Moors came into Europe and taught them differently, taught them the importance of sanitation.
That's true. That's true.
Yep.
They should shower and bathe, because if they don't, they'll just look like the January 6th rioters.
I mean, yeah, before the Moors arrived in Europe, they didn't even know what the hell soap was, you know?
Yeah, and I think by that time, just about everyone else around the organized world did have some form of soap, be it from ash or be it from leftover fat from like dead animals or whatnot. Yeah,
and also for sake of Black History Month, I have to add that the Moors were educated Black Africans.
Yes, they were Black people. They were literally Black.
Mm-hmm. You know, and the story that they were saying in the movie, was it True Romance, where was Dennis Hopper playing the dad and telling the story about the Moors? Yep, it's all true.
I've never even seen that movie, but
that's a very funny part of the movie.
Oh, you're talking about Christopher Walken, right?
Yes, the Christopher Walken, the mob boss, and Dennis Hopper, the father.
He's a cop. He's supposed to be a retired cop. Yeah, and he's trying to protect his son because I believe Christopher Walken is actually playing the role of a hired hitman, and or a mafia contract killer or something of that nature.
Yeah. Well, actually, he was kind of like a boss.
Right. Okay. And then basically that's when the father comes up with the Moors and Sicily, and you Italians are all half niggers. Yeah. Okay. So again, thanking everybody in the chat room and those who remained with us through the conversation between Daniel and our man Jameson. Of course, they're wonderful people. If you give them a chance, and
it's Black History Month.
There we are. Yes. And Troy Bellamy says, dude, you need that sexual feeling activated. Don't disdain your inner nature. And he's speaking, of course, to Jameson in this regard. And he says sexual proclivity is the genesis of every conflict on earth, and even heaven. God's power came from his intercourse with Mary. By the way, you guys are great. Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciate it. And also, Troy Bellamy goes on to say, I learned so much from you, Douglas. I learned more Black history and CRT listening to you. Like a few weeks ago, you mentioned the triple nickels during World War II. And yes, I should go deeply into that during Black History Month. I don't know if I'll do that tonight. I doubt I'll do it tonight. I know I should go a bit into the Supreme Court nomination tonight. But we're going to kind of, Jesus Christ, is that?
Don't worry. It's nothing's coming up. It's the virus has taken over parts of my mind, and it just causes me to cough.
Okay, understood.
And it's annoying because I can't hold it in. I try to hold it in sometimes and see how long I can control it, but then it just happens. This virus is changing my personality to do things that I don't want to do, and I'm scared.
Oh, yeah, you'll be fine.
Well, obviously, I'm not in my right mind. I mean, why the fuck would I create a profile on a dating site? That's not what Jameson does.
Because you're normalizing, maybe.
No. I think this is the virus trying to replicate itself by trying to push me towards sexual activity.
I like that.
Which I ordinarily stay away from.
Good.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's funny.
that's not good. That's
a situation
scary.
comedy. That is actually a situation comedy material. That's like some guy, he's taken over by a virus that tries to reproduce sexually. That's actually funny. I mean, this is what happens, right? I mean, sexually transmitted diseases, right? So
yeah. So how do we know COVID doesn't have the ability to affect the brain in the same way? I mean, again, what we're learning about addiction is that addiction was caused by was actually the activation of a retrovirus. That was a very ancient retrovirus that was probably passed on through people who have like Neanderthal in their DNA and whatnot, and so. Yeah. But look, you have an entire virus that's controlling the cycle of addiction. So I mean that's big. Why aren't we hearing about this shit? Viruses. You can control people with viruses.
I think it's like almost like the in thing now, where doctors are blaming everything on viruses. That may be true, but at the same time, like when I told the doctor I was afraid that I might have pneumonia. And she's like, "Oh, we don't believe that people catch pneumonia from cold anymore. We think that you have to be exposed to a virus." It's at this point, it's like, well, okay, bullshit. That's bullshit on that noise. It's just, at this point, it's just stupid. Okay. It's I get this all the time where they're like saying, it's virus this and virus that. Like for ulcers, that shit about virus for ulcers. That's just, it's all total fucking bullshit.
Oh yeah, that is bullshit. Don't they blame like H. pylori for that now?
Yeah, it's H. pylori. They've been blaming that.
That's a bacteria.
Yeah, years and years now. Now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to dig through some of these notes and dig up a little bit on the triple nickels. Maybe fulfill a little bit of my obligation towards Black History Month. I can do that in brief and then do the triple nickels later. But in terms of what the Kathleen Truelove presser said, she says, "Shout right back at you. All the best fellas like everybody's honesty." Thank you, honey. And as for George Knight, he was responding to Troy Bellamy. He said, "That's right, the triple nickels, the 555, all conscientious objectors. Thousands were killed over the west coast of the United States, and the remains are still out there." That is true to an extent, but there was also the elite unit, and the elite unit of the triple nickels was definitely, I don't believe a single member of them died. Maybe one or two might have died because they were doing very dangerous work, but they were so well trained at what they did that very few of them became fatalities. Yeah, I'm sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I just stopped.
Oh, okay. And as for the other thing that we were bringing up with Daniel Arola, or what I should bring up was, I probably won't have time to go through it today, the Supreme Court nomination, but, I don't know how you can live in the same state with Ted Cruz, because as soon as, Biden said he was going to select a black woman for the Supreme Court, then Ted Cruz came up and said, "That's racist." And now they're trying to look through a wider selection of choice.
No, they don't take Ted Cruz seriously here in Texas.
Good.
And everybody's wondering who the hell's supporting him for real.
Douglas, everyone. When I saw him making public that he wanted to nominate a black woman, I knew they weren't going to do it. I knew it was all bullshit. And I knew that this is the Ku Klux cracker ass country that's fucked up on both sides, which is why I'm happy to see it burn.
This is more or less a consistency of their reactionary behavior.
Yeah. Let's hope it does happen. I mean, hopefully they just go through a wider selection and then pick a black woman anyway, but go on.
No, they're not going to do it because they know for a fact, they're just woman. Listen. They rather have us black people angry that they didn't choose it than have a bunch of crackers angry that there's a black woman on the Supreme Court who will go running around trying to kill black women even more than they're killing them now.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I understand your cynicism, but let's hope that doesn't happen. That's all.
My cynicism is I think an expression of knowing the shadow, having access to the shadow of the human unconscious, and knowing exactly how the
Yeah.
the shit of the mind operates.
Okay. So did I just?
But imagine this. Imagine the kind of destruction a black judge would bring, though, just from overthinking alone on the white people's mind,
Yeah.
on the redneck like.
Yeah, it's there we are. Okay, so I think we've got an excellent connection, and everybody do confirm the sound for tonight. And that noise was probably somehow impacting the external hard drive. So, oh shit, there we are. Yeah, so that's what that flicks open the screen image on and off. So everybody tell me if the screen image is still on and everything else. And then we can, I'll probably start sucking all the oxygen out of the air soon enough and just take over the show completely. But I really couldn't do it without these two gentlemen. So understand, everybody, that they do need to be appreciated, and they do their best. And it's so what was covered while I was gone? Just curious.
I was just talking about how much I loathe sexuality and would like
drugs.
Would like to rip it from my existence so that I can summon the anti-gods and slay.
Okay. Oh,
God.
shit. Now, here we are. Just since you said that, YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Open widget. Okay. So if I open the widget, what is it going to say? Stream health error. Stream is healthy. YouTube not receiving enough video. Poor. It says stream status is poor. Okay. Let's see what it says here. Got a green here. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. How about you two? You're holding up well? I mean, technology?
Maybe.
Okay.
What I'll do is I'll stop talking about the subject and everything will go back to normal.
Yeah, hopefully so. So now that I turn the stream health on, how do I get it back to a more normal? At least I can see the time, but I'm trying to get the... Oh, here we are. Go back to analytics. There we are. Press back to analytics. Okay, everybody, we're going to need your help on this. You won't be hearing about the triple nickels tonight. It's just too much to dig these notes out, and I think I'm impacting the computer around me. There's just too much, how would I say it? We're just moving things around in a hellhole like this. Obviously, I live in a crypt that's a hoarder's crypt, and moving things around just causes horrible fluctuations in the technology around me. And it just knocks everything to hell and back. I think I actually may know where I put some of those notes, but no point in getting it now. And
then there's also the fact that the veil is very thin around you, and certain things react to words. Words have power. So yeah. I'm learning to grasp that a little more with a little more respect than I had when I was much more of a greenhorn.
Got it. Okay, so do me a favor. We've got, I'll start in towards the top of the hour. You guys take over for a few more minutes while I put everything back. And hopefully this settles down. It's, right now, screen went off again. It came back on.
Yeah. I saw that. I actually saw that in real time as well.
Yeah, so we're getting a lot of interference right now. And literally this has to do... What?
Are we still live?
Yeah, as far as we need to ask people. Let us know if we're still alive. Still live. Says we're streaming, and got a green light on the stream, but the interaction with the computer can be pretty fucking iffy. It's nothing in this house works. It's just. I'm dealing with shit equipment that is, this is the newest computer I've had in a long time, and still it's not, top of the line, and not nearly what I need to be doing what I'm doing. But in terms of what I do need, understand what I need are electric blankets. So do put in an electric blanket, send it from Amazon to myself. You don't worry about my getting 2 or 3 of them. I need all the electric blankets I can get because they burn out very quickly, comparatively speaking. So I need a spare around because when one burns out, theoretically I could freeze to death during the night. I'm not kidding. It's there's no heat, no central heat in this place at all. So the electric blankets are it. And so with that in mind, and people who were asking about the heating pad, as I said, I can't sleep under it. And beyond that, it's got a very short heating time. It turns off after maybe about an hour or 2 hours at the most. Obviously I can't keep waking up to turn that thing back on. So I need an electric blanket, and that has a longer time. They shouldn't even have time limits on these stupid things. They should let it burn off for as long as a person has it on. But they're fucking stupid that way. Okay, now we're getting no data, and maybe that's the sign that it's going to normalize. Then error, YouTube's not receiving enough video. Okay, so we need feedback from everyone telling us how we sound, and then we'll take it from there. Let me see if something is not right here. Okay, that should be fine. Should have nothing to do with the screen. There we go. Okay, you guys take over. I'm going to go silent while I put the stuff back.
Okay, so sorry about that.
Jesus Christ, Daniel, you take over from play your ukulele or something. Oh my God. We're not going to get anywhere with what's.
Yeah, that was something. I do think I'm dying now. It's okay. It wouldn't be the first time.
There we are. It's natural for you. He comes often, and then you go back. Yeah.
If I know coughs, me being a pothead, yeah, that cough sounds pretty bad.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so probably will be walking pneumonia, which isn't uncommon with COVID, but yeah. All right. Well,
yeah, we got feedback. So Troy Bellamy says sounds strong.
Okay, good. Bless him.
Thanks, Troy.
Thank you, Troy. Yes, always good to have that. And with that, I'll be taking over any second. Put all this stuff away. And
I guess the streets of San Francisco are safe. Doug's not driving.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Oh man. Well,
what? Come up with something besides the cough. I mean, that'll be.
Well, I was going to say I'm just like perusing through like some news items and stuff because nobody wants to hear about the mad maniacal rants of something that is a bit distorted. So,
Jamo, see a lot of what you talk about, like the destruction stuff. It reminds me of a lot of the black metal music that I used to get into in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of those lyrics, everything you're telling me, it all reminds me of that. I'm thinking, damn, you should be a damn death metal band.
Yeah, I considered doing that. I considered writing songs at least for it.
You got the words for them.
Well, I do listen to death metal, so I mean that definitely goes right up the alleyway. I mean, maybe I should look for some death metal friends. You know,
the one satanic band, Morbid Angel. They use a lot of Lovecraft symbology and references in their songs.
Oh yeah. That is pretty big these days. The Lovecraft mythos is just like blowing up everywhere.
Actually, Morbid Angel was the first to come up with the Lovecraft mythos in the black metal scene, and they started in the 80s.
Nice. That's way back. Yeah.
I used to go to their shows back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. So let me turn on the screen share here, and okay, start sharing. Okay, so you gentlemen can see the cursor moving around. So this is a Skype call. So here's the stream settings and the stream health. So the stream health right now says poor. Now it's kind of fluctuating in and out. Apparently at 3:55 p.m., which I wasn't even transmitting at that time. It was no data, so that makes sense. 5:08, stream is healthy. 10:49, error. Then stream is healthy. Now it's back to this kind of error again. I probably shouldn't obsess on this, but I'll ask everyone again to give us some feedback. See what happens when I press the reset. See how that goes. And all right.
I'm wondering if it's something on YouTube's end.
Okay. It's hard to say, right? Okay,
Because
so that's
sometimes
good.
those things happen where they just like have streaming that's down like all across the entire network.
Okay.
Which
Okay, Dat Dude 873210 says loud and clear. Okay, then I feel we've got it from two different sources now. Whatever they say on the screen, we'll ignore. And let's see what they say up here with the DDD, and see if we go on to the. Let me see. Sammy Romero commented on my link. All right, so he usually goes straight to the Sora Aoi, and let's see what he says here. And okay, it says the link. I'm exhausted after the trip to the doctor today. I hope it goes well tonight. So thank you, Penny. Good. There we are. So she showed her position. Hope everything went well at the docs. And then here, loud and clear. Excellent. Thank you, Sammy. So that's 3 people. So I guess coming from, we've triangulated it. We've had a triage. So whatever it reads on the screen, we'll ignore, and we'll go ahead that everything's working. So I'll take over from this point. Do me a favor, gentlemen, and say goodnight. Say goodnight, dear Daniel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Jameson, guys, talk to you guys later.
Yes, we love you dearly. Thank you so much for helping us out. And let's stop sharing here. And Jameson Reese, say good morning to everyone.
Good morning, folks. Destroyer of the Light will be waiting in the background
Okay.
as Douglas's shadow.
Oh, shit. Wait, I got Facebook alert. Unrecognized logins into your Facebook account are disabled. You will continue receiving login warnings via system notifications like this. Okay, weird shit. So there we are. It logged into from a browser or device Monday, September 6th. Okay, that was a long while ago. Last time I got a warning like that. So apparently somebody was trying to get into my Facebook. Isn't that delightful? Just the last thing I needed to hear right now. All right.
Maybe you might want to. Does anyone else have access to your Facebook?
Selena, of course.
Okay, well, yeah, it might have been her. Then you should ask though, definitely.
Of course, that goes without saying. Well, she would tell me if she had problems getting in, and she's been getting in so far and nothing happened. So that would mean like what? They suddenly just started noticing. It's she was kind of authorized, right? I mean, if you give
Yeah,
who knows?
yeah. If you authorize someone to do it, then yeah. So this means some other weird goobers running around out there.
Yeah.
Probably our Jesse Smollett on the other line.
Yeah, no doubt. And so there's at least they've got some kind of security, I guess. Let me refresh the page there and see if that, see if my page comes back up or whether they've logged me out or something like that. Probably couldn't log me out since the Facebook gave me a forewarning. So, okay then. Everything seems as well as can be. All right then. One among... Oh, yes. Do you want to say goodnight to everybody? Let everybody know you'll be here throughout the night.
I will be here throughout the night. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you. Delightful. And that was, of course, our resident, I don't know what to say. Jameson. It's Jameson. He is what he is. And one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can review excerpts from his book, his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. Okay, going on to the punchline of the... How did I lose the punchline? For the solicitation, which is the phone. Okay. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. And Tucson is spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, a number of shout-outs tonight and a prayer request. We have not heard from Amanda Ute in a while. We do pray she's well. I got a message from her saying she was feeling better a while back, and after that, I didn't hear from her again, and she's been non-responsive. So prayers to Amanda Ute, and may she remain in good health along with all her family. If worse comes to worse, I will try giving her kids a call. And I never wanted to do that because of, it's just unusual. They're teens now. And, but I'll, might be forced to do that within the near future. Other than that, shout out to Eric Laystick. Eric Laystick sent me a $25 check, 1/4 of 100 United States dollars. And this 25 US dollars helps. Everything helps. Don't be afraid to contribute what you can. And, of course, the lovely Hහැ Kiefer, she contributed 100 United States dollars, along with this wonderful note talking about my compassion, my erodation, and telling me to keep on keeping on, of course. And she is a wonderful human being. Thank God for her. I'm glad she seems to be have fallen on better times. I know she was struggling there for a while. And I just feel so much better when she's doing better. And honestly, if anyone deserves, good things to happen to her, it's Hහැ Kiefer. So anonymous. And of course, this is a wonderful individual who I know who it is. But they said anonymous, so we'll leave it that way. They contributed 100 United States dollars via PayPal. Just so people know the specifics here, Eric Laystick basically sends a monthly check of 1/4 of 100 US dollars, and God bless him for it. And when it comes to Hහැ Kiefer, she sends $100 when she can. And so does Anonymous. So all of this helps enormously. The other two send it via check or money order that they send via snail mail. They send it to my physical mailing address, 1242 Green Street, like the color green, San Francisco, California, and the zip code is 94109. And as for Anonymous, he contributed through PayPal, and he said, I agree with Peter, hard to promote people. Awesome shows lately. 12 hours flew by. Hope you are well. Thank you. God bless you. Sorry if I could do it that way tonight. It was okay. I hope people are satisfied with what we've discussed so far. And then, of course, there had to be that break while I refreshed myself. And then a shout out to Dennis Marshall, who sent a care package, is what I presume it's going to be. I'll take a look through it, and it looks, it says fragile. It's fascinating, whatever it is. Haven't had a chance to open it yet, but we'll be doing so soon enough. And Clarice Claudette, her vitamin C saved my ass. Hopefully she heard it earlier when I was expressing that. And honestly, her care packages are the gifts that keep on giving. And also, an anonymous fan sent myself the copper supplements that I spracketh of before. And either the same anonymous fan or another anonymous fan sent myself 2 bottles, the large bottles, 180 capsules each, of NutriCost, L-arginine, and plus L-ornithine. So God bless them. This is something I will start supplementing very soon. And this is something that is, from my understanding, these are basically amino acids precursors to proteins. So apparently they're beneficial for many things, for athletic performance and recovery, but can be a general enhancement, supplement for heart health, etc. So, wonderful person is trying to help me with my energy. God bless them, and I love them dearly. And so this is better than Viagra, and it's, comparatively speaking, all organic. And all right, Jameson Reese is back with us. And somehow did I knock myself off the call there or something? No, I'm still on the call, but, I might as well go to call. There we are. That's better. The screen is perverse for Skype, and you kind of go in and out of it just by clicking it the wrong way. I mean, it seems like certain types of pressure on the button create a different kind of response or something, which doesn't make any sense. All right, aside from the shout-outs, then we're going to check back into live stream where Troy Bellamy says, how well known was it that J. Edgar Hoover and Abe Lincoln had black family? Also, Warren Harding, I believe, or one of the presidents. Well, it's I didn't know that. I've heard this sort of thing before. And it may be true. I have no idea. It's one of those things that I'll have to look into it. Of course, in the end, not quite sure how important that is. It sounds almost like, I'll tell you the truth, it sounds almost like they're trying to defame black people by affiliating them with these men. All of those men were known racists. They're not exactly the most sympathetic characters in history. So I would just find it odd that, oh, by the way, they were black. It's like, that's a bit convenient, right? It's almost like trying to, they're not people blacks want to adapt. Yeah, as our man Jameson says. So what is that about? It doesn't make much sense to me. But at any rate, before I get started on just hoovering the room with all what I usually do, just diving into the subject and not emerging from it for the next day, until the next day, till the sun starts emerging over the horizon line, and then I have to stop because I can't do this throughout the murderous daylight hours. I might get sunsick, so have to retreat into slumber at that point. And oh my God, if I were to just go into the Supreme Court subject alone, that would be a lot of time. It's a subject that, of course, would bring me into talking about several things that they're doing in the courts of law that I find reprehensible, but can't really. There's just no time to address it tonight when we're trying to address so many other things. So let me try and breathe, get myself centered, and get ready to just talk nonstop. And hopefully many people are satisfied with what we spoke of tonight theologically. I know that that's, how would I say it? Just hard for a lot of people to take. But hopefully it's enough of an education for them where they just learn to adapt. And now, in terms of this holiday, just so people understand, this is, of course, Asian Lunar New Year. And it is most celebrated on both the mainland in China and in Vietnam, even more so than it is in Korea and Japan. And it's also celebrated across the Black Strait of Taiwan, on the island China, where I was born, as well as being celebrated other parts of East Asia. But people always call it either Chinese New Year, but the French do not, because the French had colonized Vietnam. And so the French reference it as Viet New Year, or the New Year of the Vietnamese. So it's properly Sinoviệt New Year. And today's date, it's already tomorrow for most of you on the East Coast. It's after midnight, but it's not yet midnight here on the Pacific. So today was Hǔnián. It was the Year of the Tiger's second day. This is the second day of Chūnjié, or Spring Festival. And so this day in particular was known as Yíngxùrì. or to the in-laws, all about visiting relatives and friends. So in terms of activities and traditions on this day, a married daughter must bring her husband and children to her parents' home, and she must bring a gift, a bag of crackers or candies, which her mother will divide between the neighbors. And this simple gift simply shows that it's the thought that counts and expresses the daughter's longing for her hometown. And that reminds me, I remember now, the side on which the man is supposed to walk. The man always walks on the left side of the female because that's what would face the street, the gutter. That's what would face the gutter, so that the horses going by would kick all the fluidic shit, the sewage, up onto the man, and he could bodily, therefore, kind of shield the woman. As Jameson Reese says, that's a very shitty custom. Very good. Yeah. And I, of course, am deaf in my right ear, so perforce I have to walk on the right side just like a lady. There's something fitting about that, of course, because I do drag. So even when I'm walking with women, I walk on the right side. By the way, that is also the best place to be security-wise. That's why they use the term right-hand man. If someone is your right-hand man, that means you trust them above God. You would trust them with your life at all times. That's a right-hand man. And the reason that they have that term is, let's put it this way. If you're to the left of a man seated at a table on the bus or walking, just pretend, take a eraser or a rubber pencil or something and try to stab them. And the difficulty of stabbing someone with a left to right strike is self-explanatory when you experiment, if you're right-handed. Whereas if you're right-handed and you're sitting to the right of somebody on a bus or at a dinner table or walking next to them, or if you're a lady walking in that position, as traditionally should be the case, then you can stab the person next to you very easily. You can take a dirk, adze, which is just a leather punching tool, a very sharp needle, and you can finish a person off like that with a strike much more easily from that position of strength. And so Jameson says, what if you're ambidextrous? Oh, at that point, we're just getting theoretical. But point is made. So today's day was one where people were visiting nearby friends and relatives throughout China and Vietnam, firecrackers for the guests, all before dinner. And transportation is dead. Everybody's, basically home. And most of the government offices are shut down. Only the big malls are open. Lunch is eaten together, and the daughter must return to her husband's home before dinner. So that's what today's date was all about in spirit. And as for tomorrow, we are entering the Day of the Rat, and that is day 3 of the Spring Festival. So just like you have 12 days of Christmas, you've got basically 15 days of Asian Lunar New Year. And tomorrow, of course, will be the 3rd day of the Spring Festival and the Year of the Tiger. But it will be the Day of the Rat. And according to folktales, after midnight, this is the day that rats marry. So we're already in the Day of the Rat for most of you, all about visiting relatives and friends. The activities and traditions are where people will leave some grains and crackers in corners to share their harvest with the rats. And they go to sleep early so as not to disturb the rats' wedding. And this way the rats will not disturb them throughout the year either. And at home and in the streets, visiting friends and relatives in the city or friends and family in nearby villages is what it's all about. Transportation is strictly local, locally busy. Otherwise, nothing's happening. And again, limited government or even bank services, only big malls are open. And of course, all of this is confluent with Black History Month. So since I'm not going to be going into the triple nickels anytime tonight, I might as well just go a little bit into why there is a Black History Month, or rather why it's celebrated in February, which is, of course, the shortest month of the year, which everybody, it's easy to assume they just gave the blacks February because it's the shortest month of the year just to fucking shaft them. But it's actually more than that. Now, every February, The United States honors the contributions and sacrifices of Black African Americans who helped shape the empire. And Black History Month celebrates the rich cultural heritage, triumphs, and adversities that are an indelible part of our country's history. And this year's theme, understand that there's a different theme every year for Black History Month. And this year's theme is Black Health and Wellness, which pays homage to medical scholars and healthcare providers. So the theme is especially timely as we enter the third year of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has disproportionately affected minority communities and placed unique burdens on Black healthcare professionals. Now, Sarah Clark Kaplan, Executrix Directress of the Anti-Racist Research and Policy Center at American University in Washington, D.C., has affirmed that both Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass were each born in the second week of February, so it was traditionally a time when African Americans would hold celebrations in honor of emancipation. Now, actually, Frederick Douglass's exact date of birth wasn't recorded, but he came to celebrate it on February 14th. I think probably because it was Valentine's Day, and he probably thought he could get laid, right? I mean, makes sense to me. Whereas Sarah Clark Kaplan emphasizes that the Black experience is embedded in, well, to quote a she, everything we think of as American history. There is no American history without African American history. Of course, first, there was Negro History Week, and critics have long argued that Black History Month should be taught and celebrated all year round, not just during 1 month each year. Of course, it would be way too easy to just, at that point, lose track of it at all. You really do need a focus, and attention spans are short, so 28 days is pretty, I think it's suffice. It does what it does. Now, according to W. Marvin Dulaney, a historian and the president of the ASALH, which is the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, the father of Black history was Carter G. Woodson, who lived from 1875 to 1950, a Black African American scholar, historian, and the founder of the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, who was instrumental in launching Negro History Week in 1926, wherein colleges and universities also began to hold commemorations, with Kent State University, famous for the riots and the shooting by the National Guard, being one of the first to do so. Woodson having first set out that year to designate a time to promote and educate people about Black history and culture. Now, Dulaney emphasizes that this year's Black Health and Wellness theme is particularly appropriate, as I said, as the United States continues to fight the coronavirus pandemic. And to quote his T, as Black people, we have terrible health outcomes. And even the coronavirus has been affecting us disproportionately in terms of those of us who are catching it. Of course, it doesn't help that a lot of Blacks are not taking the shots. Okay, I'm so sorry. Let's... Jameson, help me out here. Why are the Blacks avoiding the fucking shot? What is...
Well, I mean, I would have to ask, why are the Blacks not wearing masks indoors? But then again, I come to learn that I know nothing about my people any more than I know about white people and everyone else's people. People are just fucking retarded. It's the problem is that it seems to be trendy in Black communities to be stupid. And it to make matters worse, you'll notice in the video I sent you, the one that has Alex Jones, the guys standing behind him are all Black.
Yeah. Oh God.
Like,
yeah. Oh,
like,
that was.
like,
I noticed that. I noticed that.
Like, what the fuck, man?
You can actually take a look at the stupid Trump rally, which I am going to be addressing tonight. The Trump rally in Texas on Saturday, and he's got a whole bunch of Blacks behind him with T-shirts saying "Blacks for Trump." I am appalled.
Dude, I am ashamed that those people are in the same ethnicity as me. I am fucking ashamed. They shouldn't be black.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
We blacks need to start disowning niggas who are just dumb as shit, man.
Thank you.
Them hood. We need to disown those hood ass people. You know.
Yes. Oh my fucking god! It's truly just embarrassing. I have no way of even absorbing or wrapping my brain around that. It's like talk about self-loathing. So thank you. I mean, obviously both Jameson and I are on the same page with this. We stand shoulder to shoulder. So. When it came to the father of Black history, as he's known, he basically, Woodson, he envisioned a week-long celebration to encourage the coordinated teaching of Black history in public schools, and he designated the second week of February as Negro History Week and galvanized fellow historians through the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. That was originally what the ASALH was, ASNLH, which he founded in 1915. And that just had to be too easy a mark as an acronym for whites to say, Association for the Study of Nigger Life and History. So it became, the A for African American. The single A stands for both of African and American, and there you go. Maybe you could turn them into one word. I've heard the term Amerindian quite a bit, and it's actually an official government term, Amerindian, as in Amerindian. So they do use that term as kind of like an official acronym or a kind of diminutive, Amerind. So why not Afro-American? I mean, just Afro-American would be easier. Now, the idea wasn't to place limitations, to a single week, but to focus with a laser-like attention level and broaden the nation's consciousness during that week. And to quotist Albert Broussard, a professor of Afro-American history at Texas A&M University, Woodson's goal from the very beginning was to make the celebration of Black history in the field of history a serious area of study. There's never been a time where Black people and others should not celebrate Black history. Given the current racial climate, the racial reckoning that began in wake of George Floyd's murder, this is an opportunity to learn. And the idea eventually grew in acceptance, and by the late 1960s, Negro History Week had evolved into what is now known as Black History Month. And protests around racial injustice, inequality, and anti-imperialism that were occurring in many parts of the U.S. were pivotal to that change. Because 100 years after the first celebrations, President Gerald Ford, he officially recognized Black History Month during the country's 1976 bicentennial, when we were officially 200 years old. And Ford called upon Americans to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. Now, as I've said, really our America begins with the Civil War between the states for rights. And there we have the original America, starting the America we all identify with as people of color. Until that point, America was basically some kind of white expansionist, South African apartheid state that was just kind of transposed onto North America and grew like a cancer. It was only with the added amendments of, yes, as Jameson says, a genocide machine. It was only with the Civil War that we congealed into a place where blacks born on North American soil were born citizens. So that's really when America began as we understand it today, where the rest of us Americans could thrive. Now, again, why February was chosen as Black History Month, because I can't believe I'm still getting emails about this, but the month is so short. I mean, Jesus fuck, it's just a few days, okay? Now, February was chosen, as I said, primarily because the second week of the month coincides with the birthdays of both Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. Now, as far as I know, Not that it matters. I wouldn't care if Lincoln was half black. But as far as I know, he wasn't. And I do know he was a real fucking racist bigot. And he was no friend to the blacks. So anyhow, he was, however, influential in the emancipation of slaves, strictly as an operational tactic against the slave-owning Confederate States. He did not free the slaves in the Union, and he had no intention of doing so. However, Frederick Douglass, a former slave, was a prominent leader in the abolitionist movement, which fought to end slavery. And thus, according to the ASALH, Woodson created Negro History Week around the two birthdays as a way of commemorating the black past. Probably because Lincoln served as a bridge to the white world. So that would serve as a diplomatic kind of sap as well. Now, 40 years after Ford formally recognized Black History Month, it was Barack Hussein Obama, the nation's first black president, who delivered a message of his own from the White House, a place built by slaves. And to quote then President Obama, Black History Month shouldn't be treated as though it is somehow separate from our collective American history or somehow just boiled down to a compilation of greatest hits from the March on Washington or from some of our sports heroes. It's about the lived, shared experience of all African Americans, high and low, famous and obscure, and how those experiences have shaped and challenged and ultimately strengthened America. And, you know, by the way, Canada also commemorates Black History Month in February, while the United Kingdom and Ireland celebrate it in October. I bet you didn't even know that. And I don't know why Ireland has a Black History Month, but I remember being in a cab with an Irish cab driver. Here's a cab driver story for you. Jameson was bringing up some cab driver I had apparently particularly bonded with, and with some of them I kind of do because you take the same cab over and over again if you're on a schedule. And but this one guy was Irish. I mean, not Irish American, real Irish. The guy was from Ireland. And when we got to talking about Gene Roddenberry and Ireland and Roddenberry being Irish and all that, then he told me, yeah, there was this one town recently in Ireland that elected a black mayor. And then at the same time, we both came out and said it. We both came out and said, the last mayor must have been bad. Yeah, that was like a big fuck you to whoever was holding the office before. And but apparently there's enough blacks involved with Ireland where they have a Black History Month in October. You know, them in the United Kingdom, my month of birth.
Now the only question is, are they treated better over there? Which I'm probably going to guess they are.
I guess so. I would think
just
so.
because this is America.
Yeah. It's hard to imagine otherwise, really. I mean, to tell you the truth, it'd be like they just don't have that kind of history in either case. England or Ireland just doesn't have the kind of history that you've got here, where there's just like this vile enmity and just this. Such being said, however, of course, like we brought up about black men moving to a place. Now, it can work, like in Germany. It's like Abdul Karim Haq knew this one black guy who had lived in Germany, and the guy said that he couldn't dream of living anywhere else. But then Abdul Karim Haq was complaining about, then the German police were treating me like I was some kind of suspect, Of course, he failed to mention to our listeners.
The thing is, I'm fairly certain the Germans recognize shit when they see it.
Thank you. Right up my nose. Yes, that was right. What he failed to mention to our listeners was that the German police found him sleeping under a bush in a park. And it's like, okay, yeah. Okay, there's a black guy under the bushes in a public park. Okay, that's got to be That bears questioning. In Germany, okay? Maybe it wouldn't bear any questioning here. But yeah, in Germany, that bears questioning. And when I asked him, what were you, the obvious question, his response was, couldn't find his friend's home. He was like lost. He couldn't find his friend's home, and it was getting late, and he didn't want to spend money on a hotel, and it was warm. So he just decided he was just gonna, sleep under a bush in the, really. I mean, really. It's like,
He's such a cheap son of a bitch.
Thank you. Yeah, and I never completed what I meant to say about that because I got involved in the history about, the importance of toilet technology. Yes, certainly toilets are important, and the human race, increased its numbers exponentially with the invention of the flush mechanism. But if it comes to a bidet being the high point of your life, where that spritzer of water up the crack of your ass is just what makes life worthwhile. I'm sorry, your life is fucked. You're one sad, sorry son of a bitch. That's like, oh my fucking god. It's
I'm actually shocked he's willing to even spend the money on a bidet, because he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would even spend money on toilet paper.
That's right. He's so fucking cheap with so many other things. But he spends the money on pot. He'll spend it on that. Yeah, so
now we know. Yeah. Now we know why he was sleeping under a fucking bush. He must have been stoned out of his fucking mind.
There you go. Thank you.
And he couldn't get up.
Thank you. Yes, must have been something like that. Maybe he thought the bush was smokable, and he was trying to. Yeah, they probably detected smoke. That was it. Somebody thought the park was on fire. That's how they found the son of a bitch.
Yeah. They smelled that skunk, and he must have been looking at that tree, thinking, "Oh shit, it's the burning bush."
Yes,
it's the burning bush.
Yes. Oh my god. And to give up a faith because you saw something online, and it's so. I mean, just the insanity of that. It's like, I'll stop believing in Islam because online they say Muhammad was a child molester and shit.
That would be like me saying, I stopped believing in Satan because these Satanists were raping babies at Presidio. It's like, are you fucking shitting me? There's assholes in every religion.
Yes. Oh my god. Yes, they're everywhere, and world's full of them. So, obviously, thanks so much, James, and appreciate that. I definitely need that kind of feedback. Let's check the live stream for a second here before I get back into kind of like some things people were asking me about the food chain. And looks like there's no more comments inside of the live stream. And I do thank everybody for participating. I'm glad so many people are still participating, considering the numbers we lost while Daniel and Jameson were talking. It wasn't that bad, but yeah. I think it was bad. Listen, if I can look at myself and say, from looking at myself, that was pretty bad, Jameson. It's bad. So from now on, I'm going to use that time to look at all kinds of weird cryptids and shit and pick Daniel's brain about it, so that we don't have to go into those deep, dark Jameson's shit you call a mind. Well, I wouldn't go. Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm sure you'll adapt a method, and when it came to. Daniel Arola, thank God he knew how to pronounce that Penanggalan. And so that one dream I had decades ago was about a Penanggalan plague, which it's very difficult to imagine anything more frightening than that.
Oh shit, it's interesting you had a dream about a plague. I've been dreaming a lot about viruses lately. I had a dream that there was a virus that turned people blue before they died, and when they died, they would be like just in a pool of like perspiration everywhere.
Oh God, what was the name of that one book? There was a book about that, Blue Plague or something, and very similar to that. So you two shared a similar vision. Blue Plague paperback book, and let's see if we can find that. And it's just a terrifying. But now, of course, they've got a bunch of zombie shit. That's co-opted the title. But there was a Yeah, there was.
Yeah, they always destroy everything relevant with fucking zombies.
Thank you. So sick of the trope, really. 1980s, I think, was when that book came out. Early 80s. It might have been, but then they keep going back to this, zombie shit. So, there you have that. Enough of that for now, then. I'll see if I can find that, at some other point. But, all right. Thank you. Love you dearly, Jameson, and appreciate what you do. So, one of the things that our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, wants to talk to me about is Vampire Hunter D. Not going to overdwell on that tonight necessarily, but it was originally released in 1985 for the emotionally mature, and it was a mid-1980s production that actually aged remarkably well, and it was more recently voiced over into the English and published onto YouTube at some point. But you have to make certain you're getting the right one. There are different versions, and you want the better illustrated version, of course. So at any rate, within context of modern history, what happened was that vaccination experiments were underway in the former Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, on the islands of Novaya Zemlya, which translates as New Land, where they tested the Tsar Bomba, where, of course, Jameson Reese could explain all about that, the largest nuclear weapon. As a matter of fact, Jameson, if you could tell us about the Tsar Bomba, in brief, a summation of what made it so special, the largest bomb ever dropped or blown, right?
Yeah. The thing had almost it had a mushroom cloud of like 60-mile radius. That's enormous.
Yeah.
That's I tried to look up a volcano that was as big, and the only thing that came up was something billions of years ago. Yeah.
Thank you. And just so people understand that, that's what kind of basically cleared the islands for these experiments. And it was Jameson who actually set the chronology right for me, because I had always subconsciously thought of it as being used to hide the experiments or hide all evidence thereof. It actually was what cleared the islands of all life and everything that was on there, and cleared the way for the experiments with vampirism, or rather a concentration camp for vampires. Now, of course, Vampyori, the liturgical Slavonic, simply means blood monster. It gets vulgarized as vampire. And so what they were trying to develop, among many other things, was an immunizing agent which would prevent vampires from basically infecting baseline humanity with rabies, or rabid porphyria. Now, in the course of such investigations, vampires were found capable of impregnating baseline human women. The offspring might or might not be born vampire, but when they were usually male, it being concluded that the vamphirdemic genetic strain passed down only through the male line. Now, this is, of course, somewhat misleading, because their conclusions were extremely biased by Soviet political requisites. So what we do know is that dampfire or half-vampire people like my mother can be female. But when somebody is pure vampire strain, they're usually male, or females are so rare where the Soviets did not record them. But then again, we have to take into account they may have hidden the fact, and it just may have been scrubbed from what records they were maintaining for themselves. You're talking about a culture. To give you an idea about how Soviet culture is that pathological, one of the things that the Soviets could do with their planes had built-in radar on the board, like American planes do. Of course, everything was much more primitive and brutal with the Soviet technologies. But the Soviets could still do something that Western cultures would never dream of doing. The Soviets could eliminate what would show up on the pilot's radar. They could control the radar from the ground, so that what could be seen on the radar, 4 planes coming in, If they wanted the pilot to focus only on one specific plane, they could make certain he did not receive the radar signals concerning all the other planes in the air wing coming towards him. He might think a sky was empty with a single plane in the air that he was going to rendezvous with, and so he'd dive straight toward it, what could have been a cloud of Allied planes. And the Soviets could eliminate his knowing that. By the time he saw them in sight, it'd be too late. He'd be among them, and he'd be forced to engage. So you're talking about that kind of culture that is very Russian. There's no other nation in the world that would even conceive of doing that. And it just goes, with the Japanese, it'd be just a question of motivation. The Japanese wouldn't need to be fooled. They would just dive into a cloud of Allied planes. They're motivated enough to do that. With the Russians, they have to fool the guy into doing that. That's fucked. And but then again, that's so very Russian, right? So any educated naturalist will, of course, find this predominantly male genealogy of vampirism counterintuitive, because in nature, the male gender consistently loses out as the unnecessary sex. Zoology is replete with examples of male expendability. Entomology, or the study of insects, is synonymous with matriarchy. It's tempting to consider the vampire in this light as either unnatural, it is quote-unquote extraterrestrial, which was a Russian hypothesis, or infernal, it is demonic. But the evolutionary paradigm embraced by the Sovietsky, the Soviets, literally the collectivist scientists, and their sciences, simply interpreted the laws of survival as not giving a damn about equal opportunity. The cataclysmic national experience that the Soviet Union had with Lysenkoism, or their brand of charlatan genetics, had proven that evolution is not a politically corrected mechanism. So post-Lysenkoist Soviet science concluded the vampire as an exclusively male species, simply because males are stronger, taller, built to resist damage, and are better equipped to rape their foes. That vampire by nature are sexless beasts, that no animal normally plays with its food, at least not in the sense of intimate consummation, but they still must reproduce. And reproduction is almost as strong an instinct for them as survival, whenever it surfaces. Though whatever governs the cyclicality of manifest desire to breed in vampire is still a mystery. Of course, all of this is highly politicized in terms of their own conclusions, may not be completely accurate because, as I've said, certainly my mother was half vampire, but she was also damphier, which means half-breed, as I myself am only hybrid. I'm only 1/4 vampire. And your full vampires are, generally speaking, almost exclusively male, if not so. And therefore, there's a logic to what led them to these conclusions. Now, the true-born, or the naturally born vampirized progeny of such unions, were categorized as krovzin, or blood sons, by the scientific community as stationed above the Arctic Circle on Novaya Zemlya. The term they simply drew from the vast wealth of Slavianskaya, or Slavic folklore. Indeed, this rich legacy of folk wisdom was to prove far more practical a guideline than anyone had projected prior establishment of the Sovietsky polar concentration camp, particularly in circumstances contending with non-vampirized blood children, or in this case both male and female, of their captive breeding studs. So Slavianskaya, or Slavic mythos, defined such sons and daughters as vampire, or the day walkers. That's the literal translation. And, of course, all you Americans know that through Blade. Thanks to Marvel Comics. Now, vampire traditionally possess certain unique powers in combating their vampiric sires, their vampiric fathers, and more distant relations. So modern Sovietsky sensibility, or the modern Soviet paradigm, rationalized that vampire, or daywalkers, were very effective in detecting and destroying their vampiric blood brothers. due traits latent within their recessive genes. And as such, many vampire were still to be found making a comfortable living as vampyrgia, or the vampyrgia, meaning, and that would be the way to pronounce it. It's spelled like VAMPIRDZIJA. The Z would be, of course, accented, and so it would be pronounced as a ZH. So vampyrgia. J's are always pronounced like Y's in the Slavic language. It is vampire hunters. So the vampyrgia is what all too many vampire became. Hence, that was the inspiration for Vampire Hunter D. And of course, the Japanese learned about this when they were interviewing myself about everything that had happened at Roswell. So in the 20th siècle, the 20th century, Serbia and environs, integral the former socialistic federative Republic Yugoslavia, or the Socialist Federative Republic of South Slavia, under the Croatian, or the Hrvatski, the communist dictator, Comrade Marshal Josip Broz Tito. He had the terrorist nom de guerre, or name of war, of Tito Alba, or the Night Owl. Of course, like Stalin and Hitler, he was a man who stayed up all night, even though he was a mortal man. He was, by that I mean he's a baseline human, and yet at the same time, you're talking about somebody who was, for whatever reason, biorhythmically a nyctophiliac, a lover of the night. Now, what I'm going to try and do here is reach over towards an old book that I'm going to try and see if I can find this novel that was written. I've told people before about Vojvodina region in Yugoslavia being where my biological father, Adolf Hitler, wanted to establish a vampire nation state. And the capital was to be Timișoara in Romania, and that is to the west of Transylvania, which was to be made into an independent city-state, nation-state, kind of a buffer zone between Hungary and, of course, Romania. So let me take a look here if I can find this this book among all too many. Whenever I go looking for these things, of course, there's always a danger I'm going to throw everything off in terms of the transmission. And if I don't find it now, I'll go on talking, of course. But there was a book written. It was almost as a protest, a kind of a novelization of what kind of life people would lead if they were to have a city of vampires to their north, which Vojvodina region is to the north of the rest of Serbia. And so when it comes to this, maybe I'll just have to save that until our Sunday transmission. And so I'll look for that later. But basically, you had by the way, when Tito died, he had probably the largest funeral in history, something like 700,000 people and 209 delegations from 128 nations of the world gathered in Beograd, a white city, the capital of Serbia, to attend his funeral. So that was probably one of the most attended funerals of any statesman in the 20th century. Very bizarre in and of itself. At the same time, of course, as I said, the northern region all became Seventh-day Adventists because they felt that the Serbian Orthodox Church had failed them because of the plague of vampires. In other words, Adolf Hitler's resettlement of large numbers of vampires into that region, what was to become their own nation state, using the baseline population as their chattel. So the last recorded vampire ceremony or ritual, public rituals, vampire slaying, from which I myself was able to review documentation thereof, was held in 1959 in the Yugoslav or South Slavic Kozmet, of the autonomous Pokrajina, Kosovo I Metohija, or the autonomous province of Kosovo and Metohija. In other words, Kosovo, which of course is now very Turkified or very Albania occupied. It's full of Albanian peoples, which is a different ethnicity from the Serbs, even though it's considered the Serbian heartland, and therefore is the center of any number of violent issues or outbursts of violence between the two ethnicities, as the Albanians are trying to ethnically purge Kosovo of the remaining Serbs and conducting a war, if you will, of a kind of genocide. So, all of that being said, did I just pass by something here? Amidst the stacks of books that I'm looking at that would help with this. Oh, yes, there we are, I think. Oh, yes. This is a Selene. How could I forget that? No, was it? Yes. Selene, of course, is the ancient name for the moon. So, Timișoara's name, the capital of the nation-state, which was to become a vampire nation, was to be named Selene, after the moon. Oh, tears just form in my eyes at this. That could have been a nation that my mother could have lived in. So as I said, it was in 1959 was the last recorded public ritual vampire slaying that I was able to review documentation of, smuggled out of from behind the Iron Curtain by the Allies. And that was but 7 years prior the establishment of the Soviet, or Sovietsky, Polar Blood Colony, as they called their vampire concentration camp in Novaya Zemlya. Now, since there was neither funding nor approval to turn the facility into a gladiatorial arena in the new land islands of Novaya Zemlya to demonstrably confirm or dispel the merits of such folk wisdom about the dampfire and their ability to slay vampires, with any comprehensive sense of finality, the staff therein basically sadly bemoaned the loss for scientific opportunity, when all such dampfire were simply adopted out to various families, both within and without the borders of Comecon, which was the Eastern European common market of the Soviet bloc, or basically the Soviet Eastern European satellite states, and Mongolia, that were all forced to buy crappy Soviet products and cheap, tasteless Russian chocolate. Now, I can turn towards the context of the animated feature myself, and for a moment here, after I check again the live stream, making certain everything's going. It says we got an excellent connection. Douglas Mark says, "Hey everyone, there we are." Thank you, Douglas. I guess everyone can hear us. And going back to, of course, the task at hand. Shows everybody's active in the chat room. That's always appreciated. Let me see if I can get myself a bottle of water here. Make certain that I'm hydrated to speak throughout the night. Now, in terms of this book, however, was actually written, believe it or not, in 1875, which means this was well before World War I, let alone World War II. And yet, apparently, there was already concern enough of a plague of vampires for someone to write a dystopia. The author was Paul Féval, and the title of the book was La Ville Vampire, or The Vampire Village, or The Vampire City, really. Published in Paris in 1875. So we're talking about, more close to the Napoleonic War period. So, let me just try and do this justice by scanning this for you. This is kind of like, how would I say it? This would be how people thought of them before the Soviets conducted a very large and comparatively well coordinated scientific investigation using vampires, of course, as subjects, as well as many humans, something that is wrong ethically in every sense of the concept, something just unethical beyond expression. But how people thought of them before that scientific inquiry, that large coordinated campaign. Selene, meaning moon, the real name for our moon, hence that's why H.G. Wells called the super social insect colony, the super scientifically advanced social insect colony living on the moon. H.G. Wells referred to them as Selenites, just a variant of the term Selene, which is the moon itself. A vampire city northwest of Beograd, Yugoslavia, formerly in Hungary. So at this point, Yugoslavia was already a kingdom. It was known then as the Triune Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. It was under the dynasty of King Alexander Karađorđević, whom his family in exile I worked for during the Balkan Wars. Now it can be reached from Semlin. Today that would be Zemun, either by horse or on foot, following the old Austro-Hungarian military road along the Danube, leading to Peterswarden. These days that would be known as Petervaradin within the Slavic language. Peterswarden would be the old Austro-Hungarian term, or Austro-Hunnish. Certain equipment must be assembled in Zemun before the journey. A bag of coal, a small burner, a few flasks of smelling salts and candles. A Magyar surgeon and a sharp iron stake are also necessary. The Magyar, of course, meaning a Hungarian. It is best to leave Zemun towards 10 in the morning. Some 3/4 of a mile along the road, the landscape changes abruptly. The oleander, the ferns, and even the wheat start to fade. The ground, at first green and soft, becomes dull and dark, as if a rain of ashes had fallen upon it. The sky turns gray, and a melancholic cloud covers the sun. The traveler will feel weak in the knees, a dizziness in the head, and a mysterious weight on his chest. Suddenly darkness surrounds him. A distant bell tolls 23 times. The darkness fades, and Selene appears. The traveler will suddenly find himself in the very center of the city, in front of a large circular palace built in several different architectural styles, mingling ancient Assyrian motifs, Chinese fantasies, and intricate Indian designs in a startling but accomplished combination. This palace, somewhat reminiscent of the biblical Tower of Babel, is built of pale porphyry, slightly colored, a variety known as green water. Large blocks of this stone, transparent as amber, are fixed together with fine splinters of black marble. The whole is a dazzling succession of columns large and small, of pinnacles, spires, abaci, epistyles, and architraves, each part building up to a central pyramid shape, very like a pagoda. Upon one of the columns stands the statue of a tiger clawing at the heart of a terrified girl. Below, on 24 marble pedestals, the statues of 24 young women, all very beautiful, stand in secret awe of an invisible enemy. These statues rise above a square from which sprawl the streets that divide the city into districts. Each of these districts seems endless, its innumerable palaces and mausoleums continuing deep into the surrounding mists. The palaces belong to the vampire nobility, and each door bears the name of its owner in bold black letters. Some of these names are surprisingly familiar and throw a new light on many historical enigmas of the past centuries. After choosing one of the doors, the traveler should at once open one of the flasks of smelling salts, because there are few smells more pungent than that of a vampire, especially in his own house. Next, the Magyar surgeon should approach the sleeping vampire with care and make a small incision near the vampire's heart. The heart must be extracted with the help of the iron stake and set on the lighted coals in the small burner brought for this purpose. The vampire will howl, but he must not be heeded. He will eventually become a small heap of transparent dust. The ashes of the heart must be collected to serve their purpose later. By now it is probably quite late. A roaring sound is heard, louder and louder. A reddish light falls upon the city, illuminating 6 stone animals set on high columns at the far end of each street. A serpent, a bat, a spider, a vulture, a falcon, and a leech. They will start to move very slowly. A crystal bell tolls the first of the 24 chimes in the last hour of the vampire day. The traveler should then run for his life. From all the doors will appear tall men, somewhat effeminate, and thin, pale woman with yellowish eyes and dark lips. A blackbird will rise from the flames that have sprouted on top of the pagoda-like building and sing. A far-off drum will start to beat, and the bell to toll again. The vampires will try to lay their hands on the traveler who, without fear, must sprinkle them with the vampire's heart ash. The vampires will then explode in a bluish flash. Once the mist surrounding the city is reached, the candles should be lit to find the way out and the road back to Zemun. A good map might be helpful. Now, by the way, this has never been translated into the English. This is published in the French, and if anyone knows of an English translation, you let me know. I never found one, nor have I ever heard of one, or located one via any computer search, but they might be out there. If you find it, let me know. This is not the book in its completeness. This is basically me summarizing by flipping through the pages rapidly and kind of giving you the mood more than the plot. But this is how people thought of vampires back in the day, before science introduced us to the reality for baseline humanity, of course. And I, of course, learned from my mother. Now, within the context of the future historical animated feature of Vampire Hunter D, as in Dampfire, or Dietrich, as was inspired by my own name when many Japanese were interviewing myself through Teleport USA, coming in and out, working for the different industries. Because, as I said, it's a front company. The facade is still there in Los Angeles. So the annus, or the year, that's spelled with 2 N's, A-double-N-U-S, is supposed to be Anno Domini, and then it would be about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 M's. 12 M's and an XC. That would be the year 12,090 of the Comanal era. Time approximated, sometime over 10 millennia agone, circa the Mediovint et Uniam Siècle, or the mid-21st century, our century, but a few decades from now, a series of catastrophic solar systemic changes occur. And the nobility are then born of the Vampire that planned for this potential cataclysm. In other words, they knew that the earth was burning with the climate change and prepared while the mortal humans, partied till the Titanic hit the iceberg. And when all these changes occurred, the nobility who were, the Vampire, are the blood monsters in the plural, the Vampire became the nobility. And having planned for all of this, they sequestered all that was needed to rebuild civilization in their shelters. And they now, in terms of the year 12,000, bordering on 12,100, they use their sciences combined with magics to restore the world in their image. And nearly all magical creatures are gene-engineered, with a very small number being daemons, who survived the Holocaustos, and, of course, gated into our dimensions via mad experiments once conducted by the United States military, intelligence, medical, occult, entertainment, narcotics, academic, nuclear, information sciences, industrial congressional complex, which of course was established around 1876 and gone all too predictably awry. Now, despite their biotechnologies being great enough to synthesize blood substitutes as sustenance, the vampiric elite still prefer to feed on humans, which is understandable from my own perspective. And as such, they've generated a civilization wherein vampiri and humans coexist, eventually developing the planet into parklands and cities. How the society eventually stagnates when vampiri technology perfects scientific prophecy, which determines they are at the zenith, their zenith of existence, and thus are doomed to fall, overthrown by humanity. And the human race was also transformed at this time in contravention, with fear for the vampire being woven into the genetic level, syncretic inability to remember vampiri weaknesses, such as argentum or silver, and the garlic herb, which of course are very real in their impact on the vampire physiology. All of that myth being based on scientific truth. Now, for those of you who are unaware, of course, this is explained in the book Vampirology, and all you need to do is, of course, purchase the book. And I do recommend you do that so we can ultimately expand the goddamn thing, which was actually mispublished by our man Peter Moon. And only half the book is published, but as I said, it's all the basics you need to know concerning vampire physiology. The history is what you're missing, but a lot of people who read the book never noticed that to be missing. Of course, that's the whole detective story, if you will, behind the Soviets discovering the vampire, how they isolated patient zero, so to speak, and ultimately then began to use what they learned from him to track down others. But for those of you who investigate the concept of the metallic element of argentum, the elemental symbol Ag, the atomic number 47, ergo Ag47 is the elemental, that's silver. And so that's an immunological shortcoming within the vampire physiology that exposes the fragility of any over-specialized predator's position atop a particularly rigid feeding pyramid. So anaphylaxis is an allergy-based immunological reaction, or rather an immuno-overreaction that in severe cases can cause death. So it results in anaphylaxis for vampires. And of course, the book goes deeply into that, as well as blood physiology in general. In the case of silver, this would be a vamphirdemic or a vampire genetic genopathology. As well as, of course, the allergy to the garlic, which has been traditionally recognized. That was timeless. And this, of course, goes back to the other kinds of onions, leeks, certain aromatic vegetables and herbs affect the vampire with dizziness and nausea. Garlic itself is known by the Latin name of Allium sativum, and that in particular sickens vampire, makes them ill. Now, I can actually eat it myself, and but then again, I'm a hybrid. And in some cases, since I'm 3/4 human, I just don't have what would impact my mother impact myself to the degree that it would impact her. Now, going to check back into the live stream for a second there, and everybody seems to be behaving themselves, but you're welcome to talk and interact. At least that way I know that there's interaction to be had. Now, in terms of the future that's projected in Vampire Hunter D, which our man Salman Sheikh wanted to interview myself about, and which Peter Moon had asked about, basically the humans have these memories of vampire weaknesses bred out of them. They're genetically unable to remember such things. But as unto vampire from traditional lore, the nobility of that far-flung future have the ability to reproduce sexually, attendant which their offspring will cease visibly aging on reaching physical maturity, having inherited their Vamphiori parents' superextended lifespan. Now, this, of course, is taking something which is basically a longer lifespan than your average human and mythifying it. That's vampires might live maybe 200 years. Pure vampires, pure-blooded, true vampires, but not usually so much beyond that. 200 to 300, 200 basically. But that's double the human lifespan effectively, of course. In this far future post-eco-disaster Earth, which was once terrified by the cruel but seductively elegant vampiric nobles and their bestial bio-cyber-technological creations, and mutants and ancient daemons, it's now returning slowly to a semblance of order and human control, thanks in part to the decadence that brought about the downfall of the vampire race, to the continued stubbornness of the frontier dwellers, and to the rise of a caste of independent hunters for hire who eliminate supernatural threats. And among one of such is, of course, D, the Downfire, the half-breed child of a vampire father and human mother, an ideal vampire hunter. And even though he slowly ages as time goeth on and on, his true age is unknown. He's renowned for his consummate skills and unearthly grace, but feared and despised for his mixed lineage, born of both races, but belonging to neither. So, oftentimes underestimated by his opponents. And in terms of weaknesses, he's randomly susceptible to sun sickness, a severe type of sunstroke. He protects his milk-white face from the noonday sun with long black hair, flowing black clothing and cape, and the shadow of a wide-brimmed hat, very similar to what you would see worn by either Solomon Kane or the Puritans, or the kind of wide-brimmed hat you'd see in that horrible film, Van Helsing. He always dons this mystical blue pendant that protects, or rather prevents, many of the automatic defenses, such as laser fields and small nuclear blasters created by the nobility in past millennia from working properly, and allows him to enter their sealed castles. And he rideth upon a cybernetic horse with mechanical legs and other enhancements, whilst wielding a crescent longsword of scimitar design, even though the sword has been heftily extended in blade and handle, similar in its smithing to a Japanese nodachi, which of course is known as a Japanese people's field sweeper sword. That's a two-handed samurai or servicemanly sword of doubled length and weight that was meant to be used against cavalry, where you would chop the legs off of horses as they were trying to mow you down, and thereby crash them and their riders and incapacitate both simultaneously. So it would be like an anti-tank weapon made for medieval warfare. And now, in terms of the character of Vampire Hunter D, very little is known about his past, and identity of his parents is ambiguous, but his innate power suggests his father was an extraordinarily powerful vampire. And regarding his birth, some nobles, meaning vampire, whisper dark rumors about the bedding of a human woman called Mina the Fair, obviously named after Mina Harker from the Dracula novel, by their own vampire progenitor, having bedded her, now known as the Sacred Ancestor. And this, of course, refers to the man who was not the first vampire, just as Adam wasn't the first man, but as Adam was the first man in the sense that he was the first conscious man, so too the Valvioidane Vladislavis Yetrechi Bazarab, the princely generalissimo Vladislav III of House Bazarabia, or signed by his scribes as Dietrich, the son of the dragon, or Dracula, when you vulgarize it down to the English, but known to the world as Tsar Chepeshku Kazikli, or the Lord Caesar Impaler, born in 1431, and, died in a sense in 1476, though that really activated his recessive vampire gene, supreme military commander at the national level of the Khanate of Wallachiarum, or Wallachia, Partium Transalpinarum, or Wallachia into Transylvania, the combined principalities thereof, formerly subject under the Golden Horde, and the devoutly Christian crusader, assassinated on the field of battle and resurrected as Nosferatu Rex, or the Vampiri King, Lord of all Vampire. That is supposed to be Vampire Hunter D's father. So there you have it, kind of a play on my own biological father by the Japanese in the creation of that first manga into anime. I don't know if they've ever made a feature film, but they might have. I wouldn't know by now. But the role in history of Vladislav Dracula, the third Bazarab, or third of the House of Bazarab, the third of House Bazarabia, himself has proven quite convoluted by this point in history that's portrayed in the franchise. His being deified as the legendary god king to the vampire, the majority of whom have never even met him in person, whilst appearing both as bane and savior to the isolated settlements of humanity. It must be understood that within the franchise, he is not presented as the ultimate enemy. He is Vampire Hunter D's father. So he appears, Lord Caesar Impaler Reign Dracula, appears both as lawgiver honored for his intelligence, who has manifested some interest in preserving humanity, and as a ruthless scientist who's conducting hybrid breeding experiments with humans in order to perpetuate his own dwindling species. So Dietrich has conducted bizarre crossbreeding experiments involving himself and countless human women, or even other vampire, with the only successful product of such experiments being D. So there you have that. Again, a very kindly kind of tribute. And D wishing nothing to do with his father, except for his sire, actually, is the correct term. Save for perhaps honorably slaying him, he refuses to go by his true name, and instead he shortens it only to its first letter. So D appears to have encountered his alleged father on at least one occasion, when at times D reaches a place where the imprint of Dracula's power remains. He remembers the Lord Caesar, impaler of all vampires, telling him basically, "Sunt numai successu mio," you are my only success. And yet Dioff quotes Dracula's precepts throughout the franchise, such as "Vaspeci transitori sunt noi," or "Transit guests we be," which is implied to refer to the nobility. And like Dietrich Nosferatu Rex, or Dracula, King of the Blood Monsters, he's perceived as a mysterious wanderer who deals out both life and death. Of course, Jameson Reese has to bring up the hideous vestigial twin in the palm of D's left hand that curses him to a life of wandering solitude. You see, D is, after all, technically naught but another of the Barbaroi, meaning a human-monster hybrid, originally intended to serve in personal retinue to Dracula. His twisted birthing has left him a host for a sentient symbiote, whom he simply calls Left Hand, as in Left Hand Path, which is this wisecracking inhuman face emerging in his left palm. It's a parasitic twin with his, or its own mind and will, acting as D's guide and sole permanent companion, providing a reservoir of knowledge pertaining to the lost noble culture, And Left Hand enjoys needling the flatly affected D, but only appears as needed, rarely witnessed or heard by anyone other than D, yet aware of many of D's thoughts and actions. And as Jameson Reese says, yes, saved his ass a few times. Well, besides providing a contrast to D's reserved demeanor, the Left Hand is incredibly useful, possessing many mysterious powers such as psychometry or sleep induction, or determining the medical condition of a victim, and the ability to size up the supernatural power or prowess of an enemy, even beyond D's, vampire's own senses. So left hand can also revive D when his physical condition is suffering by consuming the elements and converting the resultant energy, or the prana, the life force, as directly analogous to the ancient Egyptian Ka, our soul. This is very orgone, so I could go into that for hours, of course. It's what is Qi in Tai Chi Chuan, or, of course, Ki, as in Aikido. All the life force. And so there you have that. So this ability even saves D from the unusual, well, he's been staked a number of times, and volte-facedly, left hand be demonstrably capable of sucking in massive amounts of matter through an occult wind void or vacuum tunnel. And that really takes it too far as I'm concerned. But yeah, well, it's amazing what powers they give people in comics, right? But significantly, per the animated feature, the D's vestigial twin states, Dietrich Gulvien devenit nirabdetar, que the Countess Sangeroes, she tateltau, regel, vampiorai, devenit nir labdator, que I lacomia. She ia tragi in chiapi pesiabi. Or Dracula became impatient with the bloody countess, referring to Bathory. And your father, the vampire king, became impatient with her gluttony and impaled her on the sword. Now, all of us, let's go back to where we're at now. What does this have to do with humanity? You people on the lower links of the food chain here. Obviously, billions of you are getting wealthier and having more choice over the diet you eat. And on a basic level, you might consider this a good thing, because in an ideal world, we'd figure out ways to make that transition less damaging to our environment while still feeding huge population bases. Now, by way of example, unfortunately, as Brandon Young has pointed out, it's all shit. You've got researchers advocating for offbeat food sources like mealworms as a sustainable meat, while others are trying to develop lab-grown cultured meat as an environmentally friendly alternative. It tastes like shit. It's what it is recycled shit. And now you know why vampires don't settle for synthetic plasma to sustain themselves and take the food directly from living bodies. Because when you eat that slop, you say, I get it. All right? And meanwhile, some in Sweden are proposing a tax on meat to curb its environmental cost, while government officials in the United Kingdom are urging consumers, to cut back on their demand for meat to increase global food security and to improve health. Only time will tell which approaches stick. Basically, the only thing that's going to stick is people won't be able to afford real meat. And then the rich will have all the real meat, while everyone else becomes basically a developmentally disabled retard who, without enough meat to process, is going to turn into some kind of fucking, what would you call them? What happens when a person doesn't have enough meat? We could look it up. But, they're malnourished, and they're just wrong. They look malnourished, sickly. In the meantime, simply keeping track of the amount of meat you're eating as a society via the human trophic levels, the HTL, could provide a host of useful baseline information. Jameson says they become a Zokit. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Oh, my God. That could become like a name. Oh, my God. A pejorative. That's just awful. Anyhow, the authors of the report, which I was sourcing concerning human trophic levels, placing humans, at the range of pigs and anchovies, they themselves write that HTL can be used by educators to illustrate the ecological position of humans in the food web by policymakers to monitor the nutrition transition at global and national scales and to analyze the effects of development on dietary trends, and by resource managers to assess the impacts of human diets on resource use. In other words, monitoring the intricacies of your middling position on the food chain may yield scientific fodder to tackle problems like food security, obesity, malnutrition, and environmental costs of the agricultural industry. Admittedly, a heavy caseload for a number that ranks you on the same trophic level as pigs and anchovies, but there are real reasons humans are the dominant species when we try not to factor in vampires and werewolves and other subspecies into your pathetic equation. Basically, from humans, well, early humans, rubbing sticks together to make fire, to those fossil fuels that drive the Industrial Revolution, or at least drove it to the point where we reached high technology, energy has played a central role in our development as a species. But the way we power our societies has also created humanity's biggest challenge, and it's one that will take all of our ingenuity to solve. It's the problem Germany is dealing with regards to Russia. Energy dependence. Because energy is the key to humanity's so-called world domination, or rather, the overrunning of the world by baseline humans. And of course, as a species more noble than yours, I don't necessarily look at that as something bad because you're effectively my food source, but don't consider yourselves the rulers of your world. Now, it's not just the jet fuel that allows humans to traverse entire continents in a few hours, or the bombs you build that can blow up entire cities, but the vast amounts of energy you all use every day that renders you dominant over all the other species on this earth in terms of your ability to impact the environment. Consider this. A resting human being requires about the same amount of energy as an old-fashioned incandescent light bulb just to sustain your metabolism. About 90 watts, or joules per second, JPS in engineering terms. But the average human being in a developed country uses more like 100 times that amount if you add in the energy needed to get around, build, and heat our homes. Send me those electric blankets, people. Grow our food, and all the other things our species gets up to. The average American, for example, consumes about 10,000 watts. That difference explains a lot about you. Your biology, your civilization, the unbelievably affluent lifestyles that the overwhelming majority of Americans live, comparatively speaking, or all humans compared, that is, with other animals. The brains of modern humans are bigger than those of more ancient members of the human family. Not all. Cro-Magnon was more brainy than you. But you think he died off. So, did the control of fire help fuel the increase in brain size? Because unlike virtually every other creature on Earth, human beings do much more with energy than just power your own metabolism. All animals have an element. Fish have water, birds have the air, many creatures crawl the land. But humanity, they're a creature of fire. Humanity's exceptional relationship with energy began hundreds of thousands of years ago with the discovery of fire, or rather, the taming, the harnessing thereof. Fire did much more than just keep you warm, or protect you from predators and give you a new tool for hunting. Anthropologists concur that fire actually refashioned your biology. The carbohydrates proteins and lipids that provide your bodies with nutrition are unraveled and exposed when they are heated. That makes it much easier for your digestive enzymes to do their work effectively, extracting more calories more quickly than if you ate your food raw. Think of it as a way of pre-digesting food. Ergo, Professoress Rachel Carmody and her colleagues of Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, conclude the decisive development was cooking, as cooking transforms the energy available from food, herself affirming that the extra energy it reliably gave people allowed them to evolve the small colons and relatively large energy-hungry brains that distinguish people from their primate cousins, who have much smaller brains and much bigger asses. To quote she, anything that allows an organism to get energy more efficiently is going to have huge effects on the evolutionary trajectory of that organism. And as your brains began to grow, it created a positive feedback loop in every sense of the word. Susanna Herculano Huzau, a neuroscientist based at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, has articulated that as neurons are added to the mammalian brain, intelligence increases exponentially. And with smarter brains, you get better at hunting and foraging. And you figured out more ways to assess the calories in your food. By pounding it with a rock, by grinding it into a powder, as in bone meal, or even just letting it rot, as you would by allowing the meat to ripen to the point where you could truly enjoy a savory taste that, even if it included maggots, well, that gaminess was actually protein. Or, of course, by roasting it over a fire, which the majority of you would find far more ideal, or at least acceptable, or appetizing. And in doing so, you further increased the supply of energy to your bodies. And this allowed you to evolve even smarter brains. And the ensuing virtuous circle propelled your brains to the top of the class. So, yeah, they do that to shark meat, letting it rot. Thanks, you, Jameson. Yeah, there you go. And over hundreds of thousands of years, the climate constantly changed, with ice sheets advancing and then retreating across the northern hemisphere. And the last ice age ended around 12,000 years ago. Global temperatures rose rapidly and then stabilized, and humanity embarked on its next energy transformation. It was a revolution that would see the world reach unprecedented levels of technological change. Dr. Robert Bettinger of the University of California, Davis, has confirmed that cultivating crops had been pretty much impossible during the Ice Age, but the new warmer climate, coupled with a big rise in CO2, it is carbon dioxide levels, what we're trying to stop now, was very hospitable to plant life, himself observing that within 2,000 years, all over the world, in China, in the Near East, in South America, in Mesoamerica, you're getting people domesticating crops. The emergence of the farmer, thanks to the father of all men in the sense of consciousness, the man who killed the bicameral mind, Adam, or Rudd, the red man, because you could see the blood in his face, the blush. The cooking ape, because all you really are a hairless primate, the naked ape, became a farming ape too. It took huge investments of human energy in the form of hard, arduous labor. But in return, your ancestors reaped a far more abundant and reliable food supply. Think for a moment about what you're doing when you raise crops. Fields act like a kind of solar panel, but instead of making electricity, they turn the sun's rays, or shall we say, radiation, into packages of digestible chemical energy. You get more radiation from eating a banana than you would from 5G. Now, above all, the crops were cereal crops, named after the goddess Ceres, once the major goddess of the Romans, and whom the largest planetoid in the asteroid belt is named after. The missing planet, if you will, the core thereof. The planet Ceres is from, well, the goddess that planet's named after is where we get the term cereal. That's above all other crops. Cereal crops, domesticated grains like wheat, maize, and rice, acted like a kind of storable energy currency. You can bank it away in a silo to consume at your leisure during the winter months. Or you can cart it off to market to trade with others. Or invest it in planting the next harvest. Or in fattening up animals, which could convert that energy into meat, dairy, or draught power. Melinda Zader, an archaeologist who studies the development of pastoral farming at the Smithsonian Institution, has concluded that as the centuries passed, animals and plants domesticated in different locations would coalesce into a kind of agricultural package. The crops fed animals, the animals worked the land. Their manure fed the crops. And, says Dr. Zader, as a package, they provided a much more reliable and abundant food source. Now, more food meant more people, who could then expand into new territory and develop new technologies that produced even more food. It was another virtuous circle, but this time powered by the solar energy captured through agriculture, the demon engine of civilization itself. All the surplus energy it created meant we could sustain much larger populations, and what's more, not everyone needed to farm. People could specialize in making tools, building houses, smelting metals, or, for that matter, telling other people what to do. That's there's all kinds of white jokes that I could come to with this. That's where Adam, that's like his ultimate, shall we say, apex of where all this went. But okay, I'm not going to go there. At any rate, civilization was developing, and with it some fundamental changes in the relationships between people. Hunter-gatherer communities tend to share resources fairly equally. In farming communities, by contrast, deep inequalities can develop. Those who worked long hours in the fields would naturally want to hoard their grain, and then there were those with metal weapons who took a cut from those granaries in the form of taxation. In fact, for thousands of years, the standard of living for the vast majority of people on Earth did not improve significantly despite the bounty of agriculture. Claire Walton, the resident archaeologist at Butzer Ancient Farm in Hampshire, southern England, has observed that, in her words, hunter-gatherer societies were the original affluent society. They spent something like 20 hours a week in what you would call proper labor. By the way, that's nothing. As I said, your average man works 60 hours a week in this day and age. Like Jameson Reese said, Americans are proud to be slaves. By comparison as well, a Neolithic, Iron Age, Roman, or Saxon farmer would be doing at least double that amount of work as what they were doing in Butzer Ancient Farm in Hampshire, England, basically about 40 hours a week. Still less than your average American busting their ass today. Now, only kings and nobles lived the kind of affluent, leisurely lifestyles that more and more of us enjoy today, sans any appreciation of how you don't deserve it. It would take an explosive shift in energy use to achieve that. A shift powered by fossil fuels. what we had was a revolution in energy consumption. Still, the harnessing of fire. By the 18th century, our increasingly populous societies were beginning to run up against the limits of what the energy provided by the daily influx of the sun's rays could do. A Malthusian reckoning loomed. How could we grow food fast enough to feed all those mouths? Or indeed, wood to build all our houses and ships, and to make the charcoal to smelt all our metal tools? So we began to turn instead to a black rock that we could dig up and burn in almost unlimited quantities. Coal contains the solar energy captured over millions of years by fossilized forests. In the 20th century, the black stuff would be succeeded by those even richer geological stores of photosynthetic energy, oil and natural gas. And with them, all sorts of new activities became possible. Not only were fossil fuels abundant, they also provided ever greater sources of power, liberating us from our dependence on animal labor, and even to a degree, from the need for animals as a source of food. First came steam engines to turn the heat from coal into motion. Then the internal combustion engine. Then the jet engine. Paul Ward, an environmental historian at Cambridge University, has thus articulated that a horse can only give you 1 horsepower, hence the measurement, or rather the unit of measurement. We now have industrial machines that can give you tens of thousands of horsepower. And at its limit, a Saturn 4 or 5, a Saturn 5 rocket, 160 million horsepower to deliver you off the surface of the Earth. Fossil fuels power much more than just our vehicles, of course. Some 5% of the world's natural gas supply is used to create ammonia-based fertilizers, for example, without which half the world's population would starve to death. A mass starvation, akin to what you remember from Ethiopia or other famine lands in the past. Now, turning iron into steel consumes 13% of global coal production. An estimated 8% of the world's CO2 emissions are from concrete, which now all but covers the fucking world. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Concrete covers the world. Let's see what we come up with that. The weight of concrete. It's the most destructive material on Earth. And it now basically is the most heavy thing on Earth. The enormous amounts of concrete that stand over the Earth put together weigh more than all of the biological matter on Earth put together. We live on a concrete planet. I shake my head. Honestly, I swear, living off the blood of you people, if it weren't for the blood boys and I were reliant on just baseline humanity, I'd be dumb as a stump. But an estimated, as I said, 8% of the world's carbon emissions come from concretizing our planet. And yet burning fossil fuels has had an incredible effect on your standard of living. No doubt of that. In Germany, they raise pigs on concrete. I don't know if you knew that. They don't raise them in wallers like they do here in America, where they wallow in their own shit. In Germany, they keep their pigs sterile I understand that's why the pork tastes notably so much better than the shit you eat here. Hell, anywhere, any food anywhere else on Earth tastes better than the shit you eat here. But I digress. At any rate, since the Industrial Revolution, you've all grown taller and healthier. Your life expectancy has increased vastly. And in the developed world, you are on average 30 to 40 times better off. Vaclav Smil of Manitoba University in Canada, a highly respected expert on the role of energy in our societies, has emphasized that we live in a fossil fuel society, and it's all thanks to the energy revolution driven by fossil fuels, as, to quote his T, without fossil fuels, no rapid mass transportation, no flying, no surplus consumer food production, no cell phone made in China, brought to Southampton by a giant container ship with 20,000 containers, all of that is fossil fuels. But while they have lifted ever more of you out of agrarian hardship and created our global economy and high living standards, the catastrophic climate change they are creating now threatens to derail your society. And just as 2 centuries ago, we reached the limits of what agriculture could do. Now global warming is imposing a limit on what coal, oil, and gas can safely do. It has created the greatest challenge human society has ever faced. Moving back to relying on the daily influx of energy from the sun to meet the astronomical energy needs of 8 billion people and counting. And via solar farming technology, humanity may move back to relying on the sun to meet the majority of our energy demands. I myself believe such is quite possible, but to survive to the point where we can even conceivably harness that capacity, we'll have to save American democracy at home by defending it abroad. Because in breaking news, Joseph Biden has deployed troops to Eastern Europe amid the Ukraine standoff. Now, our president, Joseph Biden, has ordered the Pentagon to deploy troops to Eastern Europe as the American empire and our allies remain in a standoff with the Russian Empire over its military buildup on Ukraine's border. American forces based in Europe will be repositioned further east in addition to the deployment of U.S.-based troops, adding, per the Pentagon's spokesperson, that the forces are not going to fight in Ukraine. You might ask, why the fuck are they going then? This is all because there be one Ukraine option that the public is too chicken shit to abide. With Ukraine, Vladimir Putin is testing American foreign policy and scrambling domestic politics as well. What to do about Vladimir Putin? Today, the Russian dictator accused the American empire of attempting to lure his empire into armed conflict over Ukraine. But war with Russia is an ending that Americans, Republicans and Democrats, elected officials and the general public all seem to very much hope to avoid. As I've noted before, this conflict represents a test of the international order. Putin in particular seems to be forcing questions about the role of the American empire on the international stage. At home, however, Republicans and Democrats agree to a fault that the United States won't go to war over this. So the conflict has already exposed a rare point of consensus between the two enemy parties that divide America's polarities. Meanwhile, Fox News is parroting Putin's talking points. Russia-Ukraine is becoming a trial of strength not only between Putin and NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, but between different parts of the conservative world. But although the conservative entertainment complex has often overpowered Republican elected officials, now, it seems, it may have overstepped because Fox News has abandoned the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency on Russia to go far ahead into openly siding with the enemy. So, night after night, the host of the top-rated show on Fox News repeats Vladimir Putin's talking points justifying aggression against the Ukraine and opposing American aid to that threatened sovereign nation-state. With a geographic area the size of France, actually much larger, and a population equal to that of Spain's. Tucker Carlson's baleful influence is felt across right-wing social media, where it is amplified by figures such as Steve Bannon, Mike Cernovich, Glenn Greenwald, and Molly Hemingway. A highly visible coterie of socially reactionary pseudo-intellectuals also argues the case against helping Ukraine. Meanwhile, day after day, Republican office holders in the House and the Senate urge more support for Ukraine. That list includes not only traditionalists such as Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi, but also many legislators who got close to former President Donald Trump, such as Senators Tom Cotton, Ted Cruz, and Lindsey Graham. Mitch McConnell, the top Republican in the Senate, has backed the Biden administration's approach, as have the top Republicans on the House Intelligence and Armed Services Committees. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy has blasted Joe Biden's Ukraine policy as too weak on Russia, not too strong. There are exceptions to the pro-Ukraine norm among Republican elected officials, of course. You're going to have that in an insurgency. Putin, after all, is the ultimate puppet master. Rand Paul in the Senate and Paul Gosar in the House have dissented on behalf of the enemy. They're traitors, and they should be shot. Some next-generation Republican office seekers, especially those backed by the Republican mega-donor Peter Thiel, and you should be far more worried about him than George Soros, have also followed the Carlson-Bannon-Greenwald line. These are your goddamn enemies. Peter Thiel doesn't even have United German citizenship anymore. He maintains his U.S. citizenship by a purchase, but he resides in New Zealand. And, of course, all of these people treasonous to the West include J.D. Vance, who is seeking the Republican nomination for the U.S. Senate in Ohio, and Blake Masters, who is seeking the Republican nomination for the U.S. Senate in Arizona, and Eric Greitens, the disgraced former governor of Missouri, now running for Republican nomination in the U.S. Senate race there. They have all together issued vividly inflammatory statements against aid to Ukraine as the warmongering of DC elites. This is because the Republicans are now fielding more than 100 far-right candidates this year. The Anti-Defamation League lists includes at least a dozen with direct links to white supremacists, anti-government extremists, and the Proud Boys. According to the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, a non-profit that monitors hate groups, more than 100 far-right extremists are now filling in Republican seats. That's 100 far-right candidates running for political office across the country as Republicans this year. Aside from those expressing extremist rhetoric and far-right views to parrot Vladimir Putin, the ADL has found at least a dozen of the candidates had explicit connections to white supremacists, anti-government extremists, and members of the far-right Proud Boys. It includes primary challengers running to the right of some sitting Republicans. In Arkansas's 3rd District, Neil Kumar, who the ADL found has written for white supremacist publications, is challenging the incumbent Congressman Steve Womack, who broke with Republicans in voting in favor of creating the January 6th Commission to investigate the Capitol attack. This wave of far-right candidates includes sitting legislators like the Arizona State Senator Wendy Rogers, who has admitted to being a member of the Oath Keepers, a far-right militia with 11 members currently under federal indictment for seditious conspiracy. Other militia groups have candidates running or already in local office. The Washington 3% militia claims members in dozens of elected offices throughout the Pacific Northwest. And the Washington Post found that this includes a mayor, a county commissioner, and at least 5 school board seats. In Idaho, the far-right anti-government activist Ammon Bundy. If you remember Ammon Bundy, he was the motherfucker involved with the Bundys in Nevada Ranch. These are multimillionaires, and they convince white suckers to go with them to occupy government buildings. And they were at the Malheur Wildlife Refuge in 2014. As a matter of fact, Ammon Bundy led that armed standoff against federal agents at Malheur Wildlife Refuge back in 2014. And he was, of course, infiltrated by a government mole, a Jap trash piece of shit named David Fry, who was their computer whiz, who got on to rant and rave about my biological father, Adolf Hitler, and the Taliban. Like they had anything to do with his pathetic life. Oh, but they loved him because his white father and grandfathers served in the United States Marine Corps in every campaign from the war in Mexico to the war in the Pacific. So they said he had patriotism in his genes. He was really rat-finking on all of them. But that man who led all those whites into oblivion and David Fry into jail, Ammon Bundy is running for the governor's office. According to a report by Institute for Research and Education on Human Rights, Bundy's group, the so-called People's Rights Network, has now increased its national membership to 33,000 members and has at least 398 activists in 39 states. Many far-right candidates have no direct links to violent extremist groups, but do support a range of far-right radicalized reactionary views. The ADL tracked at least 45 candidates running for office this year that have lent credence in some way to the QAnon conspiracy theory movement. Many more hold on to Donald Trump's big lie, the false belief that the 2020 election was stolen. Nationwide, there are 207 current elected officials who aided former President Trump in efforts to overturn the 2020. According to data compiled by the Insurrection Index, that's a project of voting rights, well, it's subsidiary to the voting rights group PublicWise. And the index includes senators like Ron Johnson from Wisconsin, who voted against certifying the 2020 election and spread misinformation, including suggesting that the January 6th attack was carried out by fake Trump voters. And while many candidates are seeking local or national legislative seats, some are purposely running for bureaucratic offices whose chief responsibility is to certify elections. 30 are standing in contests for Attorney General, according to tracking by the States United Democracy Center. That's a nonpartisan group that monitors election races nationwide. Now, fringe political candidates are a part of every U.S. election cycle, but while these 2022 candidates hold far-right views, they are also part of a red wave within the Republican Party that is no longer fringe, but increasingly represents the dominant wing of the red state's Republican insurgent party. In Oregon, Daniel Tooze, a prominent associate of the Proud Boys, who has participated in street brawls. What they call street brawls, these are actually attempts at mass shooting, where they try to massacre Antifa, or anti-fascists in Portland, is himself running for Oregon state legislature in the 40th district. Chūnjié ran for the same seat in 2020, failing to secure the Republican nomination in the primary, but he received 40% of the Republican vote in that primary. And this year, Chūnjié is the only Republican who has filed to run again. He will win by default. But a review of Chūnjié's campaign website and filing statement show no mention of affiliation with the Proud Boys. Chūnjié's campaign messaging uses the language of mainstream Republican talking points. Now, The Guardian has previously reported on far-right groups shifting their focus to local communities. Since the Capitol attack, members of groups such as the Proud Boys have shown up to local venues, including school board meetings, to stand alongside mainstream conservatives, especially around issues such as COVID-19 restrictions. And this month, Chūnjié tweeted a video of Thomas Renz, a far-right anti-vaccine influencer, speaking at a panel convened by Senator Ron Johnson that promoted misleading information about COVID-19 and vaccines. In other words, they're outlets for Russian disinformatia, so that they can promote fear porn against vaccines and keep you all sick and dying, which hopefully is what happens to all the red Republicans. Now, that video of Renz went viral in alt tech, or alternative technology platforms, where they try to eke out anti-gravity and free energy and shit, but also within mainstream social media. And of the video, Stephen Levitsky, a professor of government at Harvard University and the co-author of the book entitled How Democracies Die, wrote, and I read therefrom, "It's time to hold the government accountable for what they've done to the people. When mainstream parties take on board figures who deny the legitimacy of elections, refuse to accept electoral defeat, condone or even engage in political violence, you are putting democracy at risk. The real danger is not just the wave of extreme candidates, it's their embrace, their mainstreaming by the Republican Party itself. The United States has always had nutty, extremist, authoritarian politicians around the fringe. What is new and really dangerous for democracy is that they're increasingly running as Republican candidates. At first you had a flirtation and tolerance with a handful of extremists at the fringes. We're now seeing an army of extremists embraced by the former president. They're marching in and taking over the Republican Party at the state and local level. So, that being said, what little is traditional of the Red States Party has, conversely, some conservative talking heads having embraced their politicians' pro-Ukraine position. And by that I mean they're true conservative. Oldsters or elders. National Review editorialized in favor of aid to Ukraine, for example. The right-leaning Commentary has published important Ukraine statements too. Even the Wall Street Journal, with that being a pro-Trump rag, its editorial board has also written forcefully for deterrence of Russian aggression, to their credit, though that in and of itself does not redeem them. But broadly, Republican elected officials and the think tanks that advise them are staunchly pro-Ukraine for reasons that should be self-evident. Conservative talkers, especially on TV and social media, are varying degrees of pro-Russia, anti-Ukraine. Hence, Russia-Ukraine is, as I said, becoming a trial of strength, not only between Putin and NATO, but between different parts of the reactionary red American hemispherical world. Over the past half-dozen years, such intra-conservative disputes have usually ended in abject defeat for Republican elected officials. In New York Magazine this week, for example, Jonathan Chait details the long, slow yielding of Republican politicians to anti-vax delusions. Yet some signs show that with Ukraine and Vladimir Putin, the conservative entertainment complex may have overstepped. A new poll by the Pew Research Center finds that large majorities of Americans commonsensically view Russia as an enemy, or at the least a competitor. Large majorities regard the Russian buildup against Ukraine as a threat to American interests. Even more interesting, Pew finds, for once, no significant partisan disagreement between Republicans and Democrats over the Russia-Ukraine issue. Conservative talkers don't always win their battles against Republican elected officials who successfully prevented Trump from appointing underqualified personal loyalists to the Federal Reserve Board, for example, in which case he would have crashed our economy by now. Trump, who in the past was always ready to speak warmly of his puppet master Putin, may sense that neither the American public nor the majority of his own party is with the Fox News universe on aiding Ukraine. He released a vague statement limited to bragging non-specifically that the crisis at the Russo-Ukrainian border would not be happening if he were still president, edging away from his anti-Ukraine media allies. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, a would-be Trump successor himself, has made no statement on the Russo-Ukrainian issue at all. As powerful as Fox News messaging, or rather fake news propagandizing is, scenes of violence after Russian aggression sends Ukrainian refugees streaming westward to safety would be powerful too. Americans are never eager to get involved in other people's fights, but they remain deeply committed to a vision of their empire as a force for good in the world. Foreign dictators who counted on American passivity in the face of aggression, and isolationists who hope to profit politically from that passivity, have again and again been jolted by Americans' indoctrination into a reflexive dislike of whom they are told are tyrants and bullies. For all of Americans' wariness after the 9/11 wars, for all of the polarization and radicalization of American politics, Vladimir Putin and his friends on American TV and social media may find themselves surprised by another such jolt that brings America to their very doorstep and knocking down the door of Putin's dictatorship. Meanwhile, Trump's rally in Texas shows exactly why he's so dangerous. There are times when we should ignore the rhetoric of this twice-impeached former President Donald Trump, and then there are times we must not, because his statements are potentially dangerous to our nation. Trump's comments at his Texas rally on Saturday fall into that latter category. During that rally, Trump claimed that those who have been charged in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol are being treated so unfairly, and stunningly suggested that some might deserve pardons. In fact, Trump told his crowd of thousands, "When I win, we will treat those people from January 6th fairly, and if it requires pardons, we will give them pardons." But more alarming than that was Trump urging his supporters to engage in the biggest protests we have ever had if the prosecutors investigating him and his financial dealings do anything wrong or illegal, which is anything resulting in his prosecution, of course. Think back to December of 2020, when Trump called for a protest because he felt he'd been wronged with the 2020 electoral results. The end result was the deadly Capitol attack. Even as his role in that outcome is still being investigated, Trump obviously knows how that played out. That's why common sense says Trump now calling for his supporters to potentially amass again in huge numbers to help him right any perceived wrongs should ring alarm bells. That's especially true given Trump's apparent message to his supporters on Saturday that if you commit acts of violence in his name, he will consider pardoning you if he ever becomes president again. In normal times, hearing an American political leader making such statements would be jarring. But this is far beyond normal. This is dangerous, given that just over 1 year ago there was a violent attack on our Capitol by Trump cultists based on a lie Trump had created and spread about electoral fraud. This isn't the first time Trump has expressed sympathy for those who were part of the January 6th act of domestic terrorism, as FBI Director Christopher Wray himself has classified the riot. Exemplite Gratier, ahead of a September rally in support for those arrested, Trump released a statement saying that our hearts and minds are with the people being persecuted so unfairly relating to the January 6th protest. But Trump has now taken his commitment to the January 6th attackers, whom I believe should be rightfully called terrorists, given the FBI's own designation, to a new level, calling the prosecution of more than 700 terrorists who attacked our Capitol a disgrace. Does that mean Trump doesn't believe those who injured over 140 police officers? Some so seriously as to cripple them for life by assaulting them with batons, poles, chemical spray, and other weapons, should face consequences? For example, Texas resident Donald Hazard was arrested and charged in December for assaulting Capitol Police. According to court documents, Hazard grappled with police officers during the riot, leading to one being knocked unconscious with critical injuries to his head, foot, and arm. A December release from the Department of Justice indicated Hazard was detained pending further proceedings. Or perhaps Trump is just upset with the prosecution of Jeffrey Sabol, who not only assaulted police officers, but helped drag a critically injured police officer face down into the crowd so others could beat him onto life support. According to court filing, Sabol took drastic measures at the Capitol on January 6th because he had reached a mental breaking point. As of last fall, Sabol remained detained. Maybe Trump hopes to pardon the 11 members of the right-wing paramilitary group, the Oath Keepers, should they be convicted on charges of seditious conspiracy in connection with the January 6th attack. Last week, the terrorist 10 pleaded not guilty, while the 11th was absent and entered no plea. While the specter of pardons is jaw-dropping in and of itself, it's fantasy for now, given that Trump would first have to win a 2024 presidential campaign that he hasn't even run yet. Trump's plea to his supporters to engage in mass protests if he is charged with crimes is potentially more dangerous, since that's a more immediate possibility. Trump could be feeling the heat from an Atlanta area district attorney who has been granted approval to empanel a special grand jury to investigate potential crimes by Trump himself related to attempted electoral interference in Georgia's 2020 election. And that's not to mention recent developments surrounding the New York Attorney General's investigation into Trump's past business dealings with the Russian Empire, among others. After complaining about these investigations and the January 6th House Committee's investigative work, Trump bellowed to his cultists on Saturday that if these radical, vicious, racist prosecutors do anything wrong or illegal, I hope we are going to have in this country the biggest protest we have ever had. We all know if Trump is prosecuted for any reason, he'll dub it wrong or illegal. From there, Trump will likely follow the same playbook that led to the January 6th attack by radicalizing his supporters with lies, but this time with lies directed at the criminal prosecution. Would Trump call his cultists to surround courthouses or prosecutors' offices, as he did when he called them to Washington, D.C. on the 6th of January to stop the steal? Again, given what happened that day, we cannot dismiss that possibility, nor the probability that this will lead to violence from at least some extremists in the Trump cult base. At the very least, his words could be interpreted as Trump trying to make prosecutors think twice about pursuing him for fear of protests, or even threats being directed against them by more radical parts of Trump's base. If past his prologue, the answer is no, although a few, including Senators Susan Collins and Lindsey Graham, have both spracketh out against Trump's pardon idea. In fact, I would predict that if Trump were to ultimately face charges stemming from one of the current investigations, one of the key pledges demanded of Republicans seeking the Russo collaborationist Red insurgent presidential nomination would be a promise to pardon Donald Trump. The former president's suggestion of pardons for those who waged the January 6th attack to stop the peaceful transfer of power should disqualify him from ever holding office again. The same should be true if Trump calls on thousands to flood the streets to protest any criminal charges leveled against him personally, even if that leads to violence. But with today's Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, that's unlikely the case. According to a recent CBS News poll, 56% of Republicans view the Capitol attack as an act of defending freedom. These are not developments that should ever take place in these United States. Yet they're happening right before our eyes. The only question is whether enough Americans will recognize the danger in this rhetoric before it's too late for our republic. Because Trump himself offers a chilling glimpse into his second, or potentially second term. Now, while he was at that rally, former President Donald Trump conjured a vision of a second term that would function as a tool of personal vengeance and become even more authoritarian than his first, when he vowed to pardon U.S. Capitol insurrectionists when he runs for the White House again and wins. And his pledge at that Texas rally on Saturday was accompanied by a call for demonstrations if prosecutors in New York, who are probing Trump's business practices, and those in Georgia, looking into his attempts to reverse his electoral loss in that state, do anything that he defines as wrong or illegal. The comments underscore Trump's obsession with delusional lies that he won the 2020 election, and his determination to put that falsehood as the very core of the Republican worldview. As was often the case during his 4 years in office, Trump's pardons threat shows that he still makes no distinction between his personal goals and the national interest or rule of law. But the former president's new rhetorical outburst also at times hinted at concern with his own legal position, and comest at a moment when various criminal and congressional lines of investigation seemed to be tightening around him. The House Select Committee, probing the January 6, 2021 riot, has now penetrated deep inside Trump's West Wing inner circle, and he lost a Supreme Court bid to keep documents secret. The likelihood of a damning accounting from the committee, bristling with new details about Trump's attempt to destroy American democracy, is growing, though the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency has sought to thwart it at every turn. As well as further threatening American democracy on Saturday night, Trump was preoccupied with his personal legal exposure. He fired off a wild attack, which looked to be racially motivated, on 2 black New York prosecutors investigating whether his business empire deliberately falsified accounts to get preferential treatment on loans and income taxes. He also alluded to potential legal peril he's facing in Fulton County, Georgia, where a black district attorney has been granted a special grand jury to examine his attempt to steal President Joe Biden's win in that state. And in a sign of the potential impact of Trump's incitement, District Attorney Fani Willis wrote to the FBI on Sunday asking for an immediate risk assessment for the Fulton County Courthouse and government buildings. She said that security concerns were escalated this weekend by the former president's speech, and added that her office had already received communications from people unhappy with the investigation before Trump's rally. Now, Trump's pressure on investigators prompted the California Democrat Representative Zoe Lofgren, who sits on the House committee probing the insurrection, to warn CNN's Pamela Brown on Sunday that the ex-president had issued a call to arms. To quote she, calling out for demonstrations if, anything adverse legally happens to him is pretty extraordinary, and I think it's important to think through what message is being sent. And in yet another sign of Trump's incessantly consuming inability to accept his electoral loss, he issued a statement that same evening slamming former Vice President Mike Pence for refusing his demands to overturn the result of the Democratic election in 2020, and falsely claimed that the then Vice President had the power to do so. With Trump and his cultists already referring to him as the 45th and 47th president, his fixation with the 2020 election may also represent a growing problem for the Republican Party. In the midterm elections in November and beyond, the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency wants to build a case that Biden is weak, flailing at home and abroad, and has lost his grip on inflation. But Trump, who wants to use the elections to demonstrate his hold on the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent grassroots, threatens to detract from that simple Republican message. While the ex-president remains wildly popular with the Make America Great Again crowd, his loss in 2020 poses the question of whether Republicans and independents and suburban swing voters want to get stuck forever in Trump's unhinged 2020, what would you call it? An infinite feedback loop. Some other potential 2024 presidential candidates, like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, are meanwhile demonstrating that Trump's populist nationalism and assault on what cultists view as liberal elites will be waged long after the 45th president has left the scene. Democrats failed in their attempt to make Trump the bogeyman in last year's Virginia gubernatorial election, when Republican Glenn Youngkin kept his distance from the ex-president and tapped into voter concerns about education, COVID exhaustion, and rising prices. But it will be an easier case for us Democrats to make when Trump is holding wild rallies in swing states and again making himself the face of the party in 2022, spreading his lies, spewing increasingly racist rhetoric, and behaving like an autocrat in waiting. You see, Trump was signaling possible new abuses of power because his latest comment on pardons was in line with his attempt to whitewash the truth of the day when his mob, incited at his Washington rally, invaded the Capitol to try and disrupt the certification of Biden's win, beat up police officers, and sent lawmakers running for their very lives. Throughout his puppet presidency, he used the chief executive's pardon power to shield his political cronies. And to requote what Trump said on Saturday, "When I win, we will treat those people from January 6th fairly. We will treat them fairly. And if that requires pardons, we will give them pardons, because they are being treated so unfairly." People dragged into the criminal justice system because they tried to stage a coup d'etat based on lies about a stolen election are not being treated unfairly. But it is characteristic of Trump's democracy-threatening brand of politics to play up a sense of grievance and victimhood. He spent 4 years of his twice-impeached presidency sowing a narrative that opponents and subordinates who tried to check him were in fact the ones guilty of abusing power. And he repeatedly sought to force the Justice Department to embrace his anti-constitutional schemes. Several high-profile Republicans quickly dismissed Trump's offer to help January 6th insurrectionists. New Hampshire Republican Governor Chris Sununu, who disappointed the National Party by passing on a Senate bid, said on Sunday that those responsible for the insurrection must be held accountable. Asked by CNN's Donna Bash on State of the Union about the possibility of a pardon for such Trump supporters, Sununu, who is emerging as a standard bearer for a possible post-Trump Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, said, "Of course not. Oh my goodness, no." And in his Sunday appearance on CBS's Face the Nation, one of Trump's closest enablers, the South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, also dismissed Trump's promise, saying, "I think it's inappropriate. I don't want to reinforce that defiling the Capitol was okay. I don't want to do anything that would make this more likely in the future." Well, his comments were notable, since he has previously warned that the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency needs to find a way to work with Trump if it wants to wield any power at all. And speaking on ABC's This Week, another Republican senator, Susan Collins of Maine, who just won re-election in 2020, also condemned Trump's remarks, while going so far as to say it was very unlikely that she would support Trump if he does officially decide on a third presidential run. To quote she, "I do not think President Trump should have made that pledge to do pardons. We should let the judicial process proceed. January 6th was a dark day in our history." Now, Monday thereafter, Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney, one of the party's most vocal critics of Donald Trump and his hold on the Republican Party cult, tweeted that Trump uses language he knows caused the January 6th violence, suggests he's pardoned the January 6th defendants, some of whom have been charged with seditious conspiracy, threatens prosecutors, and admits he was attempting to overturn the election. He'd do it all again if given the chance. Now, all of this must have been a case of déjà vu for Republicans who often had their talking points overshadowed by the ex-president's extremism when he was in power. But it is one thing for key Republicans to criticize the ex-president now. On every previous occasion, when the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency faced a choice between appeasing Trump to keep or win power and standing up for American democracy and the rule of law, it has chosen the first option. In a sense, Trump's demagoguery this weekend was a fresh sign that he is convinced that his personality cult still holds his party in thrall. Now, the House Republican Conference has already demonstrated that it would act as a vessel of Trump's power and vengeance if it wins the majority in November. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy has put the ex-president at the center of his efforts to become Speaker of the House, and has been put on notice by pro-Trump members like Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene that departures from the ex-president's dogma could doom his hopes. and former Speaker Newt Gingrich encapsulated the extremism of the House Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency when he suggested last week that a new majority should throw members of the January 6th committee into jail. This while Trump was firing off his racist attack on New York prosecutors. The ex-president's speech was most notable for that extraordinary assault on prosecutors in New York who are investigating all the allegations of fraud at his business empire. The ex-president called for the biggest protests we have ever had if the prosecutors do anything wrong or illegal, meaning bring him to justice. The New York Attorney General, Letitia James, and Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg Jr. are both leading investigations into Trump's business empire, and both of them are charcoal black, a point that Trump hinted at in his complaints about his treatment. He so told his crowd that these prosecutors are vicious, horrible people. They're racists, and they're very sick. They're mentally sick. They're going after me without any protection of my rights from the Supreme Court or most other courts. In reality, they're not after me. They're after you. It was the second recent occasion when Trump has sought to stir up racial hatred as part of his increasingly dangerous rhetoric. He claimed at a rally in Arizona 2 weeks ago that white people could not get COVID-19 treatment or vaccines in New York, grossly distorting a policy that says that race should be one factor in the use of limited therapies for a disease that disproportionately affects Black and Hispanic populations. Now, Trump's speech once again presented a conundrum about how much attention should be paid to an ex-president who is using his high profile to stir division and outrage in order to remain politically relevant. Yet given his power in the Republican Party cult and the intensity of those who follow a once and possible future president who has already incited a coup d'etat to overthrow a legal election, it would be unwise to ignore the implications of his rage. Because even out of office, Trump has convinced millions of Americans that the election was stolen and that Biden is an illegitimate president. Multiple Republican-run states have passed laws that make it harder to vote and easier for political officials to interfere in electoral results rooted in his false claims of voter fraud. And Trump is touring the country inciting polarization and racial animus as the hot favorite for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgency 2024 nomination. John Dean, a former White House counsel to President Richard Mulhouse Nixon in the Watergate scandal, condemned Trump's remarks on pardons in a chilling tweet in which he wrote, and here I quote is therefrom, "This is beyond being a demagogue to the stuff of dictators. Trump is defying the rule of law. Failure to confront a tyrant only encourages bad behavior. If thinking Americans don't understand what Trump is doing and what the criminal justice system must do, we are all in big trouble." Now, there be no foolproof solution to stop Trump from stealing the election next time. But there are a few things that could help. Various actions could be taken to try and stop it from happening again. Some are institutional or technocratic tweaks, I mean to say. And some are electoral battles or longer-term reform efforts. They might not be enough. it's hard to combat broader systemic forces like identity-based polarization, pushing the Republican Party cult towards ever more extremism. But altogether, they may cast up an agenda that could help reduce the chances of the 2024 election being stolen. 1. Stop hardcore election deniers from winning key state offices. Much of Trump's efforts focused on trying to get state officials to change the results of states Biden won. He tried to get state election officers like Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, and governors like Brian Kemp, a Republican from Georgia, not to certify those results, which is usually pro forma action, and to get state legislators to replace Biden's electors with Trump's electors. Then he moved on to trying to change the results in Congress under the Electoral Count Act by pushing to get either Vice President Mike Pence or congressional majorities to reject key states' electors' slates. These efforts uniformly failed, generally because Republican officials wouldn't go along with Trump's plot. But now Trump supporters are trying to replace officials who uphold the results with hardcore Trump cultists. Some might be so cynical they're willing to pander to voter fraud conspiracists. Some might be so deluded as to genuinely believe such conspiracies. Either way, the danger is very real. Will the more responsible Republicans in state legislatures and statewide or local electoral offices be replaced by ethno-extremists? It may be hard to find Republicans who loudly reject Trump's stolen election claims. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell rarely talks about it these days at all, partly because doing so means career death. The short-term path to Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent primary success and small donor fundraising is clearly to please Trump's cultic base. The hope remains that some will stand up for democracy at the right moment, but we cannot know whether they will, nor can we trust them to ever do so. Beyond the primary, more Democratic wins in general elections for state offices and legislatures would clearly help prevent Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent electoral theft. And new district lines would give Democrats a fighting chance to win key legislatures like Michigan and Pennsylvania for the first time in a decade, though gerrymandering will still significantly disadvantage them in others, like Wisconsin and in Georgia. The problem here is that Biden's low approval rating and the historical pattern of a midterm backlash against the president's party seems to give Republicans the advantage in 2022. And depending on how Trump's effort to install loyalists in key state positions goes, Trumpists could be even more empowered in key states in 2024 than they were last time around, particularly if Democrats lose governorships in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Now, number 2, we need to protect state election officials from political interference. Congressional Democrats' big election reform bill, the For the People Act, initially focused on measures like expanding voting access and banning gerrymandering rather than responding to the specific threat of a stolen election that arose in 2020 because the bill was largely written years earlier. But their revised version, the Freedom to Vote Act, does contain some provisions to try to address the state-level concerns. The Freedom to Vote Act would let administrators sue if they are removed for reasons other than gross negligence or misconduct. It would also let voters themselves sue if state results are not certified due to an unreasonable justification. For example, if Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent state officials decline to certify because they're citing Trumpian voter fraud conspiracies and saying they lack confidence in the results. So essentially, this would be providing a new way for the courts to step in. It's unclear how this would play out in practice, since courts are hardly above politics altogether, but it's worth a shot. The current problem, however, is that the overall bill is doomed by the filibuster, which Senators Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia, and Kyrsten Sinema, a Democratress from Arizona, refuse to change. It also seems unlikely that Republicans would ever support this measure, because even those who opposed Trump's attempted coup d'etat tend to argue that electoral results should be left to the states, because they're the Confederates now, and they're fighting for states' rights rather than human rights, which are forever in antitheses. Number 3, we need to prevent Congress or the Vice President from stealing the election. When Trump's pressure to get states to overturn the results failed, he turned to Congress and to Vice President Mike Pence. According to a law known as the Electoral Count Act, Congress can toss out state presidential election results if a majority of both chambers votes to do so. Meanwhile, the vice president presides over the count, and Trump embraced the fanciful theory that Mike Pence could unilaterally reject the electoral votes of disputed states, heavily pressuring him to do just that. Pence, to his eternal credit, refused. Now, in Congress, there be talk in Washington of a potential bipartisan effort to reform the Electoral Count Act to make it tougher for Congress to throw out state presidential election results, and to clarify that the vice president really doesn't have the power to do anything of the kind. There is, however, a catch. What if those state results deserve to be thrown out? The threat of a stolen election could come from Congress disregarding legitimate state results, but it could also come from the states themselves, either from state officials who refuse to certify rightful results or state legislators who block the winner's electors. An effort to tie Congress's hands and prevent congressional malfeasance could end up enabling malfeasance in the states. Senate Minority Leader McConnell has taken the position that Congress should not interfere with the results sent up by states, and that potential fraud from state legislatures isn't a problem. He recently, let's just put it this way, ignoring the pressure Trump and his cultic base placed on legislative leaders to do just that, McConnell recently asked, "Why would any legislature in America want to overturn the counting of votes?" Piss chicken shit motherfucker. Perhaps it is possible to reach a compromise addressing those concerns, but the devil is in the details here. 4. We must work to deter mob violence. The other feature of the 2020 electoral chaos was, of course, the violent mob bursting into the Capitol and interfering with the count of the electoral votes. It is difficult to solve the root causes here. Trump has the power to whip his base into a frenzy with stolen election lies, again, if he so chooses. So the only solution is to put him down like a mad dog and kill the motherfucker. Still, better security on January 6th would have gone a long way toward preventing just such a disaster, and it does seem that law enforcement is unlikely to be caught so flat-footed next time around. Additionally, prosecutions of January 6th rioters have been ongoing, with 738 people charged so far, making clear there are consequences to such actions. Encouragingly, we didn't see anything like a reprise of this violence in the remainder of 2021, despite many dark predictions. Of course, it's too early to say what conditions will be like in 2024, and possible instances of political violence remain worrying, to say the least. I could go on about that. Now, number 5, we need to, I'm counting on my fingers here, and I'm down to my thumb now. So, we need to try to avert a repeat Trump nomination. Because finally, there's the man himself. The chaos from November 2020 to January 2021 was clearly shaped by Trump's personal traits and whims. His personal disrespect for elite norms and predilection for conspiracy theories drove him further than previous presidential nominees in disputing a close election he had lost. He also has a personality cult following, including much of the Republican base, in fact, the overwhelming majority thereof, and the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th being directly representative of the totality of that base. Depending on how one defines the threat to democracy, it could well persist even if Trump exits the scene. But an outright repeat of 2020 would almost surely be less likely without Trump himself. Again, an argument for killing him. Many have worried about what a more competent demagogue than Trump could pull off, but Trump also has some terminally unique traits that would be tough to replicate. Would Ron DeSantis, Ted Cancun Cruz, or Josh Hawley the Crip? We're talking about the man who's the publisher of Hustler, Reanimate, command such personal loyalty that they could motivate a mob to storm the Capitol? And would they have been so stubbornly hell-bent on pushing things so hard and far? The problem is that this isn't really up to anyone but Trump himself. And Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent voters, who continue to view him as the cat's ass, the messiah of the white man. In other words, quite positively. A Trump retirement is something his critics might pray for, but one they're never going to be able to bring about. Failing that, a challenge to him in the 2024 primary might be doomed, but it's probably better than nothing, right? In fact, Trump and his enablers unwittingly offer us Democrats our best hope in the midterms. The midterm elections are just over 9 months away. What will Democrats run on? What will Republicans run on? One hint came at that Houston area Trump rally Saturday night. "When I win," the former guy said, referring to 2024, "we will treat those people from January 6th fairly." Before he added, "and if it requires pardons, we will give them pardons, because they are being treated so unfairly." And then Trump went on to demand the biggest protest we have ever had if federal prosecutors in Washington or in New York and Atlanta, where cases against him are moving forward, do anything wrong or illegal. He then called on the federal prosecutors, well, rather, he called all these charcoal black federal prosecutors vicious, horrible people who are not after me, they're after you. Meaning, you know them niggers. They're after all you white people and all you got. Trump's hint of pardons for those who attacked the Capitol could affect the criminal prosecution of hundreds now facing conspiracy, obstruction, and assault charges, which carry sentences that could put them away for years. If they think Trump will pardon them, they are even now less willing to negotiate with prosecutors and accept plea deals being offered. His comments could also are being interpreted as a call for violence if various legal cases against him lead to indictments. In fact, they're calling for a race war. Because it's the blacks that are after Trump, right? But if Trump keeps at it, and of course he will, he'll help us Democrats in the upcoming midterm elections by reminding the public of the attempted coup d'etat he and his Republican co-conspirators tried to pull off between the 2020 election and January 6th. That would make the midterm election less of a referendum on Joe Biden than on the Republican Party. Now, don't get myself wrong. I personally think Joe Biden is doing a good job, as well as he can, given the circumstances, given the hand he was dealt. But Republicans are doing an even better job battering him, as his sinking poll numbers show. Last week, Newt Gingrich, who served as House Speaker from 1995 to 1999, suggested that members of the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol should face jail time if the Republican Party returns to power. Put the investigating, legally elected representatives of democracy into prison. On Fox News, Gingrich said, "The wolves are gonna find out that they're now sheep, and they're the ones who, in fact, I think, face a real risk of jail for the kind of laws they're breaking." Now, Gingrich's remark prompted Representativess Liz Cheney, Wyoming Republicaness and Vice Chairess of the Select Committee, to respond. A former Speaker of the House is threatening jail time for members of Congress who are investigating the violent January 6th attack on our Capitol and our Constitution. This is what it looks like when the rule of law unravels. Trump and Gingrich are complicating the midterm elections prospects for all Republicans running or seeking re-election 9 months from now. Many Republican leaders believe they don't need to offer the public any agenda for the midterms because of widespread frustration with Biden and the Democrats. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, when recently asked what the Republican Party's agenda would be if it captured, or rather recaptured, Congress, quipped, "I'll let you know when we take it back." But if Republicans fail to offer an agenda, the Republican Party's midterm message is even more likely to be defined by Trump and Trumpers like Gingrich. The big lie that the 2020 election was stolen, along with promises to pardon the January 6th defendants, jail members of the Select Committee investigating the attack on the Capitol, and other bonkers claims and promises. This would spell trouble for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency because most Americans don't believe the big lie and remain appalled by the attack on our Capitol. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who phoned Trump during the attack on the Capitol but refuses to cooperate with the House's January 6th committee investigation, will have a central role in defining the Republican message for the midterms. And whom has McCarthy been consulting with? None other than Newt Gingrich. The two have been friends for years, and McCarthy's chief of staff in his leadership office, Dan Mayer, served in the same role for Gingrich when he was the Speaker. McCarthy knows Gingrich is a master huckster. After all, in 1994, Gingrich delivered a House majority for the Republicans for the first time in 40 years by promising a contract with America that amounted to little more than trickle-down economics and states' rights. But like most hucksters, Gingrich suffered a spectacular fall. In 1997, House members overwhelmingly voted to reprimand him for flouting federal tax laws and misleading congressional investigators about it, making him the first speaker panned for unethical behavior. This disgraced leader, who attempted to, who admitted himself to the ethical lapse as part of a deal to quash inquiries into other suspect activities, also had to pay a historic $300,000 United States dollar penalty. Then, following a surprise loss of Republican House seats in the 1998 midterm election, Gingrich stepped down as Speaker. He resigned from Congress in January of 1999 and hasn't held elected office since. Gingrich projects the impression of a military general in an age where bombast and explosive ideas are more potent than bombs. Since he lost the House, Gingrich has spent most of his time and energy trying to persuade other Republicans that he alone possesses the strategy and the ideas entitling him to be the new general of the Republican right. Well, the radicalized Republican right, because Gingrich has no scruples, which is why he has allied himself with Trump and Trump's big lie, appearing regularly on Fox News to say the 2020 election was rigged and mouth off other Trumpish absurdities. such as last week's claim that members of the House Select Committee should be jailed. Gingrich likes to think of himself as a revolutionary force, but he behaves more like a juvenile delinquent. When he was Speaker, his House office was adorned with figurines of dinosaurs, as you might find in the bedrooms of little boys who dream of becoming huge and powerful. Gingrich can be mean, but his meanness is that of a nasty child rather than a tyrant. And like all nasty brats, inside is an insecure little fellow who desperately wants attention. Still, as of now, the best hope for Democrats in the midterms lies with Donald John Trump. Gingrich and others who loudly and repeatedly remind the public how utterly contemptible the Republican Party has become. And for now, at least, we have the benefit of a crisis. As global conflicts go, Russia's threatening posture toward Ukraine is one that could actually work in Joe Biden's favor. President Joe Biden's domestic agenda is stalled. His poll numbers are abysmally low despite a booming economy, and he has a limited window to get things through Congress before a highly anticipated Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent takeover of the House, and possibly the Senate this fall. So when Russian President and Biden nemesis Vladimir Putin started amassing troops on the border of Ukraine, threatening an all-out war in Europe, it seemed like just another unneeded crisis for an American president with an already crowded plate of problems. Or is it? No one wants a war, or even the economic fallout that could well happen if the United States and its NATO allies impose promised sanctions against the Russian Empire, should the vestige of the Soviet Empire indeed invade Ukraine. But as crises go, experts say, this is one that could work to Biden's benefit. Putin and the Russian Empire are familiar topics for Biden, who knows Putin personally and was chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee during Putin's rise to power. While senators in Biden's own party are denying his domestic wish list, the question of how to handle the Russian Empire will not involve arm-twisting the likes of Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia or Senatoress Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona. For a president who has repeatedly cast the current historical era as an inflection point between democracy and autocracy, taking on Russian aggression allows Biden the chance to underscore a long-heralded role of the U.S. president, leader of the free world. Emphasis on free. Per Fred Kemp, president and CEO of the Atlantic Council, a foreign policy think tank, I think this is a defining moment, not just in the Biden presidency, but in Joe Biden's long political life. To his credit, in his campaign and afterward, he has defined this moment as an inflection point in the systemic struggle between democracies and autocracies. Now he has the challenge to execute against that diagnosis. Biden has centered most of his first year in office on domestic matters, such as addressing the pandemic and its economic hit on Americans, passing a massive infrastructure repair law, and pushing for voting rights legislation and a sweeping domestic spending bill that are all stalled in the Senate. But throughout, he has also underscored his foreign policy credentials. In a Biden TV ad, amid the early months of his campaign, photographs of then-President Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, and North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un were on the screen while the voiceover intoned, "We live in the most dangerous moment in a generation. Our world set on edge by an erratic, unstable president. Dictators and tyrants are praised, our allies pushed aside. This is a moment that requires strong, steady, stable leadership. Similarly, Biden, as president, has discussed the threats to democracy around the world, including within these United States. But the Russo-Ukrainian crises givest Biden a chance to showcase that conflict in real time. Foreign policy analysts concur that Biden could also use a foreign policy win after a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan last August. And unlike some domestic issues or more nuanced foreign policy questions, Russia's threat to invade Ukraine is an easily digestible matter for Americans, especially those with a memory of the Cold War. What will ultimately historically be recognized as the Third World War, which America fought and won. As well, accessible comparisons to World War II, as Biden obliquely made earlier this week or last when he said a Russian invasion of Ukraine would be the biggest invasion since that war and would change the world, work to the U.S. president's advantage. Jeffrey Engel, founding director of the Center for Presidential History at Southern Methodist University, affirms that siding against Hitler, a cheap but easily exploitable analogy, is a winner, while asserting that much as George H.W. Bush drew a clear line with Saddam Hussein in Iraq, or as Ronald Reagan famously declared, "Tear down this wall," referring to the Berlin Wall separating East and Western Germany. Biden has, with Russia and Putin, a way to cast the situation as a battle between good and evil. It est, in Engels' own words, "There are very few slam dunk arguments in American politics, and foreign policy in particular. He can talk about traditional tropes of American foreign policy rhetoric that are impossible to refute. He can say, 'You can't appease dictators.'" Biden is still recovering politically from the chaotic and violent withdrawal from Afghanistan last August. While strong majorities of the American public had favored pulling out of the costly war, the actual withdrawal from the 20-year conflict was disastrous, with a terrorist bomb killing 13 American service members at the Kabul airport. Well, all consultants concur that the Russo-Ukrainian crisis carries its own complications because Biden has to manage dissenting opinions abroad and a divided country at home. One of the reasons Putin chose this moment to move on Ukraine is that America will be distracted this year ahead of the 2022 midterms. To some degree, the 2024 elections, both the U.S. presidential election and the nominal Russian election, are complicating political factors as well. NATO, too, is a question. While several members of the Security Alliance have made commitments to respond to any Russian incursion, Biden has put 8,500 troops on high alert. The enthusiasm of United Germany, a key member of the alliance, is murky. Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschlands, or Die Neue, in the correct German pronunciation, Vereinigte Deutschlands, or the new United Germany's new chancellor, Olaf Scholz, has stated that the Russian Empire will suffer high costs if it invades another sovereign nation. But United Germany has been less definitive on a major question, whether to shutter the Nord Stream 2 gas line project that would bring natural gas from Russia to Germania. While all too many self-promoted experts insist that no one knows for certain what Putin is after, Fiona Hill, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution and a former official at the U.S. National Security Council specializing in Russian and European affairs, who served our nation as the former Russia expert at the White House, makes a compelling argument in the New York Times that she knows exactly what he's after, at least in terms of Ukraine. Putin senses American power is ebbing. Thusly, during a recent webinar sponsored by The Common Good, Fiona Hill emphasized that it is to Putin's benefit if he can divide Europe, or Europe and the United States, as he considers an invasion of Ukraine. She so argues that in addition to challenging NATO, Putin's aggression in Ukraine would threaten the entire UN system and imperil the arrangements that have guaranteed member states' sovereignty since World War II, akin to the Iraq invasion of Kuwait in 1990, but on an even grander scale. To quote Xi, Putin believes that the United States is currently in the same predicament as Russia was after the Soviet collapse, grievously weakened at home and in retreat abroad. He wants to evict the United States from Europe completely. As he might put it, goodbye, America. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. The real key for President Biden is bringing everyone else along. It's a test of Biden's ability to reach out to NATO allies. This is an opportunity for President Biden to show what he's made of on the foreign policy front. He knows his stuff inside out. In a weird way, Putin recognizes that and thinks Biden is the guy he could work with. While Putin, she says, had a much cozier relationship with Trump, a fact that alarmed Democrats, the Russian leader found it deeply frustrating that Trump had no knowledge whatsoever of the history or geography of the region, whereas Biden knows all of this. Now on New Day, as broadcast Tuesday this last week, Jill Dougherty, a Russia expertess and former CNN Moscow bureau chieftainess, concurred that Russia's state media blitz is helping to shape the public's attitudes on the ground, herself concluding that, to quote Xi, they want a replay of the end of the Cold War, one in which they win, and are left the dominant power in the world. But for Biden, the domestic political fallout may not be part of his calculation. Hence, Chris Miller, assistant professor of international history at Tufts University's Fletcher School, warns that Biden could also face a blowback at home if things escalate. He's so saying that while Biden has cast the conflict as a test of the free world's commitment to democracy, in his own words, every president always considers foreign policy through a domestic political lens. I do think that if we get into a war, the administration will respond with sanctions that will be economically costly for Europe and for these United States. Real leaders don't look at popularity polls, although their campaign operatives do. That's my observation, not his. But returning to what Chris Miller has to say, they look at history, and they look at their own place in history. That's the reason this is such a defining moment for Biden. Indeed. And now 10 hours has been up and I've got to turn my heaters back on. Shows you what I'm dealing with here and why I need more than one electric blanket. If someone can ever find one that doesn't have any time limit on it, by all means, have it sent to my residence, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California, zip code 94109. All right. Taking a look at the live stream. Okay. We got 3 hours left. Okay. Shane Bridges says, fell asleep. Fed boys. Hola Douglas. Oh, that's Veronica Pereira. Oh, buenas noches a todos. Senora Veronica Pereira. Mwah. Love you dearly. Sorry I missed you in the last transmission. So sorry about that. Good thing we have an excellent connection now. Lost a lot of our viewers thanks to Jameson Reese and Daniel Arola earlier, but, hey, they'll get better. Give them a chance. They'll improve. Like our man Jameson says, he's going to stick to occult bestiaries or something from this point forward. Rather than, I'm going to curse the world and bring about mass starvation. Whatever the fuck it was he said. He's welcome to come on and give kind of, well, maybe he better not. Oh, shit. At any rate, let's see what we got here. Sammy Romero said loud and clear 3 hours ago. God bless him. And so glad I have you wonderful people here who are responsive. Honestly, it would be impossible without all of you interacting as you do. And just checking some more input coming in from wonderful people around the internet who are clicking onto my promotional banner. I do hope all of you like me in drag. Honestly, you all have to get on Facebook just to see the promotional banners. The higher quality photograph of myself in drag, far more action-oriented pose. I'm voguing really with my blades. It's on the Facebook, and so I couldn't put that into the screen because it wouldn't fit. I kept cutting off my legs, and I'm really proud of my legs, so I drag well in brunette. Everybody likes me better in drag when I'm brunette. So, yeah, if you want to see it, then you have to have a Facebook timeline. Just establish one that, a false one, so you don't have to share your info with Facebook. And with that, of course, thank you, Veronica Barrera, for hearting it. God bless you, honey. As did so many of the other ladies. God bless you all. And with that, returning back to the task at hand, not only is, as Chris Miller was saying, the assistant professor of international history at Tufts University's Fletcher School, talking about that this is such a defining moment for Biden himself, it's a defining moment, too, in the global battle for the future of the West, for the future of Europe itself and all the world's democracies. The real prize in Ukraine is the end of American influence in Europe. That is what Putin wants in the Ukraine. Now, Vladimir Putin likes to say that playing chess with the United States is like playing against a pigeon. It struts around the board, knocks over the pieces, shits everywhere, and then declares victory. Playing chess with Europe, in contrast, must be like playing with a child who has forgotten the rules of the game, claims to have invented new ones, and then sulks when no one wants to play. For so long, many people in Europe, including the United Kingdom, have comforted themselves with platitudes that hard power no longer matters, that spheres of influence are outdated, and even that geopolitics itself has become somewhat passé. Then Russia sent 100,000 troops to the Ukrainian border. Suddenly playtime was over, and once again the future security of Europe was being decided by someone else, somewhere else. There's no need to overstate the case. Europe's major powers are not absent in this Ukrainian crisis. Great Britain and the Fifth French Republic in particular, are playing prominent roles. London is winning plaudits in Eastern Europe for its proactive stance designed to make any Russian intervention as painful as possible, and Paris is pursuing its own path, hosting a summit of Ukrainians and Russians as part of the long-running talks under the Normandy format that also includes United Germany. At each stage of this crisis, Europe's major powers have also been consulted by an American administration that seems to take its rhetoric about alliances seriously. Still, if you step back for a moment, the situation is extraordinary. Russia is a third world shithole of 142 million people with a hollowed out petro economy about the size of South Korea's. It is the Africa of the Northern Hemisphere. Together, Europe's big three powers, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the New United Germany, the Fifth French Republic, and the Greater British Empire, dwarf Russia in terms of wealth and population. The whole of democratic Europe, even more so. And yet, Europe is of secondary importance in this crisis, even though it is happening on its own continent. For the West, the obvious reality is that the American empire still calls the shots. London, Paris, and Berlin each lobby the White House and, depending on the crisis and the leader, exert real influence. But for whichever U.S. president is in office, the decision is, necessarily, America first. In this case, President Joe Biden is navigating a debate ranging between the traditional foreign policy establishment that is preaching deterrence and the ever more influential restrainers who argue that the American empire cannot afford to become bogged down in another war on its imperial periphery. Part of Putin's game, of course, is to capitalize on this division, both within America and across the West. He smells indecision and is seeking to exploit it. According to some experts who have gone so far as to speak out over the past week, the Russian president's grand aspiration is to push America out of Europe altogether, negotiating a deal that recognizes the Russian Empire as a legitimate player in the continent's security order and reversing the losses Moscow sustained in the 1990s when its military was forced back inside its own borders. Fiona Hill, the aforecited former White House advisoress on Russia, has gone on record to state that Putin may have calculated that Biden is the last president able to negotiate such a formal agreement on Europe's behalf before the possible return of Donald Trump forever in 2024. Other analysts are rightly skeptical of Putin's strength, pointing out that none of his military options could ever meet his objectives. Lawrence Friedman, an emeritus war studies professor at King's College London, has himself concluded that Russia's rhetoric in recent months suggested Putin is frustrated by the impasse in eastern Ukraine, unable to break it without armed force, that may just make the situation worse for the Russian Empire. Either way, what be so striking to myself, apart from the monumental nature of the crime Moscow is apparently contemplating, is the extent of geopolitical positioning within Europe designed to affect not only the crisis itself, but the future shape of the continent and the West after Putin makes his move, or doesn't. The scale of Putin's demands to not just control Ukraine but return much of Eastern Europe to Russia's sphere of influence, and the threat to the existing order it represents, is challenging the basic structures of the Western alliance, forcing each country within it to evaluate how their national interests are best served in the future. In large part, the crisis is threatening the Western alliance, but not weakening it. Russia's moves have reinvigorated the West's principal military force, NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance. For the first time since the end of the Cold War, NATO has a real and present danger. And yet, only 2 years have passed since Trump was executive commander-in-chief, and no one in Europe is naive enough to think he does not stand a very good chance of resuming his presidency in 2024. The whole basis of Trump's foreign policy, remember, was that Europe and other American allies were taking the American empire for a ride. He even described NATO as obsolete and had no qualms about using the American security guarantee as leverage in trade talks with United Germany and others. The current crisis, then, acts as a reminder of NATO's importance, and by extension, the importance of the American-led world, but also of its structural weakness, American public opinion. As Bojo the Clown, Boris Johnson, well understands, particularly today, given the very real threat to his premiership caused by his failure to abide by his own pandemic rules, the most important thing in world politics is the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, whether or not the ideas underpinning it are sound. Because the battle for the West's future is on. The problem for Europe is that with each new crisis, Washington's commitment to its own hegemonic world order continues to weaken, but nobody has any real idea what to replace it with. And when it comes to what the West should do to revive the West, no one can agree. France's Emmanuel Macron last week argued with a straight face that apparently now was the moment for Europe to assert its strategic autonomy from the U.S. Oh, please. To Macron, Russia's ability to bypass Europe to talk directly with these United States only confirmed his belief that the continent needed to become an independent actor on the world stage. In a speech to the European Parliament in Strasbourg, Macron said that it was time for Europe to conduct its own dialogue with Russia, to create a new security and stability order for Europe. This is a drum he has been banging for quite some time to little effect. He could not have picked a worse crisis within which to assert Europe's independence from America. Or rather, our empire. Piddling around in the Sahel might be possible without the United States, but not dealing with a nuclear Russian empire apparently set on invading a sovereign state in Europe that's larger than most European nation-states. By that I'm referring to Ukraine, the target, not the enemy empire, which is the largest nation-state on Earth geographically, albeit grossly underpopulated. Although it is understandable that Macron would use this latest crisis to jump back on his favorite hobby horse, he risks looking ridiculous. Less an inspired new Napoleon atop a rearing Marengo than a powerless captain on a stubborn Shetland pony. With the Russian army massing on Ukraine's borders, what possible reason would any Eastern European state have to contemplate swapping Washington for Brussels as its primary representative on security matters, particularly given that Paris and Berlin have not been the most hawkish on this issue at all? The fact is, and Macron understands this, Europe has no strategic autonomy, neither in its wider form, including the United Kingdom, nor as the European Union without. Not only does it have no way of projecting its power militarily, but it cannot properly patrol its borders or guarantee its energy supply, much of which cometh from the Russian Empire. The American Empire has even made plans to bolster fuel supply to the European Union should Russia retaliate against Western sanctions by cutting off fuel to the continent. But the EU's geopolitical weakness runs deeper than its energy and security dependency. The EU does not have a Silicon Valley or a Wall Street, and remains dependent on the American financial system and communist Chinese trade. Britain, meanwhile, having cut itself out of the EU, has been hyperactive in its efforts to remind allies of its continued relevance. London has released intelligence about Russian war plans, dispatched weapons to the Ukraine, and made diplomatic shows of support to a range of Eastern European states. Such have been its efforts that hashtag #GodSaveTheQueen was trending on Twitter in Ukraine after a plane load of arms arrived from Great Britain last week, flown around German airspace to avoid any diplomatic difficulties that might emerge from Berlin's policy of not exporting weapons to conflict zones. The purpose of this effort is to maintain support for NATO as the principal organization of Western security, and, by extension, to ensure that the Greater British Empire cannot be ignored. And although Britain's hawkish policy might be dismissed by the French as being the stance of a chest-banging guerrilla who will not charge, their words, chest-banging is not without its merits for Britain. No one in the United Kingdom government is suggesting that Britain will charge, or has any intention of charging, but it is happy to be noticed. The more Britain can convince European states that it remains a serious security partner, the less likely it is to be cut out of Europe's future security order. What would Poland or the Baltics have to gain from supporting alternative security arrangements that might challenge the supremacy of NATO, thereby weakening both British and American commitment to European security? And yet, for Britannia, the fact remains that it must work harder to maintain its influence because it is, as of January 31st, 2020, outside European Union. And whatever the UK might secretly wish, that union will likely only grow in power as an independent actor within NATO. Das neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, meanwhile, continues its decades-long game of pretending that it isn't really a power at all. Despite being the richest and most powerful country in Europe, it acts as though it were a kind of morally superior Switzerland, peaceful and objective. Of course, this is because Russian gas doesn't power Germany. Renewable energy does. During a testy public exchange at a NATO summit in July of 2018, Donald Trump accused United Germany of being controlled by Russia because of its dependence on Russian gas, a dependency Trump said was 70%. In fact, Germany only gets 34% of its natural gas from Russia, roughly equal to the amount it gets from Norway and the Netherlands. In total, natural gas accounts for just 23% of Germany's primary energy use, and only 13.5% of the electricity generated at power plants. That means the Russian Empire's gas accounts for just 4.3% of German power generation. Historically, Germany has been more reliant on domestic coal and nuclear to meet its energy needs. But German Chancellor Angela Merkel phased out both coal and nuclear, leaving many to conclude that natural gas is going to have to make up that difference. Given that United Germany has almost no gas fields of its own and must import 92% of its gas, that has led many to expect the Die Vaterland, or the fatherland, is going to become ever more reliant on Russian gas. Indeed, the contemporary figures released by Russian state-controlled gas giant Gazprom at the time of Trump's assertion seem to back up this expectation, showing a 12.2% increase in German imports of Russian gas in the first half of 2018 compared to the previous year. But the first half of that year also saw a much more significant energy development. As of the 1st of July in 2018, renewable energy had surpassed coal to become United Germany's largest single power source in Der Vaterlands, the fatherland's gross power production mix. Those figures from the energy industry's biggest lobby group, the German Association of Energy and Water Industries, then showed that renewable energy, mostly wind and solar, generated 118 billion kilowatt hours, that's kWh for the acronym, of electricity in the first half of the year, compared to 114 kilowatt hours generated from lignite and hard coal. That meant renewables provided 36.3% of United Germany's power so far that year, while coal provided 35.1%. Gas provided 12.3%, just above nuclear at 11.3%. It was good news for fans of renewable energy, who hope that United Germany's Energiewende, the ambitious renewable energy policy the country has had in place since 2010, is getting the power source to a level where it can easily replace disappearing coal and nuclear. But there were even then important caveats. The first and most obvious is that these figures are only for power generation, not for all of United Germany's energy use, which also includes heating and transportation. Natural gas provides around 23% of that total, while renewables provide us only around 13%. The other caveat was that the encouraging new figures for renewables in power generation were a reflection of ambitious action taken several years before then. In recent years, renewables expansion has been lagging. For instance, decisions to expand and upgrade United Germany's energy infrastructure in order to accommodate new renewable sources has been stalled at the political level. The Vereinigten Deutschland's energy mix is far more complex than Trump's early term rant at the NATO summit suggested, but there is reason to be concerned that a lack of recent action on the renewables front will mean that the disappearing coal and nuclear power will be replaced with Russian gas rather than renewables, particularly if the controversial Nord Stream 2 pipeline is opened into full operational status. And yet, energy independence is increasingly important to the United German people. According to 86% of the United German Volk, or Folk, responding to a representative survey commissioned by heating company Stiebel Eltron in February of the year before last, independence from oil and gas imports is an important goal of the energy transition. According to a press release, that was 10 percentage points increase compared to 2018. 91% said saving CO2, or saving carbon dioxide, to protect our climate was an important goal, and 81% said the same of giving up coal. 2/3 of respondents said they fully or somewhat agreed that United Germany has made good progress on the energy transition to date. Public backing for the transition to a low-carbon and nuclear-free economy remains strong in United Germany. All those articulated figures should have convinced the new German government that it's wise to make significant investments now in upgrading the country's power infrastructure in a way that will get the country to energy independence through renewables, rather than building new pipelines to fucking Russia. But now a gas price and supply crisis have made all Europe vulnerable to political blackmail from Moscow. Stuck between ambitious climate goals and Russian gas dependence, Berlin has been divided in its response to Putin's threats, with a decisive intervention from Chancellor Olaf Scholz yet to be made. Frustrated officials have rightfully complained that United Germany is trying to have its Western cake and eat it too, lodged firmly in NATO and the European Union, and determined to withstand involvement in America's geopolitical considerations for as long as it can to avoid contamination by any unnecessary moral or economic costs that come with being a superpower. The irony is that each position taken by Europe's big three undermines the other two. America remains Europe's fatherly overlord for now, just as it was when the Balkans collapsed in the early 1990s. Only this time it is an aging and slightly more bedraggled protector with enemies that appear stronger than they were. The result, in other words, is stasis, which, if you are being cynical, suits everyone in Europe just fine. America continues to pay, and no hard choices have to be faced. The problem for Europe is that with each new crisis, Washington's commitment to its own hegemonic world order as the world's sole remaining ultrapower continues to weaken, but nobody has any real idea what to replace us with. Whatever happens next, this feels like a pivotal moment in the 21st century. The countries that make up NATO remain some of the wealthiest and most advanced societies on Earth. So far, the West has united in a fairly impressive manner in the face of Russia's aggression. Yet the fact remains that one half of the empire is overextended and the other is underextended. The pigeon and the child might not like the brutal geopolitical chess game that Putin, or for that matter, Comrade Xi, is playing. But it's time they sat down and relearned the rules before they are placed in checkmate. Indisputably, the Ukraine standoff must be met by strength from the American empire, since it will reverberate around the world. Diplomacy has its limits. Putin created this crisis, and only Putin can end it. In recent weeks, the Ukrainian story has mostly been a diplomatic one in which little is achieved. Are we entering a different, scarier phase now? This weekend, Britain claimed that Russia was planning to install a puppet government in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. But Russia denies it is planning to invade Ukraine, which that would surely imply. And the lack, so far, of propaganda efforts on Russian television suggests Vladimir Putin is not preparing his people for imminent fighting. On the other hand, Joe Biden said he expects Russian forces to move in soon. What are Russia's military options? And what sort of fighting might unfurl if, say, tanks roll over the border? Is mud in Putin's forecast? I mean, Putin is confronting the mud of Ukraine, because when all the snow melts in the spring, fields can get so muddy in the plains of Eastern Europe that Russians have a word for it: Rasputitsa, or the season of bad roads. Mud hindered Napoleon's 1812 invasion of Russia and Hitler's 1941 blitzkrieg against the Soviet Union, and it could be one of many factors now in the timing of any possible Russian move into Ukraine. If Russian dictator Vladimir Putin orders his forces to invade, analysts believe it must come before the spring thaw. To quote as the British World Affairs journalist Timothy John Marshall, the best time to do it is winter, because it's going to be a mechanized advance and the mechanized divisions need hard frozen ground. And as the New York Times reported yesterday, last month, some intelligence officials believe the muds of late March in Ukraine could be the country's best defense. But until Putin shows his hand, it's impossible to know what he has in mind, and any action need not involve ground forces at all. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov insisted, last Friday, his country is not planning to attack Ukraine. The Canadian global affairs analyst Michael Bochurkiw has writ that whatever happens, the roughly 100,000 Russian troops stationed near Ukraine constitutes the biggest security crisis in years for Europe and its allies, including these United States. The tone of Putin's rhetoric and the trajectory of military deployment leave little doubt over his intentions: to regain control over a wide swath of the former Soviet Union, even to the point of rolling back the footprint of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, it is NATO, to the Cold War years. Are NATO and the American empire prepared for the consequences of any further move into Ukraine by Russia, which has already seized territory there and backed an insurgency in the eastern part of that country? In an awkward statement made at a news conference held on Orthodox Christian Epiphany Wednesday, marking his first year in office that he sought to clarify afterward, President Joe Biden warned Putin against an invasion, threatening a strong response by the U.S. and NATO, but waffled over what would happen if Russia made a minor incursion. In the Washington Post, Max Boot wrote that the Russian dictator has not been subtle or secretive about what he wants. He might as well make the national anthem "The Beatles is Back in the USSR." He definitely wants to resurrect the Soviet Empire, thereby undoing what he has called the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. and that requires bringing back into the fold the second largest former Soviet republic by population, the independent nation-state of Ukraine. Max Boot concludes that if an attack comes, we must, in his words, not flinch from imposing the most draconian sanctions possible. This is what brings us to Putin's brinkmanship. Russia's menacing of Ukraine is unlikely to induce NATO to retreat. It may have the opposite effect. As the Cold War reached its denouement 3 decades agone, that was effectively the Third World War, which America fought and won, the West was careful to temper its elation with magnanimity. At a summit in Malta in 1989, President George H.W. Bush pointed out to Mikhail Gorbachev, the last Soviet leader, "I have not jumped up and down on the Berlin Wall." Months later, James Baker, America's Secretary of State, delivered an assurance to Mr. Gorbachev in Moscow. To quote his tea, "If we maintain a presence in a Germany that is a part of NATO, there would be no extension of NATO's jurisdiction 1 inch to the east." Even as the Soviet Union crumbled in 1991. John Major, Britain's Prime Minister, repeated the pledge. He went on record to say, "We are not talking about strengthening of NATO." Yet strengthened NATO was. In 30 years, the alliance has expanded more than 1,000 kilometers to the east of the former front line, dividing the now united Germany. A bloc that once shared only a slender border with Russia itself in Norway's northern fringes now encompasses the Baltic states, former Soviet territories within 200 kilometers of St. Petersburg and 600 kilometers of Moscow. 7 of the 8 former members of the Warsaw Pact, the Soviet Union's answer to NATO, have become part of NATO. At a summit in Bucharest, the capital of Romania, in 2008, America persuaded the rest of NATO to declare that Ukraine and Georgia will become members, a promise rightfully reiterated just last month. This brings us to Putin's big miscalculation. Is Russian dictator Vladimir Putin planning to invade Ukraine, potentially launching a new war in Europe? Certainly, this will be the largest war in Europe since World War II. The answer still remains elusive after weeks of intensive diplomacy, with consecutive meetings between Russian officials and US, NATO, and the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe envoys. Without a breakthrough, a senior US official declared ominously that the drumbeat of war is sounding loud, as both sides made pessimistic statements. This is hardly a surprising outcome. With more than 100,000 Russian troops massed on Ukraine's borders, the U.S. and its allies refused to make any concessions. That may be exactly what Putin expected when he made patently unreasonable demands of the West in exchange for not attacking a neighbor yet again. But in the end, this may not turn out the way the Russian dictator hopes. Before the meeting started, it looked like Putin had the West and Ukraine in a bind. He argued NATO must agree to Russia's demands, including a vow not to add new members and a retreat of NATO forces to their positions dating back to 1997, a set of commitments NATO said from the outset it wouldn't consider. It seemed easy to imagine that Putin could turn to the Russian people and say, "Look, I tried diplomacy, but the West rejected it. We have no choice but to invade Ukraine." The ruse may look on paper like a win-win for Vlad Putin. Perhaps the Russian people believe Putin's manufactured claims that Ukraine poses a danger against the much larger and better armed forces of the Russian Empire. But in the longer run, this maneuver could well backfire. Russia's menacing stance towards Ukraine, its continuing threats, even as the talks proceeded, are solidifying the Kremlin's image as that of a bully endangering its neighbors. The more Putin threatens, the more he unwittingly makes self-evident why Russia's neighbors believe they need to join NATO to protect themselves. Ukraine, of course, poses no serious military threat to Russia. It used to have the world's third largest nuclear arsenal, but it transferred it all to Russia in exchange for a commitment to respect its borders and sovereignty, a commitment Russia violated when it invaded and annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. That pact, known as the Budapest Agreement, signed in the capital of Hungary, is just one of several Russia has signed and brazenly violated. The only threat Ukraine poses to Putin, not to Russia, is becoming a functioning democracy at a time when the Russian dictator is seeking to cement his place as an unremovable autocrat, and now one committed to defending other autocrats. By creating self-fulfilling prophecies about a looming confrontation, Putin may just be strengthening the NATO alliance, which, by the way, was not likely to admit Ukraine anytime soon. The message to Moscow was clear. 30 NATO allies, according to U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, speaking separately but in complete unity, reaffirmed to Russian officials that every country has a right to choose its own alliances, that borders cannot be changed by force. Perhaps this came as no surprise to Putin, but he may have been taken aback when countries that don't belong to NATO, namely Sweden and Finland, started talking about joining, directly as a result of his military threat to Ukraine. Finnish President Sauli Niinisto, in his New Year's speech to his nation, spraketh of the possibility of military alignment and of applying for NATO membership. In response, Russia's not-so-diplomatic foreign ministry threatened serious military and political consequences against Finland. Please start a two-front war. Be my guest. Nobody knows whether Putin plans to invade, but the 100,000 troops arrayed on Ukraine's borders are poised to act. If what Putin wanted was attention, he got that. If he wanted to distract his population from domestic problems, he got that for a time. But he will have to make a decision soon. When the winter ice melts, the muddy roads would make an invasion more difficult, and waiting is expensive. Not as expensive, however, as a real invasion. As he claims that Ukraine and NATO pose a threat to Russia, Putin is sparking patriotic sentiments at home, but he is also igniting Ukrainians' commitment to defend their country. Ukrainians are under no illusion that they can hold back the Russian military, but sustaining an invasion could prove enormously costly. It's not just Ukrainians who would pay the price. The Biden administration is considering a host of crippling economic sanctions. That could help shift Putin's cost-benefit analysis. And Ukrainians, receiving support from the United States to defend themselves, could make an invasion excruciating, which Washington is making sure Putin understands. General Mark Milley, the top U.S. military official, spraketh to his Russian counterpart a few weeks agone. He reportedly pointed out that an invasion would be followed by a campaign of resistance similar to that, to the one that drove the Soviets out of Afghanistan and demoralized the slumping superpower into sundering itself and collapse. Ukraine's former president, Petro Poroshenko, told an interviewer that every Ukrainian town, every home, will become a fortress, making sure that thousands of coffins are sent back to Russia. Throughout the talks this week, Russian diplomats tweeted undiplomatic messages seeking to intimidate or perhaps to rile up the folks at home. At one point, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov made a grotesque claim about the former Eastern European countries that were turned into Soviet satellites by invading USSR armies of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics back in the day of Red Empire. A reminder to newer NATO members of the old Kremlin's boot on their throat during the Cold War. Whatever happened this week, as scores of diplomats gathered in Europe, the ultimate decision will be made by one man in Moscow. Putin may choose to invade, and he may succeed in lopping off another slice of a country whose sovereignty Russia had vowed to once respect. In the process, however, he has sent a message to the entire world about the direction in which he is taking his empire. While nations voluntarily seek to join the alliances led by democratic countries, Russia, once expected to become a peaceful member of the family of nations, is now an autocratic power, repressing its own people's calls for democracy, defending autocrats across the region, and engaging in crass intimidation and forcible conquest. In the Financial Times, former U.S. Defense Secretary Robert Gates wrote, "Putin's problem is that, as dictators are wont to do, he has overplayed his hand. His aggressive threats against Ukraine have galvanized NATO and reaffirmed its clarity of purpose. His menacing policies have made Ukrainians even more anti-Russian and driven the country further into the arms of the West. Any Russian military action will result in Ukrainian resistance as well as larger NATO military deployments on Russia's western border, potential suspension of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, and painful economic sanctions." But the West is not entirely united on Russia. For all the geopolitical stakes, it is Putin's economic leverage that has slowed European unity against his actions. U.S. allies are stepping up to counter Russia's Ukraine threats, with one notable exception. The undersea Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline from Russia, bypassing Ukraine and into United Germany, has become a wedge in the geopolitical crisis. United Germany has not vowed to arm Ukraine like other Western democracies. Das Vaterland, the fatherland, has been slow to include the pipeline in conversations about sanctions against Russia. Even as Russian troops have massed on the Ukrainian border, Die NVD, the new United Vereinigt, of course, Deutschland, United Germany, has resisted pressure from its allies and neighbors to deliver arms to Ukraine while urging prudence when it comes to potential economic sanctions against Moscow. The reluctance of Europe's leading economic power to join the more robust Western posture has drawn criticism from Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and threatens to undermine the effort to present a strong and united front against Russian aggression. Ivana Kotasove writes for CNN Business from London that Christine Burgina, a senior fellow at the German Marshall Fund of the United States, has emphasized how Russia has weaponized natural gas amid Europe's energy crisis. To quote the Lady Burgina, given that Russia's aim is to split everybody, If they're seeking to break apart unity in the European Union and in NATO, this pipeline has been a wonderful vessel. This brings us to Putin's big lie. In a series of comments in late December of 2019, the Russian president appeared to blame Poland for the outbreak of the Second World War. Now, I myself could make an argument for that, but to bring about the poignancy of such a stance, in the opening scene of the most famous Polish movie of the past 2 decades, a crowd of anxious, desperate people on foot, riding bikes, leading horses, carrying bundles, walks onto a bridge. To their immense surprise, they see another group of anxious, desperate people heading toward them, walking from the opposite direction. One man shouts, "People, what are you doing? Turn back! The Germans are behind us!" But from the other side, someone else shouts, "The Soviets attacked us at dawn!" And both sides keep walking. General confusion ensues. This scene takes place on September 17th, 1939, the day of the Soviet invasion of Poland. The Germans had invaded 2.5 weeks earlier. The movie is Katyn. Katyn. Look it up. The director, the late Andrzej Wajda, had long wanted to film that scene on a bridge, a visual representation of what happened to the whole country in 1939, when Poland was caught between 2 invading armies whose dictators had jointly agreed to wipe Poland off the map. Even while that joint invasion was unfolding, both leaders were already lying about it. The agreement to create a new Teutonic-Soviet border in the middle of Poland, between the Germans and the Sovietized Slavs, as well as to consign Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland to a Soviet sphere of interest, was part of a secret protocol to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the non-aggression deal between Hitler and Stalin signed on August 23rd. The secret protocol was found in Nazi archives after the war, though the Soviet Union went on denying that it existed for many decades. Each side also manufactured special lies of its own. The Germans sponsored an entire false flag operation involving fake Polish soldiers, SS commandos in Polish uniforms, who launched an orchestrated attack on a German radio station and broadcast anti-German messages. American newspaper correspondents were summoned to the scene and shown some corpses, which in fact belonged to prisoners murdered especially for the occasion. This crime, together with a few other staged attacks, composed Hitler's formal excuse for the invasion of Poland. On August 22nd, he told his generals not to worry about the legality of the operation. "I will provide a propagandistic casus belli. Its credibility doesn't matter. The victor will not be asked whether he told the truth." The Soviet invasion of eastern Poland, meanwhile, was never formally described as an invasion at all. Instead, in the words of Corps Commissar S. Kozhovnikov, writing in the Soviet military newspaper Red Star, "The Red Army stretched out the hand of fraternal assistance to the workers of Western Ukraine and Western Byelorussia, freeing them forever from social and national bondage." The Soviet Union never admitted to having conquered or annexed the Polish territory. These lands remained part of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics after the war, and are still part of modern Belarus and Ukraine even today. Instead, the whole operation was described as a battle conducted on behalf of the liberated peoples of Western Ukraine and Western Byelorussia. Now, listeners will, I hope, forgive this long excursion into the past of a historian, but it is necessary background to the series of strange and otherwise inexplicable statements made by Russian dictator Vladimir Putin at several meetings in late December of 2019. For in the course of a single week, Putin brought up the subject of Polish responsibility for the Second World War no less than 5 times. He told a group of Russian businessmen that he was consulting with historians and reading up on Polish diplomacy in the 1930s in order to make his case. At a meeting at the Russian Defense Ministry, he angrily proclaimed that the Polish ambassador to Nazi Germany in the 1930s, not really, one would think, a person of tremendous relevance, had been scum and an anti-Semite pig. Ooh. After yet another meeting with the president, the Speaker of the Duma, Russia's parliament, publicly called for Poland to apologize for starting the war. If this were some kind of caprice, just a little excursion into obscure events in the distant past, nobody would care. But these kinds of lies have a history of ending in catastrophe. The Soviet ethnic cleansing of eastern Poland and the Baltic states began immediately after their invasion, after all, with the arrest of hundreds of thousands of Polaki peoples and Balts, the Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians, and their mass deportation to settlements and gulagary concentration camps in the east. The Nazi ethnic cleansing of Western Poland began immediately as well, with the mass arrest of university professors in Krakow, a city that was meant to become ethnically German, and ominously, the construction of the first ghettos for Polish Jews. Back in the Gorbachev era, the Russian state actually apologized for the USSR's role in these atrocities. In 1989, the Congress of People's Deputies even declared the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Hitler-Stalin Pact, null and void. But the mood has been changing for some time now. Academic defenses of the Hitler-Stalin alliance began appearing again in Russia circa 2009, timed to the 70th anniversary of 1939. One collection of essays published at the time even included an approving introduction written by Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister threatening the world today. Now, events of the next year, which marked the 80th anniversary, may also have re-inspired Russia's dictator. In September of 2019, the European Parliament passed a resolution condemning the Hitler-Stalin Pact, as well as the 2 totalitarianisms that destroyed so much of Europe in the 20th century. That kind of statement rankles Putin, who now holds annual celebrations of World War II Victory Day and abuses the war as one of the symbolic justifications for his own authoritarianism. He wants to make Russia not just great again, but great precisely as it was great in 1945 when the Red Army occupied Berlin. But that was 3 months prior, December of that year, before the year before yesteryear. Why stir trouble? Why create bad blood through the holidays? After all, things were then going rather well for Putin, at least in his relations with the Western world. The American president was a butt boy, bending over and spreading his ass cheek as Putin's orange cock holster. Pro-Russian, far-right political parties were thriving in United Germany itself, in Italy, Austria, and France. Even moderate Europeans were tiring of the chilly relationship with Russia and were bored with sanctions. Poland, meanwhile, was more isolated than it had been in 30 years. The unique Teutano-Polaki relationship between the Germans and the Polish peoples, built up over several decades, had been almost totally destroyed by the current populist, nativist, homophobic, Judeophobic, or should I say Judeo-homophobic, I guess that's wrong because that conflates the twain, the Polish government, some of whose members were and are far more anti-European than anti-Russian. And more tension is coming still. Having packed the Constitutional Court, the Polish Parliament was even then preparing in January of 2020 to vote on a law that would allow their government to fine or even fire judges who question the government's judicial reform or engage in any political activity at all. This illegal, unconstitutional assault on judicial independence, as well as on judges' civil rights, most certainly brought Poland once again into conflict with its allies. But maybe, from Putin's own point of view, that made that then a good moment to launch a verbal attack on Poland. The nation was no longer quite so integrated, no longer quite so automatically European, no longer able to count on good German friends. Maybe that was an excellent time for the Russian dictator to cast doubt on Polish history too. Or, as we have all now learned to say, maybe it was a good moment to cast doubt on Poland's narrative. Victim of the war, victim of communism, triumphant fighter for democracy and freedom. All of that could be thrown into doubt. Later in the opening month of the year before yesteryear, Putin was to be the main speaker at an Israeli event to mark the 75th anniversary of the Red Army's liberation of Auschwitz. And that was but another moment to make the same argument. Putin in Israel, arguing about Poland starting World War II. It was also a good way to test the Jewish waters. After all, Putin said the Polish people were anti-Semites. And just as Poland was sinking into the mire of real authoritarianism, where it still sinks and stinks today, Putin wants to see how the world reacts, how the Jews react, how Poland itself reacts to the idea that the Polaki people and the Nazis are more or less the same thing. If that is the point, Putin must have been pleased. The Polish Prime Minister reacted, issuing a strong statement, but the Polish President did not have anything to say at all, and never did say anything at all. And there was much speculation about why not. Strange though it sounds, the nativist ruling party, although happy to loudly denounce immigrants and gay rights, is actually very afraid of Russia. Quietly, some of its members and sympathizers even admire Russia for its open racism and its aggressive nationalism. But the international reaction was also weaker than it might have been. True, the United German ambassador to Warsaw, the capital of Poland, protested, and the American ambassadoress to Warsaw responded boldly on Twitter to quote us therefrom, "Dear President Putin, Hitler and Stalin colluded to start World War II. Poland was a victim of this terrible conflict." The Russian embassy in Warsaw replied, as Russian official Twitter feeds now often do, with a sneering personal insult. "Dear Ambassadoress, do you really think that you know about history any more than you do about diplomacy?" But I know it's shocking. There was never any word from the Trump White House, and not much from any other European heads of state either. And you can see why. Let's leave those annoying Polacks to squabble with Russia over the war is a temptation that's hard to refuse, especially throughout the holidays, and especially now that attention has turned decisively toward the Middle East. Now, some think that all this history talk may have other purposes. If Russia wasn't a perpetrator of the war, after all, then perhaps it was a victim. And victims deserve compensation, surely. Perhaps Russia will now use some leftover historical arguments to claim that it is owed more land in Ukraine. Perhaps Russia, which has had its eye on Belarus for a long time, will use similar arguments to finally make that country, already a dependent client state, from a puppet into a full-fledged province. Only hours after the assassination of General Qasem Soleiman, Russia quietly cut off oil supplies to Belarus as economic talks collapsed, a maneuver that went completely unremarked. And, of course, many in the Baltic states were also deeply unnerved by the new Russian enthusiasm for the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, whose secret protocol robbed them of their independence for nearly 100 years. Could this have been the prelude to another attack on their sovereignty, or some other atrocity? Lies about the origins of the war have a way of leading to much worse things yet to come. Yet it is just as likely that Putin's primary aim really was what it seemed to be: the undermining of the status and position of Poland itself. It is the largest and most important of the Eastern European NATO members, with the biggest army and the most serious economy, the country that originally proposed the European Trade Treaty with the Ukraine. The treaty that led to protests and the pro-Russian president's abdication in Ukraine in 2014. The country that argued for more than a decade against the Nord Stream 2 Russian-German pipeline, at the time stopped by American sanctions. Why wouldn't Putin want to undermine and destabilize Poland's position? By doing so, he undermines and destabilizes the entire post-Cold War settlement. And that, of course, has been the central goal of his foreign policy for 2.5 decades. And is United Germany a reliable American ally? I must say the nine. As Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine looms, most Western allies are acting to support Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and reassure vulnerable members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. United Germany is taking a different approach, putting Russian interests before those of the West. Berlin reveals a serious reality. Facing the two most consequential security threats to America and to the post-World War II democratic international order, the Communist Chinese Empire and revanchist revisionist Russia, Die neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the new United Germany, is no longer a credible ally. For Germany, cheap gas, car exports to Red China, and keeping Mr. Putin calm seem to be more important than allied democratic solidarity. Ukraine's fate will convey on Germany a heavy burden of responsibility. Berlin refuses to supply Ukraine with weapons, and it is actively preventing Estonia from doing so. In recent days, Britain has airlifted anti-tank weapons to Ukraine and conducted Ukraine-related intelligence gathering flights. But while the intelligence flights have transited German airspace, the most direct route between Britain and the Ukraine, the weapons flights have been making detours around Germany. Britain's defense ministry played down the detours, confirming that it didn't seek overflight permission, but that's the point. Great Britain didn't ask because it would have forced United Germany to grant or reject the request. Great Britain believed the decision would be difficult for Chancellor Olaf Scholz's new government. Another illustration is Berlin's approach to the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which will send gas to Europe from Russia. German regulators say the pipeline can't start working until it meets corporate compliance standards. That has rankled Mr. Putin, who wants it pumping now. In turn, the Russian president's Gazprom puppet company has reversed gas flows through the existing Yamal-Europe pipeline for more than 4 weeks. A month, well, more. Russia also has cut off thermal coal supplies to Ukraine for more than 3 months. Mr. Putin's message is clear. Ukraine better roll over, and United Germany better approve Nord Stream 2. This energy blackmail underlines why Republicans, and until this month Democrats, had supported sanctions on Nord Stream 2. They knew Mr. Putin would use the pipeline to extract political fealty in return for heating supplies during the frigid, I would say Arctic, European winter. They feared he would use Nord Stream 2 to offset gas supplies and billions of dollars in transit fees that currently flow through Ukraine. But because of German pressure on the Biden administration and Senate Democrats, Nord Stream 2 and Mr. Putin gained a lifeline. A majority of Democrats, the week before last, rejected a bill from Senator Ted Cruz to reimpose sanctions on the pipeline, denying it the 60 votes it needed to pass. United Germany scored a major win at America's expense. Considering the alliance principle of reciprocity, it isn't clear what President Biden has received in return. Democrats say sanctions on Nord Stream 2 aren't necessary because United Germany won't operate the pipeline if Russia invades Ukraine. But Germany itself isn't on the same page. Asked about suspending Nord Stream 2, Mr. Scholz's defense minister responded, "We should not drag Nord Stream 2 into this conflict." The ruling Social Democrat Party's general secretary allowed that "Everything in me resists the idea of conflicts being conjured up just to bury a controversial project." Foreign Ministeress Annalena Baerbock might oppose the pipeline, but she is a voice in the cabinet wilderness. And Mr. Scholz has called for a qualified new beginning with Mr. Putin. United Germany has also abandoned the NATO defense spending target of 2% of gross domestic product, spending only 1.5% of GDP, and it allows Russian chemical weapons research on its soil. Such research supports assassination campaigns, like the one that targeted Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny and a former British agent. Mr. Scholz has also committed to pursuing observer status in the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and only vaguely to supporting NATO's nuclear deterrence. This concession has been long sought by Mr. Putin. Then there's United Germany's stance on Red China. Shortly before entering office, the Biden administration requested that then-Chancellor Angela Merkel delay a European Union-China trade deal. She responded by speeding up negotiations to reach a deal before Mr. Biden took office. This was rude but not surprising. So great was the Chinese Communist Party's affection for Madame Merkel that her departure saw the Communist Party's propagandists design a digital tapestry in homage. Mr. Scholz seems determined to earn a similar honor. Asked recently whether he would support a diplomatic boycott of February's Beijing Winter Olympics, Mr. Scholz mused, "We think it's important to do everything you can to make the world work together internationally, and any actions you take in each case need to be carefully weighed. You know, no would have been a simpler fucking answer. Mr. Scholz appears committed to preserving United Germany's 150 billion US dollar a year exports to the Communist Chinese Empire at all costs. This was made clear recently to Lithuania, the vanguard of Western civilization, which is suffering a Communist Chinese trade war for letting my Taiwan open a representative office. United German businesses, rather than supporting their democratic neighbor, are warning Lithuania to give in to Communist China's demands or see United German investment suspended. That lack of democratic solidarity stems from the federal cancellery itself. This is a realm where Volkswagen exports talk, and the Uyghur genocide, destruction of Hong Kong democracy, and military imperialism walk. Even when United Germany pretends that it cares about the democratic international order, its lack of genuine interest quickly becomes obvious. Germany recently deployed a warship in the South China Sea, which Red China claims as its own private swimming pool. Simultaneously, however, Berlin begged Beijing to let its ship make a Shanghai port of call. Red China denied the request. Contrast United Germany's South China Sea experience with that of France, which has sent nuclear attack submarines to train with U.S. Navy counterparts for battle with an advanced adversary. Mr. Biden suggests that United Germany is one of the American empire's most important allies. Given Berlin's policies toward the nation's two preeminent adversaries, it's hard to see how Mr. Biden's claim holds up. This is the first time in my life that I've ever concluded that the only hope for Germany is to return Nazism to power. The energy trilemma causes a headache for United Germany's new leaders. Unfortunately, as Western capitals ponder whether and how Russian dictator Vladimir Putin might make good on his threat of military technical measures in response to the United Allied stance, Europa finds itself in a perfect storm of its own making. It faces a gas price and supply crisis that make it vulnerable to political blackmail. Energy trilemma is a term that describes countries' ability to provide energy in terms of environmental sustainability, social impact, and national security. Europe has privileged the first two criteria while completely neglecting the third. Now it is paying the price. The European Union's Green Deal seeks to make Europe carbon neutral by 2050, mid-century, and reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. These are laudable aims, given the dangers of climate change, and are supported by European public opinion. For years, European countries have been subsidizing renewable fuels and switching from coal or nuclear power to relatively cleaner natural gas. The EU's third energy package of 2009 liberalized gas markets and broke up the monopoly of Gazprom, the Russian state-controlled gas conglomerate, over the European gas market. EU fiscal transfer mechanisms are intended to help weaker European economies through the transition. But a sharp rebound in demand from a pandemic slump, shrinking European gas production, and a failure to fully replenish gas storage supplies. The gas storage facilities, which are the largest in fucking Europe, are empty after last year's harsh winter, as well as massive demand from communist China convincing everyone to sell their gas to the goddamn chinks, have conspired to produce months of energy market volatility, and gas prices have soared. Russia, which provides over 40% of EU gas imports, denies restricting supplies to Europe. But Putin taunts the EU for bringing supply volatility upon itself. If only United German regulators approved the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, Russian gas would again flow abundantly to Europe, so Putin suggests, yeah? Fatih Birol, the International Energy Agency's head, said the Russian Empire could increase deliveries by at least 1/3 if it so chose. Yíngxùrì, last month, gas prices jumped again after the Kremlin's assertion that the week's talks had failed to address its grievances. Little imagination is required to envisage the explosive effect on Europe's energy woes of Russia going to war with Ukraine. Berlin's ruling coalition has trilemma problems of its own. It aims to phase out nuclear power by December 2022 and coal by 2030. This is madness! If anything, United Germany's nuclear facilities were the safest in the world. These were the armored divisions of their advance towards energy independence. Germany should be going all out nuclear, not closing down its power plants. Now, environmental protection rules let small interest groups sue against new wind turbines or power lines. Robert Habeck, the Green Economy Minister, presented an ambitious climate transition program last week, but looks likely to lose a fight with the EU, which wants to label gas and nuclear power as green investments. As for energy security, United Germany is Gazprom's main foreign buyer. In 2021, an estimated 50 to 75% of its gas imports came from Russia. United Germany's Deutschland's gas storage capacity is the largest in the European Union, and Gazprom owns many of the underground facilities. Nord Stream 2, once in operation, would consolidate United Germany's energy reliance on Russia and enable the Kremlin to take a crowbar to Europe's economic cohesion. Yet Putin's threats and blackmail are dividing Berlin. Baerbock and Habeck insist the option of permanently suspending the pipeline must be on the table to deter the Kremlin. Several senior Social Democrats publicly disagreed last week. Christine Lambrecht, defense ministeris, even said Nord Stream 2 ought not to be dragged into this conflict. This on the day of a U.S. Senate vote on sanctions against the pipeline, which the Biden administration had bent over backwards to deflect. Amid these frictions, one person has the authority to make a potentially decisive intervention. He is Olaf Scholz, the Social Democratic chancellor, whose statements so far on the crisis have run the gamut from highly cautious to ultra cautious. In other words, from chicken piss to chicken shit. Meanwhile, we shall find out whether Baerbock got the chance in Moscow to meet Russian civil society as planned, members of Memorial, the forcibly disbanded civil rights group, or Dmitry Muratov, co-founder of the independent newspaper Novaya Gazeta and co-recipient of the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize, could remind Berlin of the meaning of true courage. To think that Russian gas is the energy crisis we did not prepare for. As Moscow and the West saber-rattle over threats of cutting Russian pipeline gas supplies to Europe over the Ukraine crisis, it has become as clear that the continent has made little progress in reducing its dependency on Russian gas. This comes 13 years after Russia shut down gas supplies through Ukraine, and now Europe is facing an even worse energy crisis. Gas prices currently at around $30 per double MBTU. $30 per metric million British thermal units are already unsustainably high for European gas users, driving inflation, shutting down factories, and spilling over to other regions. European policymakers who have focused mostly on sustainability must urgently put security of supply and equity back on the energy policy agenda. The International Energy Agency defines energy security as the uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price. This includes the ability of an energy system to react promptly to sudden changes in the supply-demand balance in the short term. You know, like Texas. I'm being sarcastic here. Longer term, it requires timely investments to supply sufficient energy and calls for diversification in terms of fuels, suppliers, and supply routes. Even before any potential total loss of Russian gas, Europe was already facing a bleak winter of tight supply and record natural gas prices. And while many disruption scenarios simulate a sudden supply route disruption combined with extreme climatic conditions, nobody has prepared for a situation where the European energy system would already be stretched to the limit even before a major gas disruption occurs. Gas prices are already unaffordable, and most levers available to deal with a short-term disruption are already used. These levers include demand declines as consumers curb use due to high prices, as well as switching to other fuels, measures that have already caused European industrial gas consumption to fall. Residential users exposed to increasing heating bills would have already looked at lowering their thermostat, and coal-fired plants have come back to replace gas-fired plants. On the supply side, Europe can either draw down already low gas inventories or look for alternate gas supplies in the form of LNG, liquid natural gas, for which the region finds itself in fierce competition with Asia. But there is very little spare capacity in the global LNG system, and certainly not enough to replace all of Russia's gas. Other possibilities, such as increasing pipeline supplies from Africa and Azerbaijan or ramping up domestic production, will also fall short. Europe did create an internal market and increased its ability to move gas across the continent to help countries more dependent on Russia. It also built new LNG, or liquefied natural gas terminals, and storage facilities. But as its import requirements increased, Europe did not quite manage to significantly diversify its gas supply sources away from Russia. It imported more LNG, but also more Russian pipeline gas in 2021 than it did in 2009. Europe counted on all the traditional levers, but in particular one flexible, transparent, and liquid LNG markets to come to the rescue. They did, but at a very high price. What is needed now are policies to reduce natural gas demand. Otherwise, this decade is likely to see Europe increasing its gas import requirements and become more exposed to the whims of its main supplier, the Russian Empire. This is easier said than done, as the eastern part of the continent is counting on natural gas to move away from coal. European policymakers need to focus more on energy efficiency to reduce demand in the residential sector, which accounts for around 40% of Europe's gas demand. Poorly insulated homes tend to be occupied by lower-income households. They will be particularly impacted by high energy prices. They need to put in place regulatory tools that ensure storage facilities are full ahead of winter. Accelerated investments in clean energy technologies are required, including in biomethane that can replace natural gas as a domestic supply source. This approach also includes investing in technologies that enable the power system to cope with increased intermittency, a role that has been usually taken by gas-fired plants. Finally, European policymakers need to consider whether they want to foster domestic production or support overseas overseas supplies, to effectively diversify away from Russia, or whether this comes too much in contradiction with the Green Deal agenda. At this point, I could argue a solution for the reintegration of a Nazi government and all-out production of nuclear fuel facilities that would also provide Europe with not just nuclear power, but nuclear weapons. That would be national security independence and energy independence with a vengeance. Regardless, one reason to doubt Mr. Putin will start the fighting this week: he plans to be in Beijing for a rare meeting with Xi Jinping as the Chinese Lunar New Year begins. Mr. Xi's preoccupation is the opening of the Winter Olympics on Friday. These could be rather joyless in and of themselves. Foreign spectators are banned. Domestic ones can only attend under strict rules. Foreign athletes will be isolated from almost all locals, lest they spread coronavirus and threaten China's strict zero-COVID approach. Still, the games might be fun to watch from afar. In any case, the goal of the games for Mr. Xi is mostly domestic. Assuming all goes well, they should help smooth his path to announcing, probably this autumn, that he will stay on as China's autarch until the day he finally dies. Give that man a gold medal for his autocratic skills in extending his 10-year rule with an absolute grip on power. But Xi Jinping is watching his back. Last year, there was rarely a week when international attention wasn't on Red China. Disappearing celebrities, billionaire crackdowns, the Evergrande fiasco, hypersonic missile tests, Hong Kong activists' arrests, trade wars, climate goals, COVID! This was hardly a coincidence. When dictator Xi Jinping came into power in 2012, he set out to make his agenda widely known, both domestically and internationally. Unlike his predecessor, Hu Jintao, a man of mystery who carried the stereotype of being dull and wooden, Mr. Xi has fiercely asserted himself on the world stage as the giant Pooh Bear, coming to get you and eat you alive. While at home, he has strategically consolidated power and enforced sweeping structural reforms in Communist Chinese economy and society that have transformed the empire at warp speed. In the last few years, the high-profile dictator has been ramping up his bold diplomatic rhetoric, stamping out opponents, and spreading the country's tentacles of influence across the Pacific, the South China Sea, Africa, and beyond. And after abolishing presidential term limits in 2018, the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, in November last year passed a historic resolution elevating Mr. Xi's authority to the same pedestal as era-defining leaders Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping. It seems unlikely the president will be shrinking away anytime soon. He currently heads all branches of the Chinese Communist Party, government, and military. And the 68-year-old's sights are set to inescapably extend his rule into a third 5-year term this year. Now, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's image may be all over the news these days, but in real life, Xi has all but vanished from the world stage, hunkering down in Beijing for more than 700 days. Xi was a no-show at last year's United Nations General Assembly, the G20 Summit in Rome, and the UN Climate Summit in Glasgow, Scotland. Xi's disappearing act is occurring at the same time he and the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, face serious domestic headwinds, including rampant energy shortages, rising unemployment, and a real estate market teetering on the edge of collapse. Well, the times have clearly changed since before the COVID-19 pandemic, when Xi confidently boasted about ushering in a new Sino-centric global order. Xi's refusal to go abroad clearly reflects his fervent desire to stay on top of any renewed coronavirus outbreaks, the second-order effects of which have paralyzed China's industrial output. But the pandemic alone cannot explain Xi's refusal to leave his seat of power or to shelve, however temporarily, his grand international ambitions. So, let me take a check here. Got an incoming warning that someone shared a post on my timeline. Oh my God. Your thoughts on the Ukraine situation? Gary Sprague has asked me on my own timeline my thoughts on the Ukraine situation. Like, dude, I've got links to the fucking transmission on my timeline. You could have heard me all night long on my position on Ukraine. Dude, like, okay, Ukraine says Russian buildup not sufficient for invasion. Urges West to finalize sanctions. This is globalsecurity.org, which is a highly suspect source. There we are. U.S. to deploy 3,000 troops to Romania, Poland, Germany. Well, that ain't shit. What the fuck is that? That's not even a speed bump. I mean, like, anyhow. Oh my fucking God. I roll my eyes. Like, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to answer this? Like, basically give him a link to tonight's fucking show. I mean, and just tell him, listen, dude, why don't you fucking, okay, enough. All right, breathe. I mean, this is like, I'm sorry. I mean, I got to call in Jameson's for some bitch power here in terms of helping, having him help me bitch. I just can't. I don't want to be abusive to this guy. I'm sure the guy means well, but Jameson, help me out here if you're awake. I mean, I'd understand if you fell asleep. The bot seemed to be quiet tonight. Fuck, I just noticed that. What the fuck happened? I'm impressed. James must have cast a spell.
I think that was Salman Sheikh's magic, man.
Cool. All right. Yeah, well, that's amazing, and I'm happy for it. But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. Were you awake, or what was going on with you? Were you just kind of?
I was just waking.
Cool. Oh my God, I'm sorry to bother you. Yeah, it's just some guy. He puts. You can see it on my page. So this guy on my Sora AO timeline, he leaves a post. What are your thoughts on Ukraine, Doug? Like, fuck, I've got links up to tonight's transmission, right? How do you respond to something like that? It's like,
yeah,
yeah,
it's why did why do they even bother? It's like it's like if I just walk in the room and say, "Hey Douglas, what are your thoughts on war?"
Thank you. Anyhow, I love you dearly, like a son. Thank you. Take a rest. I'll go back. We got little time left. I'll fill it all. You're the man. Thank you. And yes, honestly, Jameson Reese is actually the sanest among us in so many ways. And honestly, compared to guys like that asking questions, it's you really wonder about how did they make it? How did they even survive? Now, as I said, when we've got this pandemic, that's not what explains Xi's refusal to leave his seat of power, while still crowing about his attempts to, his aspirations to conquer planet Earth. Instead, if Xi's latest pronouncements be any indication, there is something else keeping him awake at night. Growing fears of resistance to his rule from factions inside the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party itself. Put plainly, as Red China's economy stumbles and its global standing tumbles, Xi is quickly realizing that after almost a decade in power, his demand for absolute loyalty within the CCP remains quixotic at best and foolhardy at worst. And that is a major cause for concern less than 10 months before the CCP's 20th Party Congress, when Xi is expected to assume a once unthinkable third term as the party's general secretary. This past November, Xi warned, "If you're soft, people will die in the end." Such vaguely ominous words hardly denote a leader's confident grip on power, but they nevertheless featured prominently in Xi's keynote address during the 6th Plenum, a key gathering of CCP elites. It was during this meeting that Xi muscled through a historical resolution that upended decades of precedent limiting Chinese leaders to 2 5-year terms. In doing so, Xi effectively enshrined himself alongside Mao Zedong in the pantheon of great Chinese rulers. But perhaps sensing disunity within the ranks, Xi bluntly warned that cliques, gangs, and interest groups within the party will be resolutely investigated and punished. On this front, Xi promised no mercy for CCP officials who put themselves before party unity. The simple explanation for Xi's refusal to leave China and his recent over-the-top loyalty push is that Xi recognizes he is increasingly vulnerable. Less surprising is that Xi avoided any mention of the reforms institutionalized by China's other great revolutionary leader, Deng Xiaoping. They included Deng's opposition to the cult of personality and his abolition of lifetime political appointments. Such omissions were almost certainly not lost on CCP elites, long suspicious of Xi's hasty and often messy consolidation of power over the last 10 years. Really, it feels like it's been 30, but it's only been 10. Xi's November warning remained private until New Year's Day, when key excerpts of his speech were published in the CCP's leading theoretical journal, Qu. The timing of the speech's release, more than 6 weeks after the party's plenum, was no mere accident either. Instead, it was intended to send a stark threat to CCP members on the first day of what is likely to be Xi's most consequential calendar year in office. And that message was, get in line this year, or else. Xi struck a similarly forthright tone at an early December 2021 event, ratifying his government's strategy to protect national security, a term that in Mandarin is mostly used to describe domestic threats to the CCP's legitimacy rather than military or geopolitical challenges. At the top of 2022's threat list was not simply the risk to stability, a catch-all term used in prior documents. Instead, Xi doubled down on the notion of protecting state security, meaning any threat to the state is, by extension, a threat to the party. This emphasis on prevention and control to maintain strict societal cohesion suggests a more proactive approach to governance than in the past. It also comes at a time when Xi has doubled down on the role party members play in protecting the so-called two safeguards. The notion that party members must vigilantly protect both the central government's authority and Xi's core leadership position. Xi's focus on regime security also carried over into remarks later in December before an audience that included nearly every member of the Politburo Standing Committee, China's highest-level decision-making body. Xi asked that all those present take a pledge to protect the authority of the party's centralized, unified leadership. Put another way, Xi demanded that the party's leaders demonstrate their personal loyalty to him. On how many occasions have Standing Committee members repeated this same pledge in recent years? Countless times, for sure. More puzzling is why Xi must constantly hear them declare it in public if, as he so defiantly claims, his political future is all but assured. To be fair, Xi has long sought to project confidence as a means to disguise his personal insecurities and deep-seated suspicion of those closest to himself. Xi's bravado was most intense early in his tenure, when China's economy quickly rebounded following the 2008 financial crisis. Whether or not party leaders personally liked or even respected Xi appeared much less important than his ability to deliver results. And by nearly every quantifiable measure, he did. Until 2021, that is. Although China's economy had already been cooling for a while, growth slowed dramatically in the final months of last year. One can trace some of this downward pressure to Xi's fiscal mismanagement, including his sweeping regulatory agenda aimed at curbing the disorderly expansion of capital, not just in the technology sector, but throughout the communist Chinese economy. Other factors include factory shutdowns as part of China's zero-tolerance COVID-19 policies, as well as surging raw material and labor prices. By the way, I just have to read what our man Jameson said here. He said that he got a Pooh Bear package from Anonymous in the mail. Yeah, in the physical mail. Yes, I love that. Thank you, Jameson. Yeah. That was Jameson sent him the Pooh Bear. Yeah, that's what fucked his ass up. Oh, God, that's funny. No matter the cause of everything I'm describing, the sudden slowdown has clearly spooked the CCP. Ominously, China's top law enforcement body recently remarked that with the economic downturn, some deep-seated problems may surface. At what could hardly be a more inopportune time for Xi, a few months before his third-term coronation, growing voices within the party are raising uncomfortable questions about not just Xi's economic stewardship, but his entire governing philosophy. One recent speech by a former Chinese ambassador to Washington, Cui Tiankai, has attracted tremendous interest in Chinese political and diplomatic circles, using words like careless and incompetent. Cui sounded the alarm about Beijing's eroding global standing and Washington's growing ability to constrain Red China's ambitions. In a scathing rebuke of the so-called wolf warrior diplomacy Xi himself has unleashed, Cui noted that China should not fight a war we are not prepared for, a war we are not sure of winning, a war of anger and attrition. Even more pointedly, Cui warned that every ounce of our people's gains has been hard-won, and we must not allow them to be plundered by anyone or suffer losses due to our own carelessness, laziness, and incompetence. So this is why Red Chinese society is suppressed under Xi Jinping thought indoctrination to prevent independent thinkers like this man. With Mr. Xi's reign camest a new ideology and brand of Chinese nationalism, which in 2017 was enshrined into the party constitution. He is the only leader, other than Mao, to have an eponymous ideology included in the document while in office. Central to what's being called Xi Jinping thought is China's continued rise as a global superpower, promoting the party and Mr. Xi on top as the guiding force. The president's philosophies have been introduced into the national curriculum, splashed across the internet and billboards, and exist as an app for party members to read and be quizzed on daily. Oh God. I would die living like that. The doctrine has inevitably led to a tightening of party discipline and further squeezed social freedoms. In 2021, the government placed a 3-hour gaming limit per week on minors and cracked down on effeminate men like myself and celebrity fandom in a bid to steer Red China's culture industry in quote-unquote a healthier direction. Yeah, like Jameson says, he needs help from the app, The Art of the Deal. And then we've had China's biggest anti-corruption crackdown, introduced soon after becoming chairman of the CCP, Mr. Xi's pledge to crack down on tigers and flies, high and low-level officials, has become the Communist Chinese Empire's most sweeping anti-corruption campaign. It has been both his greatest challenge and strongest political weapon. Mr. Xi arrived when China was basking in the glow of its economic golden years. For 2 decades, China had the fastest growing economy in the world, and entrepreneurs were becoming billionaires seemingly overnight. Leading with the catch cry, "To get rich is glorious," the reforms of Supreme Leader Deng Xiaoping in the 70s and 80s helped pave the way for the country's rapid accumulation of wealth. This surged to new heights in the succeeding decades, but with little regulation, a culture of corruption was allowed to spread throughout the business world and into the CCP ranks. 4 million were snared in the Great Party Purge. By focusing much of his attention within the CCP itself, in 2014, Mr. Xi set an example when ex-security chief Zhao Yongkang became the most senior Chinese official to be arrested and expelled from the Communist Party for corruption. There were many more to come. By 2018, the campaign had reportedly snared more than 2 million party, government, military, and state-owned company officials. According to Professor Ming Jia, a professor of political science at the City University of New York, he told the ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, that number now stands at around 4 million. To quote Dr. Jia, he inherited a communist regime, and the Chinese Communist Party was facing a lot of challenges. It was divided among itself, and the corruption was out of control. This purge has been a chance for him to be regarded as a meat grinder. As this meat grinder, he is working very fast and hurting the Chinese elite. We know that this anti-corruption has been used, and to some extent abused, by Xi Jinping to purge his political opponents or competitors. The economy is not doing well, and the stock market and housing market are signs that many big companies are going bankrupt, and many people are losing money. The Chinese Communist Party has tightened its control over the society, and I think this is counterproductive, and many ordinary people are angry. If you put all these things together and ask the question, has Xi Jinping succeeded? My answer is no. He is becoming unsafe, intoxicated, and abusing his personal power. I think this is something very dangerous. While the anti-corruption drive has instilled more trust among some parts of society, the president has been accused of using the campaign to neutralize political opponents. All of this is blatantly obvious. Why people even belabor it is beyond me. The evolving nature of Xi's ostensible anti-corruption push also reveals a party seemingly at odds with itself. Mao's purges were often indiscriminate, targeting friends and foes alike who disagreed with him. Xi's push for party purity has primarily targeted potential successors and political rivals. Case in point, this week's death sentence with reprieve for Dong Hong, a close confidant of Chinese Vice President Wang Qishan, a Xi rival. Recently, however, a number of other high-level officials, some of whom had been handpicked by Xi Jinping, were also removed from their posts for egregious corruption-related infractions. These include former Deputy Minister of the Chinese Ministry of Public Security, Sun Lijun, former Justice Minister Fu Zhenghua, and Zhang Yongzhe, a vice chairman of the Tibet Autonomous Region government. Other top CCP officials, including former Guizhou Deputy Party Chief Wang Fuyu and Hangzhou Party boss Zhao Jianyang, have also been detained on corruption charges by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, the party's top disciplinary watchdog. Still unclear is whether Xi will remove prominent Politburo members Li Zhanchu over a controversial real estate scandal involving Li's daughter, not to mention former Politburo member Zhang Jiaoli, whom tennis star Peng Shuai recently accused of sexual assault. While Dong's purge fits the Xi playbook, some of the other purges ensnared officials who were not just installed by Xi, for whose virtuousness he personally vouched. None of them were seen as credible rivals, which suggests Xi did not purposely set them up to fail. These developments raise more questions than answers. At a minimum, they suggest that after nearly 10 years in office, Xi's stewardship over the party remains a messy, torrid affair. And then there's the celebrities and moguls caught in the disappearing act. Mr. Xi has positioned himself as a dictator who has no room for dissent or disobedience at any level. Recently, a wave of high-profile figures have gone missing from the public eye after making public statements against the government. Movie star Fan Bingbing, gene editing scientist He Jiankui, and most recently, tennis star Peng Shuai are among the many who seemingly vanished for several weeks. China's richest man, Alibaba founder Jack Ma, disappeared for 3 months after giving a controversial speech in October 2020, blasting Red China's regulatory system. Since reappearing, Alibaba has been fined $3.8 billion for anti-competitive behavior, and the flamboyant billionaire's net wealth has been plummeting. Another well-known businessman, real estate tycoon Ren Jiquing, reportedly disappeared in 2020 after he called Mr. Xi a clown for his handling of the coronavirus crisis in China. He was later sentenced to 18 years in prison for corruption. Well-connected Chinese business tycoon Desmond Shum has attested that there are many corrupt officials who are still within the top echelons of the political party today, and they were being protected through Mr. Xi's selective campaign. And Mr. Shum himself detailed the extent of the political palm greasing in his memoir entitled Red Roulette, wherein he said that on any given night, entrepreneurs would host members of the Communist Party elite in private hotel dining rooms, buying favors to seal lucrative business deals, with Mr. Shum telling the ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, that wooing government officials with $1,000 bowls of mawfish soup, $25,000 watches, and so many deal brokering trips to the bathhouse that one employee's skin started peeling off. It was just the cost of doing business in China in the 2000s. Mr. Shum, whose business deals came very close to the core of power, has also felt the force of party pressure himself. His ex-wife and business partner, Duan Whitney Woihong, who at the time was one of the richest women in China, disappeared in Beijing in 2017. She reemerged after 4 years, shortly before Mr. Shum's memoir was due to be released in September of 2021, calling him with a warning not to release the book. The government has never acknowledged taking Miss Duan, but Mr. Shum, who has lived in Britain since 2015, sayest, there be no question they are responsible for her disappearance. In looking to the future, Mr. Xi has set many of his goals to the 2035 benchmark. If he makes it through those 2 further 5-year cycles, he will have ruled China for 20 years. In 2035, he will be 82 years old. While some people in the West are calling Mr. Xi a dictator of an authoritarian regime, Singaporean former diplomat and political commentator Professor Kishore Mahbubani says the focus should not be on substance over length. Dr. Mahbubani sees the crackdown as one of Mr. Xi's great achievements, saying he has so far successfully overcome many big challenges like growing corruption and factionalism in the party, leaving Mahbubani believing that the Communist Chinese government is more popular than it has ever been, and there shouldn't be an expectation for societies to be carbon copies or replicas of the West, even as he himself admits that alienating the American business community was Mr. Xi's major mistake during his leadership. To quote his Doc Mahbubani via the ABC, it used to be the #1 supporter of close relations between U.S. and China, but he's been riding a very wild horse over the last 9 years and kept going at a steady pace. In the Chinese political tradition, when they have a strong ruler who delivers concrete benefits to the Chinese people, he is considered best ruler for China. When China succeeds and does well, it will not function according to the Western model. Oh, yeah. So here we have the push for common prosperity. You know, in preparing for his 3rd term, Mr. Xi has been turning towards inequality, seeking to narrow the gap between rich and poor, with a push for common prosperity. Last year, he used the term common prosperity more than 65 times in his speeches, calling it the original quintessence of socialism. The president has called for excessive incomes to be reasonably adjusted, saying that it was necessary to encourage high-income earners and enterprises to give back more to society. This has involved asking big companies to put money into philanthropy, with tech giants, including Alibaba and Tencent, pledging billions of dollars to support the campaign. While experts say low-income households may welcome the move, political pressure on companies could ultimately harm both the rich and the poor and stifle economic growth. The plight of debt-stricken real estate company Evergrande has already exposed the risks of the government's regulatory crackdown. In an attempt to rein in house prices and reduce debt levels, regulators tightened limits on borrowing by China's real estate industry. This led to the near collapse of the country's largest property developer, which has been struggling to make bond payments. It prompted fear and speculation that the world was facing its next Lehman Brothers moment. Now, that brings us to Xi and the world. His interactions with the rest of us. You see, while leaders before him have opted to keep a low profile, under dictator Xi, the Communist Chinese Empire has become ever more assertive with international diplomacy, ramping up military threats, inflammatory language, and economic punishment. To sustain the country's global rise, Mr. Xi has been investing heavily in the $1 trillion International Belt and Road Trade and Infrastructure Initiative and modernizing Red China's military. This military presence has been on display with repeated aggressive actions in the contested South China Sea and several instances of planes being flown into my Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, or ADIZ, A-D-I-Z, as Mr. Xi vows to reunify my island. This wolf warrior approach to diplomacy has been ruffling international feathers and increasingly straining Red China's relationships with both Australia and the American Empire. However, when it comes to the trade war and spats between Beijing and Canberra, the capital of Australia, Xi said, "It's Australia who should learn to adapt." To quote his Xi Jinping, "Many of the people in Southeast Asia share the same apprehensions of China that Australia has, but you learn how to live and adapt to a stronger and more powerful China. So for a start, you don't publicly insult China. But even if Australia chooses to publicly insult China, you have to accept that there will be consequences that flow as a result." But all told, as China's global reputation falters, it is becoming apparent that Xi cannot lead the world in the new era he once forecast, while barely leaving his palaces of power. And while Xi remains focused on positioning China as an alternative to these United States, his aversion to leaving the country and his recent paranoid rhetoric, all this suggests that Xi's lofty global ambitions will likely take a back seat to more pressing governing challenges at home for much of 2022. That narrow window of opportunity could provide the Biden administration with a chance to finally codify its much-delayed China policy, which, after a year in office, remains one of its most glaring foreign policy gaps. This is China's darkest period for human rights abuses, and that should be at the center of any American initiative, because in 2013, Mr. Xi introduced new laws that essentially made arbitrary and secret detentions legal under Chinese law. Regardless of citizenship, these complex laws can be used to strip detainees of their rights on the grounds of national security. It also allows for suspects to be held in custody for up to 6 months under the RDSL, the Residential Surveillance at a Designated Location scheme, which cuts suspects off from the outside world completely. Australian television anchor Cheng Lei, who has worked for the Chinese government's English news channel, was held in custody under the RDSL scheme in 2020. Australian writer Yang Hengjun was also among those who has been placed under residential surveillance. China has also been accused of human rights abuses over its treatment of Uyghurs in the northwest region of Xinjiang. The United Nations and rights groups allege that 1 million Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities have been disappeared or are being held in internment camps in Xinjiang. Commu-Chinese authorities insist these camps are vocational centers, dismissing ongoing claims of atrocities against minorities in the region as the biggest lie of the century. The U.S. government has declared that Beijing's policies against the Uyghurs amount to genocide and crimes against humanity. Legislatures in Britain, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Canada have done the same. The U.S. House of Representatives recently passed a bill banning imports from Xinjiang over forced labor concerns. China's foreign ministry spokesman Wang Wenbin hit back, saying that the so-called forced labor and genocide in Xinjiang are entirely vicious rumors. China's crackdown on freedoms in Hong Kong has also triggered widespread global condemnation. China introduced a sweeping national security law in the city in wake of mass anti-government protests in 2019. Since coming into force in June of 2020, dozens of activists and democratic politicians have been jailed or are in self-exile, and some international rights groups have left the city. Human Rights Watch says that under dictator Xi, Red China is facing its darkest period for human rights since the 1989 massacre that ended the Tiananmen Square democracy movement. Of course, many observers have misinterpreted signs of resistance to Xi's crackdown in the past, so it would be premature to augur Xi's political demise. What's more, the deck is clearly stacked against any potential conspirators who may pray for Xi's next major misstep, but lack nearly all means to safely and confidently rally others to their cause. At least one thing is certain. Xi is increasingly concerned about those inside Red China itself who might be doing just that. Nevertheless, events in Kazakhstan have confirmed the maturity of the Sino-Slavic synaxis, within which, for Putin, Kazakhstan is a domino too big to fall. So as a series of high-level talks between the United States, European allies, and the Russian Empire wind down this week, an uptick in Moscow's military muscle on its borders will remain a preoccupation of Western diplomats long after they return to their duty stations. The roughly 100,000 Russian troops stationed near Ukraine constitutes the biggest security crisis in years for Europe and its allies, including these United States. While in Kazakhstan, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin took this month's, or rather last month's, brutal crackdown from the regime's president Kassym-Jomart Tokayev as an opportunity to remind protesters revolutions will never be allowed to spread in the region, and by deploying Moscow-led security alliance troops to help quell the unrest, the Central Asian country remains firmly in Putin's sphere of influence. The tone of Putin's rhetoric and the trajectory of military deployment leave little doubt over his intentions to regain control over a wide swath of the former Soviet Union, even to the point of rolling back the footprint of the NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, to the Cold War years. Indeed, during high-stakes NATO-Russia talks in Brussels this week last, the chief U.S. negotiator, Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, told CNN Moscow had made no commitments to de-escalate on the Ukrainian border. Now, overhanging the American negotiations is a desire by the Biden administration to avoid a distraction from its intended pivot to the Indo-Pacific, especially resetting relations with Communist China. But with many analysts agreeing threats of new stinging sanctions have not deterred Russia's adventurism in Europe, Western diplomats may be negotiating with a largely empty toolbox. Of course, the stakes for Putin are equally high. In the span of less than 2 years, Russia has had to manage 2 surprise uprisings on its doorstep, in Belarus and Kazakhstan. But from the Kremlin's point of view, Kazakhstan, the largest of the former Soviet republics in Central Asia, is a domino too important to fall. Allowing Kazakhstan to drift further into a Western orbit, for example, allowing for Western-style democratic elections, or responding to the popular outcry with more political freedoms, would be a blow to Russian pride, and would indicate Moscow's loosening the grip over an area rich in natural resources that has attracted billions in investment from both the American and communist Chinese empires. Kazakhstan has the world's 12th largest proven oil reserves and is 14th for gas. In 2019, it produced almost half of the world's uranium, according to the World Nuclear Association. The last thing the Kremlin wants is another so-called color revolution to flourish, which could inspire protest movements in Russia and other former Soviet republics. The recent unrest in Kazakhstan was prompted by rising fuel prices and frustrations with everything from unemployment and inflation to corruption. It spiraled into protests reflecting, well, what Edward Lemon, president of the Oxus Society for Central Asian Affairs, said was anger, misrule against a corrupt government that has been very authoritarian, and social inequality. The subsequent government crackdown resulted in at least 164 deaths and thousands of arrests. True to form, tactics used to suppress uprisings in Belarus were employed in Kazakhstan. A brutal crackdown, sowing desinformatia or disinformation, it est lies, blaming unspecific foreign troublemakers, the throttling of social media, it est total media blackout, including for the first time the popular Chinese app WeChat, and creating no space for dialogue. Moscow quickly agreed to dictator Tokayev's request for the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, a Russian-led regional security alliance, Russia's NATO essentially, to send peacekeepers to help restore order. Putin had every reason to step in. If Russia loses Kazakhstan from its sphere of influence, it could inspire pro-democracy movements in other former republics. But of grave importance is what the rest of the world, particularly the communist Chinese empire, learns from how the current drama plays out. Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping will likely be observing closely how far Putin can push the West, and will almost surely apply that learning to my Taiwan and other potential territorial adventures. Russia's participation in high-level diplomatic meetings while maintaining a threatening posture, only to walk away declaring talks had hit a dead end, and it will have to take action to eliminate unacceptable threats to our national security, is a masterstroke of tantrum diplomacy potentially applauded in Beijing. Now, with Beijing and Moscow ramping up their coordination efforts on foreign policy, Red China can draw useful lessons watching how far Putin can test the West's resolve. For a Chinese mainland bent on reunification with my Taiwan, the breakaway civilization of island China where the United States is a security guarantor, and pressing its territorial claims in the South China Sea, it is well worth observing closely where the West sets its red lines and how it does or does not uphold them. While Kazakhstan may be a wobbling domino on Putin's regional game board, the country has also become an important piece in the geopolitical strategy of the communist Chinese empire for energy independence, meaning the unrest there is of direct importance to Beijing. Red China-linked firms reportedly have as much as 26 billion United States dollars in investments in Kazakhstan, including in an oil pipeline which crosses the roughly 1,100-mile Sino-Kazakhstani border. In 2017, Kazakhstan was also a major recipient of Commu-Chinese money from its multi-billion-dollar Belt and Road Initiative. Red China's economic interests in Kazakhstan may have Western diplomats hoping Beijing encourages the Kremlin to exercise restraint when maintaining stability in the country. The Communist Chinese Empire said it supported the Russian-led forces deployed to Kazakhstan to quell the uprising, as they call it, the foreign insurgency, which is laughable. There's no foreign influence in Kazakhstan whatsoever. Meanwhile, these United States, which has plenty at stake as the leading foreign investor in Kazakhstan, the only influence we have is industrial, and with 3 decades of good bilateral relations, must continue to engage with the new circle of officials created around Tokayev and press its case on why suppressing freedom of expression makes for a toxic investment climate. But the U.S. does so with the realization that investors from countries accused of disregarding human rights, such as the Communist Chinese Empire, will happily fill any business void. During the third round of diplomacy last week aimed at diffusing tensions over Russia's demand that Ukraine never be allowed to join NATO, Poland's foreign minister warned that Europe is at its greatest risk of war than it has ever been in 30 years. And Polish OSW, the Center for Eastern Studies think tank experts, emphasized that relations between Beijing and Moscow are now closer than ever before, taking the form of an informal alliance aiming to revise the international order based on the dominant position of the American ultrapower. In Poland's assessment, the partnership between the two countries, the two empires of Russia and China, has taken the most concrete dimension in the military sphere, where it shows the features of a classic military alliance, despite the lack of a formal defense system. In an interview with the PAP, the Polish press agency, Dr. Michael Bogusz, or actually Michał Bogusz, an expert from the OSW, has articulated that the two revisionist empires have created a specific condominium in Central Asia with, to quote his T at length and verbatim, a clear division of responsibilities. The Russians are responsible for the power issues and keeping the Central Asian republics under the influence of both powers. The Chinese are concerned with economic and development issues. In the whole affair, both sides, China and Russia, acted on autopilot. The Russians quickly backed President Tokayev and stabilized his regime. Beijing gave them a free hand, as it is a Russian zone of responsibility, and quickly backed the Russian narrative. Russia and China should be treated as close allies working out a common agenda in the region. The Chinese authorities have supported the Russian narrative about the protests in Kazakhstan and have given Moscow a free hand in stabilizing the regime in the country. This confirms that the informal alliance between Russia and China is now mature, and Beijing will not do anything against Moscow. So the Russian and Chinese authorities unanimously supported the decisive actions of the dictator of Kazakhstan in the face of the violent protests in the country, including his decision to send the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organizational troops, to the country to kill his own population. And as they are stressed, both regimes are preparing for a major conflict between superpowers, and in addition to joint military exercises, are also developing mechanisms for strategic coordination of actions on distant fronts in different regions of the world. For Moscow and Beijing, the Ukraine crisis is part of a struggle to reduce American power and make the world safe for autocrats. These are Russia and China's plans for a new world order. In the last half hour we have remaining, understand that the Western alliance has threatened the Kremlin with a massive and unprecedented sanctions if Russia attacks Ukraine. But as the Ukraine crisis reaches boiling point, Western efforts to isolate and punish the Russian Empire are likely to be undermined by the support of Red China, Russia's giant neighbor. When Vladimir Putin travels to Beijing for the beginning of the Winter Olympics on February 4th, tomorrow, the Russian dictator will meet the autarch who has become his most important ally, Xi Jinping of the Communist Chinese Empire. In a phone call between Putin and Xi in December, the Communist Chinese dictator supported revanchist revisionist Russia's demand that Ukraine must never join NATO. A decade ago, such a relationship seemed unlikely. Both the Communist Chinese and Russian empires were as much rivals as partners. But after a period when both countries have sparred persistently with the American empire, Xi's support for Putin reflects a growing identity between the interests and worldviews of Moscow and Beijing. According to the Chinese Communist state mass media machine, Xi told Putin that certain international forces are arbitrarily interfering in the internal affairs of China and Russia under the guise of democracy and human rights. As Xi's remarks to Putin made clear, the revanchist Russian and revisionist Chinese leaders are united by a belief that the American empire is plotting to undermine and overthrow their dictatorships. In the heyday of communism, Russia and China supported revolutionary forces around the world. But today, Moscow and Beijing have embraced the rhetoric of counter-revolution. Red China insists that foreign forces, i.e., the United States, were behind the Hong Kong protests of 2019, eventually suppressed by Beijing. When unrest broke out in Kazakhstan recently, Putin accused the United States of attempting to sponsor a color revolution, a term given to protest movements that seek to change the government in a country that borders both Russia and China. Senior Chinese ministers echoed those remarks. They say it's all about Washington's hidden hand. As Russia and China see it, the uprising in Kazakhstan fitted a pattern. The Kremlin has long argued that the American empire was the hidden hand behind Ukraine's Maidan uprising of 2013 through 2014, in which a pro-Russian leader was overthrown. The Communist Chinese Empire also insists that foreign forces, for which, read, the United States, were behind the huge Hong Kong protests of 2019, which were eventually ended by a crackdown ordered from Beijing. Both Putin and Xi have also made it clear that they believe that America's ultimate goal is to overthrow the revanchist Russian and revisionist Chinese governments, and that local pro-democracy forces are America's Trojan horse. In 2017, President Woodrow Wilson of the American Empire talked of making the world safe for democracy. In 2022, Putin and Xi are determined to make the world safe for autocracy. The ambitions of the Russian and Chinese empires, however, are far from being wholly defensive. Both Putin and Xi believe that their vulnerability to color revolutions stems from fundamental flaws in the current world order. The combination of institutions, ideas, and power structures that determines how global politics plays out. As a result, they share a determination to create a new world order that will better accommodate the interests of the Russian and Chinese empires, as defined by their current dictators. Two features of the current world order that the Russians and the Chinese frequently object to are unipolarity and universality. Put more simply, They believe that the current arrangements give America too much power, and they are determined to change that. Unipolarity means that, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the world was left with only one superpower, the American Empire. Valdai Club research director Fyodor Lukyanov, a Russian foreign policy thinker who is obviously close to President Putin, having personally attended the plenary session of the 16th annual meeting titled The Dawn of the East and the World Political Order in 2019, while sharing the same executive suite with him, believes that unipolarity gave the United States the ability and possibility to do whatever it saw fit on the world stage. He argues that the new age of American hegemony was ushered in by the Gulf War of 1991, in which the American empire assembled a global coalition to drive Saddam Hussein's Iraq out of Kuwait. The Gulf War was followed by a succession of U.S.-led military interventions around the world, including in Bosnia and Kosovo in the 1990s. NATO's bombing of Beograd, Serbia's capital, in 1999 has long formed part of Russia's argument that NATO is not a purely defensive alliance. The fact that NATO bombs also struck the Communist Chinese embassy in Belgrade has not been forgotten in Beijing. According to Lukyanov, after the 9/11 terror attacks on New York and Washington led to NATO invoking Article 5, its mutual defense clause, and invading Afghanistan, it once again proved America had demonstrated its willingness and ability to forcefully transform the world. But America's final defeat in Afghanistan last year, symbolized by the chaotic withdrawal from Kabul in the summer of 2021, has given Moscow and the Russians hope that the U.S.-led world order is crumbling. Lukyanov now argues that the fall of Kabul to the Taliban was no less historical and symbolic than the fall of the Berlin Wall. Influential Chinese academics are thinking along similar lines. Yan Zhuetong, dean of the School of International Relations at Tsinghua University in Beijing, Xi Jinping's own alma mater, writes that China believes that its rise to great power status entitles it to a new role in world affairs, one that cannot be reconciled with unquestioned American dominance. And like Lukyanov, Yan believes that the U.S.-led world order is fading away. In its place will come a multipolar order. Dictator Xi himself has put it even more succinctly with his oft-repeated claim that the East is rising and the West is declining. For the Russian and Chinese empires, the making of a new world order is not simply a matter of raw power, it's also a battle of ideas. While the Western liberal tradition promotes the idea of universal human rights, Putinist Russian and communist Chinese thinkers make the argument that different cultural traditions and so-called civilizations should be allowed to develop in different ways. Vladislav Surkov, once an influential advisor to Putin, has decried Russia's repeated fruitless efforts to become a part of Western civilization. Instead, according to Surkov, Russia should embrace the idea that it has absorbed both East and West and has a hybrid mentality. In a similar vein, pro-government thinkers in Beijing argue that a fusion of Confucianism and communism means that Red China will always be a country that stresses collective rather than individual rights. They lyingly claim that mainland China's success in containing COVID-19 reflects the superiority of the Chinese emphasis on collective action and group rights, though he's seeming to forget that COVID started in China in the first. Beijing and Moscow argue that the current world order is characterized by an American attempt to impose Western ideas about democracy and human rights on other countries, if necessary, through military intervention. The New World Order that revanchist Russia and revisionist Red China are demanding would instead be based on distinct spheres of influence. The U.S. would accept Putinist Russian and Communist Chinese domination of their neighborhoods and would abandon its support for democracy or the color revolutions that might threaten Putin or Xi regimes. The crisis over Ukraine is a struggle over the future world order because it turns on precisely these issues. For Putin, Ukraine is culturally and politically part of Russia's sphere of influence. Russia's security needs should give it the right to veto any Ukrainian desire to join NATO, the Western alliance, in Putin's eyes. Moscow also demands to act as the protector of all Russian speakers. By the way, Meta's poised for a $190 billion wipeout. That's one of the largest market losses in years. Well, that should fuck Zimmerman up good. For the United States, these Russian demands violate some basic principles of the current world order. In particular, the right of an independent country to define its own foreign policy and strategic choices. The Ukraine crisis is also about world order because it has clear global implications. The United States knows that if Russia attacks Ukraine and establishes its own sphere of influence, a precedent will be set for the Communist Chinese Empire. During the Xi era, Communist China has built military bases all over contested areas of the South China Sea. Beijing's threats to invade my Taiwan, a self-governing democratic island that China regards as a rebel province, have also become more overt and frequent. If Putin succeeds in invading Ukraine, the temptation for Xi to attack my Taiwan will rise, as will the domestic pressure on the Chinese leader from excitable nationalists, sensing the end of the American era. Russia and China clearly have similar complaints about the current world order. There are also some important differences between the approaches of Moscow and Beijing. Russia is currently more willing to take military risks than China, but its ultimate goals may be more limited. For the Russians, the use of military force in Syria, Ukraine, and elsewhere is a way of repudiating the claim made by former U.S. President Barack Obama that Russia is now no more than a regional power. Dmitry Trenin of the Carnegie Center in Moscow argues that, for the country's leaders, Russia is nothing if it is not a great power. But while Russia aspires to be one of the world's great powers, China seems to be contemplating displacing the American empire as the world's preeminent power. Elizabeth Economy, the authoress of a new book entitled The World According to China, has proven that Beijing is aiming for a radically transformed international order, in which the United States is in essence pushed out of the Pacific and becomes merely an Atlantic power. Since the Indo-Pacific is now the core of the global economy, that would essentially leave Red China as number one, effectively ruling the world. Rosh Doshi, a China scholar, a sinologist working in the White House, makes a similar argument in his own book titled The Long Game, and citing various Chinese sources, Doshi makes the case that Red China is now clearly aiming for American-style global hegemony. This is all a bid for global supremacy by the Sino-Slavic synaxis. The difference in the scale of the ambitions of Red China and revanchist revisionist Russia reflects the difference in their economic potential. Russia's economy is now roughly the size of Italy's. Moscow simply does not have the wealth to sustain a bid for global supremacy. By contrast, Red China is now, by some measures, the world's largest economy. It is also the world's largest manufacturer and exporter. Its population of 1.4 billion people is roughly 10 times that of Russia. As a result, it is realistic for Red China to aspire to be the most powerful empire in the world. But while the differences in the economic potential of the Russian and Communist Chinese empires makest Xi ultimately more ambitious than Putin, in the short term, it also makes him more cautious. There is something of a gambler's desperation in Putin's willingness to use military force to try to change the balance of power in Europe. Trenin argues that, having seen NATO expand into much of what was once the Soviet bloc, Putin sees Ukraine as his last stand. In Beijing, by contrast, there is a strong feeling that time and history are on Red China's side, with typical Marxian optimism of the ultimate triumph of communism. The Chinese also have many economic instruments for expanding their influence that are simply not available to the Russians. A signature project of the Z years is the Belt and Road Initiative, a vast international program of Chinese-funded infrastructure that stretches into Central Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas. As the American empire becometh more protectionist, Red China has also used its trading power to expand its global influence. This month has seen the launch of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, a vast new free trade area in the Asia-Pacific that includes Red China and several American strategic allies, such as the Empire of Japan and Australia, which the United States is not taking part in. Granting or withholding access to the Red Chinese market gives Beijing a tool of influence that is simply not available to Moscow. But will gradualism work? Or do Russia and Red China need some kind of dramatic moment to create the new world order that they seek? History suggests that new governing systems for the world generally emerge after some kind of seismic political event, such as a major war. Will Russia and China's ambitions for a new world order need a war to come to fruition? Much of the security and institutional architecture of the current world order emerged as the Second World War was closing, or in its aftermath, when the United Nations, the World Bank, and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, were established and their headquarters were situated in these United States. The GATT, General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade, came into force in 1948. NATO was created in 1949. The U.S.-Japan Security Treaty was signed in 1951, component to the Japanese-American Peace Treaty. The Japanese victory, rendering all that possible. The European Coal and Steel Community, the forerunner of the European Union, was also founded in 1951. After the end of the Cold War, rival Soviet-backed institutions such as the Warsaw Pact collapsed, and NATO and the EU expanded up to the borders of Russia itself. Red China joined the World Trade Organization in 2001, the successor to the GATT. The question now is whether Russia and China's ambitions for a new world order will also need a war to come to fruition. A direct conflict with these United States is simply too dangerous in the nuclear era and will not happen unless all sides miscalculate badly, which is always possible. Maybe even likely. Russia and China may, however, feel that they will be able to achieve their ambitions through proxy wars. An unopposed Russian victory in Ukraine might signal that a new security order was emerging in Europe, involving a de facto Russian sphere of influence. A successful Commu-Chinese invasion of my Taiwan would be widely read as a sign that the era of American dominance of the Pacific is over. At that point, many countries in the region that currently look to the American empire for reinforcement of their security, such as the Empire of Japan and the Republic of South Korea, might, per force of circumstances, accommodate themselves to a new Sino-dominated or China-dominated world order. Alternatively, a new world order might emerge through tacit acquiescence from Washington itself. That outcome does not seem likely with the Biden administration in power, unless there be some dramatic last-minute concessions from the U.S. over Ukraine. But Donald Trump could return to the White House in 2024, and by all evidence, he is openly sympathetic to aspects of the Russo-Communist-Chinese worldview. The former U.S. president sometimes denigrated NATO and suggested that America's allies in Asia were all free riders. His America First philosophy eschewed traditional language about an American mission to support freedom around the world. At all times, Trump was ever frank in expressing open admiration for both Xi and Putin. And as a self-proclaimed deal-maker, Trump is sympathetic to ideas of spheres of influence. Yet Russia and China do not seem inclined to sit back and wait for Trump to return to the White House. They know that even Trump's Republican Party includes many hawks, intent on confrontation with both Russia and Red China. In any case, a great deal can happen between now and the next presidential election in November of 2024. Russia's impatience is clear from Putin's willingness to force a crisis over Ukraine. The prospects for a world order that is more congenial to the Russian Empire may depend on whether his Ukrainian gamble works. But even if Putin fails to achieve his goals in Ukraine, the threat to the American-led world order will never disappear. A rising Red China, led by an ambitious communist dictator Xi, will make us certain of that. So this is the answer, in the few minutes remaining, to the question I asked in our last transmission before tonight. Who is our primary enemy? The Russians or the Red Chinese? They are both one and the same. They are a two-headed monster, Siamesed at the hip. And as for the present United Germany, in its ambition to divide Poland with Russia in a new European world order, while slave-circuiting themselves in a cyclopean link to Russian natural resources, is absurd. Germany must be energy independent. It must renuclearize. Indeed, supernuclearize. And as well, likely it needs to reestablish the National Socialist Workers' Party in order to accommodate such ambitions for an independent nuclear arsenal and a nuclear-powered energy independence, which would be, in the short run, the greenest possible future, buying enough time to ultimately switch entirely to renewables. This is something it would take the nature of the Nazi Party to enforce. Now, we'll end tonight's transmission. We have answered the question of what's going on with Germany's behavior in its acquiescence to Russia. We've answered who the primary enemy is. It is the Sino-Slavic Synaxis as a single entity. Germany must be cleaved from their baleful influence and become the center of Europe as a contravening power. And with all of that in mind, I turn to all of you for help from me. Many people have helped. And, of course, now I need some generous people to send electric blankets. As I said, I've got some people who have sent in the past. I was able to dig out 2 bed warmers These are basically what goes on the bottom of the bed. Heating pads. They're mattresses. They're not blankets. And I'm using one of them as an electric blanket in place of the other one that died right now to keep me through transmission tonight. And yeah, it ain't cutting it. This is barely shit. I mean, it's just survival shit. This is like barely keeping me through the night.